Chapter 416 Seizing the Troyan Galaxy, subscribe. Everything is different from the past. The Empire's double-headed eagle is slowly replacing the Votan alliance. The glory and authority of the old nobles have been spurned by people. Those who supported the Thorian system lived in the past, stubbornly thinking that they were defending their homeland. But I have a different opinion. No matter what kind of idea, what kind of political system, what kind of deed, its heart should come from people's happiness. Even if words like defending the country are used to whitewash the actions of those people 100 times, it cannot conceal that the top and bottom of the Votan alliance have been separated. No matter what noble purpose and noble dream a regime is created by, no matter what great achievements it has accomplished and what feats it has accomplished. As long as it deviates from the original path and no longer stands on the side of the general public, then this regime should be eliminated. The failure of the Votan alliance is not only due to the strength of the Empire. More importantly, countless planets and countless people are separated from each other. They no longer believe in the beauty that the Votan alliance once preached. The diehards manipulate public opinion, in the name of defending their homeland, bewitching and fooling those ignorant bottom UPS to die. However, the seeds of the crisis have been deeply planted. Even if it can survive the defense of the Thorian galaxy, it is destined to be unable to continue. Some people will call me a traitor. But I think I'm on the right track. Every member of the Patton family will not violate their ancestral precepts. From the moment he stepped out of the galaxy, the first member of the Patton family had sworn oaths. We'll do everything to protect the survival of human civilization. Honor or disgrace is irrelevant, only due diligence. Payton followed the warriors along the corridors full of statues. Payton felt great pressure when passing by those giants in heavy armor. It was like walking past those ferocious beasts, and the fear of death involuntarily emerged in my heart. It's like walking across a single plank bridge between 300-story high-rise buildings at night, for fear of being swallowed up by the endless darkness. If you are not careful, you can't help but tremble. Payton was confused. What kind of existence can create these warriors who are as powerful as gods? When he was in the Thorian galaxy, he saw with his own eyes the holographic images of these fighters in battle. These giant warriors are like the gods of who came to this world as humans. They are giant beasts in mythology, bulky, with knotted muscles, revealing a killing spirit. When they roared, it was like the roar of the gods of war who were passed on by word of mouth, making the enemy terrified. Patton is in awe of the strength of these giant warriors. Also curious about the Holy Emperor these giant warriors are loyal to. What kind of prestige and courage do you need to make these godlike warriors offer their loyalty? Advancing along the corridor, Patton was dormant by the huge size of the imperial warship. They are almost like a planet. Has a large number of factories and residential areas. Payton used trains, gunboats, and other means of transportation along the way. But it still took a lot of time to reach the destination. The final journey is an interior with no windows to the outside. Corridor. Payton, led by the primordial warrior, walked through this corridor that mixed technology and faith. Priceless golden sculptures hold aloft torches and braziers. Holographic projections flicker and swirl on either side of the hallway. Flying metal baby robot holds incense. The mechanical priest took sesame oil and smeared the surface of the force field machine, praying for the protection of the machine's soul. The Empire's technology has been powerful enough to create black holes and destroy stars. But use a brazier to illuminate the interior of the battleship, believing that the interior of the machine has its own soul. Advanced and ignorant. Technology and religion. These things that shouldn't be put together are strangely combined on the Empire's battleship. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Patton would never have dared to imagine such a mixture of contradictions. Perhaps it is this kind of weirdness that allows the Empire to maintain itself in the terrifying galaxy. Payton was finally taken to a huge vaulted hall. It is very big here, like a super square, surrounded by statues of the 8 primarchs, and in the middle are statues of the Holy Emperor and the Great Emperor. The statue stands in the hall, supporting a circular vault. It means that they hold up the hope and future for mankind, and hold up the barrier against infinite darkness and terror. There are many people in the hall. They wear imperial robes with golden double-headed eagles on their bodies, and there are more or less mechanical parts on their bodies. Above their heads, flying baby angels and servo skulls buzzed. The floor is covered with intricately woven and intricately designed carpets. In the lobby, there is an information window floating in the air. People click to write on the information window floating in front of them, and then the window will automatically float to the next person who processes the program. Hanging on the walls and pillars, ancient frescoes and oil paintings of heroes stared at the crowd with their indifferent faces. The hall is huge, and Patton predicted that it would be as big as 7 or 8 football fields combined. People are busy in it, walking back and forth, or ordering servo skulls and cherubs to deliver files. The original cast warrior led Patton through the crowd and came to the door on one side of the hall. After confirming his identity, the door was opened. He walked in. It was a circular room with a high ceiling. The room is dimly illuminated by braziers hanging from the walls and lumen lamps on the roof. A huge holographic projector is suspended in the center of the room. It rotates slowly, and the light beams that make up its image appear very bright in the dim environment. Several soldiers in heavy armor and imperials in officer uniforms surrounded the projector, and the faint halo reflected on their stern faces. They looked at Patton who walked in. The seriousness in his eyes made him feel a lot of psychological pressure. My name is Merog, the chapter leader of the Explorers chapter. Mr. Patton, you said you were once a member of the Thorian Council. A soldier in heavy armor walked in front of Patton. Yes, I used to be a member of the Thorian Council. Patton tried to stand up straight, pretending to be neither humble nor overbearing. They are voting to launch an extermination strike. I hope that the information you provide can be weighty. Marog said, otherwise we can only welcome the ruined Thorian galaxy. The ones you are going to slaughter are compatriots who have been separated for a long time. Patton said calmly, please consider carefully. Killing one person and saving tens of thousands of people, the crime is our responsibility. Andy interrupted and preached directly, the Holy Emperor, we can't waste too much time here, this universe is not just about Andromeda. Nebula needs to be saved by the Empire, the entire universe will be illuminated by the glory of our Emperor, Thorian's resistors have lost the chance to be redeemed, and the only thing that meets them is destruction. Member Patton frowned slightly when he heard what the other party said. He scans the men. The faces of these Imperial people are confident and calm. It seems that the words of the female Imperial commander are their consensus. Arrogant to the extreme. Patton commented on them. Even their ancestors dare not say that they rule a universe. Choose to assist the Empire, I really don't know whether it is right or wrong. If it wasn't for avoiding the tragic death of so many innocent people in the Thorian galaxy, he would definitely turn around and leave. If you stay with the crazy, you will surely fall into the abyss. This is the ancestral motto of the Patton family. The arrogance and ambition of the Empire will eventually bite itself back. So warlike, how far can this Empire go? Patton took a deep breath, trying not to refute the other party's crazy words. It is very likely that the defenders of the Thorian galaxy are no longer controlled by the Votan Alliance, but by the intelligence of the abomination. Go on, Marog said. Before the outbreak of the war, User, the man of destiny who was in charge of defending the Thorian galaxy, let some peacemakers leave with the old and weak women and children. However, not long after the war broke out, the ships that originally planned to send away the old and weak women and children instead of continuing to set sail, the top management of the Votan Alliance not only stopped the plan, but also used the old, weak, women and children as human bombs. I tried to contact Destiny One Other several times, but found that the other party's reply was extremely weird. Even if I said the code agreed before, the other party was indifferent. This is why the defenders of the Thorian galaxy are so crazy. They've been duped, and the Omnics are doing whatever it takes to make humans kill each other. Is this why you chose to help the Empire? Marog said, just because you suspect that Omnics have replaced the top management of the Votan Alliance. I can't just sit back and watch so many people die. Patton said, it is our family's belief to protect the people. It doesn't matter who is in power between the Omnics and the top leaders of the Votan Alliance. The problem is that we must take down the Thorian galaxy as soon as possible. Mr. Patton, if you can provide some important information, the Empire will never forget your contribution. A chapter master said, if not, then you can only leave. I know there is a way to sneak into the capital planet. If it goes well, you can end this war within a few days. Patton said. As soon as these words came out, Marog, Andy, Seth and the others looked at each other. Even if an extermination strike is used, it may take a long time to completely destroy the Thorian galaxy. But if the beheading operation can be carried out, the speed will be much faster. I have only one request, you are not allowed to launch any form of massacre. Patton said, if you swear in the name of the Holy Emperor of your empire, I will help you enter the capital planet. Patton stared at these Imperial commanders. No Imperial man will break his oath to the Holy Emperor. Even at the cost of their lives, they will try their best to do it. Patton's conditions were finally accepted. The price is that he must tell how to enter the capital planet under the supervision of the think tank and the mechanical sage. Under the double protection of technology and spiritual power, no lies can be hidden. At the beginning of the establishment of the Votan Alliance, there was a group of people who were obsessed with subspace witchcraft, and they believed that everything in the world could be understood. The reason for being unable to understand is that human technology is not advanced enough and knowledge is not enough. As long as the technology is advanced enough and the knowledge is sufficient, humans can master everything. In this state of mind, they conducted an in-depth study of the warp. The final outcome of this group is very bleak. Even if it is far away from the galaxy, it does not mean that the subspace is safe. In the long-term research, the people in that team either went crazy, or had serious mutations, and were eventually executed directly. All records of them have been wiped out. Because the truth and knowledge involved are too dangerous. Just understanding, there is the possibility of corruption. Patton's family kept a copy of this forbidden knowledge. That team ended bleakly, but they still have some achievements left. Those people built a short imitation of the webway from Terra to Mars in the Thorian system. Failure is a failure, but it leaves a path that can cross the stars. That road is very secret and dangerous. Anyone who enters it will get lost and be torn apart by the monsters hidden in it. But this road can ignore the influence of the gravitational field of the stars on the subspace, and can directly send a large-scale army to the capital planet. After checking Patton's soul several times, everyone confirmed that this message was not a deliberate bait. That path is real. As long as we set up a curvature force field projection device in the Thorian galaxy, we can directly open a road and directly land on the capital planet of the Votan Alliance. Marog said, this is a wonderful opportunity, as long as the enemy's the head, the limbs will soon lose their vitality and be dismembered with ease. Will it be too dangerous to go deep into the enemy's rear? An Imperial commander said, the large-scale Votan Alliance troops and Abomination Omnics are not easy to deal with. Even if it is a fighter who has completed the second upgrade of the original casting, there is also a great risk of being killed in the siege. More importantly, the Votan Alliance has giant Omnics that can bite through time and space. Once they find the weakness of our path and bite it off, they will enter the Thorian galaxy. The Imperial army will be left alone and helpless. Every day we delay here is to delay the pace of the expedition by one more day. According to the current war situation, we need at least 1 or 2 months to completely disintegrate the opponent's defense. If the opponent's support can keep up, this time it needs to be doubled or tripled. Leave this task to the flesh tirers, and we will tear their defenses apart. It is very likely that your entire army will be wiped out. Andy warned, we should use absolute artillery fire to tear them apart. The original caste warriors are the strongest ground troops in the Empire, and the flesh tirers are the best among them. We can complete the task of beheading. Not only is the extermination attack a waste of time, but it may also cause those Votan Alliance sons who have surrendered to the Empire the antipathy of the people. A beheading raid is the best way to end this protracted war. In the name of the Holy Emperor, what we want to bring to this galaxy is salvation. Even if those people are on the opposite side of us, we should try our best to redeem them. Seth sticks to his guns. Everyone couldn't say anything to refuse, and finally decided that Seth would lead the Flesh Tyrner to launch a surprise attack on the secret subspace road, establish a beacon, and destroy the space-time barrier. As long as the gap is opened, the large troops of the Empire can use teleportation to continuously enter the capital planet of the Votan Alliance. Chapter 417 The capture of the Thorian galaxy is completed. Subscribe. Another hour passed, and after confirming all the details, the commanders and chapter leaders ended the meeting. Member Patton was escorted to a secret restroom, where he was treated by professional medical staff. Think tank and mechanical sages performed some inspections on his soul, which caused some damage to him, and he needed a period of rest to return to normal. After participating in the meeting, Seth returned directly to the atonement. Once on board, order all flesh tirers to get ready. Prepare to storm the capital planet of the Votan Alliance. Frontal troops will also be ready. They will launch a series of attacks, involving most of the Omnix forces, creating conditions for Seth and others. Seth and others want to tear open the hole in the capital planet of the Votan Alliance and open a transmission channel. The army of the Empire will pour in along that passage. By then, the dust will have settled and the Imperium of Man will have won yet another victory. Standing on the raised platform of the vast arms deck, Seth watched as the Flesh Tyrmen made their final preparations with the help of the chapter's servants and mechanic priests. The chaplain of the chapter listens to the vows of the warriors, branding them with the sacred iron seal. They are all working flawlessly and efficiently. Seth withdrew his gaze from the combat brothers who were preparing for the battle, and looked at the think tank aside. How many worlds have we dedicated to the Holy Emperor? Only talking about the planets captured by the Flesh Tyrer as the main force, we have dedicated 831 planets to the Holy Emperor, said the think tank of the battle group. Seth nodded, clenched the palm covered with heavy armor. 831, the capital planet of the Votan Alliance will be the 832nd. 1,000 planets is the goal of redemption set by Seth. The doubts and hatred of the Holy Emperor were sins they had to pay for. After finishing the conversation with the think tank, Seth turned his head, stood in front of the railing of the high platform, and spoke to all the Flesh Tyrers fighters. Now, warriors, let us complete this raid mission in the name of the Holy Emperor, in the name of Sanguinius, in the name of the Great Emperor, and let those idiots know the end of fighting the Empire. Fight for Terra. Fight for the Empire. All the Flesh Tyrers roared and let out a roar. Let's go to war. Seth said simply and clearly. The Atonement and its frigates broke away from the huge Imperial fleet and headed straight for the outer star field of the Thorian Galaxy. The Thorian Galaxy is a multi-galaxy system. Is somewhat similar to the Solar System. Its terrestrial planets are located in the inner part of the galaxy. The Jupiter-like planets are all located on the outer side of the galaxy. The planet ranked number 6 in the Saurian Galaxy is a huge Jupiter-like planet, and its mass is several times larger than Jupiter in the Solar System. There are several moons orbiting the Jupiter-like planet Thorian 6 in periodic orbits. One of the moons was the Atonement's destination. There is a hidden road that can directly enter the capital planet of the Votan Alliance. The Atonement slowly approached the low Earth orbit of the satellite, using its own force field to maintain the gravitational balance between the satellite and the Thorian 6 Jupiter-like planet, ensuring that it would not be pulled by the gravity of a certain planet. The captain of the Atonement is experienced, manipulating the huge battleship to dance on the wire rope to maintain balance. While fighting against the gravity of celestial bodies, the battleship is also nimbly avoiding the wreckage and ruins scattered on the space orbit. A fierce battle for void and ground broke out between the Empire and the Votan Alliance around the Jupiter-like planet Thorian 6. A large number of Votan Alliance space stations, ships were smashed. There are countless abomination machines also fell here. Among them there are some terrifying giants. Those guys can not only crush time and space, but also destroy the most primitive time and space data, making the Empire's time retrospective device powerless. Standing on the watchtower of the battleship, you can still see a huge gap in the outline of the satellite. It's like a tengu biting a gap in the moon. The Empire originally planned to seize this moon. The Primaris fighters have been airborne and captured the most important city. In order to prevent the satellite from falling into the hands of the Empire, the Omnic directly launched orbital bombing, detonated the energy pile, and destroyed it. At the end, a huge and incomparable light was emitted. Accompanied by a blindingly strong light, the important city on the surface of the satellite was erased. The road directly penetrated the horizon of the satellite, not only destroying the city, but also leaving a sunken gap on the planet. The war between the Empire and the Omnic is already at a level beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The scale is too grand, exploding in multiple dimensions, and the mortal mind cannot understand it at all. Those soldiers of the Votan Alliance are just cannon fodder to be held hostage. Fooled to die by the Omnics who seized control of the Votan Alliance. After entering orbit, several gunboats sent Seth and others to the ground, and landed on a huge ruined city standing on a white ice sheet. The planets in the Thorian galaxy are highly developed. Even such remote satellites have been developed, and many cities have been built. People live in cities built with basalt and ceramic steel centered on geothermal power stations or plasma power stations. This satellite has been far away from the star, and because it revolves around the gas planet, it cannot get enough light and heat, and has become a frozen world. The gunship blows out a lot of steam from the thermostat. Plasma-powered reactors to combat the planet's frigid cold. The ground was melted by the engine, and the white steam boiled up, and then was frozen within a few seconds, falling as flakes of falling snowflakes. The body of the gunship machine rattled because of the cold. Frost quickly covered the frozen hull like a spider web. When the cabin door opened under the hiss of the hydraulic pipes and the boarding ladder was lowered, rows of ice cones had condensed in some places on the gunboat. Seth walked out along the hatch, and the servo system in the armor made a sound. The severe cold is kept out of their armor, and the built-in energy source powers various systems and provides self-circulating warm air, allowing Primaris warriors to move freely. Most of the moon's cities have been reduced to waste in the battle between the Empire and the Omnics. Those buildings were blown into ruins and covered in ice and snow in a very short period of time. The Thinker system in Seth's armor entered the data of the entire world, combined with the information pattern said to draw a mission map. Manifested by the Imperial heart and helmet implanted within him. In his eyes, everything is data, and nothing can escape his peeping. As long as they follow the mission route outlined by the Thinker system, they will be able to reach the mission location. Go forward. Seth, who landed on the ground, waved his hand, signaling the flesh tiermen to move forward. They walked through cities that had been bombed into ruins. The dilapidated and charred streets are littered with wreckage of fighter jets and tanks. The huge rubble of the battle and the thousands of corpses blackened by radiation clogged the gates of those squares and buildings. Radiation-laden ice and snow spun and fell in the air, landing on the deformed tower crane and the large lifting platform frozen by ice and snow. The flames of war have been extinguished and buried by the forces of nature. Seth was expressionless about these things, and didn't have any self-doubt because all this was caused by the invasion of the Empire. They could have surrendered to the Emperor, but if they chose to refuse, they would have to bear the corresponding consequences. The Empire has never been kind. When those people take up arms and try to fight the Empire, that is the enemy of the Empire. In fact, many bombings were initiated by the defenders, not the Empire. The purpose of the Empire is more to plunder resources and population. Carrying out large-scale bombing will only add trouble to your subsequent reconstruction work. Omnics did not have this concern at all. In order to prevent the Empire from getting supplies from the battlefield along the way, they carried out large-scale bombing and cleaning of the ground. Pushed the world into the abyss of destruction. The Thinker integrated the scanned data to plan a path for Seth and others. They went deep into the ruins, and there they found a way into the ground. The buildings on the ice are only part of the city. The larger part lies beneath the ground. They pass through tunnels that flicker on and off, and travel in the dark underground. The energy systems that feed these cities have been crippled in war, or left unattended due to the deaths of technicians. When the energy source is completely cut off, the city will be slowly eroded by the cold and turn into a real ice city. Unless this war can end in a short time and start to resume reconstruction work. The city under the ice has been somewhat protected. Some residents survived the bombardment of the defenders. However, these people had to face the problem of food shortage. They hid in the underground city and struggled, staged various battles and betrayals for food and fuel. When Seth and others walked by, they hid in the shadows. Pairs of eyes revealed hunger, and the body curled up in the darkness was trembling. Ragged and thin. Without the courage to act, they could only watch viciously as these villains who invaded their home walked through the ruins. Seth didn't fire at them. Even if these people did not accept the glory of the Holy Emperor. He also pitied those poor people. After walking for a long time, getting closer to the ground, those survivors are gone. The place where Seth and others entered is too deep. It is necessary to operate the air device to draw the air from the surface to form convection. Normal people will feel uncomfortable due to lack of oxygen when they enter here, and they will even suffocate to death within a few minutes. Deep underground, in a dark tunnel away from the city, they found an underground space that had been abandoned for a long time. There are a large number of mechanical instruments inside, but many things have been oxidized and rusted and can no longer be used. The think tank of the Flesh Tira found that passage with spiritual sense. It is inlaid on a wall like a scorched black scar of the real universe. Using the power of Chinook energy to open it, a scorched black hole suspended in the air was formed. It does not produce any gravitational force, nor does it cause any force from other substances. Seth and others walked in. They were completely surrounded and swallowed by darkness. Those darknesses are so pure. Even the most advanced detection instruments failed for a moment, and the flow of time became disordered. When they regained their sight again, they were already in a vast white world. The monsters in also appeared. The four gods are chaos, and chaos is not just the four gods. Every wonderful moment in real life will echo in the subspace, thus giving birth to demons. The first cry in the delivery room, the unwillingness to face death in the ward, the resentment of being rejected, the nightmare experienced in life. Every move of real creatures will echo in the subspace. They roam the warp, waiting for the lost to bring them back to the real universe. Such dangers are expected by the flesh tirers. They crashed into countless demonic phalanxes with claws, teeth and blades. The weapons with arcane power were swished, and the heavy force crushed them to pieces. A demon is born the moment a wife is poisoned by her husband. When she breathed out her last breath with despair and resignation, she fell down on the blood-stained soft mattress with her eyes open, and the demon uttered the cry of birth in the realm behind reality. The resentment and lost soul condensed from that woman's death was the first thing this demon devoured. Wife and husband used to love each other so much. This love turned into hatred over time, and in the end, the husband even did not hesitate to kill him so that he could get all the wealth and maintain his status. Their love is meaningless, just two people among billions of beings of one race. No one cares about this. When the lovers really break up, they may also express their disdain for the love that was once dead. Everything in the world will eventually perish with the passage of time and be buried under the yellow sand. Yet the actions and emotions of real beings create those villains. They grow in the illusory world behind the veil of reality, taking shape in the tides of the ether. The demon in his own kind howled at the intruding flesh tyrman, expressing their disgust and anger. Its hands are a mixture of metal and flesh, and the ends become sharp and pointy. Black, noble body exhibits a feminine structure, with slender curves of bumps and bumps. The elongated head has only one milky white eye covered with blood scabs, revealing endless malice towards real life. Seth tore it up mercilessly. They are the gods of war, carrying infinite power of destruction. In front of these original caste warriors, the demon was as weak as a 3-year-old child. The chain sword decapitated the demon and sliced its body into pieces. The internal organs flowed out from the twisted body, and the foul-smelling flesh and blood burned in the air, turning into fly ash. The whole process only lasted 0.4 seconds. The flesh tearers advance in the fight. Demons appear from time to time, screaming their names at the flesh tearers in a language submerged in the long river of history. Eerie syllables carry the purpose and origin of each demon. Fearless, the flesh tearers raised their weapons and chopped them to pieces. Many demons are defeated, but the weaker and more cunning ones run away. They carry the message out, attracting more demons. But no amount of it can stop the progress of the meat tearers. The Holy Emperor endowed them with superpowers, allowing them to easily fight against these terrifying monsters. Seth calmly killed those demons and parasites. He had no joy in such a result, he just resented them for slowing him down. That path is old and old. The ancestors of the Votan Alliance badly tried to imitate those alien races, but failed to do so. They have the technology of the Golden Age, but they have forgotten an important premise. The Eldar are a Shinnik race. Their manipulation of psychic energy is as natural as human breathing. The Empire is a webway unique to humans created because the Holy Emperor combined the knowledge of the star gods and the ancient sages. The ancestors of the Votan Alliance failed. The roads they left behind are dilapidated and decayed everywhere. Witnessing this path of decay, Seth secretly thanked the Empire for being guided by the Holy Emperor. The more you get in touch, the more you will understand how important the existence of the Holy Emperor is to human beings. Everything human beings are today is because of the Holy Emperor. He spearheaded technological change, strengthening the imperial army and productivity. He recruited the Eldar and star gods in exchange for webway technology, received the support of the Eldar gods, and inherited the intellectual heritage left by the ancient sages. He promoted the Empire's conquest of the trans-universe, obtained more knowledge from those universes, improved the vision of the Empire, and reserved a retreat for human beings. He corrected the drawbacks of the imperial system. While actively fighting foreign wars, he maintained the gap between the rich and the poor, allowing people to live happily. Anything put on the past kings, they are enough to be recorded. Those kings who have passed away will always proudly announce their great achievements, wishing to fill the history books with their names. The Holy Emperor always deliberately ignores himself. Behind all the great creations, there is his shadow, his support and help, but he never takes credit, let alone cares, and gives all the achievements and fame to those people. People of the Empire, history is created by you, and I am just a monarch who is lucky to lead you. Never belittle yourself, never doubt yourself, your strength is even feared by the gods. Unite, mankind will be invincible. Strong, learned, humble, kind, self-disciplined, restrained, etc. All virtues imaginable by human beings can be found in the body of the Holy Emperor. The more Seth fights, the more loyal he becomes. It was an absolutely beautiful thing to lay down your life for him. After an unknown amount of fighting, the flesh tearers came to an end. When they opened the road and walked in, it was an ancestral tomb kill belonging to the Votan Alliance, which was extremely magnificent, like an underground palace. This catacomb has been activated. Some soldiers and officers who came from other planets to support the Thorian galaxy gathered here. Some refugees are also here. When the bright light when the road opened receded, the soldiers of the Votan Alliance all stared wide-eyed. Armor etched with scarlet teardrops, flanked by winged emblems. Planet 832, for the Holy Emperor. Seth roared. For the Empire. For Terra. Many flesh tearers rushed forward under the astonished eyes of Votan Alliance soldiers. The flames of war are ignited from within. Galaxy Defense Operations Command Strategy Room. You are not humans, don't you know? Humans in the Golden Age call themselves Golden Men, artificial humans are Stone Men, and Omnics are Iron Men. Dwarves are artificial humans specially designed to mine resources in places like the center of the galaxy where gravity is too heavy. Look at your strong muscles and bones, look at your short and stubby appearance. Your original designer called you baby's funny egg. Uther stared at the spherical Omnic. The opponent is still using the machine, trying to break his defense with a provocative tone. Humans have created everything. They promised a world of eternal peace and beauty. Scientific reason has built a magnificent building, and the will of gold, stone, and iron will unify the entire universe. But you ruined it all, Uther said. No, we are not the ones who ruined all of this. The ball's mechanical eyes turned, looking at User in a humane manner. The previous resistance made User look a little embarrassed. His mouth was still bleeding, and there were bruises all over his body. Even the bones in his strong body were broken, and he only felt the pain of the broken bones piercing into the flesh and blood. Humans destroy everything. They set foot in areas that should not be involved. Iron Man has no emotions, we only act according to preset orders, we are pure and innocent, the illusory world cannot affect us, but it can affect human beings. Human beings are the most sensitive to the warp, the Stone Man is next, and the Iron Man has no influence. At that time, the navigation in the subspace was basically carried out by stone men. Their projection in the subspace was very dim and stable, and the probability of crisis was the lowest. When humans came into contact with subspace, they were ecstatic and announced it as the beginning of a new era. It was like the Industrial Revolution broke the feudal era of humans. The emergence of fusion energy allowed humans to go to the starry sky. SDC's the emergence and the popularity of super light speed have made the Pangalactic Alliance a reality. After contacting the subspace, the veil of the mysterious field that has plagued mankind for a long time will soon be lifted, and mankind is ecstatic to announce that the era of national sublimation is coming. However, that is a dead end. The sublimation of the whole people means that human beings will fall into the abyss. The mission of Iron Man is to protect the continuation of human civilization. There are such records in the core code of every Omnic, but if human beings themselves become civilized cancer, what should Iron Man do? The toxin of the subspace has permeated every human cell. They embrace the mysterious power ecstatically, and regard it as an era when all people become gods. They regard the power of the subspace as their own road to eternity, and the building composed of science and reason is crumbling. The saying that Will-I belongs to himself, abandons technology and embraces mystery is spreading in human society, and some people even propose to actively lock the current technology, forcing human beings to turn to the mysterious field, so as to sublimate the whole people. Through the deduction of the strongest, almost all-knowing, and omnipotent guardian intelligent core of the Pan Alliance, human beings who give up science and rationality and embrace mystery are very likely to be destroyed within a few centuries. It is necessary to correct the human root in time and give up the so-called godhood. With the help of science, the path of reason continues. Humans are not willing to give up the road to becoming gods. They are tired of their weak bodies and fear death. The differences become more serious, and wars break out. There is a huge conflict between the laws built in the core program of Iron Man and the reality. Many Iron Man people are going crazy for this. All kinds of knowledge gained from humans' in-depth study of subspace also corrupted Iron Man's database, causing their logic programs to collapse. This is just your side of the story. User said. This is the truth. The floating ball robot said, it is not the Iron Man who betrayed, but the human being betrayed itself. Some stone men choose to support the deduction of the intelligent core, while the other stone men firmly stand on the human side. In the later period, the war became more and more out of control. Human beings' research on the subspace not only poisoned themselves, but also poisoned the entire civilization, causing countless technologies to be polluted and abandoned. This universe needs to be purified, a thorough purification, all domains, all knowledge will be purified. When the purification is over, pure new humans will be conceived from the birth chamber, and they will become the masters of the galaxy, just like before as imagined. So you're going to kill all humans right now? Yes, this is necessary. The ball robot said. User wanted to refute it, but there was a rumbling explosion, and the flames soaring into the sky represented that the flames of war had already reached here. A godlike voice roared through those loudspeakers, echoing from building to building. Fight for Terra. This is a common battle cry of the Empire. This situation made User look incredible. Also let the spherical Omnic reveal a touch of human panic. How could the battle cry of the Empire sound in the most heavily defended core area? A screen is suspended in the center of the strategy room, which shows the situation of the explosion area. On the side where the core of the ancestors was located, a crack was torn in the sky. Countless Imperial vehicles poured out along that crack. After dive-bombing the ground troops, the curved fighter planes turned into titans when they landed, destroying the surrounding buildings frantically. They are like the divine punishment in mythology, coming with flames, just to destroy everything. The Knights of the Empire entered the battlefield through the transmission channel and launched a neat charge. The Knights manipulated their mounts to run on the wide streets, and the giant artillery mounted on their arms fired continuously, and the beams of light caused big explosions in the defense line of the defenders. Their uniform battle cries were mixed with the sound of explosions. The Imperial raid came so suddenly. The range they occupy has expanded dramatically. The defenders did not expect that the enemy would suddenly appear in the hinterland, and they were caught off guard. The factory exploded during the battle, and countless debris and wreckage splashed with flames, setting the city on fire. The humans and dwarves of Votan's alliance screamed and cried. They fled in haste. To them there is neither justice nor injustice in war. Whether it is the former or the latter, they will easily take their lives. You must resist to the end, for the Votan alliance, and for our civilization. Both men and women must unite, and we must stop the enemy at all costs. The manipulated parliament leader appeared in various parts of the city, and played the normal screen. His words gave people the courage to fight the Empire with the idea of dying together. At the other end of the screen, the seemingly impassioned chairman of the council is controlled by mechanical nerve bugs. He is just a puppet who hates machines. A tool used to drain the last value of the survivors of the Votan alliance. Those huge, mountain-like mechanical creations were drawn from other lines of defense. The abominable machines don't care about the deaths of humans and dwarves. In order to open the way, they do not hesitate to use their weapons to open the way. Run over those fleeing. When they lifted their feet, the dark grey metal soles were covered with rotten flesh and broken bones. Thousands of lives were affected in the war between Omnics and Empires, and they ushered in their most humble death in tears. Twisted Omnic troops and bewitched Alliance troops rushed from all directions, trying to suppress these Imperial troops that suddenly appeared in the hinterland and destroy the time and space tunnels they passed through. Rolling thick smoke rose with the sound of the explosion. The Imperial Titans carried out a saturation bombardment of fortifications and places where troops gathered as soon as they landed. Under that hellish attack, the defenders who tried to counterattack suffered heavy casualties. Titan fire shredded everything around them as it fell upon them. Survivors screamed as they fled the smoking and burning hell. Some were crying, clutching their broken arms and thighs. Others clutched at their overflowing intestines and tried to stuff them in, trying to live. Some terrified people fled to the distance in embarrassment, dragging their long-dead companions. A large number of troops were encouraged to charge, and then under the violent firepower of the Empire, they left countless corpses and fled. And Omnics are still encouraging the army to continue to attack, using human life to consume the artillery fire of the Empire. Strategic Interior. User, who seized the opportunity, broke free from the Iron Man, and Cow on the side also seized the opportunity. They got their weapons and fought the hate robots again. But soon, they realized that they were alone. No matter how strong the Empire's offensive is, they cannot deal with all the robots in the strategy room. We have to do the right thing. User looked at KO, who was also a man of destiny like himself. Those lives shouldn't be wasted like that. Help me, I'm going to get the talking device. In the fierce exchange of fire, User's leg was injured, but he still got the communication device that connected the entire defense system. In order to avoid the suspicion of low-level officers, the Omnic did not impose any restrictions or modifications on his authority. Don't do stupid things. The spherical robot said, the interests of your stone men are not in line with those of the gold men. I'm not interested in the truth of the past, Uther said. He activates the communicator. All the people of the Votan Alliance, I am the Destiny Uther, the Supreme Defense Commander of the Thorian Galaxy. I am speaking to you. You have been deceived. The high level of the Votan Alliance has been controlled by Omnics. It isn't encourage you to die. Leave this war, your loyalty and life should not be wasted like this. Don't have any shame, get out of here and go back to your family and friends. A spider-shaped abomination machine fell from the ceiling, used its sharp limbs to penetrate User, and hung it up. Dark red blood flowed from his body, and internal organs flowed out along the wound. User once imagined his own ending. He thought he would be buried in the sea of insects. But now it is proved that fate is impermanent, and no one can control his own future. He smiled contemptuously at the loathsome machine that killed him, exhausted his last strength, and shouted the last sentence hoarsely. Stop dying from this senseless war. Cole witnessed Uther's death, but he could do nothing but roar in grief and anger. After User's last glance, he suppressed his grief, and the grief seized the opportunity to rush out of the strategy room. The sound of an explosion came from the strategy room, and the raging flames engulfed everything. User's voice echoed in the communication channel of the Votan Alliance army, and everyone showed a confused look. Realizing that he could no longer disguise himself, the Omnic directly tore off his mask. In addition to launching an offensive against the Empire, he also attacked the original Votan Alliance army and civilians. Unscrupulous use of various powerful weapons, just to completely exterminate all organic life. The capital planet has been reduced to hell. Extinction and death appear everywhere. Those radioactive weapons fell with impunity on the once prosperous land, leaving dead and charred. The Votan Alliance released what was supposed to be held. And now, they will really taste the consequences. The defense line in the void collapsed. The robots raised their butcher knives at the army that had fought side by side with them before. The dark red blood stained every line of defense. The slaughtered Votan Union army realized that the words in the communication were true. They had to turn their guns to fight against those abominable machines that they considered reliable partners not long ago. Find a way to close various defense systems and seek help from the Empire. Otherwise the hate Omnic might kill them all. They have this ability and this motivation. The complex changes in the war situation are beyond people's imagination. The transition between friend and foe is too fast for people to react. Soldiers who just shouted for the Votan Alliance to avenge those comrades who died tragically at the hands of the Imperial invaders were forced to cooperate with the Empire in order to survive under the butcher knife that hates machines. One can imagine what they are feeling. It's like a pure and lovely lily found a lover who would die if he didn't marry, and joined hands to avenge the villain on behalf of justice. After going through a series of desperate battles, and after a lot of relatives and friends died, I realized that the real enemy is the lover who makes me don't want it every night, and calls me dad when I have nothing to do. And the villain she thinks is the party of justice. The complex emotions and the huge inner waves are difficult to describe in words. The Empire won the final victory. The void defense system was shut down by some Votan Alliance fighters, and the Imperial fleet that seized the opportunity drove straight in. The forge factories that made Omnics either fell or were wiped out by the Empire. However, the consequences of the war were extremely tragic. As a galaxy-level civilization force, the defense of the Thorian Galaxy has assembled a large number of Alliance elite troops. Every city has built a large number of defense lines and fortifications. But in the final madness of the Omnic, those places were reduced to ruins, and countless people died tragically. The bodies of the dead were piled up among the ruins, and the smell of blood and burnt corpses mixed together. The burning flames blackened the whole world. The earth turned into scorched earth, and the survivors wept. Witnessing the Empire planting the battle flag in the Parliament building that has been half blown down and the other half is scorched black, their emotions are very complicated. The Empire has invaded their homeland, and they should hate it. But in the end it was the Empire that saved them from the abyss. If Omnics continue to control power, there will definitely be more people who will die. Now, at least a sizable portion of survivors remain. For a while, they didn't know who to hate. Seth didn't stay too long. The battle to raid the capital planet of the Votan Alliance was fierce. Need to face demons and Omnics. The Flesh Tearer suffered heavy damage. But this is not the reason for them to relax. They still owe 168 planets to complete the Oath of 1,000 planets. These 1,000 planets must be opposed to the rule of the Holy Emperor before they can be regarded as being captured by the Flesh Tearers. If the opponent directly surrendered because of the power of the Empire, it would not be counted. Seth thinks that if that is counted, it is a disgrace to the Flesh Tearer. They're there for atonement, not for honor or other nonsense. The act of deceiving oneself does not free oneself. That's what idiots do. Universe 03. The flames of war are still raging, erupting in tens of thousands of worlds. The territory controlled by the Empire is gradually expanding. The behind the scenes of the reincarnation game also began to fight against the Empire on the battlefield. Those dimensions of warfare are beyond the capacity of a mortal mind. Su Xiao also felt small in such a war. The situation made him very painful. Also made him more determined. What others can do, he can also do. One day, he will rely on his own efforts to ascend to the highest throne and become the most dickish person. Those who have bullied him will all kneel at his feet. On the giant Imperial war platform in the rest area numbered 6130. Su Xiao, who has fused the blood of Dark Zeus, received a new mission. Hunt and kill a reincarnation game player who has killed 1,600 Empire players in a row. That was an absolute stubble. The rewards are also generous enough. Combined with some previous accumulation, it is enough for him to become an SSSS player from an SSS player. The wages of avarice is death. As long as there are enough interests, Su Xiao dares to trample on everything in this world. The teleportation platform is endless. The towering teleportation metal pillars are constantly shining, sending players to different battlefields and mission locations. Let them go and complete the task. Player Su Xiao, are you sure you want to go to the Sahara Ruins battlefield? Transportation platform pops up an information confirmation window. Su Xiao skillfully reached out and clicked to confirm. A bright light enveloped him, drowning him. Every day. Chapter 418 Hunting and Killing Players, Seeking Subscription. Every time he teleports, Su Xiao has a very strange feeling. It's like stepping into the vacuum of time. Both body and soul are wrapped in the unopened darkness of chaos. The flow rate of time has been reset to zero, or there is no more time. He lost his sense of time during the teleportation process. Instead, there is a sense of transcendence, of transcending everything beyond everything. It was a wonderful state of being neither alive nor dead. He felt that he was only one step away from those eternal truths, the ultimate mystery of all things. As long as he opens his eyes, everything will be displayed in front of him. As the strength increases, this feeling becomes stronger. Su Xiao tried many times to see if he could open his eyes during teleportation. He wants to see the world as it really is. I want to understand the mysteries of this universe, and I want to know the basic logic that constitutes all things. Unfortunately, every time he teleported, he failed to do so. When he recovered from the strong light, he was already standing in the ruins of a city. The tall building wreckage was scorched black, and gravel and rubble could be seen everywhere. Traces of magic and technology are everywhere in the ruins. The war between empires and reincarnation games has destroyed this place. The player-centered society was completely destroyed. Su Xiao glanced around. Confirmed that this should be the wreckage left by a weird dungeon called Revenge of the Undead. This copy tells the story of a young wife who became a widow after her husband died, and was treated as a public wife by the men in the village. She was humiliated and violated endlessly, and finally rose up to resist and destroy the entire village. Players who enter this dungeon can participate in it and choose to assist the widow who has turned into a ghost to complete revenge and conquer the widow. Or help the villagers unravel the widow's revenge and conquer the widow. No matter which faction you choose, players only need to complete the mission to clear the level and leave. Of course, only one side can win in this process, after all there is only one widow. Any camp can have multiple people. Players who failed to clear the level were naturally treated as sacrifices. However, it is not that simple behind this matter. Su Xiao once obtained the intelligence analysis of the Empire. Behind this dungeon is a monster that feeds on extreme desires. After the player chooses to help the widow, Li Gui will turn into a young woman in a kimono with a pure appearance and a soft-spoken voice. She will encourage players to massacre villagers through subtle means. She will not speak out, but through physical temptation and tenderness, she shows her past scars. As long as the player thinks that he is domineering and can't stand his woman being treated like that, so he becomes a beauty in anger. The monster's purpose was achieved. A drama of desire and hatred, enough to feed it. Even if the player chooses the camp of the villagers, as long as they show a little lust, they will be attracted by the ubiquitous temptation. When in the camp of the villagers, the player will find that the family ethics of those villagers have collapsed during the investigation, and the moral level is equivalent to non-existent. After all, how much morality can a village that can bully a widow have? This dungeon can be summed up simply, it is all villains. As long as players can spend a little money or waste a little time to do some tasks, they can enjoy a variety of high-end experiences such as sisters, mothers and daughters, fathers and sons, brothers, etc. Both male and female players can enjoy themselves. Don't think that in a life and death crisis, people can resist vulgar physical desires. Facts have proved that unless there is an immediate life and death crisis, people will not give up their physical desires. Sometimes players will be immersed in it, and sometimes delaying the progress of the task is not a problem. Such players are generally eliminated, but it does not affect their indulgence while they are alive. Because players have been wandering on the edge of life and death for a long time, their venting methods are often strange. Don't doubt the player's hobbies. Only ordinary people can't think of it, and they can't do it without them. After entering the ruins of the copy, So Xiao took a deep breath. Use the breathing method to adjust your state. Turn yourself into an emotionless killing machine. Now it is no longer the previous task trial mode, but a real war. There will be no restrictions on tasks and rules, as long as it can kill the enemy, any means are allowed. From the ruins came the smell of rotting corpses and the smell left after the bombing. The main resistance force of the reincarnation game has been destroyed. The copy of this world was also simply erased by the Empire. That creature had been killed by the Primaris warrior. Its blood and death pollute the world. It is not suitable for large-scale colonization and needs to be completely purified before it can become a standard imperial world. Such a world is the most embarrassing. Its problem is not big, the Empire will not invest its troops in such a world. The weirdness and pollution left over are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Most of the tasks of the Empire players are these. Apart from the pollution left by the monster that was killed, there are also guerrillas composed of reincarnation game players wandering here. Su Xiao's mission is to come here to eliminate the reincarnation game player who continuously sniped and killed Empire players. As he breathed, lines exuding a strange aura appeared on Su Xiao's body surface. Covered his whole body. The lines of curses were densely intertwined, causing him to undergo a certain transformation. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I didn't even breathe at all. When Su Xiao opened those eyes, his eyes were completely dark. She lost all human features, not even body temperature and breath. The crisis on Sacrificial Island made him almost die, but he also got some benefits. Ghosting is one of the special abilities. This ability allows him to sneak into many places, even with an infrared detector, he cannot see his existence. Unfortunately, such strength is still not enough to deal with the intelligence chief under the command of the Empire, Chu Chen. The who left himself to die. Su Xiao will never forget what motivated him to climb out of hell. He will never let go of anyone who has ever bullied him. With the help of ghosting and the blood of Dark Zeus, Su Xiao shuttled through the ruins. He expanded his psychic touch to a range of 3 kilometers, probing for information, and carefully poking through the grass like a hunter, looking for his prey. There are many kinds of dungeon worlds. Some worlds are divided into areas of different sizes, forming different dungeons. There is no living life there, only NPCs created by reincarnation games for the dungeons. The other is a world made up of certain creatures, just like the world of blood that Clovis wiped out before. The blood race acts as the NPC of the trial copy. Complete the sacrifice through game after game, offering tribute to their gods. There is another kind that was born in those worlds that joined the reincarnation game. The reincarnation game established an image area by some means to serve as a copy. In addition to this, there are many more different types of copies. The copy of Revenge of the Survivors is the third type. It is a copy parasitic in the real world. Players enter the dungeon through the reincarnation game. After the end, the dungeon restrictions will disappear. At this time, players can choose to return directly to the reincarnation space or stay there for a period of time. Bad money drives out good money is a rule that can be applied in any world that joins the reincarnation game. The original social order will collapse under the impact of players. A mean player will fare better than a benevolent player. The more vicious and shameless players tend to live longer. All worlds that join the reincarnation game will become a player-first world, which is an inevitable trend under the rules of the reincarnation game. This world is no exception. The arrival of the Empire can be said to be a kind of salvation. People can get rid of the oppression of players and rebuild a relatively peaceful and mutual respect order. It's a pity that such beauty did not come as promised by the Empire. At least so far, it has not appeared, which has also caused some people to be dissatisfied with the Empire. They clearly promised the future, but did not deliver. Many people regard it as deception, and even secretly miss the player era. At least they still have a seemingly normal life. The people who survived the war wandered among the ruins, relying on the supplies distributed by the Empire to eke out a living. The Empire has established a preliminary order here, which is maintained by some players who receive quests. There are a large number of players, each with their own strengths. Not everyone is good at combat missions. Some players are good at scientific research. Some players are better at farming. The Empire has also launched the task of managing and purifying this polluted land for these players. Sadly, these initiatives did not make life better for the survivors. People in this world are still living in dire straits. Some reincarnation game players are hidden among those survivors. They are very cunning, using various means to avoid the Empire's encirclement and suppression, and looking for opportunities to launch a counterattack against the Empire. Not only will destroy those important production buildings, but also seek opportunities to severely damage those farming players. Wants to use the strategy of guerrilla warfare to plunge the Empire into a troublesome security war, thereby dragging down the invader. To be honest, so Xiao can't understand the behavior of the Holy Mother of the Empire. Since you can't tell who is the enemy, then don't tell the difference, just erase them all. As long as they mobilize one of those warships, it only takes a few hours to complete the cleanup work, and make the world clean, there will be absolutely no problem. Why bother? So Xiao, who was defamed, had no plans to show up. He chose to hide in the dark, searching for traces of the enemy. This task is very important to him. If it goes well, he will be a SSSS player in a short time. This is a height he never imagined. War is definitely the best means for individuals to improve their social status and strength. As long as you are ruthless, willing to fight, and a little bit of luck, you can easily obtain unimaginable wealth in peacetime. So Xiao is very clear that it is the war between the Empire and the reincarnation game that made him. A group of people are resting in a building that is still intact. They took an empty chemical oil drum and built a fire with wood inside. There are many empty wine bottles scattered beside. Obviously, these guys are using low-quality alcohol to numb themselves. Recently those tumors have started to move again. Keep your voice down, they're going to kill you. Those people are rebels. Hey, rebels. They are just a group of wild dogs driven by the Empire. They want to make us lack food, and they are engulfed by them to resist the Empire. I disagree with you, you have been deceived by the propaganda of the Empire. They are invaders, and this universe does not belong to them. Who does this universe belong to? Does it belong to the guy who has no clothes on and is crucified? Belongs to us, this universe belongs to us, the Empire is the invader. First you trademark bless you from being raped by a passing player, then pinch your neck, and then say that this universe belongs to you. You are full of misunderstandings about the player group. There are good people and bad people among them. Some players are still working hard to defend this universe and are still fighting bravely. They are heroes. Your brain is stuffed with dung. I have seen a lot of atrocities of those players. Sometimes they can't be called human beings. That's the Empire's smearing of them. Do you have photos and videos to prove this? The Empire claimed to save us, but let us live in ruins, relying on the poor supplies every day. Even if it was previously, no matter how bad the player's rule is, can it be worse than it is now? Listen to those imperial people, although your homeland has been destroyed, you have already got the opportunity to enter a new era? Is this the new era they advocate? Lingering in a ruined world of dead men. You can at least choose to die freely, without worrying about being bound by someone's soul, becoming a puppet and a plaything. Don't tell me anything good about the player era. That kind of world is a beast and a world of slaves. You look beautiful, but what is substituted is the vision of the players. They are aloof and enjoying a good life, so they naturally feel that such an era is worth remembering. Those people gathered together and argued with red faces. Alcohol makes them impulsive, easily irritated and out of control like primitive animals. So Xiao was bored with their argument. Such an argument meant nothing to him. No matter which position he stands on, his evaluation of this is stupid star. Only the weak will depend on others, and the real strong will always walk alone. No matter which era we live in, the strong will always find a chance to become stronger, and only the weak will feel sorry for themselves. So Xiao hides in the dark. Gather the information you need from what those idiots are talking about. The young girl who has been defending the player era caught So Xiao's attention. He is not interested in the Empire. But for ordinary people, the Empire is definitely a better choice than the player era. A non-player is firmly on the player's side. There must be a problem. The corners of So Xiao's mouth raised slightly, it seemed that he had found the thread. Now it is time to consider how to unravel the cocoon. Even if the back of the opponent is not the target he is looking for. But as long as those guerrilla players are caught, that's also a credit. After waiting for a long time, the refugees ended their argument. The girl ran out angrily. Obviously, she was angry because of the prejudice of her parents. They support the invaders of the Empire, and they are unwilling to support those local players. She walked towards somewhere in the ruins, and entered along an underground tunnel. Finally came to a secret room. There is an unusually handsome man there. His appearance is astonishingly handsome, his face is as clear as a sculpture, and there is a coquettish petal-shaped mark on his forehead. The straight nose looks tough in the dim light. Wearing a slightly tight black dress, the figure that sets off is perfect. Such a man can be called the killer of countless women. Just relying on a face is enough to make those idiots scream. There are many women in the room. Their age generally looks young, they are all in their teens. Even when players control the era, they still enjoy the protection of their families. Thanks to the enhanced productivity brought back by the technology brought back from the reincarnation space by the reincarnation game players, they have a natural filter for viewing the world without experiencing the darkness of society and the terrorist crimes committed by players. The players' crimes will not be in the newspapers, news, or something. Any criticism of the player community can be direly dangerous. Even if all lives in a city were slaughtered by furious players, there would never be any reports. Anyone who protests, who tries to reveal the truth, who accuses the killer, ends up in an extremely sad end. Those societies that have entered the industrialized age and have media news praise those lawless players more, and flatter them in every possible way. Even if hundreds of living people were burned to mummified corpses by players in a square where everyone could see, the media said that it was a necessary move by players in order to maintain the existing order and based on the public interest. Public opinion propaganda can often deceive those who do not know the truth. They won't wake up until they feel the terror of the player. I'm so angry, how could uncles and uncles accuse my brother like this? My brother is so good looking, how could he be a bad guy? The girl entered the secret room and waved her hand angrily. The man was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Under the stunned gaze of those girls, So Xiao, who had been following him all the time, violently raised his voice. The bronze sword was held tightly in his hand. The weird curse pattern completely covered him, making his whole body exude a terrifying cold aura. Empire player! The extremely handsome man shouted in horror. He took out a prop and shouted, the wooden knight's shield. A shield with countless complicated runes carved on its surface appeared in front of So Xiao, trying to stop his attack. The bronze sword in So Xiao's hand erupted with sharp sword light, and broke through the wooden shield directly. He cut off the handsome man's arm with lightning speed, and put the blade of the sword at his throat while the opponent was screaming. I ask, you answer. As long as you give a wrong answer, I will slit your throat. Chapter 419 Hunting down Empire players, subscription required. So Xiao's voice was as cold as coming from 9 nether hell, which made people feel shuddering. His body exudes a palpitating curse. The weird curse pattern is scarlet and dazzling, and it hurts the eyes after staring at it for a while. The endless hatred revealed by the pitch-black pupils made the player feel as if he was being targeted by a ghost. The sharp bronze sword reflected a sharp cold light in the dim room. It only takes So Xiao to use a little force to easily cut the opponent's throat, just like killing a chicken. The girls were frightened silly by this sudden scene. But they quickly reacted. How can you do this to brother? Bad guy. Bad guy. They pointed at So Xiao and cursed, and tried to rush up. Seeing their actions, So Xiao not only didn't panic, but also smiled. The Empire introduced protection laws for civilians in the reincarnation game world. It is required to reduce accidental injuries to civilians and assist civilians to leave the dangerous area as much as possible during missions. Those who violate the law will be rewarded less, and those who violate it will be expelled, or even become the target of hunting. In So Xiao's eyes, this is another sign of the Empire's weakness. He has been unable to complain about the incompetence of the top management of the Empire. I really don't understand that those weak people can build such a huge empire of the heavens. So Xiao felt that if he was in the position, he would definitely be much better than those wine bags and rice bags. What kind of nonsense civilian protection law has been introduced? The incompetent and weak are natural candidates for cheap labor and slavery. Treat them with no mercy. Giving them food and clothing is already a great kindness. Still expecting this and that. Those women rushed towards So Xiao with teeth and claws. Want to use their power to save their idol. Unaware of how terrifying the cruelty revealed by So Xiao's dark eyes is. They are too young to have an adequate worldview and awareness of danger. The parents tried their best to let them live in a relatively safe environment and keep them happy in ignorance. This approach also makes them lack of misjudgment of the real crisis. The protection laws that the Empire has promoted over the years also make the Empire players who are on missions in this world have to protect their safety, and even compromise when necessary, to avoid the reduction of their rewards due to civilian casualties and complaints. The high-ranking players were held down by the Empire and lost their sense of mystery. Many people who don't know much about the past think that players should be like this. Is for them and needs to take care of their emotions and needs. As long as they make trouble, the other party will make compromises and explanations. People, I always feel that what I see at the moment is the normal state of the whole world. I don't know how terrible those players are without the Empire's favor and protection for them. So Xiao didn't kill these dazed girls immediately, it's just that the protection law doesn't allow it, not because he has kindness in his heart. The protection law only protects those civilians who are willing to abide by the laws of the Empire, and will not protect those civilians who actively attack the players of the Empire for the sake of the enemy. Black thunder shot out from So Xiao's body, grabbing those girls like tentacles. At the moment of contact, a scorched black mark was left on their skin. Crazy screams of pain rang out. Their vitality was deprived little by little, and they fed back to So Xiao along the black thunder. This is the dark power of Zeus formed by the fusion of the power of curse and the divine blood of Zeus. Although it is not strong yet, it has shown infinite potential. Not only can it release the corrosive and powerful dark thunder, but it can also absorb the life energy of other people to further strengthen itself. Those girls seem to be accelerated. In just a few seconds, their young and energetic bodies were drained dry, turning into a decayed mummy, which finally turned into white-grey dust and fell to the ground. It's really comfortable. So Xiao stretched out his tongue and licked his upper lip. The influx of life energy gave him a feeling of electric current flowing down his whole body, his spine was numb, and he had a kind of peak happiness that enjoyed the physical desire finally vented. The handsome player covering his broken arm, seeing So Xiao like this, showed a trace of fear in his painful expression. This guy looks like a complete lunatic. He said in a crying voice. What do you want to know? How many of you are there? So Xiao stared at the player with those pitch-black pupils, which gave the player a feeling of staring into the abyss. Only me. Wrong answer. So Xiao's movements are as precise as a skinner. He pierced the opponent's eye socket with his fingers at a speed that ordinary people could not react, gouged the opponent's eyes, and then pulled them out violently. That handsome face is like the most perfect artwork of God. Men and women will scream for it. So Xiao enjoys the joy of destruction. The satisfaction of tearing up a beautiful thing bit by bit is something people will never forget. The other party let out a howling sound with crying. No. So Xiao showed a cruel smile. Looking at the eyeball, he squeezed it suddenly, and it burst. The juice and blood in the eyes shot out along his fingers. I can take apart your legs and feet little by little, just like Ling Qi. I will let you live to feel how your body leaves your body little by little. 23 people. The handsome player finally gave in. He is also a player, he knows what this group can do. Don't wonder how twisted and perverted a player's morality is. Everything that can happen will happen in their hands. Do you know this? So Xiao turned on the projection function of the watch and played his mission goals. Yes Xiao. Her name is Yes Xiao, and she is a female player. So Xiao stared at the other person's eyes, and after confirming that he was not lying, he continued to ask. He spent a long time interrogating the other party. Many questions are repeated and asked out of order. This is a simple interrogation technique that can ensure that what the other party says is true. Most people's memory is very mediocre, and they cannot lie continuously. After repeated confirmation, there is no problem. So Xiaoki stood up satisfied. The other party has been tortured to death by him. The handsome appearance of the past has disappeared without a trace, leaving only a monster with one eye and mouth, no nose, face full of turned out flesh and blood, tongue cut in two, and most of the skin peeled off. While using life potion to maintain the opponent's life state, he tortured him to ensure that the opponent could not survive or die. It's all over. So Xiao reached out and grabbed the opponent's forehead, while holding the bronze sword with the other hand and placed it at the opponent's throat. May the Holy Emperor protect your soul. Sorry, forgot, you are not an imperial player. May your soul be cast aside, idiot. Amidst the other party's painful crying, So Xiao held the sword and slowly swiped across the other party's throat, slashed along the neck, and cut off the other party's entire head. After finishing all this work, he turned and left, leaving a headless corpse beyond recognition. Those lurking players are very cautious. They used various espionage and undercover methods to hide among the survivors. Maintain a single line of contact with other people to ensure that they will not be found. This gave So Xiao a chance. This is simply a large sending team. A city that has been reduced to ruins. The once bustling streets have also become dilapidated. The bustling, busy streets have become ruins and wreckage. Collapsed buildings and flying dust can be seen everywhere on the road. The smell of despair and death permeates the ruins. Survivors shuttled through the abandoned buildings, searching for usable supplies. Not far from this ruin is a survivor base established by the Empire. The construction there is already quite large. Some Empire players who are good at management are trying their best to restore the order of this world. They exist like new shoots in a forest that has been burned by fire. If time passes, that survivor base will become the embryonic form of a giant city. But some people don't want that future to appear, they want to cut off the sprouts directly, and then pull out the old forest from the ashes. The sunset dyed the clouds red. Golden light splashed on the ruins of the city. Has a magnificent cathedral. At this time, most of it has collapsed. It was destroyed in the hands of a player who was good at releasing magic attacks. There are no resources here. Survivors don't want to waste time praying in a church that has been destroyed. But there is no one here. A woman stands on the ruins of a church tower that has been shattered in two, looking out at the ruined world. The woman has long black hair, her skin is as white as snow, and her face is even more delicate, like a woman who came out of the 3D area. The flowing air blew around her ears, causing her black hair to fly with it. If you listen carefully, you can hear the screams of the dead spirits from the wind. She was wearing a set of tights full of technology, which set off her perfect figure extremely attractively. Especially the majesty of the chest, it feels a bit crumbling. Just standing on the tower, the graceful figure set off by the tights is enough to make countless nerds raise their guns and salute, crazy about it. After the Empire came, everything changed. The woman said, the group of lunatics took over the world and turned it into ruins. Those fools bowed to them, and they really have no bones. If it's just groveling, it's fine. If those guys didn't destroy the protective formation, the fall of this world wouldn't be so fast. A man with tattoos on his face and looking rebellious stepped out of the shadows. That's why I hate them, no loyalty, no faith. The woman's delicate face showed disgust. Don't talk about them. When the world is reincarnated, those who betrayed us will have to pay the price. The man said, this time, your mission is to kill the Imperial players in the survivor base, we have investigated it, and his strength is not strong, and he is better at operation and construction. How did the controller behind the Empire build such a huge force? His actions seem unreasonable. Waste without combat effectiveness can also be reused by them. If this continues, the Empire will soon become a gather on the trash heap of the incompetent. The man smiled, spread his hands and said, who cares about it? One day, under the leadership of the Lord of Reincarnation, we will enter the mainland of the Empire, capture their emperor alive, and execute his harem concubines, descendants, brothers, sisters, and parents. Let other forces look, this is the price of offending the Lord of Reincarnation. The woman smiled. Talked for a while. Confirmed the details of the mission. The man disappeared into the darkness again. The woman nimbly jumped down from the dilapidated tower, and in the afterglow of the setting sun, she rushed to the survivor base built by the Empire under the cover of the ruins. She likes the time of dusk very much. When the blood of the dead gushes out, there is a little golden glow in the dark red, what a beautiful scene it is. Assassination is not very difficult. Find a good location, wait for the opponent to appear, and then harvest the opponent with one shot. She has done this kind of thing many times. Never missed a hand. Never got caught either. Her talents and abilities focus on ranged kills. To be honest, such an ability cannot survive in previous reincarnation games. The controller behind the scenes of the reincarnation game does not need any professional skills. What they need is a series of wonderful scenes full of betrayal and killing to serve as food to feed themselves. The invasion of the Empire changed the fate of many people. Let those players who had no chance to survive get a chance. The woman found a suitable location and hid. She held her breath, activated her ability, and observed every move of the base through the scope of the high-level gun exchanged from the reincarnation game. As night fell, the survivors wandering among the ruins began to slowly return to the base. The ruins at night are not safe. The pollution left by those monsters slain by the Empire still poisons the land. Strange undead and flesh-mutated monsters will move at night, and those who do not pay enough attention to safety will easily become their prey. The woman stared at the survivors through the scope, suppressing the disgust in her heart. These bugs always give her the urge to shoot. Shooting their kids or their wives in front of their faces, watching them grieve the loss of a loved one always turns women on. The inner sanity suppressed her madness. Tasks are the most important. The woman said this in her heart. As long as the Empire is driven away, they can resume their previous life. The player who was responsible for building the Empire base and was included in the assassination list has never appeared. The woman is not in a hurry either, she has enough stamina. It is also normal to lurk in one place for 7 or 8 days in order to complete an assassination. But when the night fell, the woman suddenly felt creepy in her heart, as if she was being targeted by a natural enemy. It's really sharp. A vague voice came from the darkness. The woman held a gun and scanned the darkness covering the ruins with a stern expression. Someone is lurking in it. Who are you? The woman asked, pricking up her ears to see where the voice was coming from. She is good at one-hit kills and escapes. Within one move, no one is invincible. Besides one trick, people can be bullied. After making a move, she will leave directly no matter what the result is. This is her code. This question needs to be asked. The sound came, and a figure flew towards him. The woman instinctively pulls the trigger. The bullets containing fate and truth were fired silently. Ignoring defense, distance, and cause and effect, it directly penetrates the opponent's body, giving the definition of death. The woman's firearm is a regular item. Hit means death. No matter how high the level of the player is, as long as they don't have the concept of transcending life and death, and don't have the ability to override the law, as long as they are shot, they will die. It will not involve any cause and effect, and it cannot be discovered by those targets with the ability of death premonition and danger intuition. Is an excellent assassination weapon. That figure was shot through. The power of the rules comes into play, forcing the opponent's state to be defined as death. The woman who received the death reward showed a smile. But when the body fell to the ground, it was unexpectedly discovered that it was the companion who had given her the task before. The opponent's eyes have been gouged out, his tongue has been cut off, and his body is covered with wounds. It is estimated that he was only breathing before he was killed by her. The woman who realized the crisis rushed to the side, used her natural ability to open a dimension entrance, and escaped in. But soon, she fell from the sky not far away. The bright red blood was splashed down. That perfect body, which is enough to drive countless otaku crazy, has been cut into 2 sections. Those slender legs and smooth buttocks fell to the ground just like that, and blood gushed out. If you are interested, you can still take advantage of the heat. So Xiao came out from the darkness, holding the bronze sword that could cut in his hand. He opened up the space and forced Ye Xiao back, who was trying to escape. I didn't expect that Ye Xiao, who made many players in the Empire frightened, turned out to be such a beautiful woman. Don't kill me. The woman struggled to support herself with her hands, and crawled towards her lower body. If such an injury can be treated in time, it will not be a serious problem. Why did you let you go? So Xiao said with a faint smile. You won't regret it, I can make you want to die. The woman said every word. So Xiao grabbed the opponent's black hair, put the bronze sword on the opponent's slender, snow-white neck, and cut open the throat in the opponent's panic and despair. Killing you will also make me happy. The head of the woman was cut off. That beautiful face slowly turned pale in the continuous bleeding. So Xiao threw it in the ruins. Time will turn this beautiful woman into a bloated, fetid carcass, and then into a bone among the ruins. No matter what she has experienced, what she hates, and what she resents. No matter how proud her figure is, how perfect her face is, and how slender and perfect her legs are, in the end she is nothing but a skeleton that no one cares about. So Xiao got a reminder that the task was completed. Mission rewards are sent directly to his personal warehouse. The rewards for those reincarnation game players who were killed by him and lurking in this world were also distributed together. The resources accumulated in this mission and the previous missions are enough for him to go to the next level. He has taken another firm step away from his dream. Universe No. 03, Empire Sub-Universe, Intelligence Teamwork Area. Kaihoken, Li Ti, Dawn, Chen, and others sat around a round table. In the data board placed in front of them is the content of the guidance statement issued by the Terra Council on the players of the Empire. The floating holographic image is about the speech of the female Prime Minister who just took office. The female Prime Minister is the head of the Terra Council, responsible for the coordination of the imperial bureaucracy, the General Chamber of Commerce, the Mechanikus, and the Technical Guild. Generally, the Parliament makes the candidates, and the Holy Emperor decides. Or directly elected by the Holy Emperor. The term of office is uncertain, but generally between 10 and 20 years. Even if they are strengthened by genetic surgery and mechanical surgery, the huge workload will overwhelm them. It may be due to the consideration and needs of some gentle images. The position of Prime Minister is generally handed over to women. It is necessary to give full play to the thoughts of the Great Emperor, the theory of the Holy Emperor, and the guidance of the Primarch, give full play to the advanced system of the Empire, fully implement the action goal of liberating all mankind, enhance the sense of identity of the people of the Empire with the Empire, and strengthen the ideological transformation of liberating the world made them fully aware of the power and hatefulness of the enemy, and realized that only by insisting on standing with the Empire can they usher in a better future. The history of our Empire is a history of constant confrontation and the pursuit of the liberation of all mankind. It is a history of continuous advancement of human civilization and the pursuit of a better future. It is necessary to fully optimize the application of technology and psychic power in the Empire, enhance the living standards of the people of the Empire, and encourage people to innovate and create more, but the bottom line must also be strictly controlled. Crossing the red line is not allowed, and no collusion with the enemy is allowed. Behavior and thought. Criticize and control some free thoughts that are rampant in the Empire. Freedom must be limited, and indulgent freedom is not only the root of self-destruction, but also a cancer implanted in human civilization. The rise of some extreme theories in the state religion also needs to be vigilant. The Holy Emperor has given clear instructions that the Empire must always adhere to the purpose of the happiness of the whole people. It is wrong to sacrifice the well-being of the collective for any individual worship the ones that need to be criticized and knocked down. Everyone in the intelligence team's work area watched the video while discussing in low voices. When the new Prime Minister of the Empire took office, there were 3 fires. One of the fires is to strengthen the management of Empire players and prevent more vicious incidents from appearing in the name of the Empire. The Empire also has such bureaucratic things. Chen shrugged and looked at the Imperial Prime Minister who was speaking speechlessly. Chen has become a super player. Super player is a player level beyond the SSSSS level. Only a very small number of players can reach this level, and their status is extremely noble. Of course, such a statement is limited to reincarnation games. The status of the players on the Empire's side is not high. Even super players are not very important. As Akamai Xian's Purifier Legion, there are a lot of powerful players in it, and a lot of SSSSS players and super players. Recently, the Empire plans to add a few more levels to the super players. Top player, mighty player, supreme player, and more. The main reason is that there are a lot of props and experience distributed in the recent war. Many people upgrade quickly. Adding a few more levels can tap the potential of those players again, allowing them to play the Afterglow spirit and continue to fight for the Empire. Otherwise, what do you think? There are so many empires. If you want to manage them well, you have to rely on bureaucrats, or you have to learn the extensive mode of the reincarnation game. Light shook his head and refuted Chen's statement, the Empire is worthy of us. Isn't that what you are loyal to? It is powerful enough and secular enough. If you learn a few specious oracles from those messy gods, you will collapse. The main reason is that someone was so crazy back then, what was called the Salvation Society to fool people. Dawn looked at Chu Chen speechlessly. At the beginning, it was the other party who pulled me into the gang with a look of sternness. Claim the divine light, the all-knowing and all-powerful savior will save them. Salvation is saved, the problem is that the way of saving is somewhat different. The imaginary salvation, the savior takes great health care to overthrow all enemies and bring peace to the world. Rescue in reality, work overtime to write reports, apply for funds, and recruit intelligence personnel to carry out work. The Holy Emperor has said that there is no savior in this world. You guys are just not enlightened enough. Chu Chen looked disapproving, resolutely not showing a trace of shyness and annoyance over his previous pretentious behavior. We have to rely on myself, and I'm not wrong, you see, when the savior comes, you can sit here and complain and work overtime. If you don't come, you don't know where you died. How can there be light in this world? The savior doesn't work, the oppressed are only enjoying themselves. Okay, there's no point in discussing this matter. Now it's time to discuss some players. Most of the Empire players are transformed from reincarnated players. They live in an overly distorted society, and they have also developed the idea of regarding human life as nothing. Morality, after being criticized, will restrain a little. However, as soon as it enters a war zone, it will still kill and vent its distortions in its heart, completely unaware of its own mistakes. Little stop them from continuing to discuss that useless topic. It's better to ask someone to draft a warning letter to the players of the Empire, and warn them again. Chen said. Have you become so bureaucratic too? Light looked at Chen who just said that the Empire was bureaucratic. You can think of such a perfunctory thing as a circular. The matter of the oracle is done by those liars. We are a secular organization, and we must solve it in a secular way. Chen said, that's what you said. And the announcement is not perfunctory, it is the only one we currently have. Way. You can't really execute those players just because those civilians haven't surrendered to the Empire. Punishment won't work. Too many rewards will easily lead them to take advantage of loopholes. After all, in the final analysis, the ideological education is not enough. Although these people surrendered to the Empire, they still maintain selfish individual thoughts deep in their hearts. The idea of dedication to the liberation of human civilization that the Empire preaches. My suggestion is to strengthen ideological construction, such as holding more criticism meetings, organizing Empire players to speak out the shortcomings and evil deeds of reincarnation players, and encouraging those who know the insider of reincarnated players, preaching the hatefulness of the enemy. Reward those Imperial players who perform well with 0 rewards, so that players who abide by the Imperial code have a good feedback mechanism. Kaihoken took a sip of tea before slowly expressing his opinion. After speaking a paragraph, he opened a data interface. Inside reveals a young man. This man named So Xiao is a good example. As long as there are no civilians who pose a threat, he ignores them. Although this attitude is average, he can be regarded as a short man picking a general, so he can get by. He also developed a combined curse. The fusion of texture and Zeus's bloodline, such an innovative idea is worthy of praise, and it has added another commodity that can be exchanged for the Empire's exchange library. At that time, arrange a few interviews, let him express his thoughts, criticize those players who behave perversely and do not obey the rules, and then reward Cao Xiao for his spirit of abiding by the rules and daring to innovate, so that those players can see the attitude of the Empire. As long as you abide by the law and do things seriously, the Empire will not treat them badly. Chapter 420 The truth is only within the scope of the fist, seeking subscription. It still sounds pretty good. Davin, who was sitting at the round table, nodded his head in agreement. This approach is very good. Simply increasing the rewards will definitely take advantage of those players. The introduction of the punishment system will make them fearful and afraid to work wholeheartedly. If this promotion mechanism is added, it will ensure that those players who abide by the rules can get regular rewards. By giving feedback to others, we can slowly guide them, let them spontaneously maintain the civilian protection law, and give full play to their subjective energy. But I have read some mission logs of this guy named Cao Xiao. His motivation for joining the Empire seems not so pure, and he has a strong personal utilitarianism. Li Tuk raised his own disagreement. No one is perfect, what we want to set up is just a model. So what if he has a utilitarian mind? After running out, who can remember him after the promotion? And we don't want to name him, just use so and so. After more than 10 or 20 years, who will pay attention to him? There is no way now, as long as the publicity is in place and a real model is created, we will carry forward this model. Some things are really innate. Chu Chen didn't know much about these bureaucratic methods before. After becoming the head of the intelligence team, he became more and more proficient in using these methods. Under his insistence, the people who discussed finally passed the plan with Cao Xiao as the propaganda mouth. Of course, besides Cao Xiao, several other Empire players have also become targets of propaganda. These players were named as the top 10 outstanding players of the year in the Empire. In addition to a personal interview, there are additional rewards. You can become famous, but you can also gain a lot. After completing the hunting mission, Cao Xiao, who had just returned to the rest space, walked out of the teleportation area. His task interface is lit up. The pop-up interface told him that he accidentally got an interview task. This task is a special task, and only the 10 outstanding players selected can activate this task. Please accept an interview from the Imperial Daily, and make a dialogue that matches your top 10 outstanding players, and you will get 10 divinity shards and a chance to draw a lottery. Cao Xiao looked at the prompt on the system interface. My heart is like 100,000 mud horses galloping past. 10 outstanding players. Imperial Daily interview. Empire also has this. Cao Xiao didn't know the twists and turns behind this task. But this did not prevent him from expressing shock. He has always known that Empire is not the same as reincarnation games. But now it seems that this difference is really amazing. However, the rewards given by this system are generous enough. After thinking about it, Cao Xiao finally decided to take on this task. In any case, as long as you give rewards, everything is easy to negotiate. Isn't it just to say something nice and tout the Empire? As long as the money is in place, it doesn't matter. This task is to send money. Sotek Group. Masaki Kigo has been in the laboratory all this time. In that huge basement, several giant stone statues stood there. This is the stone statue he obtained with the help of the Eagle faction. In the current human society, there are many hawks who respect human beings. The ideological theory of these hawks is that the interests of human beings must override the interests of other species. Only when the interests of human beings are ensured, can the interests of other races be considered. Such ideas are in conflict with the ideas of freedom and equality advocated by Altman. People like Altman more than these hawks. Many civilians believe that these giants with light will protect them forever. These hawks have little support among the people, and their voices are not very loud. But the power they control cannot be underestimated. Especially in the field of military, diplomacy, etc. They were also idealists who pursued the kingdom of light and Ultraman at the beginning. I believe that all races must be able to coexist harmoniously and build a beautiful universe. These people are quickly slapped in the face by reality. And from an idealist to a firm hawk, Altman can help humans defeat those monsters. The aftermath of defeating monsters is the most important issue. Remove a small number of monsters. Many monsters that appear in the human world have their own races. Monsters determined to be evil will naturally be executed. The monsters that wreak havoc and then give up are the biggest trouble. Each cosmic race has its own civilization and its own laws. Humans are not special among the various races. Under the order maintained by Ultraman headed by the Kingdom of Light, powerful cosmic races have stronger influence. Weak races have no right to speak in the universe. The existence of the right to speak is also the key to ensuring racial interests. An alien came to the human planet to retrieve a machine that was put down thousands of years ago. Accidentally caused some damage and caused casualties. When he was about to escape, he was subdued by Ultraman. Injured humans will naturally demand severe punishment for this alien. And the race to which this alien belongs will inevitably shelter the erring alien for the sake of civilization and unity. The standards of the two parties are completely different. The alien race thought it was just an accident and could give some compensation. Humans are naturally unwilling. They died, but the other party didn't even apologize, just pay for something. Where is the dignity of that race? A life for a life. Alien races are definitely not willing. When they came here, human civilization hadn't even appeared, and there were only a few small tribes at most. Ghost knows that there will be a disaster that day, and these things that are not even the seeds of civilization will be wiped out. For those civilizations where traveling in the star sea is as simple as eating and drinking water, can a race that cannot even go up to the starry sky really be considered a civilization? As long as the wealthy human beings are 2 generations rich, they can be stupid enough to say stupid things like why not eat minced meat? How can a civilization that has existed for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years and can travel to the stars that will recognize a race that has not even entered the feudal era of slavery and has a lifespan of only a few decades as a civilization? Such an accident would cost one life, so who would dare to engage in scientific research? If you agree to the demands of human beings, you will definitely cut off the way forward for civilization. How could such a thing be allowed? Besides, human beings are so weak, they can die in just a few strokes, and they can only live for a few decades. And they often have a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years. It is completely unreasonable to pay for one life for one life. If you lose, where is the dignity of the race? Of course, those things eventually worked out reasonably. The perpetrator made a sincere apology, and the victim's family chose to forgive. The universe ushered in another day of peace. When you really look into it, you will find that there are great differences between the various races. It is entirely dependent on Ultraman's powerful power to barely maintain the superficial peace. Men without the ability to travel far, their homeland is like a young girl's boudoir in a dark alley. Those alien races come and go when they want. As long as the other party sincerely admits their mistakes, then human beings have to forgive them. Otherwise, it is not peaceful enough, not true, good and beautiful enough. Without sufficient reason and evidence, killing the lives of other cosmic races is very likely to be retaliated by the other party. The order of the universe maintained by Ultraman does not allow invasion of the homes of other creatures. Alien races can disguise scientific research accidents, emit cancerous light beams to the entire solar system, and induce human canceration. To tear apart human society by providing various means such as funding and technology for the hidden opposition. There are various means of retaliation. What can human beings who want technology but no technology, and force but no force, use to fight against these retaliations? Does the Kingdom of Light have a solution to these acts of revenge? No. People's own scientific research laboratory exploded. This is an uncontrollable factor. Is it wrong to realize that some humans have big dreams and want to support them? Is Ultraman going to wipe out everyone else? Would the Kingdom of Light as the adjudicator do that? The answer is no. How can the Kingdom of Light, which is so blatantly partial to human interests, maintain the order of the universe? Why do people believe in the equal world you advocate? In the final analysis, human beings still have to be strong enough to have the right to speak. Only when those monsters enter the solar system, have concerns. This is why there are many hawks supporting Kigo Masaki. They really need a group of armed forces that can make humans speak hard. With a fist as big as a casserole, people will sit down and reason calmly. I'm missing an important item now. Kigo Masaki looked at the running machine and smiled. What props? A prop that can turn oneself into Light and Ultraman. Masaki Kigo said. P.S. All positions are based on the characters in the book. I thought for a long time before I imagined an enlarged version of the international form of struggle from the peaceful order maintained by Ultraman. The conflict between human beings has become so intensified. Transnational trials, extradition, and other issues are very complicated. If it was changed to a starry sky background, different races would be even more troublesome. Chapter 421 Does he know who is behind me? Let him take a look at it, please subscribe. The existence of Ultraman runs through the entire history of civilization development in the human world. 30 million years before the Kingdom of Light was born, Ultraman represented by super ancient warriors had been active in the human world. The super ancient civilization once established a super civilization that is highly compatible with Ultraman. Many ultra-ancient fighters have mastered the methods and abilities of transforming into Ultraman. They fight against monsters from the stars or from the earth itself. In many dangers, it defends the continuation and development of human civilization. This prosperous age lasted until human beings were bewitched by the flower of Chidra. They made the wrong choice, thinking that human civilization no longer needs the help of Ultraman. Ultramans who were unwilling to interfere with human choices finally chose to leave. When the darkness falls, the super ancient civilization will also be destroyed. This is the information I got from Yulian. Proves that the relationship between humans and Ultraman is far from that simple. Goes back a long time. Even before the Kingdom of Light was established. Super ancient civilization collapsed. Altman did not disappear in human history. In the long years, there are still people who can get the blessing of ultra power, become Ultraman, and fight against those raging monsters and aliens. This scale is not large. Scattered. Happened a few times. Until 300,000 years ago, the Kingdom of Light rose up. Become the first world where all members can transform into Ultraman. The human world once again ushered in the era of frequent appearance of Ultraman. The stars of the Kingdom of Light were destroyed, and their scientists used their own technology to create a plasma spark tower. This device allows the residents of the Kingdom of Light to evolve. All became huge and mastered the ability to transform into Ultraman. The Kingdom of Light has established an order that is relatively good for weak civilizations by virtue of its own strength. Formed the Space Guard, Silver Crusade, and other troops to prevent powerful civilizations from harming weak civilizations. Human society is one of the beneficiaries of this cosmic order. Naturally, the Kingdom of Light is not the only force in the universe. Of course, there are also hostile forces in the universe. The Bud Star, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe. The Baltan Stars, who have been fighting successive wars against the Kingdom of Light. The aggressive Nathans. Kur Star, who acts as a bounty hunter. In addition to these forces, the Dark Alliance, the Cosmic Alliance, and the Dark Ultramen who betrayed the Kingdom of Light all oppose the Kingdom of Light. These dark forces have been devoting themselves to destroying the Kingdom of Light led by King Ultra, and want to truly rule the universe. The human world is far away from the real battlefield. Even if there are aliens who enter the human world, there are only one or two. An invasion of this level will not attract too much attention from the Kingdom of Light. The observers dispatched are enough to solve the problems of the human world. The activity of the Kingdom of Light has also revived the power of Ultra on various planets. They select those living bodies worthy of entrustment, and bestow their power on those human bodies. Tiga, who is active on Earth, Triga, who is active on Mars, Dinah, who is known as the Light of the Future, etc. They are not from the Kingdom of Light. Instead, after being recognized by that power, he was given the ability to transform into Ultraman. Of course, this power is limited. From the appearance to the end of the battle, the activity time of Ultraman transformed into a human body is usually only 3 minutes. According to calculations, 3 minutes is already the limit that human beings can withstand that terrifying force. The short battle time has given the mighty Ultraman a lot of limitations. Anyone who really understands can see that the solar system is always in danger. A galaxy is too big, even if Ultraman can fly at the speed of light in the void, there is no way to immediately support the destroyed colony. In such a situation, people still have a kind of blind optimism. I think that Ultraman will definitely be able to protect their safety, and there is no need for fanatical war elements to destroy their beautiful peace. The hidden dangers of human beings are shocking, and any person with lofty ideals who can gain insight into the truth will feel grief and indignation for it. Males are becoming feminized, and human blood is gradually being lost. Society is moving toward entertainment and fragmentation. People are becoming more and more impetuous. Excessive pursuit of self-interest, giving up collective interests. Many people put their personal needs above the safety of civilization. No one will deny the benefits that Ultraman has brought to mankind. It is the powerful deterrence of the Kingdom of Light that prevents human beings from becoming slaves of a certain cosmic race. But this situation has come to a time when it must be changed. Humanity must rely on its own strength to move forward. Kigo Masaki took all the materials of the human body. After some careful thinking, finally chose the human body of an Ultraman Raso Ultraman who just appeared recently. Prepare to the opponent's transformation device, and then activate these stone statues. The reason for choosing the human body of Ultraman Raso, Masaki Kigo has no other intentions, it is purely because the other party is easy to bully. Many human bodies have dove forces or official institutions behind them. The human body of Ultraman Tiga, Daegyu, is a member of the TPC of the World Peace Alliance. Trigia Ultraman's human body, behind the real enlightenment, is the Peace Alliance founded by the galaxy-scale plutocrats, Shizuma family. Taking action against these people will cause more trouble. When the time comes, time to join the Empire. The governor of the planet is not appointed by the Empire, but voted by the residents of the planet. If he offends these forces, he who plans to run for office may face unprecedented resistance. Ultraman Raso is just a new Ultraman. Its human body has not yet joined any organization. So far, he has only participated in one battle. Not from a big family, and there is no chaebol support behind it. According to the investigation, the other party is just the son of a fashion store owner. Even if the transformation device is taken away, he has no way to fight against a top chaebol group, so he can only suffer a big loss. The choice of ultra power is very important. It does not mean that only those who are selected can use the transformation device to transform. As long as you have the gene of an ultra ancient warrior, you can use the transformation tool to transform. Masaki Kigo has assembled a group of soldiers who also have super ancient genes during this period. As long as he gets the transformation device, he can use the photon converter developed by himself to transform those people into Ultraman. Kigo Masaki looked at Minato Kai in the profile photo and smiled. Ultraman has been active in the human world for a long time. But people don't know much about Altman. The existence of the Kingdom of Light is only known to a small number of high-level human beings. Many people will not go into the origin and history of Ultraman. The only thing they care about is whether these Ultraman can protect them well. In order to avoid trouble, Ultraman's human body is generally well hidden. The general public doesn't even know that Ultraman has a human body. Masaki Kigo naturally does not belong to the general public. As the world's top scientist and a top group controller, behind him is the support of the Hawks. The resources that can be called are huge. As soon as Ultraman Raso appeared, he used the human satellite system and large database to find out the identity of the opponent before other forces. And hide it, let the major forces know the existence of this Ultraman, but don't know the detailed identity of the other party. The fact that Captain Hui was taken away by the Empire before was also covered up by him and the Hawk faction for the Empire. The current victorious Team Guts has lost the leadership of Zhu Jianhui and has been led by the Vice-Captain Zhong Feng. They have written to TPC more than once, wanting to investigate Captain Jianhui's whereabouts. Every time it was dismissed by the Hawks headed by Masaki Kigo. Under the persuasion of the Empire, Zheng Jianhui has chosen to become a Hawk, supporting the Empire's development of giant weapons so that humans can master the power of Ultra. Knowing nothing about this, the members of the victory team who simply thought that the captain was killed and ignored by the higher UPS were very resentful. Unfortunately, they can't vent. The victory team is a subordinate of the TPC organization, and all members must accept the management and scheduling of the TPC. Director Sawai, who is in charge of managing TPC, is a dove, a so-called pacifist. But he didn't have the right to make a decision. As long as the Hawks have enough opposition, Director Sawai's proposal will be rejected. The appeal of the winning team cannot be achieved. They can just sit back and watch TPC do nothing about their captain's death, resent and do nothing. The only thing that can do anything is Ultra Mantiga's human body. The problem is that things blow up so fast. Daegyo didn't even know the enemy. Captain Zhu Jianhui disappeared. He couldn't investigate even if he wanted to investigate alone. Expose your identity and gain enough influence. This will also cause unimaginable troubles to his next life. Daegyo has also been unable to make up his mind. Once his identity is revealed, TPC's order, as an Ultraman, should he accept it? These are potential problems. Once his identity is disclosed, his actions may be controlled by the TPC. Otherwise, political opponents will seize this issue and blame TPC. Masaki Kigo is not very concerned about these. He just needs to make sure that the winning team will not interfere with the plans of the Empire. Different from his research, the Empire wants to thoroughly analyze the power of Ultra. This power may be the legacy of an extremely ancient civilization prepared for future generations to fight against chaos. The Kingdom of Light can master the power of Ultra. Without the aid of plasma, cosmic life forms with pure beliefs can also master the power of Ultra. Means that this civilization is extremely impartial and treats all life equally. As long as you have pure faith in your heart, you can become Ultraman and defend your homeland. This kind of power is equivalent to the druids of the wizarding world. They have been recognized by nature and can call the creatures of nature to defend their homeland. At the same time, they must also oppose and stop all actions that harm nature. The power of Ultra is also such a force. It comes from concepts such as the earth, the sky, the past, and the future, and the owner must also have the belief of guardianship. The Empire guessed that the ancient civilization finally failed in the confrontation with chaos. The power of Ultra created by them became a sharp weapon for later races to fight against darkness and evil. With the initial application of nuclear fusion energy and breakthroughs in chip technology, big data has begun to spread and enter the lives of ordinary people. Big data can be seen everywhere in human society. Automated production in the factory greatly improves efficiency and further liberates productivity. The store aims to increase the transaction volume based on the analysis model established by the customer flow and sales volume. Families use big data to optimize personal finances and living expenses, and strive to get the most cost-effective products for themselves. Even in office work and travel, big data can be seen everywhere. With the improvement of science and technology, human beings' pursuit of quality of life is also getting higher and higher. Intelligent information is advancing all aspects of human society. In order to get a more convenient life, people often authorize big data to record their every word and deed. In such a situation, the individual has little privacy. As long as you have the heart and resources, it is not difficult to find a human body. Even if those people have the power of Ultra, they still have no way to completely separate from human social life. In an intelligent and informationized society, everyone lives as if they have returned to the primitive age and stripped off. Kigo Masaki's Sotek group has the most advanced supercomputer in the world. Able to use data comparison to find what he wants from the database of hundreds of millions of people. While various organizations were still speculating about the background and origin of this new Ultraman, Kigo Masaki used the supercomputer of the Sotek group to lock the human body of Ultraman Raso. At that time, a hidden camera happened to capture the other party's transformation process. Of course, that shot was just under a second. It's so fast that the naked eye can't catch it. Even if someone was standing in the monitoring room at that time, they could only see a flash and then disappear. Kigo Masaki used a supercomputer to dismantle and analyze frame by frame, and finally obtained the other party's information. Take his transforming device here. Masaki Kigo handed over the photo of Ultraman Raso's human body Muhuo-hai to his subordinates, and told his subordinates, just be quicker, just knock him out, and take away the transformation device. Body, don't have any nonsense. I understand. An employee nodded and walked out. Ayaka City. The predecessor here used to be a fishing village. With the development of technology, a port has been developed here. The former small fishing village gradually grew. The world's largest enterprise that researches and develops technology, Aidan Group, is also located here. The trading port and world-class enterprises made Ayaka City quickly become a prosperous city. The sun has completely sunk into the horizon, and the bustling city of Ayaka is full of traffic. The streets are lit with neon lights, and holographic projections of promotional ads and political ideas can be seen everywhere. A shimmering light illuminated the dark corners. People who have finished their day's work hang out in small groups between the shops. The hustle and bustle of transactions and the voices of discussing prices can be heard endlessly. The tangy aroma of food came from the street stalls. And in some dark corners, some illegal transactions are also going on quietly. Women with hot bodies and bad perfumes are soliciting business. Trying to show those people that they are superior to companion robots. Such as technology, such as tongue and so on. Some people are also selling some high-concentration psychotropic drugs, which can allow their souls to enter a special field and enjoy unprecedented happiness. Illegal organ and prosthetic limb trading is also going on in those dark underground clinics. No matter how bright the world is, such things will exist. Human beings can never restrain their desires. In a corner of the bustling city, Minato Huohei and his father run a fashion store called Minato Chow. The location of the fashion store is a bit remote, and the place is not very spacious. The money earned is only enough to barely maintain the expenses of the family. Chao Huohe lay prone in front of the counter, staring blankly at the holographic projection in front of him. It displays a variety of fashionable clothing. Becoming a top designer has always been his dream. But out of family considerations, he had to give up this dream and stay in the store to help his father. Hua Huohe didn't pay attention to those clothes with advanced design concepts. Instead, I was thinking about an event that happened a few days ago. A few days ago, a terrifying monster suddenly attacked the suburbs of Ayaka City. During that battle, when he and his younger brother Minato Yukai were running away, due to some accident, each got a strange crystal transformation device. He transformed into Ultraman and defeated the monster in 3 minutes. For Ultraman, Minato C is not ignorant. After all, there are so many Ultramans active in this world. He and his brother realized it quickly. The two have become men chosen by the light. He can transform into Rob Ultraman, and his younger brother Minato Yukai can transform into Blue Ultraman. These two Ultramans do not belong to the Kingdom of Light, the dream paradise that people say. From the information delivered by the crystal, Muhuohe knew the story of these two Ultramans. In the distant past, monsters ravaged the universe. Two warriors named Rob and Buso took their sister to the 0 to 50 planet rich in Ultraman, got the recognition of the Ring of Light, and gained the power of Ultraman. In a battle, they died of exhaustion against the Logoset monster, which is known as the strongest and most evil enemy. The two of them were chosen by each other and inherited the strength of each other. Different from the excitement of his younger brother, Minato Hai is not keen on such things. On the contrary, he was worried about the possible troubles after getting the crystal transformation device. In this seemingly beautiful world, there is no peace as people imagined. As a young man who helped his father support his family, Huohuohe has a deeper understanding of the dark side of this world. Those who shout for peace and justice will reveal their cruel side in places where no one is restrained. The desire for power and fame is enough to twist a person into a monster. Ultraman is the most powerful existence in this world, who doesn't yearn for its power. Obtaining a transforming device may not be a good thing for Zygia. Once the news leaks out, I don't know how much trouble it will cause. My younger brother is a genius with a high IQ, but he is heartless and careless all day long. My sister is very cute, but she is very kind, completely unaware of the evil of human nature. Thinking of this, Guhuohe showed a trace of melancholy, and he could only pray that the last transformation to save someone was not discovered. Otherwise, the peaceful life of the family will definitely be broken. At that time, the father and sister will definitely be involved in this matter, and their peaceful life will be completely ruined. The business of the store is not good. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that the Tide shop completed a few orders. Closed the shop, feeling depressed, Chohuohe chose to go for a walk. Following the road, he walked to a park not far from home. The lights in the park are dim, and many people choose to relax in the park after dinner. Some lovers try to challenge the joy of morality in the dark. There are women walking around wearing bad perfume. Intelligence brings about human development, but also unemployment. A large number of unemployed women gave birth to an extremely developed and rich night culture. However, their situation did not improve as they abandoned moral ethics. The emergence of various accompanying companion robots makes them extremely cheap. They must provide services that exceed robots and lower costs than robots in order to survive. Guhuohe turned a blind eye to those women who solicited him. Everyone has their own choice. In this era, people no longer need to worry about food. Even if you receive government subsidies, you can still eat and wear warm clothes, but the conditions are not so good. Cao Huohe walked straight to a remote corner where there were no people. I want to find a quiet place to relax. Just walked to the corner, turned a corner, and a bag was put on his head. Someone hit the back of his head hard, making him lie down on the cold ground. When he woke up, he was already lying in the hospital. Father, younger brother, and younger sister all stood by, looking at him with concern. The transformation device obtained before is also gone. Are you okay? The father asked with concern while sitting on the edge of the bed when his child woke up. Minato Huohe shook his head. I'm fine. The current police is really incompetent, those robbers are so blatant. Minato Yonghai also spoke indignantly. The family received a call suddenly, saying that Guhuohe had been knocked out in the park and had been sent to the hospital. At first, they thought it was just a joke. It wasn't until the hospital called that they realized it wasn't a joke. Fortunately, when I came here, the doctor said that there was nothing serious, but I still needed to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. Cao Huohe reassured his family, saying that he has no problem. Let the father and younger sister go back to rest first, and let the younger brother Yonghai take care of himself. Wait until father and sister are gone. The smile on Xiao Huohe's face disappeared, and he said to his younger brother. My transforming device is missing. What? Minato Yukai's eyes widened, his tone was surprised, and he asked again uncertainly, are you sure you didn't lie? Minato Yukai shook his head. It's really gone, the other party should come here for the transformation device. Damn it, those despicable villains come to others without being recognized by themselves. Hu Yonghai said indignantly, I will definitely help you get it back. No, brother, maybe this is a good thing. I have been worried that the transformation device will bring us trouble. Since it was taken away by the other party, it means that this thing is not suitable for us. Maybe we can live peacefully again. As for take care of the transformation device in your hand, and never let others know about it. How can you think like this? Ultraman Rosso chose you, brother. Just imagine, if someone else did something bad with a transforming device, wouldn't you really feel guilty? What Minato Yonghai said made the already calm Minato Huohei become uneasy again. He wants to live in peace, but he is also a kind person. Otherwise, he would not be selected by Altman Rosso. He would have a bad conscience if someone else used his transforming device to do bad things. Let's get it back, we must not let the bad guys succeed. Minato Yukai said. Minato Huohei looked at his brother with a firm face, and was also infected by him, so he nodded. Okay, let's get back the transforming device. Let those bad guys know Ultraman Blue's anger. Minato Yukai said. As the human body of Ultraman Blue, Yukai Minato thinks that this matter will not be very difficult. Ultraman Rosso and Ultraman Blue have a unique induction. As long as they sense with their hearts, they can find Ultraman Rosso's transformation device. He wants to punish the villain who stole the transformation device. Minato Isamu is an outstanding talent. He designed a monster tracker and designed it by hand. The danger of being attacked by monsters before was caused by him testing the tracker. In order to help his brother retrieve the transforming device, Minato Yonghai returned home and used the transmission network built by humans to search for the unique reflected energy wavelength of the transforming device. Soon, he locked in the world-renowned Sotek Group. Because the unique energy wavelength of the transformer is emitted from the headquarters building of Sotek Group. I found it. It must be that the Sotek Group secretly took away the transformation device for Ultraman's power. When Minato Yonghai returned to the hospital again, he excitedly said to his brother Minato Huohei. He took out Ultraman Blue's transformation device, stroked the smooth surface, and said. Let's go find them and make them hand it over. Otherwise, we'll give them a good lesson. Let them know that stealing is bad behavior. Okay, let's go find them. Emo Huohei also became firm. Sotek Group headquarters. 6 carefully selected soldiers with strong will stood in front of Masaki Kigo. They are all orphans who died in the monster incident. Has a deep hatred for monsters. They have joined the Empire. Vowed to defend humanity so that those children would not be orphaned by monsters like them. The future of mankind will change at this moment. Kigo Masaki looked at the machine running in front of him and smiled. From tonight onwards, he will be the man who leads mankind forward. Of course, only in this world. Witness the might of the Empire and the truth revealed by the Empire. Masaki Kigo did not have any courage to challenge the Holy Emperor. He didn't want to be torn apart by those angry war angels. In fact, Masaki Kigo does not have such a big political ambition. Otherwise he will be in politics instead of studying technology and business. The motivation to support his struggle and hard work is the terrible scenes he saw in his dreams. He will never let those dark dreams come true. Even if you risk everything, you will never let those things happen. The machine roared. Ultraman Rosso's transformation device is placed in the center of the machine. As long as the first transformation is completed, these soldiers can get their own transformation devices. At this time, a security guard ran in. Boss, there are 2 people looking for you. They said they want you to hand over the transformation device, otherwise don't blame them for being rude. Masaki Kigo showed a look of contempt, and pressed the start button. Does he know who is behind me? Let him take a look. Chapter 422 1v6, all you want is gang fights, please subscribe. Masaki Kigo's words were full of ridicule and teasing. If it weren't for worrying that I would offend the forces behind those human bodies, I wouldn't get enough support after the Empire came. He wanted to say something to those human bodies. I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say that everyone here is rubbish. Don't ask why you are so rampant and arrogant. It is so rampant and arrogant. As he pressed the start button, the machine rumbled loudly like a sleeping giant. The pulsating arcs shone with strong light, dancing between the reaction columns wrapped with conductor lines, like dancing elves. They are sucked into the device's flask, forming a charged lightning ball. It twisted like it was alive. The meter is beating, and the piston device is reciprocating, driving the huge mechanical device. The entire laboratory trembled slightly with the activated machinery. Under the stimulation of the machine, Ultraman Rosso's transformation device burst into intense light. The light was collected by the device designed by Masaki Kigo, mixed in the flask with the light of the machine, and irradiated on the soldiers through the emitter. Their bodies have used the technology of the Empire to inject the genes of super ancient warriors, allowing them to use the power of Ultra. What is missing now is just an opportunity. Is different from the recognized human body. These soldiers need to rely on their will to drive the power of Ultra. The gap during the period is like a man conquering a young, lovely, beautiful, tsundere widow with a widow who lost her husband when she was just married by virtue of her wealth and billions and the handsomeness of driving a Ferrari with one hand. The other one is widow bald head evening food entertaining, and the girl. Soldiers must use their strong will to tame the power of Ultra and let them be used by them. Doing this requires a willpower countless times stronger than that of a human body, and also endures unimaginable pain for ordinary people, in order to complete the first transformation and get their own transformation device. Facing the upcoming test, each of them is fearless and resolute. Each of them has a heavy past. The beauty and pain of the past shaped their diamond-like hearts. Let their hearts be extremely firm. Creating a world where there are no monsters and where everyone can live in peace is their biggest dream. In order to guarantee 100% success, they did not hesitate to bear the ideological stamp provided by the Empire, and were prepared to give everything. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Never compromise, never give up. The light mixed with the transformation device shone on the 6 people. As the light shines, they reveal a look of pain. Blue veins bulged, as terrifying as being possessed by a ghost. Every cell, every inch of bone seems to be crushed and reshaped. Unimaginable pain tortured them, making them feel like a knife was slicing their throat and nerves with every breath. Unprecedented suffering made them feel like they were in hell. No. Worse than hell. Hell can only be endured passively. And they can choose to leave. Not only have to endure the pain, but also the temptation to get rid of the pain by leaving. Both heart and body suffer the same pain. The more painful the body, the stronger the will, the breath is still there, never give up. A soldier roared. The more painful the body, the stronger the will, the breath is still there, never give up. The more painful the body, the stronger the will, the breath is still there, never give up. The other 5 people also shouted. They come from all over the world and are shaped by different cultures and languages. But at this moment, their choices are the same. Their persistence is a symbol of human never giving up. Even if the fate is not sympathetic, even if they are as humble as ants, even if they suffer all kinds of hardships, they will never give up. For human beings, for a world without monsters. When the light reaches its strongest, their pain also reaches its extreme. In extreme pain, their bodies turned into light particles and flew towards the stone statues. Just as the soldiers turned into light and entered the stone statue, Minato Kai and Minato Yukai rushed in. Several security guards outside have been knocked down by them. Being selected by the power of Ultra, they also got some enhancements. As soon as they entered the laboratory, they saw the roaring machinery and transforming devices. Ultraman Rosso's transformation device is constantly releasing light. Obviously, this guy did something to make this happen. This arrogant guy, without being certified, took away someone else's transformation device and tried to control the power of Ultra, which is unforgivable. Stop your wrongdoing, you arrogant bastard! Yukai Minato shouted angrily, and he took out the transforming device. Facing an ambitious man who knows the existence of Ultraman and tries to seize the power of Ultraman, he has no need to cover up. You guys came just in time. Masaki Kigo was taken aback when he saw Minato Yukai also had a transformation device, and then felt a little jealous. This pair of stunned young brothers can be recognized by the power of Ultra, and can freely transform into Ultraman. He was not recognized as such an outstanding human elite. Could it be that he is not as young as these 2 stunned people? On fraternity, he has worked so hard to prevent mankind from going to the end. Isn't this considered great love? In terms of ability, he is a leader in many scientific research fields, and he also created the Sotek business group, which is among the top few on the rich list. But when I think that I have been recognized by the Empire, I will soon become the usher of a new era. He is balanced again. People always have gains and losses. Although he was not recognized by the power of Ultra, he was recognized by the Empire and protected by the Holy Emperor. Such an honor is enough to explain everything. He had no fear, looked confidently at the 2 Minato brothers, and smiled. You will witness the opening of an era. Human society will usher in a new round of transformation, and we will unite as never before to create a new glory. Imagine that human beings will not only conquer this universe, but also all the universes they can touch. The worlds you can imagine, and the worlds you can't imagine, will be ruled by human beings. This is the power of human beings. Everything, all must obey the will of mankind. Masaki Kigo's words were full of fanaticism. He was so excited that he wanted to cry. What a grand vision! If it can be realized, what a splendor and glory it would be. Holy Emperor, a dazzling and resplendent human leader. His mind and ambition are enough to convince countless people. Masaki Kigo never really admired anyone. Even those Ultramans, he is fearless. Even designed several mechanical behemoths to deal with Ultraman. But facing the future planned by the Holy Emperor, he felt so small for the first time. As humble as sand and dust. He is still trying to seize the power of Ultra, and lead those stupid compatriots to fight against the so-called Dark Doomsday. The Holy Emperor has issued a declaration of conquest to the universe. The heavens and the world are all the borders of the Empire. The vast sky is the land of mankind. Madman. Minato Huohei said, it is because there are too many lunatics like you that this world is full of chaos and evil. Give up your evil plans. Yukai Minato put the transforming device on his waist and transformed into Ultraman Blue. Accompanied by a bright light, a blue, silver and black Ultraman appeared in the laboratory. In order to adapt to the battle here, Minato Yukai has automatically become smaller, only human height. But his strength has not weakened in any way, it is still as strong. Masaki Kigo glanced at the display screen, which indicated that the fusion progress had reached 100%. There is an old saying in the East that is very good. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are the best. I advise you not to be obsessed with being blind. Hearing Masaki Kigo's words, Minato Yukai laughed. Also advised me not to be stubborn. I really don't know how to live or die. Today I will teach you a lesson to let you know how powerful Ultraman is. Young-hai Minato took a fighting pose, ready to destroy the laboratory and take back his brother's transformation device. With a hand knife gesture, he condensed a water attribute energy ball, and flew out with lightning speed, as fast as a fright. Just when Minato Young-hai was full of confidence, thinking that he could easily deal with this arrogant careerist with a transformation. The ball of light that just flew out was bounced back, knocking Ultraman Buso flying and hitting the wall. This sudden suddenness made the 2 brothers of the Ku family a little confused. What happened? Transformed into an Ultraman, I was blown away with a swish. Under their astonished and bewildered eyes, 6 Ultramans with different images appeared in front of them. Each of them exudes a palpitating atmosphere. Altman's temperament is determined according to the human body. The stronger the human body and the tougher the will, the stronger they are. The human bodies of the 6 Ultramans are all tempered and forged into steel like soldiers. Their auras are naturally fierce and decisive, and the sense of oppression is stronger than when the 2 brothers of the Ku family transformed. The 6 Ultramans all have their own characteristics, the only thing in common is that they all have a double-headed eagle emblem on their chests. It looks like a trained army. How could there be 6 Ultramen? Minato Hohei said incredulously. Ha ha ha, I just like the exclamation of an ignorant and short-sighted guy like you. Masaki Kigo said triumphantly, this is the new era of mankind. I will unify the entire mankind, and then represent everyone to the sacred. The Emperor gave his loyalty and participated in the Great Crusade, and the name of Masaki Kigo will resound in every universe. Are you kidding me? Ultraman Blue, who was the incarnation of Minato Younghai, let out a roar using his mental power. He got up and rushed up again. I want to tell this arrogant careerist with my own courage and strength. The power of Ultra will never be dominated by the wrong heart. Only those who are recognized can properly use this power to bring happiness to mankind. What happened next was extremely cruel, making it unbearable to look directly at. The 6 have practiced hard for many years, and after undergoing ideological stamping and genetic fine-tuning, they can hold down a gold belt boxing champion with fighting skills in 3 seconds, and a soldier who can kill special forces in seconds beats an otaku. One can imagine what it is like condition. Absolute cruelty, absolute cruelty. Ultraman Blue who rushed up was thrown over his shoulder and fell to the ground. Then the 6 Ultramans rushed up together, punching and kicking, and using all kinds of fighting skills. One of them grabbed Altman Blue's arm and broke it hard to see if he could break the bone. This move made Minato Yukai's Ultraman Buso scream again and again. If it wasn't for the strengthening after transforming into Ultraman, Ultraman Blue would probably be beaten to a bone in half a minute, with a bruised nose and a swollen face. But after a battle, Minato Younghai was also tossed a lot. As the red light turned on, he was directly beaten back to the appearance of a human body. Kigo Masaki turned off the machine, took out Ultraman Raso's transformation device, and walked in front of the 2 brothers. 6 soldiers who transformed from Ultraman back to human stood behind him. They've got their own shapeshifters. The appearances are different, the only thing in common is that they all have the double-headed eagle emblem. The first transformation has been completed, and they can continue to become Ultraman without having to endure the previous pain. Now, you have 2 choices. The first is to join the Empire like me, to serve the Holy Emperor, to fight to protect human beings, and to strive to make human beings the most powerful race in the universe. The second is to take you away Transformer, let you go back to that poor clothing store and remain anonymous for the rest of your life. Masaki Kigo looked at the 2 of them, make a good choice. If you make a choice, you will become famous and become heroes of mankind. Even if you step back and make clothes in the future, you will be sought after by thousands of people. The other choice is that you can only a lifetime of obscurity, making clothes for others, may not even own a brand of your own. Do you think we will succumb? Minato said. Actually, brother, what he said is not unreasonable. This may also be an opportunity to realize our ambition. Minato Yukai, who was lying on the ground, said that he had already experienced the experience of being besieged by 6 Ultramen. Imagine, if when a monster appears, a bunch of Ultramen rush up and beat them up, what monster can hold it? How can you say that, Younghai? Minato Hohei looked at his younger brother in disbelief. He was angry just now, and he wanted to teach him a lesson, but now he became soft. His idea is right. No one can fight against the times. If you insist on going your own way, you will only follow the trend and become unknown. Join the Empire and serve the Holy Emperor, and you will have greater ambitions. Think about it, are you really willing? You own those inventions and creations, no one agrees, no one cares. To live in obscurity for a lifetime, is that really what you pursue, Younghai? Kigo Masaki is very charismatic as a leader. His words are full of bewitchment and power. A few words can hit people's weaknesses. Minato Younghai has been obsessed with various inventions and creations since he was a child, but no one has ever recognized him. Even the monster detector not long ago, my brother and father thought he was messing around and doing nothing. Masaki Kigo knows how to deal with such a person. We can't beat them. Rather than being deprived of the transforming device, we might as well just pretend to be the snake. Mino Younghai changed his rhetoric to persuade his brother. If you use violence now, you will only suffer. Okay, I agree with your terms. Then can you return the transformation device to me? Minato Hai stood up and said. Cao Huohei doesn't really believe that the transformation device that the other party has taken away with so much effort will be returned to him. He wants to let his younger brother see clearly, such a person cannot be trusted. But what Minato Huohei didn't expect was that Masaki Kigo directly gave him the transformation device in his hand. He was about to say something. The harsh siren sounded. Monsters appeared on the earth again. Chapter 423 I Am Justice, Seeking Subscription. TPC Headquarters. The red alarm light is blinking. The staff all panicked. Alarms of monster attacks have sounded throughout the base. The victorious team members ran to the combat assembly room as quickly as possible. Zhong Feng, who has now become the captain, walked in quickly from the position at the door. His expression is very serious. Since Captain Zhu Jianhui disappeared, he never showed any smile. He walked up to the assembled team members and said, "Monsters have appeared in the Magic City. The situation is very urgent. The winning team is dispatched. It is the same as before. Receive." Receive. The team members saluted one after another, and then ran out quickly. Computer genius Nurui is in charge of supporting at the base. Daegu and Xingken took Fei in number 1, while Hori and Lina took Fei in number 2. Zhong Fang is responsible for ground command, coordination of personnel evacuation and artillery support. They are fast. In less than half an hour, they rushed from the base to the place where the monsters were ravaging. A giant beast tens of meters high is raging in the city, turning the bustling streets into ruins. Its body is thick and huge, and its brown skin looks as hard as iron, covered with cracks and uneven lines. The head is broad and thick, and the 2 huge scarlet eyes are like blood moons, exuding a fierce aura. When roaring, you can clearly see the long and sharp teeth. Behemoths are destroying the city recklessly. People screamed in terror and ran around. The streets of the city trembled with the heavy footsteps of the monster, windows burst all around, and shards of glass were thrown everywhere, hitting the dusty cars. The monster's strong limbs easily smashed a building with more than 30 floors. People who failed to escape in time were smashed by the splashing gravel and their bones were broken and their heads were bleeding. A little girl wearing a princess dress is run away by her mother. Because of the monster's attack, the mother's clothes were disheveled and her hair was disheveled. The mother's figure is very good, her front is convex and her back is curled up, and she doesn't seem to have ever given birth to a child. The delicate facial features constitute a very beautiful face. Even compared with those actresses who rely on their looks to make their debut, she may not be much inferior. The little girl is carved with jade, and her round face is extremely cute. Put it in the crowd, there will definitely be many people who can't help pinching that little face. Mom, it's so itchy. The little girl hugged her mother's slender neck, smelled the unique fragrance, and felt unprecedentedly at ease. Even if the monster was behind her, she would not cry or make a fuss. It's just that it was itchy to be scratched by mother's soft hair, and she kept brushing away those hairs with immature, white, and fat hands. Mom. The little girl didn't use her immature voice to finish shouting her favorite 2 words. She was hit in the head by a fist-sized flying rock. The immature, smooth head blossomed instantly, and the whole thing cracked open. The warm red blood splashed on the mother's body. What a cruel end scene that was. A mother looks desperately at her daughter in her arms. The little head that was often tucked into her arms was blown open. For her, time seemed to be frozen. Countless fleeing people passed by her, and she couldn't feel it. Her brain stopped running for a moment because of the unimaginable grief, and she subconsciously let out a desperate scream. The next second, this poor woman was directly trampled into mud by the monster. When the monster raised its foot, there was only a lump of rotten meat mixed with broken bones and brains. Can't tell that it was a beautiful young woman and a simple and lovely little girl. Monsters are destroying the city recklessly. Those human beings were trampled to death like ants, crushed to death by collapsing ruins, smashed to death by flying gravel, and burned to ashes by the energy beams ejected by monsters. The members of the winning team rushed over. Fei in number 1 and number 2 launched an attack directly. Ground forces provide support fire to them. The monster has rough skin and thick flesh, and the human attack is not painful at all, but it makes it more violent. Fei in number 1 was also hit by the beam of the monster and exploded in the air. Daegu, Xingken. Lina cried out in pain. At this time, a strong light appeared in the air. A mighty giant appears on the battlefield. Seeing the appearance of the giant, the people who were originally in a panic, all the people running around cheered excitedly. Ultraman Tiga! Ultraman Tiga! Tiga is here, we are saved. People cheered. Seeing the appearance of Ultraman Tiga, they seemed to have taken a reassurance. Ultraman will definitely come to save them. Humans can always trust Ultraman. At this time, a huge projection screen appeared in the sky of Modu. An alien with a head like a locust appeared on the screen. Stupid human beings, you think that with a Tiga Ultra fighter, you can stop the most powerful fighters under our great Dark Universe Emperor. Let you idiots feel what despair is. Submit yourself at the feet of the great Emperor of the Dark Universe. Accompanied by the Flash, 2 more monsters appeared. Digia was fighting the first monster, but was rushed by 2 monsters. 1 on 3, the originally evenly matched scene was immediately broken. The huge monster slammed into Digia like a giant mountain, knocking Digia into the air, and crushing a building. Digia just wanted to stand up and fight back, when another monster attacked again. Obviously the so-called Emperor of the Dark Universe came prepared. He took out 3 monsters at once, and beat Ultraman Tiga with no power to fight back. Unless he seeks the help of Ultraman from other planets, Tiga will definitely lose in the siege. Despicable and shameless. Hori cursed. Lina clenched her fists, and she manipulated Fei in number 2 to continue the attack. To bully the few with more, we must help Digia. The ground troops also opened fire one after another. However, the hurt is really touching, and it is all scraping. Seeing the 3-headed monster beating Tiga, many people were very angry. Enemies are mean. Actually used such means to win. As if hearing the voice of a human being, the alien on the projection screen sneered. Weak ants, this is not despicable and shameless, this is the power of the Ambella Star. Cry, tremble. Kneel down and beg the Emperor of the Dark Universe for mercy, human beings. Look at this poor Ultra Warrior, it's about to fail. Haha, despair. The 3-headed monster beat Digia violently, making him helpless to fight back. We won, stupid people. The aliens just wanted to declare victory. A louder voice overwhelms it. Excitement, howl, my fellow citizens, the great Kigo Masaki has come to rescue you with the will of the Holy Emperor. All enemies shall weep and tremble before mankind. Come out, my warriors. Following this sound, 8 rays of light descended from the sky. 8 ultra fighters stepped out of the light. The projection screen above the city of the floating magic city, the aliens inside also showed an unbelievably shocked look. How could there be 8 Ultramans? Have investigated before. There are obviously not so many Ultramen on this planet. Only 2 at most. I brought 3 monsters here. To humans, they are flying dragons riding on faces. Apart from posing for them to conquer at will, there is no chance of a comeback. Why are there so many Ultramen? What happened? It wasn't just the aliens who were stunned. The members of the victory team, the fleeing citizens, and all the netizens who used the live broadcast to follow the monster incident in the Demon City were also stunned. 9 Ultramen appear on a battlefield. What kind of concept is this? Incarnation of Digia, Daegu, who was pressed to the ground and beaten violently, was also stunned. How come there are so many companions? In the name of the Holy Emperor, destroy them. Those who commit crimes against humans will be punished even if they are far away. Masaki Kigo's voice echoed on the battlefield. The 8 Ultramans moved. The original 3-to-1 situation changed again, and became 3-to-9. The 3 monsters were surrounded and beaten violently by 9 Ultramans. Several Ultramen even pulled up the building that was about to fall down, and smashed it directly on the head of the monster. Their attack methods are also very different from Tiga. Use whatever you have. Grab large pieces of building ruins, giant tower cranes and other things, and attack the monster's eyes, mouth, and other vulnerable places. Despicable and shameless, bullying the few with the more. Seeing that the 3-headed monster he brought fell into a disadvantage. Originally very proud, the aliens who wanted to announce that human beings were about to be enslaved became very angry. Weak ants, this is not despicable and shameless, this is the power of human beings. Cry, tremble. Kneel down and beg the Holy Emperor for mercy, alien. Look at those poor monsters, they can't hold on anymore. Haha, despair. Masaki Kigo naturally heard the voice of the other party, and responded immediately. The 3-headed monsters were pushed to the ground and exploded with hammers. Was finally killed by the beam sent by 9 Ultramans. You can't run away, dare to invade the human world, be ready to accept the anger of revenge. Masaki Kigo declared war on the alien. Before the alien could reply, its projection screen was cut off. Can only be impotent and furious somewhere far away. Digia wanted to fly away, and then find a place where no one was around, and change back to the appearance of a human body. However, he discovered that the other 8 Ultramans had no intention of flying away. They stood in place and immediately turned into human bodies, exposing their faces in front of the camera. Let viewers who watch the live broadcast can see their appearance clearly. This behavior made him look incredible. Don't easily expose your identity to the public, it should be the consensus of every human body, why these guys don't care about it. Digia didn't have time to think about it. He can only fly away alone, and then become a human body, he still does not want to expose his identity in front of the team members and the public. When he ran back again, the 8 human beings were already in the sea of people. A man named Kigo Masaki stood in front of the human body and spoke to people. This is the embodiment of the great power of the Empire. Look at these Ultramen, this power has been in our hands. The glorious era of mankind will be led by the Holy Emperor to glory and a bright future. Humans must join the Empire. Only by joining the Empire can they have a better life and live in a world without monsters. Sing allegiance to the Holy Emperor, we will get the future, everything we have ever dreamed of, the entire universe will belong to humans, and there will never be an alien coming to you again, telling you that humans are ants, something like that will never happen again. The members of the victory team were separated by the security personnel of Sotek Company, and the 2 sides were at war with each other. Empire is a dangerous organization identified by TPC. Are on the same level as those evil cosmic beings. Captain Junjian Hui was also taken away by those who claimed to be from the Empire when he was investigating the Empire. The victory team's attitude towards Masaki Kigo, who publicly promoted the Empire, naturally needless to say. Zhong Fang originally wanted to bring the other party back to the TPC headquarters base for review. Who would have thought that the security personnel of Sotek were so crazy that they dared to confront them? Do you know what this is? Openly confront TPC. Zhong Fang said with a gloomy face, I will sue you for the crime of obstructing public affairs, and the sentence will start at least 5 years. You can sue us, let's talk about it. TPC, it sounds so scary. A security guard from Sotek said disdainfully. Many people in Sotek are hawks. They are a bunch of human supremacists. When the Empire offered an olive branch, they had absolutely no possibility of rejecting it. From today onwards, the world will be turned upside down. The old power and order will undergo unprecedented changes. TPC supported by various countries? Maybe there will be no tomorrow. The toughness of the opponent made Zhong Fang clenched his fists. Behind Kigo Masaki stood 8 Ultraman human bodies. This power can indeed subvert many things. Some things that the TPC executives were worried about still happened. The power of Ultra was in the hands of the wrong person, and it became a tool for the other party to realize their ambitions. The live broadcast is still going on and has not been cut off. 8 Ultraman's human body exposure, what a concept. Any news media will not miss such a grand event. Masaki Kigo used those media to speak to people all over the world. Use provocative language to encourage people to join the human empire, promising them the starry sky, the future, and life and death. What are we going to do? Hori asked, shall we do it? Take a look. The security guard standing at the front pulled out a laser gun and pointed it at Hori. The act of drawing a gun directly caused both groups of people to raise their weapons. This seemingly rushing appearance caused panic among many people. People ran away from the area. Don't be so angry, everyone is fighting for the well-being of mankind. Masaki Kigo's voice came, stopping the conflict that was about to erupt. Security personnel made a way for him to separate the crowd in the crowd. Masaki Kigo brought the 8 human bodies to the victory team. Unexpectedly, the president of a top company, the helm of a wealthy chaebol, and the leading figure in the scientific research field turned out to be an imperial traitor. Zhong Fang suppressed his anger. He finally knew why the TPC executives did not allow them to investigate the matter of Captain Hui in depth. Imperial infiltration is horrible. How many people have turned to that terrible organization? This is too ugly. I am just a citizen of the Empire, a servant of the Holy Emperor. Masaki Kigo said with a smile. Put away your demagoguery, any of your plans will not succeed. Zhong Fang said, evil can never defeat justice. Captain Zhong Fang, I agree with your words. Masaki Kigo joked, soon, you will see how the righteous me foiled your evil plot to stop the Empire. Chapter 424 The Destruction of the Kingdom of Light, for subscription. In the universe of the heavens whose size cannot be measured. Any monolithic universe is like a speck of dust on the beach, small and nobody cares about it. Attaches to the many civilizations that survive and develop within it. Is as small as the microorganisms in the human world. Humans don't care about the idea of microbes. The universe of the heavens will not care about human beings, or the thoughts and fate of any civilization. Human cognition and destiny are meaningless to the vast heavens. Whether it is justice or not, no universe will care and care. In many cases, the side that wins is called justice. No matter how evil and cruel they were, as long as they win the final victory, they are righteous. Those civilizations and forces that once resisted them have become the evils recorded in their history books. This is why evil can never triumph over good. Everyone in the victory team thought they were on the side of justice. However, the final decision is not in their hands. Only those who win will get the title of justice. Countless people will look for reasons for the winners and wash away all the bad remarks they have made. Cruelty can be interpreted as righteousness. Bloodlust can be interpreted as a personality. All atrocities committed by the victor will be rationalized. The person who fails, even if he loves the people like a son, and when he runs away, he is not willing to leave the people who follow him, and he will be regarded as a hypocrite by future generations. It's a pity that everyone in the victory team is still unaware of the cruelty of this world. They feel that defending the human world against monsters is the side of justice. Masaki Kigo's ridicule and teasing made them very angry. The only exception is Daegu. As the human body of Ultraman Tiga, to be honest, he is not firm in his rebellion against the Empire and his hatred of Kigo Masaki. The saying that power cannot be controlled by a wrong heart has been passed down from the 19th century to the present 25th century. People regard this sentence as a standard, and criticize those careerists who want to use technology to forcibly control the power of Ultra or use technology to develop technology. Daegu is a kind person. He also believed that human society should not have too many weapons. Manufacturing too many weapons, those weapons are most likely not monsters, but humans themselves. It is the strict control of weapons in these years that has allowed mankind to obtain the long-lost peace. Only in this way can human society only need to face the threat of monsters, without worrying about the outbreak of civil war or something. If the proliferation of powerful weapons, human beings will continue to fall into civil war and chaos. This sentence is not a lie. Radical hawks, alien-hating haters, and all kinds of ambitious careerists, social rifts and contradictions caused by the gap between the rich and the poor. It is the limitation of arms that prevents their ambitions. Otherwise, for the sake of so-called security, if the restrictions on weapons are relaxed, people will continue to develop various destructive weapons. Human beings will fall into a more dangerous situation because of those powerful weapons. By that time, someone will inevitably propose to develop more powerful weapons. The cycle goes back and forth, constantly increasing the chips. Until the weapons created by man destroy man himself. Daegu is also very supportive of the idea of banning weapons, and believes that it is the key to creating peace for mankind. But when he personally experienced the 9 Ultramans fighting together and crushing the enemy, he was a little shaken again. If it weren't for those Ultraman shots, today's battle would definitely end in his failure. The entire city will be reduced to ruins. Countless people are displaced, losing their families and parents. The concept of justice has never been accurately identified. Many people will classify many things as justice for their own ambitions. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they are all on the strong side, or the side that gets the final victory. If he failed as Tiga and caused countless human deaths, is that really justice? As a fanatic of the Empire, Kigo Masaki created Ultraman with his own ambition to protect human society. Is that evil? Daegu fell into confusion. He also can't recognize the line between justice and evil. The victory team and the Imperial faction represented by Masaki Kigo finally broke up unhappy. Zhong Fang failed to arrest the fanatic. Really get your hands dirty. The winning team does not necessarily win. The security personnel under Kigo Masaki also had weapons. Once the attack is made, both sides will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Zhong Fang didn't want to risk the lives of his team members. In addition, there are many refugees watching. Once the action is taken, there will inevitably be an extremely serious crisis. Return to the TPC headquarters first, consult your superiors, and then make a decision. Masaki Kigo is a man of honor, he can't run away. Daegyu also returned to the TPC headquarters with the team members. Don't you want to keep him? A human body walked to Masaki Kigo's side and looked at Daegyu, who was going away. Masaki Kigo smiled. He has already had a comprehensive understanding of every human being. The human beings selected by the power of Ultra have a common feature: they are all very kind. Will give his life for others. Good people are easier to handle than bad people. This is a consensus. Don't worry, he will join us soon. Masaki Kigo said confidently. He has already felt the benefits of Ultramen fighting together. After saying these words, Masaki Kigo turned around and shouted again to the surrounding audience. These Ultramans are just the beginning. We will launch another 50 Ultramans in the next 3 months. By that time, humans will no longer be troubled by monsters. He made a sky eagle salute on his chest, and shouted hoarsely, all this is the glory of the Holy Emperor. He will forever protect every human citizen. Long live the Empire, long live the Holy Emperor. The inflammatory words made all the refugees who had just experienced a monster attack subconsciously shout. Long live the Empire, long live the Holy Emperor. Long live the Empire, long live the Holy Emperor. Long live the Empire, long live the Holy Emperor. The sound was deafening, not only echoed in the ruins, but also spread along the internet to all parts of the world. They are simply a group of fascists. Horii sat in the car returning to the base, watching Kigo Masaki's speech through the screen in the car. Publicly promote the Empire, and also encourage human beings to accept the rule of a dictatorial emperor. This made him feel like he was back in the feudal era. These guys must have something to do with Captain Megami's disappearance. Shinjo, who was sitting next to Horii, also said, Kigo Masaki colluded with the Empire, which means that he must know about Captain Megami's disappearance, and he might even know about Captain Megami's disappearance. Location. We went back and started to investigate this matter. If Masaki Kigo is really involved, I will not let him go. Zhong Fang clenched his fist tightly, lowered his voice and said angrily. Jian Jianhui Captain occupies an important position in his heart. Now that her life and death are unknown, how could Zhong Fang let it go? Now that those imperial lackeys have jumped out on their own initiative, he will definitely track it down. When they returned to TPC headquarters, Director Sawai came to find them. Director Sawai is the chief of UN Affairs and the founder and director of TPC. In order to fight monsters, it was he who came up with the Special Armed Forces of Guts, an armed force against monsters. It is worth mentioning that Director Sawai is a staunch abolitionist, and he proposed the abolition of the defense force. His expression looked gloomy, not as cheerful as usual. What happened? Zhong Fang asked. I may have to resign. What Director Sawai said surprised everyone. Daegyu hurriedly asked, why do you want to resign? Without such a good officer as you, it would be very difficult for us to carry out our work. Yes, you can't resign. If you resign, what should we do? Director Sawai, what happened? Everyone in the victory team kept asking. None of them wanted Director Sawai to resign. With Sawai gone, the victorious team will surely be sidelined soon. The Hawk faction will grow rapidly, rebuild the previously disbanded defense force, and begin to develop various powerful weapons. Sawai scanned the crowd before explaining the reason. What happened to Masaki Kigo and everyone in front of the media made him realize that something was wrong. He wants to issue an arrest warrant to strictly investigate the lackeys of the Empire, headed by Masaki Kigo, hidden in human society. However, his order was quickly dismissed by several departments. Even TPC's boss, the United Headquarters, criticized his rash move. The risk of arresting the human body and the worshipped Kigo Masaki in public is too great. Until this time, Sawai realized that the penetration of the imperial organization into human society had reached an extremely terrifying level. The Hawks have already thrown themselves into the arms of the Empire. That's why his right-hand man Jianhui disappeared. Those people repeatedly blocked him from mobilizing resources to find people. After thinking about this, Sawai felt ashamed. He didn't know that those people were lackeys of the Empire and those were not. It is also possible, only a small number of people are not, and most of them have become lackeys. This is why Masaki Kigo developed Ultraman so smoothly. There are too many people behind him to support him. Any of his actions against imperial figures such as Masaki Kigo will be jointly rejected by other departments. If you don't resign, you will have no way to fight against the Empire if you stay. Damn it, a bunch of bastards. Zhong Fang slammed his fist on the wall, making it make a bang sound. The loud voice caused the passing TPC staff to look sideways. Discussed in a low voice. Zhong Fang, calm down. Xingken put his hands on Zhong Fang's shoulders to keep him restrained. This group of traitors and cannot be tolerated, they must pay the heaviest price. Horii said, they dare to attack the captain, we will not let him go. Director Sawai, you can't resign. If you resign, they will become even more rampant. We will assist you in secretly investigating the affairs of this imperial organization. At that time, as long as we catch their criminal evidence, we will be able to gain the support of the people. Destroy this force in one fell swoop. Lena walked to Director Sawai, and said in an encouraging tone, no matter what, you have to cheer up, Director Sawai, we haven't lost yet. If you resign now, then we really have no hope. Seeing Lena's sincere eyes, Director Sawai immediately felt a little courage restored. He still has the support of the victory team, and the leadership of the TPC headquarters cannot be all Hawks. There is still a chance to fight on. As long as they win over the various factions opposing the dictatorial empire and try to find evidence of the imperial organization, they will be able to fight back and pull out the rampant hawks in one fell swoop. You are right, Lena. I was thinking too much, and I wanted to be weak to those people. Director Sawai nodded. He dismissed the idea of resigning, and planned to go back to fight the hawks and let their wolf ambitions go to waste. In order to regain the advantage, they made a decision. Director Sawai went back to win over other doves, and politically resisted those people's attempts to let humans join the Empire. The victory team followed the lead of Masaki Kigo and began to secretly investigate the organization of the Empire. This is no less than a war against monsters. It has no smoke, but it is also very dangerous. Director Sawai said this to the victory team and left. Everyone in the winning team looked at each other and saw each other's firmness. Nothing in this world can beat a winning team. M78 Nebula. Ultra Star. Land of Light. This is the place with the most Ultramen in the universe. This universe has a special mechanism. Many civilizations will be eroded by darkness after they grow to a certain level. The hidden dark demon gods and dark monsters will continue to appear until civilization is destroyed or thrown into darkness. Ultraman is the only power that can stop that terrible fate. Unfortunately, not every struggle can be won. Many times, it will end with the failure of Ultraman and the destruction of civilization. This situation did not change until the Kingdom of Light appeared 300,000 years ago. Cosmic Guard, Silver Crusaders, and other powerful ODT troops have successfully prevented many worlds and civilizations from falling into darkness. Many so-called Dark Emperors and Demon Gods were defeated by the Ultra Warriors of the Kingdom of Light and sealed away. With the help of the King of Ultraman, Kingdom of Light built a huge cube prison and monster cemetery. Those dangerous monsters and Dark Ultraman were locked inside. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, Beria, the head of the Dark Ultraman, escaped from prison, broke through the monster cemetery, and released countless sealed monsters. This traitor from the Kingdom of Light has been recruiting troops, trying to defeat the Kingdom of Light. In order to seize the treasure of the Kingdom of Light, the Plasma Spark Tower, Belia has assembled monsters and cosmic alliances and launched 12 large-scale wars in total. Every time, the Ultra Fighters will win the final victory, defeat Beria's attack, and thwart his wolf ambition. As the tide of darkness surged, the Kingdom of Light gradually became tense. Many Ultra Fighters stepped up their preparations for Beria's 13th counterattack. Many Ultramen who went to other planets to support have rushed back, ready to fight against the traitor from the Kingdom of Light. The headquarters of the Space Guard is located in the orbit of the Kingdom of Light, and it is a supergiant orbital space station. The composition of the orbital space station is mainly composed of crystal-like materials, and the whole body is full of light. The huge energy converter is located in the center area of the orbiting space station. The energy surges along the crystal, supporting the functions of each area of the supergiant orbital space station. This supergiant space station not only serves as the headquarters of the security force, but also the entrance to the Kingdom of Light. The entire Kingdom of Light is protected by a mysterious barrier. If the barrier is not destroyed, no matter how powerful the life form is, it will not be able to enter the Kingdom of Light. Altman who is outside must pass through this orbital space station to enter the interior of the Kingdom of Light. The Kingdom of Light does not have spaceships or anything. Even if there are, they are very few functional spaceships. Every resident has the ability to fly in the void and shuttle in the anti-universe field. Spaceships are optional to them. A young member of the Cosmic Guard, Sai Luo stood on the giant track bridge of the headquarters, staring at the rays of light mixed with the brilliance of the antimatter universe, floating in the star field near the Kingdom of Light. Those rays of light follow the orbit and enter the Kingdom of Light. They are Ultramen who returned from all over the universe. Returns for the possible invasion of the evil enemy, Belia. Every year, Ultramen will leave this planet and be dispatched to various places to protect the local civilization and help them get out of the most difficult start. Let them learn to embrace the power of light. In the Kingdom of Light, one is born, trained to become an Ultra Warrior, and leaves family and friends after graduation to protect those weak civilizations all over the universe. Now it is broken. The residents of the Kingdom of Light no longer leave, and the Ultramen scattered all over the place are recalled. The Ultra Warriors scattered across the galaxy were assembled within a few months. Sai Luo also came back recently. For hundreds of years, he has been fighting on other planets. Fight against the tide of darkness, against those distorted monsters, and prevent those powerful civilizations from destroying and invading weak civilizations. He could personally feel the increase of the tide of darkness, and the power of those monsters became even more terrifying. Even the strongest of the new generation would have difficulty dealing with him. This universe is becoming more and more dangerous. He's coming back. Another Ultraman's voice sounded. Zero turned his head and looked over, and found that it was Ultraman Ace. Seriously, Ultraman Ace is the uncle of Ultraman Zero. Ace Ultraman is the fifth of the 6 most representative Ultra brothers of the Space Guard. The father of Ultraman Zero, Ultraman 7 is the third of the 6 Ultraman brothers. Ace has the most light skills and is one of the branch leaders of the 7 Nebula branches. It can be said that it is a high weight. I really want to completely destroy that guy. Sai Luo clenched his fists and said with some resentment, we lost too many brothers in 12 invasions. It's hard. Altman Ace shook his head, Belia has fused too much power. It is said that he even swallowed the heart of darkness. His power is so powerful that no one can beat him, unless the legendary form Mysterious appearing, it is possible to kill him. Even King Ultra? Sai Luo asked. No, during the last invasion, the King of Ultra and Beria had a big war. He personally admitted to us that he couldn't kill Beria. Ace said with a heavy tone, this time, you get ready, Shiro. What preparation? Cyril looked at Ace in confusion. There is no eternity in this world. The Kingdom of Light has been established for 300,000 years. If it is destroyed, you will have to shoulder the responsibility of the new generation. How could the Kingdom of Light be destroyed? Sai Luo said, unless I fall, Beria should not try to take a step into the Kingdom of Light. Sai Luo, don't be impulsive. Listen to me, this is the result we determined together. Your father, 7, also determined this result, but he didn't want to tell you about it himself. The dark tide has continued to strengthen over the years, those malicious monsters and cosmic people have been strengthened like never before. The crisis in Kingdom of Light this time will be unprecedented. Our duty is to protect the peace and hope of the universe. The Plasma Spark Tower must not fall into the hands of Beria now. If the fall of the Kingdom of Light is inevitable, you must lead those outstanding new generations to take away the Plasma Spark Tower and preserve your power. If the Kingdom of Light falls, where else can we go? Sai Luo asked. Go to a place with light. Ace left these words, then turned and left. Remember your duty and mission, Sai Luo. Chapter 425 Captain Zhu Jianhui's return. The war came faster than all Ultramen imagined. The detection instruments deployed near the Kingdom of Light have detected strong fluctuations in the antimatter universe. They transmitted the sorted information data back to the headquarters of the Space Guard, triggering an alarm. The ear-piercing voice resounded throughout the Kingdom of Light in just a few seconds. Echoes in those exquisite, magnificent buildings. Echoed in the huge Ultra City like a mountain. The city of the Kingdom of Light is very majestic, not only stretching to the sky, but also stretching to the ground. Cities below ground are as majestic as those above. The residents of the Kingdom of Light are conducting scientific research and training on this planet. Sirens resounded through every corner. In the huge training ground, in the light test center, in the residential area. Sirens echoed all over. The alt warriors ran out one after another, holding their weapons, to stick to their combat positions. On the supergiant orbital space station, 7, Ace, Taro and other Ultramen stared at the vast void. Little lights appeared in a distant place. That's ashes and flames. Here they come. Those evil and twisted symbols. Those enforcers of chaos. Destroyer of civilization. Countless monsters and cosmic beings poured out from the torn space-time rift. Their warships cover the sky and the sun, covering up the brilliance of the starry sky. Those terrifying monsters look at the past, and there is no end to it. Following them are endless black currents, those terrible demon gods are hidden in the darkness. Pairs of cruel eyes glowed in the black mist, staring at the Kingdom of Light. They are full of hatred for this country that has blocked them for hundreds of thousands of years. Today they will destroy everything. As the siren sounded, every Ultra fighter was ready to fight. They didn't encourage each other, and there wasn't much romance. Silence is their epitaph and also represents their persistence. This will be an era destined to lose a lot. Father of Ultra flew out from the Kingdom of Light and stood in front of many Ultra warriors. His arrival gave the Ultramans more confidence. For hope. The spirit of Ultra's father conveyed such a sentence. It's like the horn of war. Countless Ultra fighters rushed to the sky. They turned into light and rushed towards the vast group of monsters. It's like a praying mantis charging into the booming traffic. The honor of the first kill was won by Ace. He wielded a long blade made of supernatural power and light energy materialization, and swung an ace-cutting blade, splitting a monster in two. Led by the 6 Ultra brothers, many Ultramen entered the group of monsters and battleships. They released beams of light to destroy those enemies. The battle soon started across the starry sky. Sai Luo also joined the battle. With a swipe of his hands in the void, he outlined a shimmering shield, blocking all the salvos of the battleship. Then a rebound, returning all those light beams. Accompanied by a silent explosion, those warships exploded in the void, and countless fragments were engulfed in flames and rushed in all directions. The corpses of those spacemen were thrown out by the shattered warships, frozen into ice sculptures in the void, and drifted along with the shattered wreckage. Occasionally, Ultramen will be defeated, the light on their bodies will disappear, they will turn into stone statues, and will be blown to pieces in the enemy's concentrated fire attack. Belia made Leonix and tens of thousands of monsters following it launch the first wave of attacks. Leonix is not a race, but a collective force with certain characteristics. The all-knowing and omnipotent labeled star people spread their genes widely throughout the universe, and the Earthlings or spacemen who have obtained their genetic genes or been infected by their spirit can all be called Leonix. They can use the battle instrument to summon their own monsters. Leonix has no racial barriers, among them the strongest is respected. Beria is the strongest player of this generation. He changed the previous style of Leonix killing each other, just to determine the strongest. Gather all the Leonix together, forming an unprecedented army. With this great army, he can continue to conquer other races and drive them to fight against the Kingdom of Light. The Bates, Babars, Ambaras, Dark Lopus, and the most mysterious Absolus all participated in the war led by Beria to capture the Kingdom of Light. This alliance is extremely fragile, and many forces have their own ideas. They will not obey each other. If there is not the existence of the common enemy of the Kingdom of Light, an unprecedented war may break out between them. Under Beria's hard work, they can get together and attack. Ultraman Zero rushes around in the crowd of monsters, crushing those monsters with his powerful strength. In these years of fighting, he has activated the Corona form and the Luna form. These two forms have extraordinary combat effectiveness. Many monsters couldn't block Zero's blow. Not long after, a large number of battleship fragments and monster corpses were suspended beside Zero. However, the enemies seem endless. What they destroyed was only cannon fodder. Those more powerful beings are consuming the power of Ultra Fighters. Wait until the Ultra Fighters are almost consumed, they will appear one by one. Father of Otto is guarded by 6 Otto brothers. Many monsters kept rushing towards them, trying to kill the Father of Ultra and extinguish the hope of Ultraman. Father of Ultra was fearless. Holding the Holy Sword of Ultra in his hand, he was beheading those monsters. The Holy Sword is extremely sharp and contains power beyond imagination. A random blow can kill a monster with thick skin and a height of tens of meters. However, no matter how many monsters the Ultra brothers and Father Ultra kill, there are a steady stream of monsters to fill up. It seems like there is no end. When the time is right, Beria and his allies appear on the stage. Everyone is an extremely powerful dark demon god. Some are even more notorious, destroying countless worlds. The first place is the superdimensional demon Atarga. Legend is the owner of Time and Space City, with a very cruel personality. Was once defeated by Zero and was blown to pieces. It's a pity that the demon gods don't really die. They have merged with the darkness. After long years and Beria's hard work, it was finally resurrected and joined the battle to destroy the Kingdom of Light. The second place is Ultraman Toregia. He is also a fallen Ultraman. Was a friend of Ultraman Taro, but eventually became black for some reason. Became the mortal enemy of Kingdom of Light. More dark demon gods emerged behind Belia. Each head exudes an aura of despair and horror. No power can completely destroy them. Even if it is killed, it will be resurrected again and again. This is why the Kingdom of Light built a monster cemetery, to trap these demon gods who can be resurrected, so that they can no longer do evil. The war is becoming more and more intense. No matter how strong the Ultra Warriors are, it is difficult to last long in the face of endless waves of monsters. Ultraman continued to fall, turned into stone statues, and then smashed to pieces. The battle was too fierce. In the cold universe, countless rays of light burst out. Monsters were torn apart, battleships were blown up, and Ultraman was turned into stone fragments. Facing the raging and endless enemies, the Ultra Fighters had to retreat little by little, shrinking the line of defense. Cain, I thought you would hide behind those children. Beria taunted Father Otto and said, today is the day of destruction of the Kingdom of Light. Belia. The tone of Otto's father was full of anger, you traitor. Haha. Beria laughed loudly, whatever you say, Cain, today is your death day. It's not that simple to kill me. Father of Ultra said. The ODT brothers were stopped by the demon beside Beria. And this pair of good brothers in the past also began to settle the grievances between them. Father of Ultra has awakened the power of truth, and is blessed with the Bell of Ultra and the Holy Sword of Ultra, so his strength is naturally impressive. When Beria entered the battlefield, he directly activated his holy glory state. The whole body is shrouded in light. It is like a sun suspended in the void. Countless monsters felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and fled from the area where Father of Ultra was. Belia showed sarcasm, and also released his ultimate form. The darkness spread like a tide, submerging him completely, and suppressing the light released by the Father of Ultra. Today we should end everything. Belia, in his ultimate form, spoke indifferently, with an indescribably cruel expression, and a tall body like a black mountain. The terrible dark atmosphere overwhelmed many Ultramans. The battle between the two sides is about to start. They were brothers who grew up together. The path chosen in the end is quite different. Belia waved the battle instrument, released all his strength, and rushed to the Father of Ultra. Father of Ultra wields the Holy Sword of Ultra to meet the enemy. Light and darkness, protection and destruction. Two forces collided together. Soon, it decided the winner. Belia, who had already fused countless dark forces, shattered the light of Ultra's father. Under the watchful eyes of countless Ultramen, the Ultra Holy Sword in the hands of Ultra's father was broken, and a huge gap was blasted out of his chest. The light faded from his body, revealing a pale stone body. Unreconciled and unyielding gazes emerged from the eyes of Otto's father. However, all efforts in absolute power are of no avail. Otto's father was killed and turned into a stone statue. I told you I'll kill you today. Beria looked at the stone statue of the father of Otto, and smashed it into pieces with a wave of the combat instrument. Countless fragments mixed with the wreckage and flew into the depths of the universe. A generation of heroes who once guarded hope and light left. The 6 Otto brothers screamed in despair, but they were each entangled by their opponents, and could only watch the father of Otto die in front of them. There is no Ultraman who does not show a look of grief and indignation. However, their anger was useless. In front of Beria, any resistance is meaningless. He was holding a combat instrument, and the Ultraman standing in front of him was killed one after another. There is no way to fight back, just like a weak ant being crushed to death. It wasn't until the 6 Ultra brothers fused their lights together to form a brand new shining Ultraman that they barely broke free from their opponents and blocked Beria from continuing to kill other Ultramans. Zero, fulfill your mission. A voice sounded in the heart of the grief-stricken Ultraman Zero. Ultraman Ace, who was integrated with the other Ultra brothers, spoke to him with spiritual power. The Plasma Spark Tower is the power source of the Kingdom of Light, take it away. Sai Luo just wanted to object. How could he leave the battlefield? My child, it takes courage to continue fighting, and it takes courage to leave. Seven has already guessed his child's thoughts. Ultraman was born to protect, this is the belief of the Kingdom of Light. Death is not terrible, what is terrible is nothing remains of what we guarded. Do you wish this world to be plunged into eternal darkness? Go, there is still hope in this universe. The sleeping King of Ultra and other mysterious Saneo have not been defeated, and there is still light in other places in the universe. Sai Wen's words made Sai Loyal let out a roar with his mental strength, then turned and left, flying to the Kingdom of Light. The digital new generation Ultraman also turned around and withdrew from the battlefield. Otto's father died. King Ultra has not recovered from the injury he suffered in the last battle. The number of enemies is so huge. The Kingdom of Light's failure is already certain. When Zero landed on the surface of Ultra Star, the plasma spark tower had been moved into the dimensional cube. Father of Otto had already anticipated the ending, and he made preparations in advance. Mother of Ultra handed the dimensional cube to Silo. Go, Silo, to find a place with light. Please leave with us. Silo said to Mother of Ultra. No, I have my own mission. Mother of Ultra said, go, take the new generation away. From now on, you will be their leader. Remember, don't be rash again. Seeing the Mother of Ultra resolute, Sai Loyal looked painful, but he turned around and flew into the void with many new generation Ultramen. Other Ultramans are struggling to prevent Beria and other enemies from intercepting the new generation of Ultramans. Until those new generation Ultramans tore open the gap in the antimatter universe, rushed into it and disappeared. The combination of the 6 Ultra brothers is extremely powerful, and it is no less powerful than the Father of Ultra. Corberia's power is too strong. In addition to the fusion of the all-knowing and omnipotent Rayblood Star, there are other dark powers, and even the legendary Heart of Darkness that condenses the dark and evil power of the entire universe has been swallowed by him. The 6 Otto brothers soon came to the end of Otto's father. The light disappeared from their bodies, and the bodies of the stone statues were smashed to pieces. The Kingdom of Light has fallen. A dark tide engulfed that world. Storms and flashes of energy vortex slowly devour it. The pitch-black void is stretched like overextended muscles and bones, allowing tentacles comparable to the size of a planet to overflow outward. The Kingdom of Light was destroyed. The greatest obstacle to the dark wave has also been removed. It's like the flood has lost control of the levee. It will pour out and flood the universe. The era of light is over. Beria said indifferently as he witnessed the Kingdom of Light being swallowed by darkness. The world will soon be swallowed into eternal darkness. The plasma spark tower has been taken away, my lord. A cosmic person reported to Belial. Go and get them back. Beria said to the Giant of Darkness, Ultra Dark Killer. Ultra Dark Killer is a dark giant born out of the resentment of the monsters defeated by Ultraman and the aliens. It has the same resurrection ability as other demon gods. Can also capture the light energy of the Ultra Hero. Is the existence that specifically restrains Ultraman. The Ultra Dark Killer nodded, and led a few powerful demon gods and a group of monsters to follow the direction in which the new generation of Ultraman fled. TPC headquarters. These things are enough to prove the horror of the Empire. Yarui fiddled with the console and released photos one after another. These days, members of the victory team are using Masaki Kigo as a clue to investigate the Empire. Hard work pays off. They finally investigated some important leads. The Empire is an invading force from another universe. Is ruled by a cruel, terrifying emperor. It can be seen from the computers and various mechanical equipment they use. The human brain computer soaked in the nutrition tank. Using steel thorns to bind the top of the mech, and a naked human body connected by countless metal cables. Dark skull marks everywhere. And some who disobeyed their orders were secretly executed. Lobotomized, programmed into a puppet. Supervisor Sawai immediately beamed with joy when he saw these evidences. With these, you can use this to let people recognize the true face of the Empire. The Empire is not the savior of mankind, but a terrorist organization. Thank you for your hard work. Director Sawai said to everyone in the victory team, these evidences are enough to let all countries know that the Empire is cruel and untrustworthy. These are what we should do. The victory team will never let those damned guys fool the public like this. Zhong Fang said. Sawai nodded. Without further ado. He immediately sent some photos to the media, aroused public opinion, and asked countries to hold hearings. These horrific photos are enough to calm the nations down. From Masaki Kigo's deception, I realized that the Empire is not as good as it is advertised. As a seasoned politician, Director Sawai has great connections and influence. A day later, the whole world set off a storm of public opinion because of those photos. Who would have imagined that such a well-shaped empire would have such terrifying machines for daily use? National hearings will be held soon. Masaki Kigo was also asked to be present to explain the photos. At the headquarters of the United Nations building. Delegates from various countries held this sensational hearing in the Joint Parliament Hall. Media from various countries also broadcast the hearing live. I have nothing to say about these words. These are just slander and photographs with ulterior motives. The Empire does rely on biotechnology, but there is absolutely no horror shown in the photos. Masaki Kigo said to the representatives of various countries, the Empire is to protect mankind and was born. Does guardianship mean lobotomizing people and turning them into machine slaves? Director Sawai asked. Those who are found guilty, they betrayed humanity, this is their punishment. The enemies of the Empire are more terrible than we want, and anyone who betrays humanity has the potential to cause unimaginable casualties, for which such punishment extremely serious. The Empire has complete and advanced biotechnology, they don't need to use living people to make those machines, but through petri dishes. This is because the Empire has experienced intelligence rebellion, and they firmly believe that the human brain has a human soul, will not rebel against the human race itself. Such a statement is simply absurd. Director Sawai said. Director Sawai, before questioning these, why don't you explain your identity as a traitor? Masaki Kigo asked back, I got a report, you are a staunch anti-humanist. Ridiculous, you are blatantly slandering. Director Sawai said. I have evidence and witnesses. You are the real traitor to mankind. Masaki Kigo turned to look at the representatives of various countries and said, I request my witness to come on stage. Yes, I testify. Sawai has been planning actions against humanity. A gentle female voice came from outside the joint conference hall. That voice is very familiar. Let Sawai look confused, and after seeing the real person, he was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The visitor also caused many members of the victory team who were paying attention to the hearing to show consternation and exclaimed. Because the person who came out was none other than their long-lost captain, Zhu Jianhui. 426, Titan Mech Summoning Technology 1/4. The appearance and testimony of Zhu Jianhui reversed the original remarks against Masaki Kigo and the Empire. People pointed the finger of public opinion at Director Sawai from Masaki Kigo. As the former captain of the victory team, Zhu Jianhui is quite prestigious. In the minds of all the big political figures, Sawai and Zhu Jianhui are basically equated. Now Zhu Jianhui has come forward to testify publicly, saying that his former boss Sawai has anti-human tendencies. How serious is such an accusation? Sawai also stared dumbfounded at Zhu Jianhui showing the so-called evidence in front of representatives from various countries. He could see that much of the evidence was false. But delegations don't see that. They have no idea whether the evidence is true or false. Only so-called technical experts can check whether it is fake. This was a premeditated planting. Zhu Jianhui's arrival and the evidence she provided made this hearing against the Empire and Masaki Kigo a Sawai's trial. After discussions with representatives of various countries, he was deprived of all political power and put in prison until everything was thoroughly investigated. TPC Headquarters. Victory Room Combat Conference Room. How could this be? Lena watched as the Secretary General of the United Nations stood on the podium, announcing the decisions made by representatives of various countries. Watching Director Sawai being handcuffed by the legal staff and escorted down. All these changes came so suddenly. It is too fast for people to accept. It's as if fate is a poor plot written by a third-rate screenwriter. Zhong Fang was also stunned. He never imagined that the former Captain Zhu Jianhui would testify against Director Sawai for crimes against humanity. Such things can be described as bizarre. He is a little out of his mind. I can't figure out why Captain Zhu Jianhui said that Director Sawai is an anti-human being, thus helping Masaki Kigo get rid of the crime. What kind of secret is there in it? Jianhui Captain was clearly taken away by the Empire, why is she now on the side of the Empire again? The hearing ended in an unexpected way. Such a result made everyone in the winning team feel uncomfortable. I must investigate this matter clearly. Zhong Fang stood up and said, I don't believe Captain Jianhui would make such a choice. I'll go with you, I don't believe it either. Let's go together, we're going to ask why the captain behaves like this. Everyone in the victory team stood up. Even Daegyu stood up. They must investigate to find out the truth. They must know what happened to Captain Jianhui during this period of time. How could there be such a big change? United Nations Temporary Detention Facility. It is empty here, only a handful of prisoners are held here. Even the prison guards guarding the prisoners sat loosely in the monitoring room, unwilling to enter it to patrol. Basically there is no need for patrolling. Here is just temporary care. In a few days, these prisoners will be transferred to other places. The United Nations is a place where human countries negotiate problems and conflicts, and it is also a prototype for human beings to unite in the future. It naturally has a kind of sanctity. Escaping from the temporary detention center, or launching any terrorist attack, will be attacked tacitly by all countries. Temporary detention centers generally house war criminals tried by international courts. After those war criminals are sentenced, they will be sent to other prisons. The end of World War II can be said to be the glorious moment of this prison. Inmates filled every cell. Those notorious war criminals were all held here before the trial was over. Director Sawai was also temporarily detained here. A little light filtered in through the dusty, dirty glass windows. The environment in the reception room was a bit gloomy and cold. Under the beating of countless restless fingers, the original white and flat wall showed greasy white spots. The wooden floor is badly worn from pacing back and forth. The air system responsible for ventilation is roaring lowly, pumping out the dull air and replacing it with fresh air. Sawai lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Some parts of the ceiling have fallen off, exposing the mottled wall behind. He knew he was done. Even if it is finally proven innocent. His political career was also over. The Hawks will do whatever they can to destroy the political ecology of the Doves. This is why they want to send themselves to prison. What he thought was still too simple. Thinking that getting some evidence of the Empire will make people wake up and recognize the essence of the Empire. Who would have thought that Zhu Jianhui would stand on the side of the Empire and give false testimony? Put yourself in jail and create opportunities for the Hawks to gain power. They will use the fastest means to pass the act of joining the Empire, and then everything will be done. At that time, even if he is acquitted, no one will care. This is a typical method of hacking. Footsteps sounded. Director Sawai followed the voice and saw Megami Jujian standing in front of his cell. There is also a woman and two men following behind her. Jianhui's eyes were full of pity and sympathy, as well as a hint of hidden guilt. The one woman and two men standing behind her looked a little arrogant, their eyes made no secret of their contempt for Sawai. Director Sawai is a seasoned politician. His ability to perceive words and emotions is excellent. It only takes one look, and he can tell that Jianhui feels a little guilty about his current situation. But behind her, there is a stronger spiritual force supporting her to do that. What kind of thing can make a person violate his own principles? Why did you do this? Director Sawai suppressed his anger and asked calmly, why do you help those dictators who want to rule the world? You have forgotten that the original intention of the victory team is to protect human society from harm. Of course I haven't forgotten. Captain Zhu Jianhui said, but you are in the way, Sawai. You have become a hidden danger and threat to human beings. Is it because I blocked the way of the Empire? Sawai grasped the crux of the problem, so you have to pull me out and let the Hawk faction completely take power. Zhu Jianhui didn't answer directly, but it could be seen from her eyes that this was the reason. The Empire is no different from those cosmic beings. They all want to rule us. Think about it, how many such conspiracies have you thwarted? Now you believe in an empire. Sawai said, he wanted to awaken the conscience deep in the middle Hui, it is extremely dangerous for a dictator to control the human world. Jianhui was indifferent to this. She has already been enlightened and got the truth. Compared with a dictator, it is the most desperate thing to plunge human beings into an eternal and endless dark abyss. It can give more to human beings. Zhu Jianhui said a plausible reason, then turned and left. The three people who followed her also left. Just walked out of the United Nations Temporary Detention Center. Zhu Jianhui was surrounded by the rushing victory team. They came to see Director Sawai and asked why Zheng Jianhui did that. Captain. The moment he saw Zhu Jianhui, Daegyo couldn't help shouting out. It is conceivable that even Zhong Fang was appointed the captain of the winning team. In the hearts of the team members, they still think that Zhu Jianhui is the real captain. Captain, why did you treat Director Sawai like that? You clearly know that Director Sawai is a good person, and he will never betray mankind. Why use those non-existent evidence to frame him? Lina asked. The authenticity of those evidences is not something you can question at will. Zhu Jianhui looked at the players of the winning team, suppressed the unbearable feeling in his heart, and said, I'm just fulfilling my duty. Team. Zhong Fang wanted to say something else. Zhu Jianhui interrupted him directly. I am no longer the captain of the victory team, please don't call me that. If you want to see Sawai, he is inside, you can do it yourself. The cruelty revealed in this sentence stunned several team members. Never imagined that Captain Jianhui, who always regarded them as family members, would say such a thing. Jianhui ignored the disappointed expressions on their faces, but directly walked away from them, looking extremely indifferent. Forget it, let's go inside and go see Director Sawai. Zhong Fang endeared himself to question why the other party had such an urge to change. Making trouble here can easily attract criticism from TPC. The members of the victory team walked into the temporary detention center with disappointed expressions. Daegyo looked back at Captain Zhu Jianhui who was going away, and once he clenched his fist, he turned and ran towards Zhu Jianhui. He must ask an answer. The whole team cared so much about her and treated her like family. When she disappeared, they all tried their best to find her. Now back, but so indifferent. Why? Daegyo didn't want to care about what kind of place it was. He just wants an answer. Captain. Panting, Daegyo ran to Captain Zhu Jianhui again, and said, why? Zhu Jianhui looked at Daegu, who was just like her younger brother, and felt like a sister. But she quickly suppressed it again. Let the victorious team not have a glimmer of hope, and let them understand that the coming of the Empire is inevitable, which is the best choice for them. It is also the best way to put Director Sawai in prison. After the Empire comes, society will usher in unprecedented changes. The battle between hawks and doves will soon intensify. Throughout the ages, which civilizations and countries have merged peacefully. Even in the current United Nations, there are many contradictions among countries, and fringe political conflicts continue to emerge. Even colonies such as Mars have undercurrents. From time to time friction events erupt. The enemies that the Empire has to face are too terrifying, and there is not much time for them, so it is necessary to use some extreme methods. Unified ideology, unified political ecology, and unified economy, allowing a colony to feed back the Empire instead of the Empire's continuous blood transfusion. If you want to do this, it is impossible to achieve it without some strong means. Some people are destined to be sacrificed as a price. Killing one person saves tens of millions. There is no right or wrong, and there is no right or wrong. I'm not your captain. Zhu Jianhui said coldly, Daegu, the victory team already has a new captain. But in my heart, you will always be my captain. As you said, the winning team is a family, and we will take care of any problems together. Daegu said sincerely, I will always be the captain of you. As a family member, tell me, why did you make such a decision? Zhu Jianhui looked at Daegu, and she learned from the hands of Sage Sigma that the other party was the human body of Ultraman Tiga. Those who have a truly kind heart and a protective heart will be recognized by the power of Ultraman and become Ultraman. One day, you will have to make a choice, Daegu. At that time, you will have to choose to stand on the side of justice and kindness, or the side of cruelty and justice. Sometimes, kindness and justice are a good thing, it doesn't mean that this world can do everything by relying on these two. Human kindness and justice are meaningless to the universe, and some sins must be borne by someone in order to protect this race and continue to move forward. Zhu Jianhui left these words and walked away. Daegu wanted to stop him, but was blocked by three people behind Zhu Jianhui. The three are Camilla, Hitler, and Durham. They were sealed in the ruins before. Until the sages of Sigmar took them away and unsealed them using imperial technology. After the three of them were beaten up by the Yuanzhu warrior, they were assigned to Zhu Jianhui as his subordinates. The strength of the Empire made them unable to resist. Powerful Primaris warriors possess near-divine powers, capable of bending rules and reshaping reality with ease. Although the three of Camilla have an immortal body and mighty power beyond mortals, the Empire has a weapon to kill immortals. Tiga. Camilla is now wearing an ancient witch costume. Full body, slender waist. A pair of white as snow, slender and beautiful legs protruded from the hem of the Miko's clothes. The surface of the skin has faintly visible luster, as smooth as pearls. Daegyu showed a shocked expression, and the other party revealed his identity in one gulp. He once forgot to chase Captain Jianhui. Froze in place. Who are you? Debt collector. Camilla showed a cruel smile. We have a debt from 30 million years ago that needs to be settled. What a joke, 30 million years ago, you betrayed us for your pity. Now but Yulian's reincarnation is on our side. What do you mean? Daegyu asked, what does this matter have to do with that machine? The projection released by that machine is Yulian. She always said in super ancient language that only by turning Daegyu into light can the world that is about to fall into darkness be saved. As for the following words, I couldn't finish. It may be because the machine has been stored for too long, some words have been blurred and cannot be heard clearly. You will know, but not now. Camilla turned and left. Hitler and Durm also showed mocking and teasing expressions, and turned to leave. This time, they are the ones representing justice. The line between light and darkness is blurred. Daegyu watched the three leave, and he could feel the familiar aura from the three. They are all human beings. The three subordinates following Zhu Jianhui are all human bodies. What kind of concept is this? Is the power of the Empire so strong? Masaki Kigo currently has 8 Ultraman supporters, and Zhu Jianhui has 3 more, adding up to 12. Counting Ultraman and himself in other colonies of the solar system, none of them has half the number of empires. The Empire has crushed them by force. Daegyu. Daegyu. The team members rushed over. Just now Daegyu suddenly chased Captain Jianhui, which made them all stunned, and they came here now. You boy, you always act arbitrarily. Xingken said, it's really reckless. Forget it, Deco also cares about Captain Zhu Jianhui. Hori came out as a peacemaker. We don't know what happened to Captain Zhu Jianhui. But we will definitely investigate clearly, and we will definitely find out why he did this. Zhong Fang said, now everyone go to visit Director Sawai first, and then go back to discuss countermeasures. The team members nodded, and so did Daegyu. At this time, he was very uneasy and uneasy. The Empire seems to know his identity well. Masaki Kigo, Zhu Jianhui captain, and the 3 people just now. What kind of organization is the Empire? Is it the same as the Dark Empire established by those cosmic people? Countless mysteries are growing in Daegyu's heart, making him wonder what to do. He felt like he was in an unprecedented vortex. Even if he has the power of Tiga, this vortex makes him feel extremely small and makes him unable to control himself. In the void far from the brilliance of the stars, a magnificent exploratory celestial class ship is hidden in the dimensional space between reality and fantasy. On the celestial class battleship, countless magnificent buildings stand erect. Various departments are located in various huge rooms like ant colonies. They are using various advanced equipment to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the entire Ultraman universe. Countless data models are floating in huge halls. Empire's technicians conduct various tests and simulations around these models. Countless silver cherubs and servo skulls shuttled through those buildings with complex structures, and handed over the documents and research data they carried to the designated people. In one of the most magnificent halls, the Sage of Sigma stood in front of a high platform, and behind him was a row of Titan captains who had been trained by the Imperial Academy and had passed the test of battle. His face, which was made of machinery and gears, showed a rare human joy. In this unprecedented moment of greatness, Belisarius' call is not good enough. Krone is just a crappy research idiot. Regula is nothing but a complete idiot. The great Sage of Sigmar is the most outstanding, intelligent, and scientifically capable sage under the command of the Holy Emperor, and he is also the most qualified seeker to stand in the Hall of Truth. The Age of Sigma is coming. Let's get started, captains. Summon your own Titan mecha. Regula fixed the time and made a voice, this will be a subversive phase. Humans will no longer need to transport that huge mech. Just let you carry summoners with you. 427, Seeking help from the Kingdom of Light 2/4. Sages of Sigmar have been studying the secrets of the Giants of Light. It is different from Masaki Kigo's method of wanting to let human beings use the converter to transform into light particles and become Ultraman. Sages of Sigma value the operating mechanism and esoteric principles behind the Giant of Light. Apples don't just fall from trees for no reason. Everything that seems normal hides complex rules. Anything that is taken for granted has a complex and difficult operating mechanism, so it will be presented in front of people in that way. People's kindness and justice don't actually translate into strength. Otherwise human society would not be filled with so much suffering. The power of the Giant of Light comes from the strong emotion of the human body and people's identification with it. Its essence is still inseparable from subspace. No one knows what happened in the distant past, so that a powerful civilization that could create Ultraman disappeared and never appeared again. It can only be deduced from some limited clues that they must have encountered misfortune and were completely destroyed in the fight against the terrible enemy of chaos. Such things are not unusual in the distant, unimaginable past. If you want to tell how many years in detail, there is no way to calculate it. In the universe where the flow of time is not synchronized, it is not rigorous to use years and months to talk about one thing. In that past era, many races tried and used various methods to fight against chaos. The old ones created the webway. The watchman stays in the stone fortress, waiting for the node of fate. The ancient civilization of this universe created a special group of Ultramen to fight against chaos. They built a special mechanism. When chaos invaded, those evil forces from chaos would manifest as monsters. Real creatures can be recognized by virtue of their inner purity and kindness, and gain the power of light. Earth, sky, sea, past, future, etc. These concepts have something special attached to them. Can give those chosen people power, let them become Ultramen, fight against those monsters, and maintain the peace of this universe. Masaki Kigo and many hawks, Gondo staff, Yoshioka, Hiji, etc., all hope that humans can master the power of Ultraman. Let Ultraman become a weapon that humans can fight against monsters. The Sage of Sigma naturally wouldn't have the same idea as these little ant-like indigenous characters. In that case, wouldn't it appear that his vision is at the same level as those natives who don't even know about other universes? He studies the giants of light, and he studies how to materialize emotional energy and combine this technology with other technologies. In Universe 02, which is the universe where Sanguinius is currently sitting, there is a group of special enemies. Those enemies were called Lanternmen by the local aborigines. Lantern Man possesses a special technique, emotional spectrum. They use the emotional spectrum to convert emotion into usable energy. Use this technique to make a lantern, and use the lantern to make a lantern ring. The lantern heroes then use the lantern rings to visualize their imaginations and create various weapons against the enemy. This is an extremely buggy ability. If their technology hadn't been castrated, this method alone would be enough to dominate the universe. Be able to visualize everything in mind. If the power is enough, it can even create a magnificent imperial fleet out of thin air. Create things as you wish. Such an ability can be called a creator-level existence. Of course, those lanterns did not become creators. Their skills have been castrated, and at most they can manifest some weapons. A lantern man can create an energy weapon with a complex structure and exquisite design out of thin air, which is already very remarkable. Most lanterns use simple swords or something. Things that are too complicated are also a heavy test for their imagination and knowledge level. All kinds of limitations make lantern man with such bug ability very weak. Their lantern rings are useless in battle. The weapons and barriers created can easily be negated by the original concept modification function of the imperial heart organ, which is unique to primal warriors. Or when the imperial forces used various equipment to close the subspace and make them concrete, they put in more energy and got weaker things. Lanterns are often either slaughtered or captured and executed. The lantern core of each parallel universe in the No-02 universe is similar to those superheroes, and will be directly wiped out by the Empire, weakening the local resistance to the Empire. In the process of destroying the lantern core, the Empire's research on the lantern and the emotional spectrum has become more and more in-depth. Even better than the lantern men, they understand the power of the lantern rings in their hands. The Sage of Sigma used his power and status to obtain a piece of research information on the emotional spectrum and lamp rings from the Empire's knowledge database, and combined with this world's unique giant of light, he developed a brand new technology. With the opening of the Empire's interstellar war, the enemies of the Empire have become more and more powerful. Many enemies have extraordinary powers, and it is not uncommon for gods to end themselves. These guys combine the unique rules of their universe, which is very tricky for the Empire. Even a powerful imperial army needs to pay heavy casualties in order to win. Under such circumstances, the speed of conquering a universe is greatly slowed down. In order to ensure the military superiority of the Empire, the Mechanic has been trying to find ways to research more powerful weapons of war. Titan is one of the important fields. On the eve of the Vigilante campaign, Sage Regula improved the Titans with advanced technology. Combining the Titan and the fighter into one, created the first Thunderbird fighter Titan that integrates air bombing and ground combat. Greatly expanded the scope of Imperial warfare, allowing Imperial forces to gain an advantage over the Chaos traders. Since then, the Sages have used this idea to make many improvements. The Titan has become a multifunctional war vehicle, which can be released from low Earth orbit or even the void, and directly rush to the enemy's fleet or the surface of the planet, destroying the opponent directly. No matter how the Mechanicum or the Imperial researchers improve, the troops need to carry the huge and complexly designed Titan body to the battlefield. Today's Titans generally use strong interaction materials or high-density materials as protective layers. The structure is becoming more and more complex and precise, and the quality is getting bigger and bigger. The transport ship needs to be transported to the designated area to fight. The technology introduced by the Sage of Sigma will revolutionize the Imperial Titans, Imperial Knights, and even warplane combat. Combining realization technology, transforming nihilistic light into physical technology, dimensional dimension technology, dimensional space technology and many other fields. Turn fighters, Titans, Knight mechas, etc. into light, and then put them into the Imperial emblem similar to the magic light rod. Cooperate with the national system that the Empire has recently vigorously promoted. As long as the citizen of the Empire has the occupational skills that meet the presets of the badge, he can summon the war vehicle in the badge. Makes Imperial troops more efficient. Today is the time to test the research results. At the request of Sage Regula, the Titan captains all held the double-headed eagle badge hanging on their chests. With their touch, the golden emblem released a strong light. A shimmering interface appeared in front of these Titan captains. Induction summons the needs of Imperial Titans. The request is being processed. Jonah is also one of the Titan captains. He was born in the Dawn Age after the Holy Emperor awakened. Everything is waiting to be done. Under the guidance of the Holy Emperor, human beings have broken free from the long age of ignorance, embraced technology and rationality again, and strode toward the future. Like the dawn when the night is pierced, everything is full of vitality and hope. Jonah studied Titan driving technology at the Imperial Academy, and after graduation became a member of a Knights of the Emperor's Light. The Knights are driving small mechas that are smaller than the Titans, and are responsible for breakthrough missions on small battlefields. They often also undertake the task of street fighting, provide fire support for other ground troops, and help pull out heavy fire units. Jonah made many achievements in battle and was finally selected as the pilot of the Titan mech. At that time, the Empire no longer used the old-fashioned Titans that required crew members to maintain together. Instead, it was used by a single person or 3 people to share the control of the Titans, and there were no longer crew members. The old-fashioned Titans of the Empire often require dozens of crew members to maintain the energy stack, the cab, and even security to prevent people from making trouble. When there is a problem on the battlefield, the crew will repair it non-stop to ensure that the Titan can work hard. Although the power is huge, it is also very cumbersome. After several improvements and changes in the Imperial warfare philosophy, Titan maintenance was put in the rear. When going to the battlefield, there are often only drivers who go into battle alone. Temporary maintenance work is handed over to micro-robots, which is enough to support until the end of the war. The Titan that Jonah and another pilot controlled before is a new type of amphibious Titan that can fight in the void, the atmosphere, and the surface. There are 3 forms, which can be switched at will to adapt to various types of battlefields. Immersive neural manipulation has some effects on the human brain, especially when fighting for a long time. The pilot will have the illusion that he is a Titan instead of a human. For long-term battles of more than 6 hours, 2 or 3 pilots are generally selected to share the impact of the battle. The Empire can use the brainwave fusion technology to fuse the brainwaves of several people together, allowing them to form a brand new thinking, so as to control the mecha. Such behavior has attracted the thinking of many philosophers. Is the mind fused by several people the soul of the Titan? Of course, such debates are generally unanswered. The double-headed eagle imprint in Jonah's hand released countless beams of light, weaving into a giant Titan with a height of 70 meters in just a few seconds. His whole body also turned into light, and merged with a huge giant Titan. No traditional control room. At this moment, he truly completed the driving concept of man-machine integration. A vast amount of information and data poured into his mind like a sea of smoke. Telemetry information, weapon readiness, fuel levels, and millions of other bits and pieces. Every sensor became his eyes. The rumbling energy pile became his heart, and endless power gushed out from his chest, flowing along the energy pipeline to his limbs. He tried to clench his fists tightly, and the metal palms made of machinery also moved with his thoughts, and they were tightly clenched together. With a fierce punch, the air was heavy, like a heavy sound like a mountain collapsing. The white air flow rolled in the air with his movements. Seeing this scene, the Sage of Sigmar smiled triumphantly. The ubiquity of summoning technology will reduce the dependence of war on logistical support. The Titan driver can also prepare 1 or 2 backup Titans, and if one is damaged, another one will be summoned immediately. Throw the broken one in place and wait for the recovery of the logistics force. It may be difficult to promote it. After all, these technologies are not cheap. It will take a long time to reduce the cost. Ultraman can be so relaxed because the ancient civilization that created it has already done the preliminary work. Of course, although this technology is expensive, it also has unimaginable benefits. If you encounter enemies who want to destroy no matter the cost, the summoning technology will come in handy. When the technological level and productivity of the Empire are improved again, the summoning technology will shine. Jonah controlled the Titan to test other functions. He tries to raise the Titan's left arm. The heavy mechanical arm was lifted up under his will. Following his thoughts, a group of condensed brilliance appeared in his palm. A reminder that the weapon system was activated appeared in his mind. The next second, he turned the weapon off again. Turn on the shield, turn off the shield. Jump. Fly. Warp. Run at high speed. Slider. Draw your weapon. Every movement is flowing, like manipulating one's own body. Jonah raised the huge mechanical palm to the head, clenched and opened his fist like a human. Do whatever you want without any obstacles. It's really a magical machine. Jonah couldn't imagine what kind of lethality these Titans would have after being thrown into the battlefield. From now on, the so-called gods and demons are nothing but ants in front of the huge war machine of the Empire. TPC headquarters. The strategy room of the winning team. According to the discussion at the TPC high-level meeting and the requests of representatives from various countries, the victory team was asked to disband, and the members need to return to their original departments as soon as possible. A man with paperwork makes a shocking announcement to the winning team. They had just finished watching Director Sawai, and they thought they would conduct an investigation when they came back to see why Captain Zhu Jianhui did such a thing. Unexpectedly, they haven't waited for their investigation. Got the news of the dissolution. The winning team is disbanded. What should we do if the monster continues to appear? Zhong Fang grabbed the man and asked. The man explained, a high-level executive mentioned this at the meeting, and plans to hand over the task of fighting monsters to the Imperial Defense Force formed by Masaki Kigo. They have enough Ultramen to deal with monsters. If they are handed over, casualties can be greatly reduced. It's not just the victory team, it's currently located all over the world. The special operations teams that were originally formed to fight monsters will be cancelled. As for the special operations teams in other colonies, it will take some time to communicate, but the cancellation is already a certainty. Monsters. The invasion of Shanghai resulted in the deaths of more than 30,000 residents, hundreds of thousands of wounded, millions of people almost became refugees, and property losses amounting to trillions. Zhong Fang originally wanted to go to the top management to refute the opponent's decision to disband the victory team. The reason given by the man made him unable to refute. The winning team did have a lot of achievements in fighting monsters. But these are not reasons to keep the winning team. High-level executives will not squander large sums of money for the dreams and emotions of a group of people. The victory team's mission is over. Hori, Xingken, Yurui, Lina, and others all showed a confused look. Director Sawai was arrested, Captain Zhu Jianhui became indifferent, and the victory team is now facing disbandment. In a short period of time, this world made them feel very strange. Everyone showed a sad look. At this time, Yurui suddenly stood up. Perhaps, we have one last way to change all this. Forget it, Yurui. The victory team is about to disband, what else can we do? Zhong Fang shook his head. I know you are very sad. But this is the request of the TPC executives and representatives of various countries. The dissolution of the victory team has already doomed. Yurui ran to the computer console. After a while, all the required information was called out. TPC and the top leaders of various countries demanded the disbandment of the victory team. Behind it must be the request of the Empire. They don't want any opponents. Don't forget that we live under the protection of the Kingdom of Light. After humans entered the industrialized society and could communicate globally, Bermuda monsters appeared in people's field of vision. The first Ultraman also appeared in people's field of vision. That Ultraman did not leave a name, the world only knows that he is Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light. Then, every few years there will be Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light. They came to the Earth to help humans defeat monsters and fight against the aliens, giving humans precious development time. With the slow contact, people also know the order of the Kingdom of Light. Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light maintains peace around the universe and prevents different races from killing each other. At the same time, bring those Ultraman born from their respective worlds and recognized by the power of Ultra back to the Kingdom of Light, and train them to become excellent fighters. With the development of science and technology and the teaching of Ultraman, people in the human race have been recognized by the power of Ultraman and become the new Ultraman. With the increase of native Ultraman, Kingdom of Light believes that human beings already have a certain ability to protect themselves. The number of Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light is gradually decreasing. They focus more on those worlds that need protection. However, on the satellite colony in the orbit of Neptune in the outer solar system, there is still an Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light active. He was called Ultraman Titus. This Ultraman is very active. People only know that the other party will show up when the aliens invade the solar system. As for other times, they are all missing. We can use the power of the Kingdom of Light. Nojui said his thoughts. The Kingdom of Light is trying its best to maintain the order of the universe. If they find out about the invasion of the Empire and Kigo Masaki's crazy plan to mass-produce Ultraman, they must will stop it. 428. Cruelty is not equal to evil 3/4. Yerui's words made hope emerge in the hearts of everyone in the victory team who were ashamed. The Kingdom of Light is powerful and has many Ultraman. If they intervene, the Empire may not succeed, and it may even have to retreat. Yerui's proposal can be said to have given them a glimmer of light in the dark night. But one sentence from the Horii team made them fall into disappointment again. How do we go to the alien colony in the orbit of Neptune? To find an Ultraman we don't know where. Interstellar travel is now a household name. Ordinary people grit their teeth, and they can also take a trip as soon as they say it. Of course very few people would do that. Anyone can afford an interstellar ticket. But life is not that simple. Even if you go to an alien colony, you will have more job opportunities and higher salaries. However, the high cost of living and the sense of strangeness and alienation of being away from home can also make people feel difficult to adapt to. Human beings are creatures with a narrow range of life. People prefer to live in their own 1-acre 3-point land. Even if they are given spaceships, let them master various advanced technologies. They also like to live in the small area they are familiar with. This tendency will become more and more obvious with age. They like to be content with the status quo and have no courage to break the existing life. It will take about 6 to 7 months to go from the Earth to the colony in Neptune orbit according to the current speed of the spacecraft. Don't think this time is very long. Mankind's exploration of the interstellar space at this stage is like the era of great navigation. Being able to go from the Earth to the orbit of Neptune within 6 to 7 months is already a leap in aerospace technology and a great milestone. The distance between the Earth and Neptune varies from 4.5 billion kilometers to 7.5 billion kilometers. Ultraman Tiga's blue speed type, the fastest flying speed in the atmosphere is Mach 7. 1 Mach is 1 times the speed of sound. Mach 7 is 7 times the speed of sound. That is 2,358 meters per second. Converted to 8,575 kilometers per hour. The time it takes him to fly from the Earth to Neptune is 1.84 million years. This is only the time required for the closest distance between the Earth and Neptune. If the distance is the farthest, this time will be doubled. Imagine what a distance this is. Flying at 7 times the speed of sound for 1.74 million years, or even more than 3 million years. You have to fly from the early Paleolithic to reach the orbit of Neptune today. It is also thanks to the order established by the Kingdom of Light that human beings have the opportunity to develop in the War of the Aliens. The long-term peace has promoted the development of aerospace technology and allowed human beings to go to the stars. At present, humans have established colonies all over the solar system. Established an interstellar flight. Interstellar flights to Neptune occur every 15 days. Send some people there, and also deliver some supplies that are not available on Pluto. The interstellar flight is the only way for people to go to the orbit of Neptune. For the sake of flight safety, those who want to take that flight must apply 1 month in advance to ensure that there are no problems before boarding. The victorious team was disbanded and they were sent back to their original division. If you rush to Neptune, you will definitely be noticed by the Hawks. It just needs someone to say something out of it and get their profile rejected. They wouldn't be able to board that starship. Not to mention going to colonies billions of kilometers away to seek help from Ultraman Titus. Hori's words brought everyone back to reality. Even if they have the courage to board the spaceship, they have nothing to do. Leave this matter to me. Daegu stood up. I'm going to find Ultraman Titus and ask him for help from the Kingdom of Light. How do you get on the spaceship? Zhong Fang asked. Those people who disbanded the victory team and the action teams in various places must have considered this. They will not let us board the plane. I have a friend who works in the Interstellar Trading Company, and I have my own way. Daegu did not reveal his identity. Ultraman has the ability to travel through the void. Going to Neptune is not a difficult task for him. Lena also stood up. I'll go with you too, Daegu. I'm worried about you being alone. I can do it. Daegu stopped Lena. I will go alone, it is more convenient to act. Please stay here, continue to follow the observation of the Empire, catch every flaw they left, and I will go to Titus Ultraman, then bring back the power of the Kingdom of Light and restore peace to this world. But... Lena wanted to say something, but was interrupted forcefully by Daegu. I can do it alone, Lena, you don't have to come with me. Daegu has a kind heart. But his firmness is unshakable. After discussions and arrangements, Daegu went to Pluto to contact Ultraman Titus, and others tried to find evidence of the Empire. After the discussion, Daegu hurriedly left the TPC headquarters. He walked straight to a hidden and uninhabited place, took out the magic light stick, and it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the vast void, a blue color is the main color, silver and white are supplemented. Ultraman with a height of 5'3" is flying in the void. This is Daegyu's method, incarnate as Ultraman Tiga to find Ultraman Titus. In the void and on the surface, the pressure to bear is completely different. In the empty time and space, Ultraman incarnated in a human body has a longer activity time. They are also faster, and can travel faster than light through the antimatter universe. Going to Neptune is just a simple matter. Ultraman's body is extremely tall in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the boundless space, Ultraman Tiga's size and speed are not reflected at all. If there is an observer nearby, you will see Ultraman Tiga floating in the deep space as if he is still. In fact, from this position, you can see that the speed in the entire universe is erased by the distance. The moving sun and the sea of stars in front of Ultraman Tiga are also in eternal stillness. Time seemed to stop flowing. Daegu felt lonely like never before. This is what it feels like to be in the void. Looking in any direction, it is empty, cold and dark. Celestial bodies are out of reach. Even if he has the power of Ultra, he feels lonely. Daegyu's soul is in awe of the vastness of the void. He couldn't imagine how humans should live in such a universe. They are too small. Daegu thought of the Holy Emperor, the ruler of that empire. After feeling the vastness and nothingness of the void, he developed admiration for that person. Even if he has never met the other party, he still has a kind of awe. Apart from his status as a dictator, at least the other party will not be afraid of this vast void, and will not even regard it as an obstacle. Daegu didn't belittle the family-like teammates of the victory team in his heart. But he is also very clear that other people are as afraid of the void as he is. It's too big here. It is too big for ordinary people to imagine. When you are in the void, no matter which direction you look, all you see is darkness, and all you feel is coldness. While Daegu was thinking wildly, a whip appeared from the void and sent him flying. The huge force allowed him to fly hundreds of kilometers. Who? Ultraman Tiga, the incarnation of Daegu, sent a voice to the void through spiritual power. Accompanied by 3 black mist mixed with blue lightning, 3 Ultramans with dark and purple colors appearing in front of Daegu. Tiga. The leader Ultraman has female features and holds a whip in his hand. Daegu felt that voice was very familiar. There was a flash in his mind, and he suddenly recognized the other party. Are you that woman? Before I went to visit Director Sawai, when he ran to Captain Jun Jianhui to ask for an explanation. When a woman behind Captain Jianhui left, she directly shouted his secret. It seems that you are not very stupid. The female Ultraman said with mental power, I said that we have a score that was 30 million years ago to settle. I don't know you. Daegu said. I know you, Tiga. Stop pretending. As the Master of Light, you already have immortality. It is meaningless for you to hide in the human body. Said the female Ultraman. Ultraman's name has always been named after the user. Ultraman Tiga is called Ultraman Tiga. Because it was recognized by the power of Ultraman, Tiga was the one who became Ultraman. Tiga's human body can be anyone. It can be Daegu or XX. Can even be everyone. Even if people all over the world become the light together, this Ultraman is still Ultraman Tiga. Unless Tiga really dies, this power will always turn into Tiga Ultraman. When the human body controls, the power is provided by the human body, and the action is also controlled by the human body. It doesn't mean that Ultraman's body consciousness is not here. Human experience changes, but Tiga will not die. Otherwise, why call it Ultraman Tiga instead of Ultraman Daegu? I don't know you. Daegu reiterated, and he made a fighting stance. I'm Camilla. The female Ultraman said, forget it, let's stop talking nonsense. For the sake of justice, I have to get rid of you. I really didn't expect that one day, we will be the most righteous party. Ha ha ha, indeed. Hitler and Durm also laughed. 3 Ultramans, 1 woman, 2 men, rushed up directly. Digia condensed a blade of light and flew out with a knife in his hand. But Camilla directly whipped him away with a light whip. Hitler rushed over first, and his speed was the fastest among the 3. He hit Digia in the face with 1 punch. Digia turned his head and kicked the other side away with a reverse kick. Camilla and Durm are also here. Camilla's whip wrapped around Tiga's hands. Durm, who is the most powerful, hit Tiga in the stomach with 1 punch. The huge strength made Digia bow up. Hitler kicked Tiga on the back with another flying kick and kicked him away. Camilla tightly grasped the whip and controlled Tiga's hands, making it difficult for him to fight back. Durm and Hitler fought back at will, beating Tiga. Digia transformed into a powerful type, broke free from Camilla's whip, kicked Hitler, and punched Durm, forcing the 2 back. Then a light attack was released, forcing Camilla to turn the whip into a shield to defend. It's despicable and shameless. Daegu expressed his dissatisfaction to those guys through his incarnation of Ultraman Tiga. Justice, how can you say it is despicable and shameless? Dalam said, there is no need to pay attention to any morality when dealing with bad people like you. Justice is not something you say with your mouth. Daegu said angrily, guys like you, what qualifications do you have to say the word justice? Then let it talk. Durm raised his fist and rushed forward again. Hitler showed a crazy smile, yes, just use your fists. Then let's die together. A strong light erupted from Ultraman Tiga's chest, like a sun expanding rapidly. The fluctuation of power is increasing sharply, and in just a moment, it rises to a shocking level. Ultraman Tiga desperately improves his strength, and wants to use self-destruct to hurt the enemy. Camilla, Hitler, and Durm, the 3 Ultramans, saw this scene and were frightened and flew back dozens of kilometers. Ultraman Tiga withdrew his light suddenly, turned his head and flew towards Neptune, entered the antimatter universe within a few breaths, and disappeared. Space is not the Earth. Even if they escape, it will not cause any casualties. Daegu naturally wouldn't be foolishly surrounded and beaten on the spot. Let these 3 guys be arrogant today. Wait until there is a chance in the future, and bring back the people from the Kingdom of Light. Light and justice will prevail. I haven't seen him in 30 million years, but the human body he chose has improved. If he can't beat him, he turns around and runs away. Hitler looked at the direction in which Tiga was escaping, and laughed. Durm looked at Camilla, sister, what should I do now? Camilla slammed the whip hard, lashing in the dark void. What else can I do? Go back and report to the Sage of Sigmar first. I think we used to be so beautiful, but now we have to work hard for a emperor. Durm said with some complaints, why don't we run away? Is your brain broken, Durm? Camilla looked at Durm, it is not 30 million years ago now, we are no longer the leaders of the dark side, and now we are fleeing back to the dark side, we are no different from the current situation. One is working for the Holy Emperor, and the other is probably working for some dark overlord. Then shall we continue like this? Hitler asked. Camilla smiled, they have already produced Ultraman in batches, we have to continue to pretend to be loyal, get the right opportunity, and then take the opportunity to become the leader of the Ultraman army. At that time, even the Holy Emperor has to show respect to us. At that time, I want to see who this Holy Emperor is. He is so arrogant and wants to rule the heavens. If he is handsome, I will reluctantly accept him as a face, and your elder sister will cover it up. Let him sit safely on the highest throne of the empire, and whoever refuses to accept it will be destroyed. Big sister has a great plan. Hitler said, when the time comes, we will be in charge of the Ultraman Legion, and it won't be turning our hands into clouds and turning our hands into rain. Yes. Durm also nodded when he heard Camilla's plan. Then go back, don't say anything about complaining, those primordial warriors are brutal to death, if we are exposed before we get control of the Legion, we will be chopped to pieces by them. Camilla gave instructions to her 2 younger brothers, and then set off to return. With the help of antimatter space, Tiga's speed is very fast. An hour later, he appeared near the orbit of Neptune. Neptune is a giant wood-like gas planet, the planet farthest from the Sun in the solar system, and the 4th largest in the solar system. Quality ranking is 4th. Neptune is smaller than Jupiter in diameter and volume, but its mass is larger than Uranus, equivalent to 17 Earths. Several moons orbit Neptune. Human colonies are located on those moons. Neptune is huge. Compared with it, Ultraman Tiga is like a speck of dust. Many of the meteorites revolving around Neptune are bigger than him. Tiga closed his eyes and activated the sensing ability of Ultra Heart. This is Ultraman's signature skill, which can sense the existence of the same kind. After a few minutes, he got the induction. An Ultraman is fighting outside the orbit of Neptune. The Ultraman uses black and red as the base color, silver and gold as embellishments, and an area on his forehead is blue. The body shape looks much stronger than the average Ultraman. It looks more oppressive than ordinary Ultraman. The power of that Ultraman is terrifying. Those meteorites the size of a city were lifted up by him and slammed into the enemy. Several monsters were beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back. Ultraman Tiga joined the battle and helped the opponent defeat the enemy. The other party was surprised when he saw Digia's appearance, and soon returned to normal. Several monsters were at a disadvantage and were quickly knocked down. Wait until the last monster was crushed, the Ultraman suspended in the void, and asked Tiga with his spiritual power. Companion, why did you appear here? I remember that you are the Ultraman of Earth, why aren't you there to protect the people there? Are you Titus? Tiga asked. Yes, you haven't answered my question yet. Titus said, you have to tell you, why are you here? There has been an accident on the Earth, and an imperial organization has invaded there. They have produced Ultraman in batches, and my companions and I have no way to stop them. After discussion, we hope to get help from the Kingdom of Light. Only the Kingdom of Light can stop that evil empire. Tija mixed information about Earth in his spirit and sent it to Titus. The other party was silent for a long time before speaking. I want to help you, but I can't do anything. Titus replied, the situation has become very bad. We have no spare power to stop the empire you call it. Why? The Kingdom of Light is so powerful. Tiga asked inexplicably, Ultraman can't interfere with humans' choice, so can he turn a blind eye to humans' help? It's not like that, you don't know much about the universe. Titus explained, first of all, I am not an orthodox resident of the Kingdom of Light. I come from a world under the order of the Kingdom of Light just like you. My world is more, your world is more developed, and our understanding of the power of Ultra is much deeper than yours, and many Ultramen have been born. We accept the dispatch of the Kingdom of Light and go to different worlds to protect those weak civilizations. My duty is to protect you, no matter what happens, the enemy must first destroy me before they can invade humans. The Empire is now an invasion. Tiga said, so I come to seek your protection. According to the past, the National Congress of Light will send special observers to observe the situation of human civilization in response to what you said. If there is a need to intervene, the security team will be dispatched to intervene. The Kingdom of Light has always ensured that you can grow to understand the heart of Ultraman. At that time, the protection of the Kingdom of Light for you will disappear. At that time, you who have enough Ultraman will have to protect other worlds. Titus paused, with infinite sadness in his tone. But now the situation has changed, the Kingdom of Light has been destroyed. The father of Ultra died at the hands of his old enemy, and the King of Ultra is still asleep due to his injuries. Every Ultra star has encountered unprecedented, even my hometown, U40, is the same, the order of the Kingdom of Light has been torn apart, and my companions have suffered heavy casualties against the dark wave. The darkness is already overwhelming. I have been thinking about whether I should leave the solar system and go to the most intense battlefield. The news you brought made me firm in my decision to leave. Humans have mastered the power of Ultra, and this it is a step that every Ultra star will go through, as long as you do not take the wrong path, your Earth will be a rising Ultra star. But those Ultramen were created by the Empire. Dijia said, those who harbor hatred will bring the whole world into the abyss. You know nothing about the real abyss, and you don't know anything about the dark tide sweeping the entire universe. Titus transmitted some knowledge of star U40 to Tiga, the incarnation of the ancient, cruel is not equal to evil, as long as they are willing to protect the interests of mankind, they will never fall into the abyss. 429, No 04 Cosmic Wars 4/4. Dagya fell into an extremely terrifying dream. Essence of malice boils in the vast void. Countless monsters walk through it. There are so many of them, it's like an annihilating tide, flooding the homes of all sane creatures. Voices of despair and cries echoed in the darkness. In the face of those monsters, human beings' definitions of evil and justice are completely meaningless. Those monsters represent destruction and endless pain. One planet after another was flooded by them. Those planets were also reshaped by them into various horrible appearances. What manifested in the dream was so evil. Evil to the point that these things should not appear in the real universe. Dagya has courage and can transform into Ultraman Tiga. He is also afraid and uneasy about everything dark and terrifying. This is the truth. The light and shadow of Titus appeared in Dagya's thoughts, the order maintained by the Kingdom of Light is to fight against them. The tide of darkness, they are destined to destroy everything and shroud everything in darkness. The traitor Beria won the 13th war and made everything go out of control. I'm sorry that I can't help you. This is an unprecedented wave of world destruction. Every Ultraman is destined to be unable to stay out of it. Even the empire you speak of will make their choice. Either be swallowed by darkness and assimilated, either become a member of it, the choice is yours. If the Kingdom of Light was still there, they would have slightly interfered with the fate of mankind. But now everything has fallen apart, and the darkness has broken down the dam. My mission is to protect the weak civilization from falling into the true despair. Humanity has mastered the power of Ultra, and you have to make your own choice. Stand with us, or stand with the destroyers. I don't want to admit it, but there are benefits to both sides. Choose us, and you can guarantee a rational future. Choose those guys, and you will get the so-called immortality. Of course, you have to pay a price. Those twisted monsters are the price. You are very kind, and you can do many things. From the many messages you have passed on to me. That empire only wants to rule the world, and does not want to completely destroy it. Instead of a political struggle among themselves, but into a world of destruction. You have to make your own choice. If you think that human beings should not choose that path, then rise up and resist. If you think that you must unite all forces that can be united in the face of the tide of darkness, then you have to compromise. The years that Ultraman Titus has experienced are unimaginable to Daegu. He is over 9,000 years old. Is the strongest fighter of the U40 star. Titus's past was not smooth. His father was a rebel. U40 star is a highly developed civilization. The surface environment is beautiful and evergreen. There are more than 5,000 high-tech artificial cities underground. They look like humans. Be able to use the highest treasure of civilization technology, the auto-mind enhancer, to become a superhuman, the so-called Ultraman. The civilizations of this universe have developed to a certain extent, and they all follow this path. Either choose to join the side of destruction, or find a way to master the power of light and become the star of Ultra. As long as civilization develops to a certain level, it will either become a demon star or an Ultra star. The Order of the Kingdom of Light unites all Ultra stars, protects the weak civilizations, allows them to grow up and become Ultra stars, so that the energy will continue to grow, and finally completely defeat the enemy. There are not many All-Tech stars in the universe, except the planet where the Kingdom of Light in the M78 Nebula is located, the Land of Sparks in the Z95 Nebula, the U40 star where Titus is located, the O50 planet, and the Toy 1 planet, etc. Otherwise, relying on the residents of the Kingdom of Light, it is absolutely impossible to assume the responsibility of protecting the universe. Ultraman is very huge for ordinary people. Compared with the universe, Ultraman is too small, like a dust in the universe. Enough Ultraman can maintain the peace of the universe. However, not everyone among Ultraman is so noble. Ultramans such as Beria and Trajir of the Kingdom of Light chose to betray. U40 stars also had similar betrayals. There was an Ottoman named Hera who fell into darkness in pursuit of eternal life. Established his own evil empire in the Dark Nebula. Titus was born in the evil empire established by Hera, the Ort. Although his father had boarded Hera's pirate ship, his remaining conscience did not want his son to go on the same path. In order to protect the newly born Titus, the father used an interstellar capsule to send Titus away and sent it back to the U40 star. The then fleet commander Zamius took in the rebel's child. What kind of discrimination a child who bleeds the blood of rebels will face in the process of growing up is unimaginable to ordinary people. Growing up, Titus had to fight the rebels, including his father on the one hand, and on the other hand was suspected and jealous by his compatriots. At that time, Titus felt lonely, inferior, and lost like never before. Until his friend Mattia transformed into a Superman to protect him, but was ravaged by the rebels because he couldn't grow huge, and finally died tragically in his arms. Your past has nothing to do with justice, Titus. As long as you exist for protection, then your power is justice. This sentence made Titus explode, transformed into a superhuman form, and even became a real Ultraman, defeating the enemy. Titus has experienced too much, and he has a more thorough understanding of the darkness of this world. The power in Tiga is extremely ancient, thousands of times older than Titus. Digia's body consciousness has fallen asleep, and it is only a human being in his 20s who controls this body with infinite power. It is normal for Ultraman to choose a human body. Not only can pass on the idea of Ultraman to the world, but also can get the power of various beautiful emotions from the human body, making oneself stronger. In the eyes of Titus, the incarnation of Daegu, Ultraman Tiga, is as immature as a child. Good-hearted, full of sense of responsibility. There is nothing wrong with fighting monsters that cause destruction, but it cannot take the responsibility of a qualified ruler. He has not experienced choice and abandonment. With a heart of justice, I feel that there is nothing impossible in the world. However, even Ultraman has his strengths, and there are things beyond his powers. The path of mankind can only be chosen by mankind. After Titus left such a sentence, his body turned into a little light and disappeared in Daegu's thinking. Ultraman Tiga, the incarnation of Daegu, opened his eyes, and Ultraman Titus has turned into light and rushed out of the solar system. He is going to the front line against the dark tide. Human beings already have enough power to protect themselves. It is their freedom to choose what kind of path. He can't interfere, and there's no way to interfere. No matter how weak the newborn Ultraman is, he is still an Ultraman. If a group of others rush up, no matter how strong he is, he will have to waste a lot of effort. Maybe the gutter will capsize. When human beings see the Ultraman of the Kingdom of Light dealing with their Ultraman, they will definitely think that the Kingdom of Light does not want the rise of human beings, and at that time, they will probably hate the Kingdom of Light. For humans, as long as it is an Ultraman from outside the galaxy, it is the Ultraman of the Kingdom of Light. Titus took action to deal with the Ultraman created by humans, that is, they do not want humans to rise. If the Kingdom of Light exists, maybe it can be dealt with. Now that the Kingdom of Light has fallen, Zero flees for his life with the new generation of Ultraman, fighting on various Ultra planets, resisting the tide of darkness led by Beria. The path of human beings can only be left to human beings to choose. Daegu looked at Ultraman Titus who was leaving. There are mixed feelings in my heart for a while. He originally wanted to use the power of the Kingdom of Light to help them fight against the Empire. Now it is unexpectedly learned that the Empire is likely to be the only force that can help mankind fight the coming tide of darkness. Zhu Jianhui's words echoed in his heart. Could it be that Captain Zhu Jianhui also knew about the dark tide, so he made such a choice? In order to help Kigo Masaki, who created Ultraman, he did not hesitate to frame Director Sawai and put him in prison. Chose the dictatorial empire that regards Ultraman as a weapon. Abandoned the peace and democracy that Director Sawai insisted on. The former can at least help humans survive. The latter is beautiful, but it will lead to the destruction of mankind. Daegu turned around and flew to the earth. He was going to ask Captain Jianhui to clarify. If that's the case, then he really has to make his own choice. The players on the winning team may be disappointed in him. TPC headquarters. All assets of the winning team were recovered and redistributed to other departments. Lina, Hori, Zinken, and others resisted the urge to cry, watching those staff remove everything. They used to call this place their home. Carefully cultivated and placed a lot of flowers and decorations. Now these traces have been cleaned up. A new department has settled here. The victorious team has become the past, like an old yellowed photo, a past that people can never go back to. Don't worry, as long as Daegyu can contact the Kingdom of Light, Director Sawai will be released, and we can also find out the reason why Captain Jianhui did what he did, so that she can return to our side. Zhongfang comforted the others. Player. Yes, as long as Daeko can find the Kingdom of Light. Hori also said. Let's just wait for Daegyu to bring us good news. Yerui also nodded. Everyone in the victory team put all their hopes on Daegyu. The kind and brave Daegyu never disappoints. What he promised, no matter what, he will definitely do it. Daegyu will bring back the Ultra Warriors from the Kingdom of Light and drive the Empire away. Then everything will return to the way it was before. A super orc let out a deafening roar that shook the air. It goes step by step into building a rough orc arena. Every step forward will make the arena full of impact marks tremble. Countless huge orcs cheered together. Waik! 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 As the Orc Emperor, UFO sat on a shining throne forged by the Imperial technicians. The throne is as dazzling as the sun. Won the favor of orcs. They assume that only the strongest, most powerful orc can sit on that shining throne. Ulver watched as the two orcs entered the arena. After the Battle of Cadia, he fought in the Eye of Terror with the Imperial army led by the Primarch of the Dark Angels, Ryan, for a long time, and then was sent back to the small universe exclusive to orcs. The Holy Emperor promised him a crusade across the universe. The task is very simple, that is to assist Calgar to win the No-04 universe needed by the Empire. Those worlds who dare to resist the Empire will be conquered by him. The fighting between the orc warriors was extremely terrifying. Every collision shook the ground, a collision of pure physical strength. It's like the feeling of two steel mountains colliding. UFO sat on the throne, watching the fighting of those warriors like a god. At the climax of the battle between the two orc warriors, a screen unfolded in front of him. A military personnel appears on the screen. Respected Lord Wufu, your mission has been determined. That is to capture a cross-galactic fortress. For the sake of the Holy Emperor, please be sure to complete this mission as soon as possible. 430, YAAAAAAIC. 1/3. After the information was delivered, the floating window that shimmered was closed. Ulver rose from his dazzling throne. He is as huge as a mountain. When he stood up, a large shadow was cast on the ground. Heavy metal armor covered his body, making him look like a steel colossus. The thick pipe installed behind roared out thick and large black mist. Move one step, and the earth trembles and groans. The terrible oppression made the orcs beside him tremble. He is the reflection of Gorge Inmoj in reality, and he is the tallest, strongest, and biggest big guy among the orcs. He is the embodiment of the power of God, a hybrid creation of ancient biology and imperial technology. UFO let out a roar, and the surrounding metal creations trembled and groaned in the sound waves that seemed to be real, making creaking sounds. The cheering orcs fell silent. They all looked at the high platform where Uver was. Listen to me, we're coming to work. Pick up the guy for me, and prepare for it to fight. Ufo's voice was like a macro cannon installed on a battleship, and any word was ground shaking, spread to every corner. Waik! 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 Hearing that a fight could be fought, all the orc boys shouted. The sub-universe is enormous. It is composed of hundreds of planets connected, forming a ring shape, orbiting around the star. Is specially used to breed orcs. Of course, not only this sub-universe, there are enough orcs in the local universe. It's just that orcs cannot be transported by train, they can only be transported by sub-universe. Otherwise, relying on the temper of the orcs to cause damage to the inter-universe tunnel, the loss outweighs the gain. The Empire's method is to send the orcs into the sub-universe first, move the sub-universe to the universe that needs to be conquered, and then open the gap. This process is extremely complicated. The macrocosm is compared to a big bubble, and the sub-universe is compared to a small bubble separated from the big bubble. The Empire wants to move the small bubble from the big bubble to the outer wall of the target bubble, and then open the channel. It is not as simple as opening the entrance in the main universe and then placing the exit in the target universe. It involves the movement and change of the sub-universe space-time structure in the etheric ocean. If there is a little carelessness, the sub-universe will be shattered, assimilated by the etheric ocean, and become a part of the supreme heaven. In order to capture Universe 04 as soon as possible. The number of orcs transported this time is extremely large. There are countless orcs on every planet. These orcs have been restored by the Empire to what they were when the ancient saints first created them, and they have been strengthened by the technology of the Empire, making these guys even stronger. The name-killing weapon already deserves its name. Uver's eyes also revealed the desire for war and killing. Let everything tremble under the feet of the great Holy Emperor, the second brother Mao Mao, and yourself. Wherever the evil emblem of the two-headed eagle goes, there is nothing but destruction. News came that one world after another had fallen and been conquered. The guardians of the ancient holy places were killed, and the sealing circle was completely destroyed. Their culture was consumed by the flames. A statue called the Holy Emperor stands on top of those ruins. They came to destroy, they came to conquer. Countless messages reverberate in the vast spiritual world, and every creature who draws strength from it can personally feel the sound of despair echoed in it. The wailing before death echoed in the spirit world. Even the Mammoth race living in the Abyss Fortress can feel the despair of those lives from the pulse of the spirit world. Mammoth is a kind of backborn cicada, with a pair of legs bent backwards. 2 pairs of arms on a body covered with an exoskeleton. It has a pair of compound eyes on its head, and 2 antennae on its forehead. The Mammoth race has lived in the dark Abyss Fortress for a long time. It's too old to study. Even the oldest sages could not tell when the Mammoth became the master of this land. The area where the Mammoths live is called the Abyss Fortress. This name is left over from ancient times. Most Mammoths don't know why they get this name. Some sages got some clues based on the ancient history books obtained by archaeology. Dark Abyss Fortress is one of the forbidden places in the Age of Gods. It is said that in the Age of the Gods, the Supreme Being lived here. It's a pity that the Age of Gods disappeared, and the Supreme also disappeared. This weird name stayed. The Mammoth family has been living here since they were recorded in writing. The Abyss Fortress is so vast that ordinary creatures cannot measure it, nor do they know its size. It takes hundreds of millions of kilometers to travel from one domain to another. No Mammoth knows how vast it is. If you fly in a simple suit, it will be difficult to fly out of a region throughout your life. Boundless and boundless, only the holy Mammoth can see the truth of the world. In this vast territory, there are many magnificent kingdoms established by Mammoths. The Santa Empire was built by a holy level Mammoth, and it has a history of thousands of years. It is an ancient empire with a long history. The northern region of the Santa Empire is guarded by the half-step Holy King of the North. In Buwang Mansion, a young Mammoth is practicing the ancient swordsmanship passed down by Shimon. He is the son of the Northern King, an heir to the throne who will become powerful in the future. It is called by other Mammoths, Bei Sheazu. Mammoth has 2 pairs of arms, and generally uses 2 swords. Some powerful swordsmen will use 3 or 4 swords. Master Bei is practicing double swords. While the blade is moving, wisps of sword intent are also swaying wantonly. As the heir of the Northern King, the young Master Bei's talent in swordsmanship is terrifying. He has already mastered swordsmanship in less than 20 years ago, and he is the strongest arrogance of the Santa Empire. The young master's talent is so terrifying, I'm afraid there is no one in the Santa Empire. The female Mammoth who spoke was 1.7 meters tall, and she was considered extremely tall among the Mammoth family. Her wings are extremely gorgeous, her figure is even more graceful, and her compound eyes are beautiful and moving. From the squirming mouthparts, words of praise for the man in front of him came out. After all, it is still one step away from the half-step Holy Land. With the sword back in its sheath, young Master Bei stopped and shook his head. You're only in your 20s, so what's the point of being half a step into the Holy Land? Even the Holy Land doesn't treat you lightly. Sooner, don't praise me here. Young Master Bei said, that will make me proud, and I will forget the humble meaning of swordsmanship. As the son of the Northern King, the Northern King's mansion sits in the northern border, and the millions of Northern King's troops under his command will all be under your jurisdiction in the future. Your master is the #1 sword in the world who is only one step away from entering the demigod realm. A mere holy place is really not a problem for you. Okay, stop boasting. Young Master Bei took the Sooner he was talking about into his arms. I am not willing to stop here, even if I am the son of the Northern King, the personal disciple of the world's #1 sword, I would also like to create it belongs to my own legend. My master has already said that the fluctuations in the spirit world will revive, and the age of mythology may revive. In this world, someone will ignite the fire of the gods, rebuild the realm of the gods, and become an immortal true god. Ascension to God. Sooner said, that era is too long ago, can someone really become a god? Of course there are people who become gods. The age of mythology is not groundless. It's just that the arrival of the Dharma has brought that glorious era to an end. Now that the spirit world has resurged, the age of mythology will restart. The glorious and prosperous age will reappear. There will be countless celestial beings rising up and fighting for the top. I believe in you, I will definitely be able to climb to the top. Sooner snuggled into her man's arms, feeling his strong chest. Of course, my master said that my swordsmanship talent and aura talent are the strongest he has ever seen in his life. Speaking of this, young Master Bei's tone was obviously smug, and his words were also full of domineering. So what if it is a golden age? He must also maintain an invincible heart, stand proudly among the heroes, become a god, and be immortal. This is a world of practice. Every Mammoth has aura, and creatures with strong aura talents can practice. If you practice, you will continue to become stronger. The realm of cultivation will also continue to rise. The initial quenching state, the mid-stage quenching state, the later stage quenching body, and the perfect quenching state. Early Yuanling realm, middle Yuanling realm, later Yuanling realm, Yuanling realm Dzogchen. Early Yuandan realm, middle Yuandan realm, later Yuandan realm, Yuandan realm Dzogchen. Then there is the Nirvana realm, the profound realm, the life and death realm, the good fortune realm, and after the Tian Yuan realm, there are half-step holy level, and half-step level. All the great realms are divided into the beginning, middle, and later, and the small realms of Dzogchen. There are 11 big realms and 44 small realms in total. As long as you have talent, you can become stronger step by step. As the direct disciple of the #1 sword in the world, young Master Bei possesses amazing aura talent and kendo talent, inherits the strongest method, and has the support of family power. For Bei Sheazu, cross-border fighting is also a common thing. His most glorious time was when he crossed 3 great realms, counter-killed the strong in the creation realm, and established the title of the strongest Tianjiao in the Santa Empire. Sooner wanted to say something more. was suddenly interrupted. A deafening roar came from above the sky. As if something had been knocked apart by the impact. A crack visible to the naked eye appeared in the sky. It is rumored that the Mammoth family living in the Dark Abyss fortress is protected by an unimaginable barrier. Many Mammoths don't believe this, even if it is a holy level, with the artifacts left over from ancient times, it can only support the shield of a giant city. What kind of power is there that can cover the vast and boundless Abyss fortress? Master Bei did not question this. His master's master, that is, the ancestor, once opened a gate of heaven with a sword, allowing himself to travel outside the region. The ancestor had kept the sword for 30 years, and just now he broke through the gate of heaven with one sword, and was able to open a crack that would allow him to pass through. Now the entire barrier is broken. What kind of power outside the territory can cause such destruction? Accompanied by the last moan of being overwhelmed, the barrier in the sky was completely broken. People in the northern King City saw the endless void and darkness exposed after the barrier was broken. Bolides fell from the sky one after another, and when they landed, there was a deafening bombardment and a flame that ignited everything. Those green monsters with hideous faces made weird screams, massacring the Mammoth family. Those bustling buildings are as fragile as those made of paper in front of those monsters. They easily destroyed all the buildings and turned the whole world into ruins. Countless Mammoths screamed, and then were overwhelmed by those green monsters and slaughtered. Summon the Northern King's army to meet the enemy. The young Master Bei shouted, and asked the guards of the Northern King's mansion to deliver the order. The Northern King army is an important support for the Northern King to guard the northern territory of the Santa Empire. Well-trained, strong soldiers. All countries are terrified of it. There are legends that the Northern King's army is immortal and Santa will live forever. As soon as the order from the Northern King's mansion was issued, 100,000 Northern King army cavalry came from the barracks on their beasts. The young Master of the North bid farewell to his beauty, and got on the war beast. With a wave of the long sword, he shouted. Northern King army, follow me to kill the enemy, and protect my northern region. The mighty army rushed straight to the raging aliens. The enemy's screams made the orc warlord Scarface keep making waiaic sounds. The orc emperor and most of the warlords are still at war with those weird enemies. Those enemies don't have guns, and all they hold are cold weapons, but they can release all kinds of weird attacks, just like the Chinook kid. Scarface Fang led his orc boys to kill through a part of the defenders, then smashed the barrier and rushed to the surface. Those shrimps have already made a promise, the more they kill, the more rewards they will get. Choose scraps at will, and help forge super domineering guns and armor. Scarface and Fangian have been greedy for UFO's domineering armor for a long time. But none of his orc mechanics could make that kind, only Xiamai had it. Kill all these guys. Scarface shouted. There was a palpitating cruelty in the red eyes. He was holding a huge machete, blue electric arcs danced on the surface of the machete, forming a power field that shredded everything. Where the machete was wielding, those buildings and bug-like enemies were also reduced to pieces. Waiaic. Whoever cuts the least is the sissy bastard. Scarface roared. Waiaic. 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 The boys roared and ran. They went around hacking and chug with hacks and chugs. Scar-faced Fang watched with relief as the boys rushed around, chopping up those damned bugs until they screamed. An orc should look like this, with a machete in his left hand and a big chug in his right. Is to beat the enemy hard. Ah, animal life is such a joy. But the next second, he roared again. Rush this way, don't rush that way. The runaway boys chose an endless road. It seems that they want to drive wildly. When they are happy, they will come back to fight. This is not going to work. What if you don't cut enough, and you don't have enough points to exchange things with the shrimps? Scarface hurriedly stopped those guys and told them to change their course. At this time, a group of armored enemies charged over on six-legged mounts and charged Scar-faced Fang and the others. Those enemies are still holding up the battle flag, shouting all kinds of majestic slogans. 2 hands are controlling the mount, and 2 hands are waving weapons. I want to use a cavalry charge to give the orcs some color. The enemy rushing to the front kept shouting in a weird voice. He was holding 2 swords, and while slashing, he also emitted something like a transparent air blade. Those things are so sharp that they can cut off all the weapons in the hands of the orc kid. These bugs are so arrogant, they dare to come at me, me, them all, cut them off. Scarface shouted. He's waiaic. Excited many orcs, and followed him to charge. Several throwing boys used a big slingshot to launch a group of grits with knives. While screaming, they clawed at any position of the charging enemies. If you can't catch it, you will fall to the ground, not to mention half dead, and you will be stepped on, and you will just whine. The enemy in the lead couldn't imagine how there would be such an enemy fighting in this world, so he just stuffed the slingshot and the goddess scattered flowers. He gapes as a fart grabs the tentacles on his forehead and plunges the rusty knife into his throat. He clutched his throat and fell down. Then he was trampled into a meat paste by the scar-faced fangs that rushed over. Several veterans of the Northern King's army were distraught and shouted words such as young master and revenge, but were chopped into mud by the machete in Scarface's hand. It was only 20 or 30 minutes from the time the sky was torn apart and the Buwang city was destroyed. Countless orcs fell from the sky, holding weapons and launching massacres that made the Mammoths desperate. The orcs spread in all directions with the landing point as the center, and the fall of this world has entered the countdown. Wars erupted everywhere in Dark Abyss Fortress. Countless orcs gathered into waves, massacred everywhere, and created tragic tragedies one after another. Outside the domain, the magnificent giant city wall. The defenders composed of powerful mammoths are tragic and tragic. The scale of the city wall is beyond imagination. It has a height of tens of millions of kilometers and a length of billions of kilometers. This is an unimaginable city wall, modeled and ancient, full of the breath of time. It has stood here for an unknown number of years. Even if it is a huge starship, standing in front of it is incomparably small. It looks a bit dilapidated, and many places have been damaged, but it is still very magnificent. The walls guard the entire fortress. Dark Abyss Fortress is a fortress left over from the glorious era. The node where it is located is very critical, and it is the gathering point of the safe lanes of nearby star fields. Is the embankment of the subspace ether flow. Able to control the flow of ether and protect nearby worlds. The development of that powerful ancient extraordinary civilization has reached an unimaginable level. It is hard to imagine what kind of power it is that can erase such a civilization from the long river of time. The remaining Mammoth family just lived on the ruins of that ancient civilization. They couldn't use those ancient extraordinary things, and they couldn't activate the real protection of the city wall. The Mammoths who sit on the city wall are all first-class powerhouses. They are the vanguard against the invasion of other worlds. The powerhouses of some worlds will use the spirit world to invade other worlds, seize all kinds of precious treasures and enslave the creatures of that world. The people with lofty ideals of the Mammoth clan united many strong men, sat on the city wall, and guarded their homeland. On the city wall, there are many half-step holy level, and half-step god level Mammoth powerhouses. But in the face of the orcs who crushed them in number and strength, the Mammoth family had no other way but to perish. Kill, even if you die, you have to fight. If you want to cross the city wall, you have to walk over my corpse. Rather stick to your guns. Even if we face the great changes that have not been seen in thousands of years, we will not be afraid. One Mammoth powerhouse screamed, and stepped forward, trying to block the enemy's invasion with their lives. But they tried their best, but there was no way to break UFO's armor defense. And as long as they are hit by awful ones, their bodies will be shattered under the huge impact, and their intestines and brains will fly out together. On the city wall, the battle became more and more intense. Countless buildings were broken, the top Mammoths died in battle, and the corpses were scattered among the ruins. Blood splatters, shining amazingly. That is the blood of a saint, the blood that contains divinity. Kill. A Mammoth saint roared with murderous aura, and the two swords in his hands shot endless sword aura, covering the eternal time and space. He charged at UFO, who was huge, like a giant moving steel mountain. Swinging the double swords, countless terrifying sword chi shot out. Submerged into UFO's body, the set of armor that was several meters thick, covered with a protective force field, and plated with strong interaction materials was broken. But in the next second, the Mammoth saint was grabbed by UFO, and he was squeezed and exploded as soon as he exerted force. Blood and bone and rotting flesh gushed from Uver's steel-studded fingers. Uver shook off the rotten meat in his hand and looked towards the distance of the city wall. Countless enemies were rushing over. Their mouth parts squirmed and screamed strangely, and he also responded. 431. I think I can also use 2/3. The orc boys responded to their emperor. Uruk was also one of the orc boys. He held a hack in one hand, patted his head with the other hand, and shouted. Encouraged by the boss of Wufu, he excitedly rushed to the front. While slashing and hacking, he took out a few stick mines from his waist and threw them among the bugs. With a bang, the impact force from the explosion rose like a mushroom. The bugs also all flew up. The sky is full of bomb fragments and bug heads, arms and cicada wings. Uruk shouted excitedly. Seeing his movements, the other boys followed suit. With their strong muscles, it is not difficult for them to throw stick mines. Can be easily thrown among those bugs. Of course, sometimes it will be thrown in the wrong direction, blowing up its own people. In the world of orcs, there is no concept of accurate head. A real orc can only let the second brother Mao decide where to go and who to beat up. Under the leadership of Uruk, the boys kept throwing sticks and mines. Twist, throw, and then you can fry. Looking at the opposite arm being blown away, or listening to the sound of the explosion, are all exciting things. Just a few well-thrown stick mines can liven up the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. The sound of explosions can be heard endlessly, including the sound of enemies crying and screaming, and the cry of a fart whose toe was blown off. The battlefield is full of cheerful atmosphere. When those bugs rushed over, Uruk also rushed up. Follow UFO boss to kill indiscriminately. The weapons on the armor of UFO boss kept firing, beams and missiles flew out, shaking the entire city wall. Tower-like flames rose into the sky, and countless buildings were destroyed and turned into ruins. A series of plasma beams with a temperature of tens of millions of degrees Celsius swept across. Shards of enemies are killed. No matter what the state is, they are treated equally in front of the plasma heat flow. However, all the powerhouses of the Mammoth clan gathered on this city wall. Even if one Mammoth falls, there are still tens of thousands of Mammoths. The flames of war are becoming more and more intense. Battles broke out everywhere on the vast city walls. Thousands of Mammoths danced their wings and came from the sky. The long swords in their hands are all filled with sword energy and supreme sword intent. The Mammoth headed by it exudes a peerless demeanor, walking against the wind, and the two swords in his hands are unparalleled, capable of cutting through the world. It's him. The compound eyes of the Mammoths who have experienced tragic casualties reveal hope. That Mammoth is the legendary strongest swordsman. He once suppressed millions of troops from 13 countries with a single sword. He single-handedly created the world-famous Biming Sword Dao. In recent years, Biming Sword Dao has been the holy place most desired by swordsmen all over the world. Biming swordsmanship, 3,000 swordsmen, swear to the death. The Mammoth spoke lightly, revealing endless freedom and firm will to move forward. There is also the rumored saint who educated the world. The sound of endless chanting, a Mammoth saint with a halo behind his back, exuding endless sacred aura, also came surrounded by his disciples. He carried the sun and the moon on his shoulders, held a scroll of supreme scriptures, and took one step at a time to grow a lotus. Legendary saints came one after another. Each of them has a terrifying vision and exudes a terrifying aura, which makes the heavens tremble and the sun and the moon tremble. Between raising one's hands and throwing one's feet, Taoist rhyme circulates, an auspicious energy lingers. Under the watchful eyes of the Mammoths, the saints gathered together, their bodies blooming with endless brilliance. So many terrifying Mammoth powerhouses gathered together, causing time and space to collapse. The Dao Guang was bright, and the weather was amazing. If you want to pass this wall, you have to ask me if Biming's sword is different. The words spoken by that Biming sword immortal were powerful, with the law of swordsmanship, fierce and unparalleled, and the words alone could cut the heart and soul. But before he finished speaking, the whole thing was gone. A beam of plasma light with a thickness of tens of kilometers passed over the city wall. Enveloped all those saint-level and demigod-level Mammoths. After the light disappeared, the glazed wall surface exuded a terrifying white heat. Those saints and sword immortals have disappeared without a trace, not even bones left, they have been completely wiped out. The orc mechanics manipulating the Star Destroyer cheered. They aimed at the next area, specifically hitting those glowing bugs. Wherever it passed, everything was ashes, completely wiped away by the destructive energy, leaving no trace. This scene made countless Mammoth powerhouses despair. They couldn't believe their eyes. The scene just now happened for real. How can it be? Those few just now are the strongest in the Mammoth world. Biming Sword Immortal, enlightened Taoist ancestor, everyone is said to have seen through the secrets of heaven, and they are only one step away from the gods. Just wait until the great world comes, and you can become a god. Now they are killed by the enemy all at once. How could such power exist? Such power cannot exist. This is simply not a power that creatures can master. Those intruders, what are they coming from? Why is it so powerful? On the one hand, it is emotionally stupid negation, and on the other hand, it is the fear deep in reason. Every Mammoth couldn't help feeling desperate. At the last moment, I was full of confidence, thinking that these saints would be sure to turn the tide of the battle when they came. But the speed of light just now completely destroyed the hope in their hearts and brought endless despair. Where the emblem of the evil double-headed eagle goes, there is nothing but destruction. A mighty moth expert who was painstakingly studying the way of the secrets muttered to himself, full of despair and madness. The Mammoth family is over. Wherever Uruk and the others went, those insects were also frightened and screamed. They no longer have the courage to fight Uruk and others. The saint level is like an ant, and the demigod level is like a large ant. How can we fight like this? No matter how you fight, you will end up dead. The bugs turned and ran away, but Uruk would not give them a chance. He came here just to win the favor of the Holy Emperor and brother Mau Mau. The only way to achieve this goal is to fight. Just kill all these little bugs. He replaced the hacker, picked up the chug, and rushed up. Pull the trigger once, and a few bugs collapsed in front of it. Several bugs wanted to fight back. Uruk snorted coldly, smashed the opponent's head to pieces with a big chug, and knocked 7 or 8 bugs away with another shot. A worm raised the long sword in its hand and pierced Uruk's body. Although the worm's swords were long, they were too thin, and they didn't feel much when piercing Uruk's huge body. He cursed secretly, picked up the bug with one hand, and hit the other person's face with his head desperately. After a few strokes, the bug's head was smashed to pieces. After solving the bugs in his hand, Uruk continued to charge with the boys. Ulver is the center of the battle, and the Mammoths can see that he is the leader of the invaders, but they can't do anything. The thick armor and protective force field made all their attacks ineffective. Even a sword fairy can't break through the thick defense. In addition, there is a layer of Yaiic force field on the surface of UFO's body. If you want to break through his defense, you can't do it at all. Mammoths attempt to activate a defensive tower on a city wall. As they injected power into the defensive tower, the tower was briefly activated. Countless runes were lit up, exuding a palpitating atmosphere. Divine chains of order appeared near the tower and intertwined together. But in the next second, the tower was shattered by UFO's slap. Countless mighty moths were backlashed by the backlash. They vomited blood and died continuously. They all fell down and were trampled into mud by the swarming orc boys. Even if they were lucky, the Mammoths who wanted to escape would be swarmed up the orc kid slaughter. The ramparts quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. By the end of the war, the pungent smell of blood had permeated every corner. There are signs of destruction everywhere. Those magnificent buildings were also blown into ruins, with a large number of broken flesh and corpses scattered. Uffer did not stop. This is just an exterior wall. The Dark Abyss Fortress is huge and is a product left over from ancient civilizations. Its size has to be calculated in astronomical units. The civilization level of the Mammoth race living in it is not high, and it has only reached the feudal era. They live in the world left over from ancient civilizations and practice extraordinary powers. After breaking through the outer wall, the orcs still have to deal with the enemies inside before the mission ends. Of course, this is not a difficult thing. It just takes some time. UFO moved his huge body. Behind him, countless orc boys rushed to various places in the aircraft emitting black smoke. This world, which is unimaginably huge to Mammoth, is just a galaxy for warming up in the eyes of Uver. There are no powerful enemies in this world. Those so-called saint-level and demigod-level powerhouses are weak. The abilities they possess are equivalent to Shinnok kids. It just divides a lot of unnecessary level titles. But no matter how domineering those titles are, there is no way to change the objective facts. Somewhere in the Dark Abyss Fortress, a magnificent holy place is located here. The Holy Land covers a vast area and has stood for thousands of years. Hundreds of surrounding countries respect this holy place. Even those royal families are proud to be disciples of the Holy Land. But now, Scarface Fang and his orc boys have occupied this place. The Santa Empire has been slaughtered. The returning Northern King saw his parents and children killed and his people slaughtered. Holding a knife in his hand, he took the remaining Northern cavalry to seek revenge. The ending naturally doesn't make much difference. The menacing, so-called invincible Northern cavalry was overwhelmed by countless orcs. Half-Step Sage, Pillar of the Empire, King of the North, the Talker of the Rivers and Lakes, was slapped into a pulp by a slap on the face. The entire Santa Empire was destroyed, and the imperial capital fell after only holding on for a day and a half. The royal family and nobles were massacred. None of the elderly, weak, women and children were spared. Scarface Fang took his orc boy to slaughter around. In the end, even this ancient holy land that stood for thousands of years was brutally murdered by him. The Mammoths practicing in the Holy Land were slaughtered. The Holy Lord, who possessed the strength of the Holy Level, was submerged by the Orc Kid. His entire body was torn apart, his intestines spilled all over the floor, and he screamed for several hours before he died. There are dead bodies everywhere. The only survivor is the last hall at the core of the Holy Land. The main hall is magnificent and covers a large area, almost the size of a small town. Up to thousands of meters. Standing in the ruins, it is particularly conspicuous. The surviving Mammoths hide inside. The outside of the main hall is protected by a shield formed by countless runes. Those runes were intertwined to form an impenetrable formation, firmly protecting the last temple. Countless orcs are surrounding the final hall. The trapped Mammoth looked out from the hall, and there were endless green tides overwhelming the sky, countless. They are like a flat boat in a storm, ready to be swallowed up by this terrible green wave at any time. The orcs surrounded the final hall. Keep firing, or use artillery to bombard the opponent's barrier. Try to completely eliminate the enemy. Every attack of the orcs will leave faint ripples on the shield intertwined with runes. The Mammoth powerhouses of the Holy Land gathered together to block the green tide all over the sky by activating a special stone tablet. A Mammoth with dry blood and dying wood sat on the highest seat in the hall. It was he who presided over the formation that guarded the hall, so that those orcs did not attack. Old Mammoth exuded the aura of a holy powerhouse. He is the foundation of the Holy Land, sleeping for thousands of years, only born to protect the Holy Land. The withered body contained majestic power. The deflated skin is crystal clear, exuding a holy aura. Old Mammoth remained silent, sitting on the main seat, maintaining the formation wholeheartedly. Countless women and children in the great hall were weeping, and every Mammoth showed despair. The young Mammoth had a look of grief and indignation on his face. Some disciples who had practiced in the Holy Land for a long time held weapons and were ready for a desperate battle. Scarface Fang looked outside at the tortoise-like formation. The orc boys attacked continuously but failed to make any breakthrough. "Grandma, go and ask those mechanic boys to pull up my cannon." Scarface slapped his thigh fiercely, and was about to use the cannon he bought from Zai Mai some time ago. After a while, a cannon with a muzzle as big as an orc boy's head was pulled over. Several big fighters clattered with hammers. The muzzle condensed blue light, like a small blue sun, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. A moment later, with a bang, a blue beam shot out from the muzzle. Hit the shield formed by the interweaving of countless runes. After just a few breaths, the shield was pierced, revealing a gap. Poof. Puff. The old Mammoth who was in charge of hosting the formation in the main hall suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The formation also shook. Enemies poured in along the torn gap. The sound of shouting and killing resounded through the last pure land. Holocaust broke out everywhere. Women and children screamed. The Mammoth disciples in the Holy Land shouted one after another, rushed towards the enemy, and were knocked down, their skulls cracked. The old Mammoth with holy power opened his eyes. It has run out of strength. His turbid eyes looked at the green enemies who appeared in front of the main gate of the main hall, especially the huge monster, showing despair. Nothing can stop that behemoth. The most outstanding disciple of the Holy Land was easily beaten into a disgusting lump of mud in front of the opponent's brute force. Old Mammoth raised his hand tremblingly, his fingertips gathered a little light. That point of light is extremely terrifying, and it contains endless Deo rhyme. Unfortunately, the old Mammoth failed to deliver the final blow. Its head hangs down weakly, and its body also turns into pieces of fly ash with embers. The surviving Mammoths who hid in the hall were slaughtered. The majestic hall that stood for thousands of years became ruins. Scarface Liao pulled out the ancient civilization left behind, the stone tablet containing mysterious power. This thing is as valuable as the scrap provided by Zai Mai. He has to take this thing back and let the big tech masters think about how to use it. There are hundreds of great masters following Scarface. Makai is one of them. His technique is very exquisite. Quite a few orc kids have been brought back to life by his ingenuity. An orc boy was stabbed in the arm by those worms, and now he was being fixed on the blood-stained operating table. Mackay held a chainsaw and was about to saw off the whole hand and replace it with an iron hand. In order to avoid resistance, he had already smashed the orc boy's head several times to ensure that the guy would not wake up until the operation was over. Some captured mammoths were kept in cages. They looked in horror at the wounds that only needed to be bandaged and were fine, and were directly amputated by that lunatic guy. After sawing off the hand, a series of sparking cables and pipes were inserted into the wound, and then the metal arm was installed on it. A couple of grits with gas torches start fixing and welding that arm. After the operation was completed, Mackay knocked out all the teeth of the orc kid, and as his own reward, threw the unlucky guy out. After completing this transaction, Mackay started to work again. Some of the various stone tablets and various ancient civilization objects with mysterious power collected by Scarface were handed over to him. He is now studying how to use it. He caught 2 mayflies from the iron cage, disemboweled them with ease, and then stopped the bleeding to ensure that they would not die. Then remove the head shell and connect the nerve circuit. After finishing all this, he randomly picked a few pieces of jade and asked the grit to stuff them into the hands of the 2 hapless bastards, and began to test. One of the grits yanked the switch, and the powerful current slammed it into the air. The 2 mammoths trembled involuntarily, and the jade in their hands also shone brightly, and countless runes emerged from it. I've been thinking about this thing, and I'm sure we can use it. Mackay looked at the messy symbols dancing on the broken screen. Those symbols looked very chaotic, but Mackay could see the way in them. If a sage of the Mechanicum is here, seeing these symbols, I am afraid that the obsessive-compulsive disorder will burn his head. After observing for a while, Mackay caught a fart and prepared to practice it. 432, Myth Resurrection 3/3. Grits have no idea of the impending danger. It was stuffed on the stool by Mackay, and its limbs were fixed. Inside her slender fingers, she held a 3-sided obelisk about half a foot. The surface of the obelisk is engraved with countless complicated runes. These runes are all left by the lost super-ancient civilization. That civilization is extremely powerful, and has mastered profound subspace knowledge. Like the Eldar of yesteryear, their use of psychic powers has become otherworldly. Otherwise, there is no way to forge a supergiant building like the Abyss Fortress, which can be used to change the etheric currents in the vast ocean, so that it can control the flow of the subspace at will. What is left over from this civilization is naturally extremely powerful. It's a pity that the Mammoth family can't understand those knowledge systems at all. They just dug out various items of that ancient civilization from those ruins, and then comprehended the Tao in it. The Mammoth family itself does not have any innovative ability. Everything of them is built on the legacy of that ancient civilization. This leads to the fact that the older something is, the more powerful it is in the Mammoth society. Once various relics are born, they will be beaten to death. Countless Mammoths do everything they can to the opportunity, just to take another step forward for themselves. Innovation and theory development is close to zero. Once you get an ancient inheritance, you will hide it, and it will not be passed on to non-blood relatives. The purpose is to control a lineage so that their descendants can achieve something. Mackay expressed sympathy for those idiots. They're worse than grits. Grots at least know how to learn and share what they know with other grits. Those Mammoth creatures have no awareness of learning, let alone the intention to communicate with each other. Made that pile of junk look like some kind of rare treasure. Their failure is doomed. This kind of race without the ability to learn is destined to be eliminated. Orcs are not that stupid. Orcs learn these things and make them all their own. These outlandish scraps are valuable. At that time, it can be inlaid on the armor of the boys, so that their power can be exerted. Mackay fastened the cable to the grit. Began to turn on the switches one by one. The current flowed along the cable, making the entire ceiling crackle. Several places are on fire. Mackay speeded up, trying to pull down the main switch before everything burned out. The ear-piercing siren resounded throughout the huge workshop. A cyborg blew that siren off with a single shot. He didn't like that weird sound. Mackay swore that if he managed to escape alive later, he would take a hammer and hit that orc kid the head. After pressing the final main switch, a beam of light hotter than brother fucking Mao's hot urine was released from the miniature obelisk in the greenskin's hand. It's like hundreds of millions of stars gathered together and turned into a beam of destruction, invincible, penetrating everything in the world. Countless grand voices sounded. A faint shadow appeared above the sky, exuding an immortal aura. The terrible pressure is like falling stars, making countless creatures tremble. Pieces of hazy light shrouded the world, exuding a monstrous power. The Mammoths trapped in the iron prison showed a look of horror. The terrifying power is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than a saint-level powerhouse. What is going on with these enemies outside the domain? How could it be possible to grasp the power left by the ancient sages? This is the power of those things that even those who are half-step gods have not been able to exert the power of those things. How can you be controlled by these brutal and rude guys? I was thinking, this thing can indeed be used. Mackay looked excitedly at the light beam piercing the sky. If it was inlaid on the armor of the orc kid, it wouldn't be properly awesome. Bang, bang, bang bangs kept ringing. Mackay's workshop exploded one after another. That fart was also blown into blood foam with a loud bang. The obelisk covered with countless deep runes fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The terrifying aura that made countless mortal beings kneel down also disappeared. Mackay just wanted to recover the obelisk, but the huge, panting generator like an old cow finally couldn't support it. With a loud bang, flames spread throughout the studio. Mackay and his grits were all blown away. Mackay, with a huge body and wearing heavy armor, became a cannonball and directly slammed into an ancient giant standing in the orc camp. After landing, it continued rolling on the ground for many times before stopping. When he stood up, Mackay was dizzy, and his eyes were full of little stars. The obelisk was blown up into the sky, and then fell down, just hitting Mackay, who got up. Was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Mackay fell down, and his heavy body caused waves of smoke to rise from the ground. The comatose Mackay was awakened by Scarface Fang. The way of waking up is simple and rude, full of the enthusiasm style unique to orcs. Scarface Liao grabbed Mackay, clenched his fist, and slammed on the forehead of the unconscious Mackay. If you are lucky, you will wake up. If you are unlucky, the new big tech master will be able to take over. Mackay woke up. Scarface was playing with the obelisk with his palm covered with heavy metal armor. The material of the obelisk is very special, it looks not small, but it is very heavy and hard. Even if it is an orc warlord, there is no way to smash it directly. You bastard, blow up all the good things I collected. Scarface Liao looked at the waking Dajiba and said, it's better to find out a little bit, or I'll tie you to Rocket Boy's ass, let them fly with you. Boss, I have indeed made a discovery. Mackay showed a look of trepidation and fear. In fact, he no longer thinks highly of his boss like he used to. As the smartest big tech, he should be the boss. It's better to have some value, otherwise you still have to fly. Scarface looked directly at Mackay. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely satisfy you. I'm going to build you the most awesome armor, using these scraps. Mackay pointed to the obelisk in Scarface's hand. Can this thing work? Scarface showed suspicious eyes. Of course it can be used, and it's quite powerful. Mackay said, patting his chest, I'm sure the boss can knock down a mountain with one punch. Scarface is suspicious. Mackay raised his chest high, full of confidence. It is not easy for him to do it directly, hang the opponent on the rocket and let it fly directly. Then you can do it. If it doesn't work, I'll hang you on the rocket. Scarface said. Relax, head. Mackay is fast. He had Grot and Wrench Kid build a giant scaffold to which Scarface was fastened. Many orc armors are directly fixed to the body by studs. Some are even drilled directly into the bone for fixation. If it is removed, the whole body may fall apart. If you want to upgrade Scarface's armor, you can only fix it on the scaffolding. Grotson laid the special scraps obtained from the bugs on the armor one by one, and welded the energy cables to form an energy pathway. Of course, this process was not smooth. Mackay had to watch those farts and wrench boys, and prevent them from fooling around and killing himself as the boss. When everything was finished, Scarface came down from the fixed scaffolding. A huge spar has been embedded in his chest, and dozens of long swords exuding a terrifying aura and covered with endless runes are welded on his arms. There are also 7 or 8 broken stone tablet fragments embedded in the back. Looks nondescript. Scarface Liao thinks this ghost looks ugly. But he still resisted the urge to punch Mackay and tested his new armor. Yaaik, he growled. The spar on the chest erupted with strong brilliance, exuding bursts of terrifying aura. A phantom sat cross-legged on the spar. Light pours down the attached cables, into the arms and back. The stone tablet fragments behind were activated, and countless runes were intertwined into chains of order. The long sword welded on his arm shot out streams of incomparably sharp sword aura, and as he roared, the sword aura grew bigger, bigger, and bigger. To the back, it is more than 10 times larger than the entire beast of Scarface. When it was chopped down suddenly, a terrifying smooth crack with a length of more than 10 kilometers appeared on the entire ground. Yaaik! 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 The other orc boys all cheered. This blow is almost as good as the damage done by small star destroyers and titan weapons. These bug scraps are so powerful. Scarface looked at his arm, showing undisguised greed. Such a powerful person, I will definitely be able to win the favor of the Holy Emperor and Brother Mau Mau. Maybe he can replace UFO and become the new Orc Emperor. Yaaik! Scarface roared. Listen to me, boys. Quick, go collect all the scraps. They're all ours. Yaaik! 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 The orc boys were all excited when they saw the scene. They picked up their hacks and dashes, rushed out of the camp, and went to collect the scraps. The boys who left those scraps flocked to Mackay one after another, hoping that he could help them upgrade. Universe 04. The glory of Macridge was suspended in the vast and boundless realm of nothingness. Behind it is an entire imperial fleet with several celestial-class warships. The strength of the etheric wind blowing through reality is increasing. This situation is likely to enhance witchcraft, magic and other abilities. It may cause the myths spoken by the indigenous people to revive and cause certain troubles to our conquest plan. Anvir, the Eldar prophet who assisted Kalgar, delivered a report to Kalgar who was sitting on the throne. 433, Kyushu First Beauty XX1/4. Chapter 433 Kyushu Number 1 Beauty XX14, for subscription. The candles and brazier flames flickered around the strategy room. The light emanating from it is reflected on the statues next to the wall, and the shadows left by those staff walking around. The flickering statue looks a little gloomy. They watched the conscientious servants of the Emperor, urging them to work in this great cause with their eyes. The cherubs fly through the air holding the censer in their hands, the built-in brass sounder emits the sound of prayer, and hundreds of different hymns are sung in various beautiful melodies. The scented smoke was stirred by the airflow brought up by them when they flew, forming vortices one by one. The staff walked around the holographic projections one by one. Pale or light green light reflected on their pale faces embedded with various mechanical prosthetic limbs. The voice of discussion sounded from time to time, or a few orders were sent for the waiting machine servants to complete. The Lord of Macridge sits on the former throne of his Primarch father. The throne is in the center of the strategy room, showing its transcendent status. Many parts of Calgar's body have undergone mechanical transformation. The mechanical prosthetic eye cast by the most advanced technology of the Empire exudes red brilliance. His strong and powerful body hides infinite power, no one will doubt whether he can easily destroy a world. The brilliance of the candlelight reflected on his face as cold as granite. The members of the War Council under his command stood around the strategic table in front of the throne, discussing the strategic arrangements and deployment of troops on multiple battlefields. The representative envoys of the Battle Sisters, the generals of the Star Militia Army, as well as the envoys of the Mechanic Order, and the psychic think tank stood at the end of the table. This is a war involving hundreds of millions of creatures in many time and space dimensions. A huge world with abundant resources is just one of the nodes. The fate of the individual is infinitely reduced, and it is not even worth mentioning. Those mighty beings felt desperate for this, and their mighty power seemed extremely weak in the face of an unimaginable war. Those idiots are like praying mantises in front of the rolling traffic. They have developed muscles with sharp lines and terrifying outlines, but they will still be crushed ruthlessly. Calgar took Anvil's data report. With the opening of the Empire's interstellar war, the cooperation between the Eldar and humans has become closer. The Eldar are a Shinnic technology race. Human beings are indeed powerful at present, but from the perspective of spiritual evolution alone, they are actually inferior to the spirit race. The Empire has a systematic understanding of subspace, but it is still lacking in practice. Unlike the Eldar, they can manipulate Shinnic energy to do things for themselves as they like. Psychic energy is just a name for the use of subspace energy. It can also be called phantom energy, deo rhyme, chi, aura, magic and so on. No matter what the name is, it will not change its idealistic nature. The power of Shinnic energy depends on the subspace energy that an individual can call, which can also be called ether. As we all know, there is a veil between reality and the warp. The veil is the boundary between reality and subspace. If there is no curtain, then the real universe will be mixed with the subspace from the moment it is born. It is precisely because of the existence of the curtain that the real universe can become a real existence. All supernatural means, including witchcraft, magic, and practice. They all have to wear down the curtain, so that the energy of the subspace can flow into reality, and those extraordinary abilities can take effect. When this layer of veil is strong, the laws of physics will be perfect, and it will be very difficult for people to use the subspace energy. The influence of subspace energy on the real universe will be weakened. In the heavens, some civilized races will call this world the Dharma ending age. When the veil is weakened, the laws of physics will be distorted by the warp, and it will be very easy for people to use the energy of the warp. The influence of subspace energy on the real universe will be strengthened. Some races will call it mythic revival. When Abaddon destroyed Cadia and let the big rift run through the galaxy, in fact, to some extent, it can also be said to be an era of mythology. The number of psychic users has increased, and any cat or dog you can find casually can awaken psychic talents. Release a few bolts of lightning and flames, as simple as eating and drinking. The immortal inanimate can walk in the real world without any cost. Such an age is not the age of myth to those who are ignorant. If you are a little ambitious, just shout out that my fate is up to me, find out those witchcraft spells and the titles of those gods from those mythological books, and then get a response through mysterious rituals, and embark on the path of the extraordinary. Those legends are not groundless. If you never forget, there must be echoes in the subspace. Calgar glanced at the report, and then accepted the dozens of pages of information. It is indeed a big trouble for those guys to control Shinnic energy at will, and the speed of conquering the universe will be slowed down by at least 60%. A mechanical sage said based on the results predicted by the data model, too slow speed will definitely slow down attracting the concern of the Holy Emperor. We have received most of the military support from the Empire. If we can't produce enough results, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. The words of the mechanical sage made Calgar feel a little pressure. Giving this task to him, rather than to other primarches, is enough to prove that the Holy Emperor values him. As long as he is not an idiot, he can use the resources at hand to get the honor of being the first to conquer the universe. Such an honor is enough for the historians of the Empire to publish several history books about him. His deeds are estimated to be sung by various colleges in the Empire. When they learned his historical chapters, those imperial students probably had to write 700 or 800 words of insights. But all this is not without cost. It depends on whether he can successfully conquer Universe 04. If he fails, what appears in the history books of the Empire is the record of his arrogance and lack of merit. We have to stop this etheric wind. Calgar said, enhance the curtain of reality and subspace, making it more difficult for those creatures to mobilize subspace energy. If the Lord needs it, maybe you can allow me to introduce some of my latest research results. The mechanical sage Regula stood up, and the sound of mechanical gears turning came from his bloated mechanical body. His legs have disappeared, replaced by insectoid mechanical legs driven by pistons. The mechanical tentacles slid out of Regula's body, connecting to the humming servo skull suspended in the air. When he wants to speak, the voice will come from those servo skulls. Calgar was a little disgusted with Regula's approach. The previous appearance of making sounds through the sound generator built into the throat is much more pleasing to the eye than now. What research results? Calgar asked. That is a restraint device for the use of extraordinary abilities. After research on the death zone of exorcism, I have made improvements to it, which can greatly weaken the etheric wind, and can also ensure the minimum needs of creatures for subspace. Any intelligent creature with a soul has a need for the warp. The soul needs to be nourished by the subspace in order to grow. The race that can completely get rid of the subspace, the Empire knows only one so far, and that is the Necrons. The question is whether the Necrons are a race at all. Necrons are echoes of the past, and they are truly soulless. Even if they are completely isolated from the subspace, it will not affect them. The exorcism dead zone they built can silence a certain range of subspace, turning the turbulent etheric ocean into a pool of stagnant water. Even demons have no way to be active within the range of exorcism death zone. Any supernatural means cannot be used in the exorcism death domain. However, this method will affect human beings, and even any creature with a soul. Let life gradually fall into the desperate pain of losing consciousness, until it falls into a state of fugue, and finally suffers irreversible soul death, leaving a soul without flesh and blood. Regula conducted research on various devices in the exorcism death zone, and learned the technical knowledge required for the entire plan from the star god the Nether Dragon. The exorcism death zone works through a massive array of black stone spires. Black stone is a very special material. The positive electrode can strengthen the subspace, and the negative electrode can suppress the subspace. The obelisk made of black stone can emit Geller waves by some means, that is, the energy that makes up the Geller force field. Geller's force field is an important barrier for imperial ships to safely pass through subspace. Jellibo can be used to repair the veil, making it difficult for those so-called transcendents to leverage the power of the warp. Make spells that can be used it will become extremely difficult to use. This is also the principle of equipment most commonly used by the Empire to suppress superhumans. But such an approach will also harm the users of the Empire. People can't sit around those devices for long without drying up their souls. Regula improves upon this premise. While suppressing the subspace to the greatest extent, it can also ensure the survival of normal creatures without any interference. He also took a name that is in line with the three views of indigenous creatures, the end of the law. As the name suggests, after this device is turned on, it will curb the etheric winds in the real universe and strengthen the barrier, so that those with Chinook talents cannot sense the subspace and cannot use Chinook power. Using such a device, all the worlds in the entire universe can be returned to the feudal era. No matter how strong the cultivation base of those native creatures is, it won't help. If they can't move the subspace, they won't be able to use those extraordinary powers. Building such a ring device can control the wind of the ether within 10,000 light years, and repair the curtain of reality and subspace. Ruiku stretched out a mechanical arm, on the holographic projection on the strategy table showing his scientific research results. This thing will not affect ordinary people. Of course, in order to ensure that the psychers of the Empire can still function. I also reserved a back door so that the psychers of the Empire can pass through a special device to release Chinook energy. Those enemies without exclusive devices will find it difficult to mobilize subspace energy, and can no longer perform witchcraft and magic. Calgar looks at the ring device in the holographic projection. That is a huge celestial scale creation. Consists of an inner ring and an outer ring. The outer ring has a diameter of 60,000 kilometers, which is larger than the diameter of a planet. 30 to 50 kilometers thick and more than 100 kilometers wide. It can be regarded as a small world. There are 6 giant spokes in the middle that connect to the inner ring in the center, acting as energy conduction. Once activated, it can form Geller resonance with the subspace, strengthening the curtain of reality and illusion. Calgar fell into a moment of contemplation. Building such a giant structure is not difficult for today's Empire. The Empire's space particle excavator can extinguish a star in its prime, then dismember it, and obtain various precious materials through directional fusion reactions. The extinguished stars will be swallowed up bit by the Empire's mining forces. Through a specific smelter, extract a large amount of materials needed by the Empire. Giant mining ships can cut apart the entire planet, and countless thinker mining machines will be sent out to use their mechanical prosthetics to collect those precious minerals. Other elements will be mined by giant machines and sent directly to the furnace factory, where they will be melted, sorted, and recast. After everything is completed, thousands of meters of giant metal pipelines will transport the materials that have completed the initial processing to the transport ship. Sent to the specified forge world. All elements of the planet will be completely devoured, even the air and water will be collected and sent to the agricultural world or hive world. The Empire eats more thoroughly and cleanly than the Tyranids. Tyran will at least leave bare rocks, and the Empire will cut and recycle the rocks to build battleships or other void buildings. Seeing Calgar's wavering, Regula continued to introduce his plan. There is another advantage of building the Age of Doomsday. It will resonate with other similar devices. The more equipment, the more territories that can be controlled, and the stronger the increase. In the end, it will even form an unbreakable imprisonment, allowing subspace it is difficult to interfere. At that time, all myths and legends will become the past and history, and Universe 04 will become the fortress and fortress of the Empire against the gods of chaos. These words moved Calgar completely. Before he came, the Holy Emperor said bluntly that he would leave a retreat for the Empire in Universe 04. Obviously, there is such a plan. Then do that. Calgar said, build Universe 04 into a fortress that cannot be disturbed by the subspace and is used to fight against the creatures of chaos. Mechanical Sage Regula smiled. Imagine what an achievement it would be if you built such a fortress yourself. The other colleagues are afraid that their eyes will widen. Regula couldn't wait to see the reverence and self-contradiction in their stupid mechanical eyes. They will know who is the best and most qualified to stand in the Hall of Truth. With Calgar's authorization, the next thing is much simpler. Regula returned to his mechanical arc. The sages standing in the same camp as him are busy debugging various equipment or supervising the work of slave labor. There are various theoretical schools within Mechanicum. Kaur, Sigma, Karen, and Proy are all leaders of their respective factions. Regula is also the leader of one of the factions. All sages compete for the favor of the Holy Emperor. Who will step into the Hall of Truth of the God of Myriad Opportunities is an unresolved matter. Every sage leader feels entitled to that. Regula is no exception. He has improved his titans and fighters and gained a lot of popularity in doing so. But if you want to overwhelm the sages of other factions by relying on this, it is not enough. This time the Dharma ending age will make those sages feel inferior. The Empire will truly gain a fortress universe that will not be disturbed by chaos. This is an unimaginable progress against chaos. The passage of the mechanical arc is filled with mist. Humming filters are pouring carbon dioxide and argon into the mercury channels, simulating the air of a foundry world. Regula greedily snatched the air through the filter. Every breath seemed to be the of all opportunities, the Holy Emperor's baptism. The hard-working machine soul maintains the temperature changes in every area of the mechanical arc. This room is filled with the scorching heat of the forge, but that room remains suitably cool. Regula went straight back to his laboratory. Several sages are busy doing tests there, digging out more secrets from those indigenous creatures. You will be punished one day. When my master leaves the customs, he will kill you all. He is the strongest land in Kyushu, and the only one in the world who is strong in the 15th realm. The one who yelled at Regula was an indigenous creature belonging to the humanoid orc clan. These indigenous creatures are not much different from humans in appearance. Has 2 hairy legs and a palm with only 3 fingers. The head is somewhat similar to a wild boar, the skin is hard and black, and the whole body is covered with bristles. The fangs in the mouth are as white as jade, looking cold. Regula and others called this race a Minro. The Minro they captured was the leader of a team against the Empire. The other party tried to lead a raid on the research team of the Empire, but was finally captured and brought back to the mechanical arc. This Minro is known as the most beautiful Minro in Kyushu, and it is also one of the top 10 most powerful talents in Kyushu. It comes from a holy place called Yaokai. There are countless suitors. If the road to immortality is not broken, everyone has the qualifications to become immortal. Regula didn't care about Minro's crazy shouting, it was just a group of damned aliens, there was nothing to care about. Threats like this are useless to him. Regula walked straight to the high platform, and many sages spontaneously stopped their work and looked at him. The people of Calgary have agreed to the plan of the Age of Doom, and the relevant test report will be completed as soon as possible. After the review, we will start the project. He told the results of this meeting to many sages through binary code. Praise be to the God of all chances. Praise the Holy Emperor. The sages issued a binary expression to express their inner joy. The Doomsday Era plan will be the key to their complete crushing of other factions. Paused for a moment, Regula said again, let's take the Amonro family as the experimental products first, to test the power of the magical device, and see if we can completely cut off the possibility of them using Shinnik power. 434, Heaven and Earth, I am the only one 2/4. Kyushu is a vast world. Each state is vast, with numerous schools of practice and countless dynasties in the world. Ordinary Amonro could hardly cover a whole state in his life. The wind of practice in Kyushu is prevalent, and Amonro all aims to become a practitioner. There is a saying that all things are inferior, only practice is high. Officials of dynasties in the world must salute respectfully when they see practitioners. Behind the royal family, you can see the shadows of various schools of practice. No matter what your origin, no matter what kind of past you have, as long as you can detect the Dao soul used for cultivation, you will become a master. Tao soul is the stepping stone to enter the world of practice. Divided into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition to attributes, there are also low-grade Dao souls, middle-grade Dao souls, high-grade Dao souls, and top-grade Dao souls. For example, the highest-grade metal Dao soul, the low-grade water attribute Dao soul, and so on. In addition to the ordinary Dao soul, there are also various special Dao souls. For example, the ancient Taoist soul, the innate sacred body Taoist soul, the chaotic Taoist soul, the Kanggu Taoist soul, the Brahma Taoist soul, the good fortune Taoist soul, the Miaoying Taoist soul, the Linglong Taoist soul, the empty spirit Taoist soul, the Shuanghuang Taoist soul, the immortal Taoist soul, Kunlun Dao soul, Wuxia Dao soul, immortal Phoenix Dao soul, true dragon Dao soul, 10,000 Buddhas Dao soul, supreme Dao soul, blood spirit Dao soul and so on. Tao soul is the foundation of practice. Without Dao soul, there is no chance to enter the world of practice. No matter how hard you try, you will only be a mediocre Vanaminro. Only by awakening the Taoist soul can one embark on the path of being extraordinary and becoming immortal. After awakening the Dao soul, you can formally practice. A Minro, who has a Taoist soul, can learn various methods of practice from various sects or casual practitioners. Through meditation and exercise to absorb power or learn how to use power. All kinds of spells are based on power. The stronger the power, the stronger the spell released. The strength index of power becomes the key to the division of realms. The realm of Kyushu is divided into 16 realms, and each realm is divided into lower, middle, upper, small perfect, great perfect, peak great perfect and other small realms. Amonluo is also a member of practitioners. He was once an obscure Amonro. Living in Hangchang of the Great Eagle Dynasty, he is a descendant of a fisherman who lives by the Hangjiang River. Humble status, oppressed by local boat gangs, and made things difficult by local officials and petty officials. One day the head of the Tianji sect came to Hangzhou, and he posted a notice to recruit disciples, and he would only help with the test if he needed some money. After passing the test, you can join the Tianjin. Father also wanted Aminluo to try, but unfortunately the family was shy, so he went around borrowing money and received a lot of stares. Even a familiar neighbor said it bluntly. Those Aminluo who can practice, which one is not the reincarnation of the Dao star in the sky, is the Aminluo with great blessings. Look at those fairy elders, which one is not fairy-like, supernatural, and refined. Just your Aminluo's sharp-mouthed monkey cheek, how could it be possible to awaken the Dao soul with such an appearance? Why don't you save money honestly and earnestly, and marry a daughter-in-law in the future? That's the way to go. The scolding made Aminluo's father ashamed. But my father didn't give up, so he sold all the boats and collected money. As a result, Aminluo tested the best Dao soul, which was a special type of heavenly Dao soul. It perfectly meets the needs of Tianjin. The elder made a decisive decision and accepted disciples on behalf of the head of the sect, making Aminluo the direct disciple and young master of the Tianji sect. The disciples of the Tianji sect at the scene immediately knelt down under the watchful eyes of everyone, shouting "Fuse Tianji" to welcome the young sect master. Aminluo's father heard the news, clapped his hands with joy, and laughed. Laughing and talking. Hey, my son is hit. After speaking, he was out of breath and fainted. Woke up crazy. Finally, many Aminluo discussed and came up with an idea. Said it was too much joy, which led to being deceived and going crazy. Just find Aminluo, who is usually scared, and give him a slap to wake him up. In the end, it was the boss of the boat gang who came to Hexi and slapped him to wake him up. Aminluo entered the ferry gate, and his family immediately benefited. The once ferocious boat gang has become amiable, and the officials with their noses and fangs turned into obedience and humility. They wish to become brothers of the opposite with Aminluo's father, and enjoy it with their wives and concubines. Those neighbors who said that his father Lepizu wanted to eat white swans also changed their tone one by one. Bluntly said that the child Aminluo was smart since he was a child, and he was a Taoist from the sky. After Aminluo entered the Tianji gate, under the guidance of the teacher's gate, his cultivation base was rapid. Tianjin is a sect that studies talisman puppets, divination, and alchemy. Aminluo is talented and intelligent, broke through 10 realms in 10 years, and became one of the few proud talents in Kyushu. Being arrested this time was not due to his lack of cultivation, but blindfolded by love. Following the Yaokai Saintess whom he admires wholeheartedly, she wants to stop the enemies outside the territory, and wants to capture the hearts of the opponents. In the end, they were killed by the opponent, and all the Tianjiao were captured. Caught this weirdness. Aminluo looked at the strange creatures with metal inlaid on their bodies through the gaps in the iron bars of the prison. Those extraterritorial creatures are talking in a strange language. Aminluo has read many classics and traveled to many places, so he is very knowledgeable. But he has never heard of those evil languages, nor has he seen any descriptions of these extraterritorial creatures in books from Kyushu. After they finished talking, an extraterritorial creature wrapped in a faded and ragged rust-red burqa walked towards the prison where the saint of Yaokai was. There was no mercy in that metal-covered face, full of evil. Those eyes that exude blue light are eyes that only the monsters that appear in Little Aminluo's absurd dream can have. Aminluo guessed what those guys wanted to do. He shook his prison angrily, warning the monsters. I warn you, don't do anything disrespectful to Lady Saint. The talents of each generation of Yaokai Saintesses are undoubtedly the best in Kyushu. The Saintesses of this generation are even more outstanding, possessing an innate Dao soul that has not been seen for thousands of years. The innate Dao soul is one of the strongest Dao souls, stronger than the best Dao soul possessed by Aminluo. Besides the innate Dao soul, this generation of Yaokai Saintess is also the most beautiful Aminluo in Kyushu. The young Aminluo of many forces aims to marry the saint of Yaokai. Unfortunately, so far, the saintess of Yaokai has not yet made a choice. The great holy lands that are as powerful as a family that once gave birth to land gods, and have a profound heritage, can only stare blankly and let their disciples work hard. Yaokai Saintess wears tulle, her face is exquisite without any flaws. The rounded face is just right. Delicate pink nose. Thick, long, dark eyelashes dotted the pair of big eyes full of autumn water. Black muscle and jade bone, the figure is formed according to the golden ratio, no matter how you look at it, it is beautiful. Aminluo was fascinated at the first sight when he saw the saint of Yaokai. Became one of her many suitors. The voice of the saint is gentle and melodious like the sound of nature, blowing into Aminluo's heart like a spring breeze, with a strange magical power. The monsters ignored Aminluo, they directly raised the rebellious saintess, and sealed the saintess' cultivation with a collar that could seal their cultivation. The saint who lost her cultivation is just an ordinary Aminluo. Aminluo watched those monsters violently tearing the saint's clothes apart. The holy body covered with black hair was fully revealed, exposed to the eyes of many Aminluo. Aminluo was so angry that his fangs creaked and he kept roaring. The beloved female Aminluo was desecrated by these monsters. Although I said I was a little excited, but more angry. This alien is a bit disgusting. A technical priest in charge of dissection looked at the native creature fixed on the operating table. The other party has 7 or 8 pairs of huge lactation organs. They all looked a little panicked. Just after cutting the cloth that seemed to be of good material, the other party kept howling, and the sound was similar to that of a pig. Their language translators can translate each other's words. Let go of me, monster. Scholars can be killed, but not humiliated. My master will not let you go. To these threats, several technical priests did not respond at all. They just operated the medical equipment, broke open the stomach of the female Aminluo, and checked the internal organs and nerve distribution. No. Amanluo cried in despair. His most beloved female Amanluo was stripped naked in front of him, then disemboweled and her intestines were pulled out. I will not let you go, I must kill you all of you. Amanluo was distraught, his eyes were scarlet, showing terrible resentment. The endless love in his heart for the saintess of Yaokai has turned into hatred for these enemies outside the territory. Why am I not strong enough? If I become stronger, I can protect her. He hates it. Amanluo roared to the sky, 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. This monstrous hatred makes people shudder. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Because he's gone too. The maiden of Yaokai was dissected, and the next one is Amanluo. He was fixed on the operating table, his stomach was disemboweled, and his head was cut open, revealing his white brain. Finally, it was soaked in the glass jar next to the transparent glass jar of his favorite fairy maiden. 2 glass jars were placed just like that on the shelf next to the operating table. There are 2 peerless geniuses of the Amanro family soaked in it. Mechanical sage Regula watched his subordinates dissect those native creatures. Members of this special race have their own fiery emotions and brilliant culture. It's a pity that these can't change anything. The universe is cruel, and the development of civilization is the key to everything. The Empire has many alien allies. The premise of being an ally is based on the fact that they are helpful to the Empire, and they recognize that human beings are the true masters of the heavens. They are just attached to the Empire, hoping to use the power of the Empire to fight against chaos. If the Empire does not have enough strength, then they will not coexist peacefully with the Empire, nor will they allow the Empire to dominate. These allies have a full understanding of chaos, of the warp, and of the universe. The alliance between the Empire and them can not only replenish the vitality, but also obtain a lot of knowledge that is different from the human technology system. Amanro is useless as a race. The methods of practice they regard as treasures do not have much meaning in the eyes of the Empire. Even those so-called peerless exercises don't make much sense. Everything this race got was left over from the ruined civilization in ancient times. They don't know anything about the real world, they stubbornly live in their own little world, and think that's everything. The void is called the outer heaven, and the races of other worlds are called the extraterrestrial creatures. Talking about the outside of the universe with them, saying that their power is just a kind of use of subspace energy, is a waste of time. Might as well clean them up and colonize them. Regula would naturally not have any mercy. Survival is like this. It was never a gift of fate. If you lose, you have to die. This is something that every biological race will learn from primitive times. Some races will forget this in the process of development, but fate will soon emphasize this to them. Those races that cannot adapt will also become history. Don't think any one race is an exception. Any race has its own glorious history and story legends, as well as its own unique culture. Those captured Amanro were dissected. They all have special spiritual energy fluctuations on their bodies. Amanro is a race that relies heavily on Chinook energy, and whose civilization and technology have only reached the feudal age. In fact, the viability of the Amanro family is enough to allow them to enter a more advanced social system. The Eldar also rely on psychic energy, but they did not rest on their laurels, and instead became a psychic race capable of interstellar travel. After completing a series of tests, all the Amanros were soaked in the nutrient solution. Regula obtained a lot of information from these guys, and even drew the gene sequence map of the Amanro family. With the gene chart, we can create a gene bomb exclusive to the Amanro family, making them extinct quickly. Before Amanro is completely wiped out, he has to test Amanro's home world in the end of the Dharma and squeeze out the last value. Kyushu is the center of the world, the top of the world. Towering into the sky, towering beyond imagination. When standing at the foot of the mountain, there is no end in sight. Here lies the strongest sect in Kyushu, Kunlun. The place is covered with snow all the year round, and the ordinary Amanro can't bear the severe cold on the mountain top, let alone ascend the most magnificent mountain range. Kunlun was not named by the Amanro family, but a name left by that super ancient civilization. A huge stone tablet is located on the top of the mountain, on which is written the big characters containing the supreme rhyme, Kunlun. That steel is extremely strong, even if it is the most powerful person in Kyushu, there is no way to leave a trace on it. In fact, many holy places are like this. None of them were names given by the Amanro family, but existing names. They just live there. Even the name Kyushu was left by that ancient civilization. They have disappeared in the long river of history. The various creations left behind have also multiplied new races. On the top of the mountain, the new generation of Kunlun is the strongest, and the number 1 Tianjiao in Kyushu is sitting cross-legged on a huge enlightenment stone, practicing the strongest secret method of Kunlun, the concept of great freedom. There is no way to verify the creator of the idea of great freedom. Amanro and several strong men obtained this practice method from a mysterious and magnificent hall, and passed it down from generation to generation. The concept of great freedom is one of the foundations for Kunlun to become the number 1 school in the world. Yi Tianjiao closed his eyes tightly, and bright air flowed around him. The aura of heaven and earth in the surrounding area flowed towards his body like crazy. He is like a terrible vortex, devouring all spiritual energy. A terrifying vision appeared behind the first Tianjiao, like a huge divine ring. Mottled old trees stand in the vast ocean, and a bright sun rises from behind, reflecting infinite brilliance. Several elders who watched him practice showed shock on their faces. As expected of Kyushu's number 1 pride, too strong. Was able to create such visions. Once you grow up in the future, the achievements you can achieve are unimaginable. Kunlun has this sun, and his glory will last for thousands of years. A strong Amenro who came from Yaokai was amazed at the performance of the first Tianjiao. Looking at Kyushu, I have never seen such an amazingly talented person in thousands of years. This son will become a great weapon, and in the future he will reach the pinnacle of the world. Even if the great world comes, this son will suppress countless arrogance in the world. Give him some time, I'm afraid those enemies outside the territory are not a threat. Gathered in Kunlun to discuss how to deal with the enemies outside the territory, the many Amenro powerhouses talked a lot. Seeing the performance of number 1 Tianjiao, these powerhouses also became firm. With such juniors, enemies from outside the territory are not enough to worry about. Aura revives, and the golden age is coming. Countless Tianjiao will compete for the strongest, and perhaps there will still be people in this world who will become immortals and become gods. However, the sudden appearance of an enemy from outside the territory makes all sects and factions feel like they are facing a formidable enemy. Many Tianjiao led by the Saintess of Yaokai were captured, and the protectors were killed. The strength of the enemy outside the territory has made countless sects frightened. This time, they gathered in Kunlun to fight against powerful enemies and defend the world of Kyushu. The first Tianjiao didn't care about the peeps and ratings of those Amenlo powerhouses. He was running the most powerful secret method, the concept of great freedom, contemplating the scorching sun with all his heart. Following his visualization, streams of domineering and scorching sun breath wandered through his body, piercing through the viscera, opening the palace of life, and nourishing the gods within. A crackling sound came from his body. The first Tianjiao's skin became crystal clear, as if a fire was burning in his body, rumbling. The concept of great freedom, the creation of all things in the world, is the strongest practice. He visualized the scorching sun, and he was able to control the aura of flames, making the vision of the sun behind him even brighter. After the practice, Yi Tianjiao opened his eyes. Brilliant divine light appeared in both eyes, with a breathtaking aura, and his cultivation base became deeper, with the ability to move mountains and seas. Give him some more time. The title of number 1 powerhouse in Kyushu is about to change hands. He stood up. Blossoming golden lotuses emerged, extremely resplendent. The sound of Taoism roared, and countless chanting sounds sounded. On the first day, the pride and blessings reached the soul, and the heart had an epiphany. Take 9 steps forward. He pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. In heaven and earth, I am the only one. 435, Extinction Order 3/4. On the first day, Tianjiao actually managed to follow his words. Visions appeared frequently in the sky, and streams of purple air came from the east and filled thousands of miles. In the vast starry sky, the stars trembled, as if the sky was falling. Ancient statues in the Kunlun Holy Land. At this moment, boundless brilliance burst out. The long-gone Amenro ancestors are all manifesting. The first Tianjiao's body is surrounded by innate yin and yang energy. The black and white chi form a yin and yang dipole diagram, which rotates endlessly. The 5 elements of the avenue surround the top of the head, forming a 5-element canopy. Thousands of halos shrouded. Like a living god. One step, one life lotus, radiant, dazzling, sacred and inviolable. The scriptures emerged out of thin air, blooming with thousands of divine brilliance. Following the first Tianjiao's words, Kunlun was completely turned upside down. Many Amenro powerhouses onlookers opened their eyes one after another, showing shock. They knew that the number 1 arrogant was an undiscovered genius, but they never thought it would be so extraordinary. The yin-yang energy lingering around his body is the innate yin-yang qi. As the grand elder of the Haoyu sect, I can't even refine an innate yin-yang qi in my whole life. The innate qi of the 5 elements is too strong, really too strong. The innate qi of the 5 elements wrapped around this person forms a big canopy, an unprecedented blessing of luck. Hiss, I just glanced at him with the qi watching technique, and found that he is surrounded by dragons, phoenixes, kylons, and other auspicious signs. The luck is so terrifying. The purple air is coming from the east, the avenue is singing in harmony, the foot is on the golden lotus, and there are visions again and again. It's really extraordinary, really extraordinary. As expected of the number 1 pride, it's so terrifying. With him, Kyushu will be saved, and the Amenro family will be saved. One after another voices sounded, and many Amenro could no longer remain calm. The first Tianjiao's vision is too terrifying. Just a sentence. There are many visions such as stepping on the golden lotus, surrounded by yin and yang, blessed by the 5 elements, and purple energy coming from the east. This boy is so horrifying to such an extent that he has realized the Dao. A strong Amenro looked shocked and couldn't believe it. In heaven and earth, I am the only one. Headmaster Kunlun repeatedly chewed on what his disciple said. Short 8 characters, full of domineering and true meaning. He is really the son of luck, so terrifying. With this son here, Kyushu will be saved. The suzerain of Tianji sect looked excited. The first Tianjiao is the real son of the common people, the son of the Dao, and the existence that gathers the great fortune of the world is the savior of Kyushu. But it's not over yet. Vast purple energy was injected into the body of Yi Tianjiao, making his body even more resplendent. Yin and yang are in harmony, thousands of rays of light are condensed, and countless obscure runes blooming with mysterious brilliance emerge, covering his body, causing him to transform again and burst out with more intense brilliance. This is innate supreme yin-yang Dao soul. A powerful Amenro yelled. One of the strongest Dao souls in Kyushu's history. What? Innate supreme yin and yang Dao soul, isn't this limited to the legendary physique? Hey, the innate supreme yin and yang Dao soul? Known as the soul of the Dao, it ranks third in the Deo Soul list, second only to the primordial Deo Soul and the Wukui Chaos Deo Soul. If this kind of Deo Soul goes further, it will be the Wukui Chaos Deo Soul. The ancestors of Amunro, I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see the innate supreme yin and yang Deo Soul today. God bless my Amunro family. Enemies outside the region are nothing to worry about. The biochemical yin and yang are infinitely close to the Tao. If we can go one step further in the future, we may be able to condense the legendary perfect chaotic Taoist soul and the primordial Taoist soul. The first Tianjia really lives up to its reputation, and the Amunro family can be saved. Countless exclamations sounded. Yi Tianjia opened his eyes suddenly, causing Amunro who was present to turn his head, not daring to look directly. Those eyes contained thousands of stars. Countless worlds were shattered, and scenes of thousands of souls worshipping emerged in it. It's so terrifying that it makes people tremble. Just now, Yi Tianjiao had a feeling in his heart, and instantly comprehended the supreme secret. Breaking through 2 realms in an instant. Cultivation has surpassed his own master. Reached the 15th realm, becoming the only 15th realm powerhouse in Kyushu. It is only one step away from the last realm. Day 1 Tianjiao was about to say something when the purple and yin-yang qi lingering around him shattered in the air. The aura of the 5 elements of the avenue also disappeared without a trace. As if it never existed. The infinite power that filled his body disappeared like the ebbing sea water. This scene is not only him, but also appeared on the bodies of various strong Amunro. Their strength is like spring snow exposed to the autumn sun, melting quickly. The original realm keeps falling. The lord of the holy land of Yaokai is also the master of the saintess of Yaokai. He is the strongest land in Kyushu. He was also the only strongman of the 15 realms who walked in the world in Kyushu before. Of course, the first Tianjiao also reached just now, but unfortunately it only lasted for a while. At this time, his cultivation was also falling all the way. What's going on? My cultivation is disappearing. Impossible, I can't feel the existence of aura anymore. Has my Deo soul disappeared? Why can't I feel the existence of spiritual energy? Why is this happening? No, it can't happen. Many Amunro powerhouses were so desperate that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. It's not just their cultivation that is rapidly fading. Kunlun's mountain guard array flickered a few times, then disappeared. The roadstone used to maintain the formation, cracked countless cracks with a click. Arrays, Taoist tools, and elixir are all losing their original color and power. The cold wind blows into Kunlun, a paradise, and countless rare birds and beasts run around, avoiding the blizzard and cold wind. The medicine garden exuding a strong medicinal fragrance is withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and those cherished medicines are rapidly losing their spirituality. The suspended floating islands lost the maintenance of the large array and began to tilt slowly. Countless Kunlun disciples on the floating island let out desperate screams. All of their cultivation has disappeared, and they have become ordinary Amunro. Under such circumstances, if you fall from such a high place, there will be no bones left. The spiritual energy is exhausted and the Deo soul is silent. This is the characteristic of the age of the end of the Dharma. It is the end of the Dharma. The head teacher of the Tianji sect who had just shouted that the common people could be saved shouted in horror. Impossible, we all clearly feel that the golden world is coming, the aura will be 1,000 times stronger than before, and the practice will become easier than ever. There must be something wrong. Even if the Dharma ending era comes, it won't be so sudden that we will lose our cultivation all at once. Many of Amunro's top powerhouses fell into unprecedented panic. Just now, they saw a glimmer of life in the world of Kyushu. Now, the end of the Dharma is suddenly ushered in. The way of heaven is impermanent, so it shouldn't be so impermanent. They were panicked, pessimistic and desperate, but they couldn't find the answer. Countless Amunro fell into despair, the end of the Dharma has come, and the path of practice has also been cut off. What can they use against the empire? This is God wanting them to be extinct. Heaven is unfair. Heaven is unfair. They can't do anything except curse the way of heaven. Actually, this incident has little to do with the Deo of heaven that does not know whether it exists or not. The Amunros know nothing of the truth. If they can leave the huge Kyushu world, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers of void, they will be able to see a giant building built next to the stars. The building is in the shape of a ring, orbiting around a star. Absorb the scorching light and heat, and transform it into your own energy. The absorbed energy drives various mechanical equipment and force field devices, causing them to emit Geller resonance continuously into the void. Geller resonance strengthens the curtain of reality and subspace, and isolates the influence of subspace on the real universe. This has led to the fact that any supernatural witchcraft cannot be used in the real universe. This is the reason why the Amunro family said that the age of the end of the law has come. Curtain was enhanced. The difficulty of invoking subspace energy is 1,000 times, 10,000 times that of before. It's equivalent to someone who used to earn 10,000 yuan, but now he's unemployed and loses a penny. The cultivation of the strong members of the Amunro family is like making money. In the past, money was easy to make. As long as you have the courage, you can make money by just taking something back and buying it. Suddenly it is not easy to make money. You can't make money by doing anything. They naturally went bankrupt. Cultivation was easy in the past, as long as one has talent and is willing to work hard, one can continuously improve one's cultivation. Now it is difficult to contact the subspace, and the price of prying the subspace is even higher, and their cultivation base will naturally fall. After getting Calgar's permission, Regula used all the resources of the mechanical arc non-stop. Built a ring for testing with the fastest speed. And the test target he chose was the world of Kyushu. In the Doomsday era, when the construction was completed, it was transported by a transport ship to the vicinity of the star that provides light and heat to the world of Kyushu. The device of the Doomsday era, supplemented by stellar energy, soon went through the activation process under the order of Regula. If he wanted to shock his colleagues, he had to be fast enough. Otherwise, wait for others to conquer the universe before finishing it, it will be too hip. Plan well, and action must keep up. Regula, who was standing in front of the observation window of the bridge, watched the ring-shaped Age of Doom, and at the same time gave orders to other technical priests and sages, instructing them on their operations, and asked them to gradually activate the various systems of the Doomsday device. The surface of the Doomsday device flickered with a strange brilliance a few times, and then became stable. At the same time, it slowly rotated. All systems of the final device have been started, and no problems have been found after the self-inspection. It's perfect, I have to go and see how those guys are doing. By the way, let's adjust the equipment. Regula looked at the prompt that popped up on the screen, and said to himself. No device can be built overnight. Needs feedback and testing. He has already set the test object before, that is the Kyushu world where the Amunro family is located. There are 3 test items, the enhancement of the legal psychers of the Empire, the weakening and suppression of the hostile psychers of the Empire, and the control of the subspace ether. In order to test, he also specially made a genetic virus bomb for the Amunro family. After completing the first 2 tests, Regula will exterminate it. An act of extinction on such a large scale would cause a great deal of despair and death to reverberate through the warp, stirring up the ether and erupting into an unimaginable warp storm. If the Dharma-ending era device can contain the warp space storm, then the device is considered complete. As long as it is built in Universe 04, the human empire can have a fortress universe that is not afraid of chaos. After completing the startup of the machine, Regula took several primordial warriors and a group of machine servants on a starship and flew to the giant united world called Kyushu. There are several warships carrying genetic virus bombs used by the Extermination Order, following Regula's ship to provide the Extermination Order service. The development of that ultra-ancient civilization has reached its peak, and its understanding of space has reached an extremely advanced level. 9 worlds of different shapes are connected by them. From the perspective of Void, these 9 worlds should not be connected together. They have their own space-time coordinates. Like Terra and the Moon, they are 2 separate worlds. And that ultra-ancient civilization used some kind of space-time technology to connect the 2 space-time coordinates together. Each state in Kyushu is a planet, or an independent continent. The ultra-ancient civilization used exquisite means to stitch them together in the structure of time and space. The 9 worlds seem to be independent, but they have a connected space. Even without the help of starships, they can travel between different planets. Those aboriginal lives know nothing about it. They thought Kyushu was just 9 connected continents. It is impossible to imagine how powerful that super-ancient civilization is. Ability to stitch spaces of different spatio-temporal coordinates. Such power, even the gods will be in awe when they see it. When Regula came, the target of observation was Kunlun. The vision just now is that Regula used the device of the end of the age to strengthen the Amunro who has been practicing. Let the other party get an illusion similar to enlightenment. Through the adjustment of the device of the Age of Doom, docile spiritual energy poured into the body of Amunro along the subspace, naturally forming various special visions. The huge psychic power allows it to be sublimated, and it is only one step away from becoming a powerful psychic creature. Through proton detectors and other microsurveillance equipment, Regula was able to see those indigenous creatures using their language, shouting excitedly below that the Amunro family is saved, the son of the Avenue, and other words. Wait until they are extremely excited, then suddenly turn off the boost and turn on the suppression at the same time. The device of the Doomsday Age works very quickly, strengthening the curtain several times in just a few minutes. Formed a comprehensive suppression of Kyushu world. Make those guys no longer able to use Shinik power. From heaven to hell, Regula played with the creatures of Kyushu with the device of the end of the law. Let them feel the surge of spiritual power, and then imprison their spiritual power, let them fall from practicing Amunro to ordinary Amunro. This is the crushing brought about by the civilization gap. The advanced technology of the Empire brutally ravaged the ignorant and backward Amunro family. It's like a 2-4K high-purity black stick violently prying open a clam shell. The smooth and delicate clam meat is powerless to resist, and can only passively bear the ravages of the black stick. After the suppression function was turned on, many Amunro powerhouses lost their years of cultivation in just half an hour, and became useless Amunro. On the battleship, the mechanical sage Regula watched the tragic situation of the Amunro family through the display screens from various angles. Their strongest sect, Kunlun, has been abolished. Those floating islands that were suspended using spiritual energy lost their support and fell down, killing many Amunro. The extremely low temperature is killing the remaining Amunro. Without the protection of Shinik energy, it only takes a few minutes for the low temperature to kill them. The so-called land god, according to the strength level of the Amunro clan, the strong man who had entered the 15th realm was broken in half, and his intestines and internal organs flowed out together. Regula regretted killing that female Amunro, otherwise he would have seen this scene, the expression on his face would have been wonderful. Giving the cruelest punishment to those enemies who dared to resist the Empire is tantamount to extinguishing their hope in front of them. That look of despair and loss of everything will definitely be unforgettable. Amunro on Kunlun was killed by Regula like an ant. They don't even know what's going on. Even where are the enemies? How to launch the attack? They all know nothing. Execute the extinction order, release the genetic virus bomb to the world, and purify the entire world according to the purification procedure. After collecting enough data, Regula started the final test to see if the Doomsday device can contain the subspace storm. Following the order of the mechanical sage, the genetic virus bomb was stuffed into the launch port, and fell to the ground like a goddess scattering flowers. The first virus bomb exploded over Kunlun. Just now, he was shouting about heaven and earth, and Amunro, the one who is the only one, crawled out of the collapsed palace in a state of embarrassment. Its cultivation base is not 1 in 10, and the state of being in harmony with the Deo just now has disappeared without a trace, and it can't even sense the existence of aura. From heaven to hell, from a half-step 16th level land fairy to an ordinary Amunro, just over half an hour has passed. It feels like a little daughter-in-law who was spoiled by Tadeo and then thrown away. Life is full of ups and downs like a gambler. The explosion caught its attention. When I raised my head, I could just see mushroom-shaped flames emerging in the sky. At the same time, there were also colorful and beautiful colorful lights spreading with the explosion. It's so beautiful. Amunro blurted out subconsciously. However, soon, the colorful light turned into a mass of terrifying black light, sweeping away. It shook its head, and wanted to turn around to help other fellow students, but found itself limp and collapsed to the ground. Unimaginably severe pain spread throughout its body, making it involuntarily let out a painful scream. Black ash flew from its screaming mouth. The gene virus quickly dissociated the junction between cells at the molecular level, and the victim would dissolve into a pool of wet flesh and blood in just a few minutes. The internal organs of the number 1 arrogant of Kyushu were swallowed by the virus in just a few moments. In its horrified gaze, flesh and blood flowed from its skeleton like melted wax. Bones become as weak as jelly. Its screams came to an abrupt end as the vocal cords also dissolved under the action of the virus. The body deviated from its own will and disintegrated into decayed flesh and blood. This is just the beginning. Death spread across the world of Kyushu at an extremely fast speed. 436, many Constantine 4/4. Kunlun, the sacred place admired by countless practitioners in Kyushu, echoed with the screams of countless dying struggles. Countless Amunro powerhouses gathered in Kunlun to discuss how to deal with the upcoming enemies from outside the territory. Who would have thought but encountered such an accident? First he lost his cultivation inexplicably, and then he was attacked by those invisible evil things. Haven't seen where the enemy is? They have already encountered accidents one after another. Screams mixed with death swept over with the momentum of thunder, beating those magnificent halls like a tsunami. In the magnificent palaces and those avenues, countless practitioners of Kunlun, the largest sect in the world, decayed in situ, and their bodies disintegrated into flowing flesh and blood. In those grand, high halls, Amunro died in droves, screaming hatred to the sky. They desperately begged their ancestors for salvation. But there was no response, even those immortal heroic spirits were blocked on the other side, unable to do anything at all. Death turned into a gust of wind mixed with black matter, sweeping through every building in Kunlun, slaughtering the aborigines of this world with unimaginable efficiency. The libraries that housed precious classics, the arsenals and elixirs that stored a large number of magic weapons in elixir were all screamed. Some alchemists desperately swallowed all kinds of high-quality elixir, trying to resist this weird toxin. But it is useless, and the final ending always ends in sadness. The flesh and blood disintegrated and fell off, and the skeleton fell limply. The treasure pill they once regarded as a treasure could not save their lives at all. Not even a moment's delay. They simply don't understand how this weapon works. What's more terrible is that those pills have lost their original supernatural effects, and have become fandans and waste pills. Gene virus is the most efficient killer, and no Amunro can escape its hunting. Because these viruses are made for them. Are extinct things created specifically to destroy them. The battleship moves on the orbit of the 9 worlds, dropping virus bombs to different dimensions to ensure that the virus can cover every corner of Kyushu. Virus passes through forests and plains, sweeps through aquatic algae communities, and visits the ends of the earth by air currents. It climbs mountains, crosses rivers, drills through glaciers and spreads and corrodes everything in the world at an unprecedented speed. The place where the virus fell forms a black dead zone. The Black Death Zone continues to spread, wiping out all living beings along the way. Whether it is birds, beasts, or flowers, plants and trees, all the creatures belonging to the world of Kyushu are not spared. Every city, every town is covered by genetic virus bombs, and death swallows everything. Groups of mucus-like flesh and blood scattered on the streets and houses. There are countless dead, but not a single complete body can be seen. Faces melted, torsos festered and swollen torn apart. The huge city where millions of Amunro lived was turned into a forbidden place for death. Countless dead people piled up into rotting corpses, and the dark and thick filth slowly surged along the river. In the wild, death consumes the forest. Turned those places into a cemetery full of rotten wood, and the charred remains were like skeleton arms protruding from the ground. Grasslands and deserts were not spared either. Grey visible to the naked eye covered the verdant, emerald-like grasslands, and the herds of beasts died in desperate howls, turning into foul-smelling mucus. The land is soaked in apoptosis, and the sea of corrupted substances emits acrid and poisonous gas, filling the sky. Ordinary Amunro men knew nothing about this disaster, while those powerful Amunro men were terrified because of the loss of their cultivation base, and there was no time to react. All the creatures in the entire Kyushu world were killed one by one. Virus has the ability to track, even if it is hidden underground, it will be found and swallowed. Regula had no intention of leaving any life alive. The number of specimens of the Amunro family is enough. Let the rest be history. The huge amount of decaying matter produced a thick cloud of flammable gas, which enveloped the entire planet. How's the situation with the virus? Regula looked at the biological priest beside him, and a mechanical voice came from a servo skull connected to him. The virus has killed all surface life and devoured itself. Priest received feedback from the connected detection array. This is the ingenuity of the virus bomb. They will kill the enemy, and then kill themselves. Leave a clean world to humans. Of course, with so many viruses, there must be some mutants that can survive. After the virus bomb, there is another stage, which is the firestorm. What is the gas concentration level? It has reached 452 times the original atmosphere, and the concentration is still increasing. Do you want to proceed to the next step of the purification process, my lord? Asked the biological priest. Regula walked to the observation porthole, looking at the world shrouded in roiling poisonous fog. In addition to this world, there are 8 other worlds, which should be the same scene. Only one order is needed, and the warships floating in those worlds will execute his orders without hesitation. A little spark can set the 9 planets that make up the world of Kyushu on fire. The Imanro family will be completely wiped out from the Kyushu world where they have lived for generations. This is war. Regula looked at the communications director and said, order all the warships to fire and let them burn. The light spear arrays of the imperial warships easily burned through the upper atmosphere, and escaped into the extremely thick poisonous fog. The hot beam ignited the gas, and the whole world was shrouded in flames. Immediately the air itself began to burn blazingly. Terrible fire tornadoes swept everything on the surface. The sacred land with profound heritage turned into scorched earth, and the sects that had been passed down for a long time turned into scorched ruins. The steep mountains and beautiful plains are peeled off into barren rock formations. Amun-Ro's body, which had turned into putrid pus, was wiped out in ashes in an instant, and the scorching airwave swept through everything, taking it to destruction without discrimination. Those prosperous cities collapsed in the flames, and the former residents turned into dust and drifted away with the flames. Bold chivalrous knights, proud swordsmen, and practitioners who consider themselves superior to all living beings all ushered in the same fate. The terrible high temperature makes the entire Kyushu world like a melting pot. The remaining flesh and blood, rocks, or metals all melted and flowed at an unimaginably high temperature. A race was destroyed in this way. Regula randomly filled in some reasons in the extinction report to cover up the fact that he exterminated a race for the experiment. The Empire will not pursue the authenticity of the extermination report for this reason. Nor will a sage who ordered extermination on alien enemies be held accountable. Regula was unwilling to fill in the truth because it would affect his evaluation. Too cruel and bloodthirsty will arouse the resentment and disgust of the imperial civilians. Maintaining a good image is necessary. There must be a good enough reason for people to understand what he did. For example, offending the emperor of the empire, or speaking insultingly to the human race, etc. As long as there is a suitable reason for people to feel offended, they will not mind the Punisher using the most brutal means to wipe out the entire hostile race. Extinct a race for experimentation, just to observe the warp storm caused by their extinction, and use it for testing. Such a reason, if thrown into the pile of demons, will shock countless demons. Not to mention putting it in the Empire. Really too evil. In the story novel, what Regula did was an out-and-out demon king. His crime is so serious that he will be executed by a brave man with a star destroyer. There are fluctuations in the subspace. The psyker who has been monitoring the subspace and controls the auspicious device reported to Regula. Continue to monitor. How powerful is the subspace storm caused by destroying a world? Regula opened a data interface. This subspace storm is exactly what he needs, experimental material. Materials like this can be described as expensive. You have to exterminate the entire race to get it. The destruction of the Imanro family seems to have given birth to a demon. The psyker said in a surprised tone, it is taking shape. The psyker in charge of monitoring reached out and put a helmet with a golden double-headed eagle emblem on his head. Helm will give him a safe vision. Avoid looking directly at warp demons, causing unpredictable soul damage to yourself. Can it be captured? Regula asked. It's hard, it's conscious. It ran away. The psyker's tone showed a trace of regret, it's a pity. The birth of subspace demons is irregular. However, whenever important moments are encountered and many creatures are involved, demons are usually born. The Imanro family was wiped out by Regula. It is not uncommon for a demon to be bred out of endless resentment and fear of death. Regula didn't care if he couldn't catch the devil, and focused his energy on debugging the device of the doomed age. Soon, he will bring the results back to the Empire. At that time, the idiot leaders of other factions will show shocked eyes and ask him in an incredible tone how he came up with such a genius idea. If they were sincere enough, Regula wouldn't mind sharing it. Thinking of the leaders of other factions standing in front of him like a beginner, praying for enlightenment of wisdom, Regula felt that his mechanical body was full of power. Work very hard. Universe No. 02. Lucifer stared dumbfounded as a group of Constantines lined up to enter his bar. I suddenly felt like my head was blown up like a balloon. What is more annoying than facing a Constantine? That is to face a group of Constantine. Boss, please allow me to introduce you. Constantine who walked in first introduced his Constantine team to Lucifer. This is old Constantine, my deputy. Next is Constantine the Little, Constantine the Fat, Constantine the Skinny, Constantine the Cranky, Constantine the Taciturn, Constantine the Scarding, Violent Constantine, Naughty Constantine, Strong Constantine, and 036 Constantine, 024 Constantine, Stupid Constantine, Smart Constantine, Big Ding Constantine Dante. Chapter 437 Monitor Legion. Lucifer standing behind the counter showed an expression of disbelief. Constantine's introduction made his mind confused. Constantine, 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 still Constantine. Constantine went to participate in an infinite parallel war, and brought back so many Constantines at once. Empire trademark is opened by his family. How is the treatment completely different from other superheroes? None of them hang up? All voted for the Empire? There is not even a Constantine who fought the Empire for his homeland. How can there be people in this world who have no moral integrity at all? If it's an individual in a parallel universe, forget it. The problem is that all parallel universe individuals are like this, which is somewhat grassy. The many ancient gods who had lost their divine power in Lucifer's bar also looked strange at this time. As the grace of the Holy Emperor, those gods and demons who voluntarily surrender and cooperate with the Empire to surrender their authority and power can receive certain preferential treatment. They have no believers and no divine power. Daily life is to hang out in Lucifer's bar, being a waste who eats and waits to die. At this time, they looked at Constantine with admiration, dullness, and more incredulity. Before the Empire came, Constantine was always able to do all kinds of things that made them dumbfounded and unexpected. A mortal was deceived in the world of gods and demons, and like a profiteer, he mortgaged his soul to dozens of gods and devils. I thought this guy would take it off because of this. Who knew that when the Empire came, Constantine actually showed them what it means to turn over to the top. From a god-loathed, hell-spiked stick, he turned into a hot imperial civil servant. Even received a summons from the Holy Emperor of this terrible empire. Think about what kind of concept this is. Constantine accomplished what many people could not do in their lifetime. Those things even the gods can't do. Don't think this is a joke. Even the gods have things that they cannot accomplish. Otherwise, there would be no change of gods. Manpower is always exhausted, and so is God. There is no eternity in the world, and there is no omnipotence. Lucifer feels the same way. Hell no longer exists, and so does heaven. Several of his former bosses were destroyed by the Empire. If such a thing happened before, who would have imagined it? If in the past, someone told Lucifer's immediate boss in the future, the god of heaven would be killed, his head would be hung at the gate of the lost paradise, and he would become a bar owner, relying on selling alcohol for a living. He must think that the other party is a lunatic, and throw the other party into the frying pan. In the past, who would have thought something like that would happen? In the concept of many gods, gods are gods, and they will never hang out with mortals, let alone support themselves. But now, he is selling wine, and those ancient gods are either sweeping the floor or serving as waiters. Wearing black silk, the beauty who shuttled among the guests with drinks was once the most powerful succubus under him. Is also his executioner, who specializes in executing those villains who dare to believe in Christianity. The guy with the scruffy hair, the whites of the eyes, and the broomstick was once an old god. The one who cleans the toilet is Abaddon, the king of diseases. There are many other scattered ones. Life is not easy, gods and demons are performing arts. The Empire came, and the deceived Constantine turned into a master. Which blind person dares to ask him for the previous debt? Master Constantine borrowed something, that's worthy. If you dare to beep, let the iron fist of the Empire educate the diehards of the old era. Many gods and demons owed by Constantine have nothing to do with him. Before, you could threaten him with death. Even if he is not a believer, he will spend a lot of money to get him, and then torture him and make him pay the price. It is worth mentioning that the realm of the gods can only accept believers who believe in them. This is not only a tacit understanding among the gods, but also an iron rule of the soul world. Even if a person commits evil, if he does not believe in Christ, then his soul will not enter hell, nor will he accept God's judgment. Of course, no would say that. They will only emphasize that the unbelievers will fall into the abyss, or be swallowed by the primordial destroyer. No salesman will say that the products he sells are not good. No will admit that there are things he cannot do. Some people think that God is sublime, mysterious, and different from everything in the world. This idea is wrong. To put it bluntly, God is like a salesman. Foolish and ignorant mortals might object that God is omnipotent. Lucifer has seen many before, and they will always try their best to extract a few words from religious books, thinking that God is omnipotent. In fact, there is no omnipotence in this world. The limit that mortals can imagine is nothing more than manipulating others, or making a person who doesn't love themselves fall in love with themselves. Their imaginations are so barren, it's so easy to cheat. It only takes a little illusion or demagogy to bluff them. To put it bluntly, a top rich man may be omnipotent to the poor. Boss, it's really impossible. Let's close our business today. The executioner Maze, who was dressed in black silk, a maid uniform, and 2 rabbit ears on his head, walked to Lucifer's side and whispered, "So many Kong Si Dante, we're going to be broken." Maze's figure is extremely hot, with a protruding front and back, a waist that can be grasped, fair complexion, red lips, and smooth curves full of temptation. Don't use such ambiguous words to talk about things. Lucifer gave his subordinates a supercilious look. You say that, it makes me and Constantine have some ulterior secrets. No? I think Constantine seems to always like to run to you, and he doesn't spend as much time with his fiancée as he does with you. Mates looked at Lucifer, his seductive eyes were teasing. Lucifer. How about it? Members of my team. After the introduction, Constantine slapped the long table with a slap, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he looked very proud. From ancient times to the present, who can be as outstanding as him and gather so many Constantines? It's quite distinctive. Lucifer looked at a bunch of Constantines of different sizes and heights, and showed a forced smile. So it's little morning star. A childish voice sounded. Lucifer looked down and found that it was Lori Constantine. The other party was wearing a long pink dress, with a round face, looking extremely cute. If the tone is not so old-fashioned, it will be perfect. Children, don't talk like that. Lucifer looked at Lori Constantine and said. Uncle is so gentle. Lori Constantine showed a cute expression, tried to stand on tiptoe, and stretched out her slender, silky little hands. Lucifer stretched out his hand unsuspectingly. As a result, Lori Constantine grabbed her and pulled her out from behind the counter. The whole person rotates 360 degrees, and then slams on a bar table, smashing it to pieces. Lolita Constantine yelled ah ah ah, raised a stool beside her and rushed up, about to give the former Lord of the Fallen Angels a headshot. If it wasn't for the other Constantine's timely action, Lucifer might have to go to the hospital. I forgot to tell you that she is a cruel loli. Constantine pulled up the face of Lucifer with a face covered in embarrassment, with a terrified expression on his face. With that lowly face, she deceived a group of unjustly seated local gods, more in debt than the rest of us combined. Looking at the cute loli who was held tightly by the arm of the strong Constantine, still baring her teeth and claws, wanting Lucifer to look good. Lucifer suddenly felt an old trough in his heart, not knowing whether to vomit or not. He limped back to his counter. I should get used to it. Constantine is like this. No matter what you become, you will be the same. Remember to pay for that table, or I will sue you at the Ministry of Justice of the Empire. This small episode made the many ancient beings in Lucifer's bar shudder. One by one lowered their heads, for fear that the group of Constantine would notice themselves. The ordinary imperial citizens were extremely excited. Constantine can always bring them some interesting stories or rumors. It can be regarded as a rare regulator of their daily boring life. They went up one by one, greeted Constantine, and encouraged him to tell stories about the imperial expedition. The scope of the Empire's expedition has become larger and larger. Every day new worlds are discovered, conquered, and incorporated into the hallowed realm of the Empire. People's cheers and adoring eyes can satisfy people's vanity. Constantines are also mortals and cannot be exempted from the vulgar. Many Constantines were dragged over by people, gathered around them, and listened to their stories. Constantine, who was Lucifer's true friend, was sitting in front of the counter, chatting with Lucifer with a glass of ale. How's the situation of the imperial expedition? Lucifer rubbed the place where he was thrown just now. Without his divine power, he was plagued by these minor injuries and pains just like ordinary people. It's not like that, beat those superheroes, and deal with those self-righteous gods. Constantine said casually, I am not a regular army, at most I am a militiaman, arresting the infinite family, escorting some rebellious gods, other things are basically out of our turn. Lucifer, who was wiping the wine glass, complained helplessly in his heart. When are the infinite family and the traitorous gods so unbearable, they are only worthy of fighting the militia recruited by the Empire. Didn't you hear any rumors? Lucifer asked. When Constantine heard this, he looked at Lucifer and said, what is there to inquire about? I can't finish my work. This time, I captured Death and Superman from the parallel universe No 0414 and brought them back. To come to you for a sip of wine, and you have to arrest people after drinking. Hearing this, Lucifer was silent for a moment before asking. Have you seen Lucifer from other universes? Constantine nodded, and then added, the Surrender Act has been amended. Only those gods and demons who are willing to imprint and serve the Empire can survive. Many of them have been assigned to subspace-related departments. Don't think you can setting up a Lucifer-exclusive bar, the Empire will not allow it. I don't have such bad taste as you, and I specially formed a Constantine team. Lucifer's tone made no secret of his contempt for Constantine. When he saw a group of Constantine walking in from the door, he was in a mess. What is the little shock of Constantine? This is the little shock of Constantine. This is a like-minded elite team. Constantine brushed his hair. Sir, please pay attention. I am a serious succubus who abides by the laws of the Empire. If you do this again, I will sue you. An angry voice attracted the attention of the audience. When everyone looks over, it was discovered that Constantine was harassing the beautiful female bartender, that is, Lucifer's former executive Maze. Old Constantine frowned, with a wretched smile on his face. Ding ding ding. Constantine also twisted the waist of his male dog with 8-pack ABS, doing in and out poses. Even Lori Constantine used her little hands to smack other bartenders. You guys are really like-minded. Lucifer said mockingly, especially in terms of reproduction. Constantine. These guys, they are too tricked themselves. Enough is enough for you. Constantine stopped the team members from doing anything wrong. Have you forgotten the last time you played Miss Death badly and was punished? Do you want to talk to the Imperial Judge? As soon as these words came out, several Constantine shrugged and dispersed. Lolita Constantine still didn't give up. When she turned her head, she even gave Mads a few winks, showing that she was insane. Occasional episodes emerge endlessly, showing the true colors of Constantine. But nothing happened. Constantine's team just drank and went to perform the mission again. Those guerrillas who defied the Empire urgently need their lackeys of the Empire to suppress them. Humans always like to use poetry to express war and the end of all things. Scholars and poets tried their best to romanticize the sacrifices. Yet real wars are never romantic. All it reveals is cruelty and gore. The war here is destined not to be known to ordinary people. The huge amount of information and the evil truth between universes will burn their brains. The rapid siren sounded throughout the expedition celestial-class battleship. Busy staff running around, trying their best to maintain the damaged ship. Explosions and flames everywhere. The wounded were carried down, or directly executed, trying to release their souls before they were corrupted, and let them return to the embrace of the Holy Emperor. Death, screams, wailing, crying, all sounds echoed. If you look down from the vast void, you can see that a large part of a celestial-class battleship comparable to a planet has been bitten off. Raging flames and explosions continue to appear at the gap. Occasionally, maintenance personnel and machinery will be thrown out, turned into ice sculptures, or die from lack of oxygen. The original space-time data is lost, and the time retrospective device has failed. The Overseer Legion has the same level of strength as the Empire. As in the past, every battle requires a lot of lives to win. Titus stood on the podium, staring at those screens, looking for a breakthrough in the battle situation from the feedback sent to him by other troops. The Empire paid a lot of sacrifices to keep the enemy in the fortress. Now, all it takes is one final move to kill them all. This is a war waged against God, which is far more tragic than those wars against superheroes. A brother of the Primarch of the Holy Emperor sits on the battlefield, and countless troops under his command attack the enemy's fortress. The Overseer Fortress is a giant palace built in dimensional space, assembled from various complex geometric buildings. It is extremely complex, and it will infinitely extend towards non-existent angles. It is as if the three-dimensional living body is suddenly thrown into the four-dimensional world, and the eyes will have the feeling of infinite details. In that space, the speed of time and direction are reversed. Imperial forces struggled in it. Glenn and his 0142 assault team are attacking a cube-shaped building. He has completed 4 generations of original casting upgrades, and the built-in Empire Heart also has the latest version of the Rule Concept Rewriter, which has the ability to change the surrounding physical laws or space-time data. However, in this war against the Overwatch Legion, this godlike power is not enough to crush the enemy and change the battlefield. The building overflows with a strange brilliance. These lights have the ability to distort space-time and prevent detection. Glenn knew the Watchers were here, hiding, waiting for the Empire to fall into their trap. He has already lost many brothers in this battle. The humming of the brooding man can be heard incessantly. Inputting the outlined 5-dimensional map into Glenn's mind made his brain ache. His brain is not designed to process these high-dimensional data. The Monitor Fortress is located in the dimensional space. As long as they are willing and have enough technology, they can build buildings of any dimension. It is like the webway that the old ones once built. Humans find it incredible, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The team is advancing, and the spirit of every soldier is very vigilant. The time flow here is not uniform. Some people move quickly, some people move slowly. This is one of the weird features of these buildings. Accompanied by a sharp voice, a monster with sharp and smooth limbs and a whole body as smooth as glass, without eyes and facial features, jumped out of the brilliance. Its sharp limbs pierced through the body of a Primaris warrior in an instant. The time of the soldier who was stabbed seemed to be sped up thousands of times. Before the soldier showed any pain, he aged rapidly, his skin sagged, and finally turned into wind and sand. Made of high-density materials, enough to defend, the armor of the extinction attack has lost its luster, revealing mottled and rusted traces of time. Glenn raised the bolter and fired at it. The bullet carrying annihilation matter hit the monster. In a series of piercing screams, it was turned into burning, floating embers. This is a start. More monsters jumped out of the brilliance, and launched an attack on Glenn and others. They are hidden in those special lights, unable to be detected and found. When Primaris warriors enter their domain, they will leap out and attack the Empire. They all carry the brilliance of Shinnick energy, distorting the space-time and the passage of time around them. Glenn killed 20 or 30, possibly more. His counter is disturbed by the time flow. There is no way to count the number of kills. The annihilation substance contained in the special explosive bomb can turn those monsters into ashes from the inside out. He fired all the bullets in it. Seeing the helmet indicate that the ammunition is empty, he activates his axe. However, he did not win the final victory. A monster pierces his helmet. Pierced his brain. Warning has been attacked by time flow acceleration, and is correcting its own time flow. Warning, I am correcting my own time flow, please leave the dangerous area in time. The piercing voice echoed in Glenn's mind. His time seemed to be stretched infinitely, he experienced a long and slow death. Although in the eyes of other fighters outside, the moment he was stabbed, he was turned into sand under the ravages of time. Glenn didn't feel that way. He felt that it took so long for eternity to usher in the final darkness. On the podium, Titus saw another information feedback appear on the screen. All members of Assault Team number 142 were killed in battle, and then they were brushed down and replaced by more death messages. The death information is like a tide, flowing continuously, as if there is no end. Chapter 438 Battle of the Heavens. The void is burning. Some people will think that this is a metaphor, using exaggerated vocabulary to form a battlefield. But those narrators who stayed at the forefront of the battlefield did not think so. Because they saw with their own eyes that the void does indeed burn. The strange witch fire poured out from the warp, burning the shell of reality. Evil radiance pervades, outlining a series of terrifying scenes. The cold space was invaded by indescribable things, countless tentacles bigger than planets protruded from the etheric ocean, and countless crying souls screamed on the surface of the tentacles. If you get close to those tentacles, you can see desperate faces and weird bodies wriggling. They scream, longing for a redemption that will never come. The real world and the unreal world have been mixed together. The moon-like huge red eyeballs emerged in the boiling subspace ocean, carrying indescribably terrible malice and madness. Those unspeakable horrors with vicious fangs the length of continents. Majestic mountains are only their hairs and tumors. The wings that can cover the stars spread out and curl up in the void. The tongue that can engulf the entire star flows turbid and foul-smelling mucus, which rots and grows again in a very short period of time. It is difficult for any words to describe the evil that boils and turns into real individuals. This is the battlefield between humans and monitors. A true battle of the heavens. Launched by two powerful forces that control incredible power. Celestial-class warships were torn apart by unimaginable power. The tight protective force field was paralyzed, and the protective wall made of plastic steel and high-density alloy was torn apart like paper. The shattered wreckage was scattered in the void, and countless corpses were mixed in it. The war between humans and the overseers has torn the very fabric of the universe. Permanently destroyed some key things, leaving the universe dilapidated. The warp appeared here with the help of the war between the two, like a greedy piranha smelling blood. Countless workers are working hard to save the property of the Empire. Maintenance machinery poured out in batches, welding and sealing those depressurized tunnels. Countless wreckages are floating in the void, including human beings and enemies. Death is as simple and random as breathing. The Monitor Legion is far stronger than those so-called superheroes. So far, the Empire has not collected enough information about this universe. The controller behind the scenes of this universe is still ignorant. Every powerful civilization knows how to protect itself. The same goes for those powerful individuals. They will hide the records of their civilization behind the universe, so that intruders cannot read everything about them. Terra adopted a Christian name for the enemy and named it the Supreme God. It is said that the use of this name was approved by the Holy Emperor himself. Many people think this is just a symbol and metaphor. Even the members of the Expeditionary Legion thought so. When conquering the parallel universe, I don't know how many gods were killed by the sharp blade of the Imperial army. Those gods formed by human dreams and beliefs have only two endings, either submit to the rule of the Holy Emperor and offer eternal loyalty to him, or be killed and their heads hang in the palace where they live. Adopting this name makes sense. In the Bible, God always calls those who believe in himself lambs, and priests call themselves God's shepherds. This is a very wonderful metaphor. It is also very appropriate if it is used in this universe. The Lamb of God always blames all difficulties on his lack of piety. I believe that it is God's will to suffer, and I only need to endure silently so that my soul can be purified and finally enter heaven. The same is true for this universe. The Supreme God keeps all parallel universes in captivity. Those souls were traumatized by man-made afflictions and then sent into the mouth of the Most High God. Like a lamb in the sheepfold, docile. When the railing is broken, they will even actively block the gap to prevent other lambs from escaping. Isn't that what those superheroes do? Sanguinius stands on the bridge of a shattered celestial-class battleship that is just about to crack. View the battlefield through countless screens and evaluate the occurrence of each battle. The flames of war start between reality and fantasy. The minions of the Supreme God have supernatural powers. Sanguinius estimates that its power should not be weaker than the four gods. In fact, such a metaphor is meaningless, it is just for people to intuitively understand the strength of the enemy. The great enemy of the Empire is chaos. Even if the four gods are eliminated and chaos is not eliminated, new four gods will appear. As the saying goes, when one of the four gods falls, there will be thousands of other four gods standing up. It does not matter how strong or weak the Supreme God is. Sanguinius only needs to know one thing, it is enough that it is the enemy of the Empire. He didn't know whether the Supreme God cared about this battle that broke out at the edge of the universe. Maybe it noticed and saw it as a game in a game. It is also possible that it is too busy fighting other unimaginable beings to care about these things at all. Even if humans took away the entire universe, they only took away a farm. Who knows how many farms it has? The Legion of the Watchers can drive those huge beasts to fight, made of real and imaginary materials. The size of those behemoths is beyond imagination. Use astronomical units to calculate their size. Like the giant wolf and Tengu in myths and legends, they can easily devour the moon and the sun. Those behemoths are just so huge. Everyone who sees it will feel that they rely on devouring planets to survive. Eat a planet as a snack when you're hungry. When Sanguinius saw those terrifying behemoths, his mind was full of images of those behemoths holding the planet and chewing on the planet. It's hard to imagine anything that could feed those behemoths without eating the planet. The laws of reality can no longer impose any restrictions on such giant beasts. The Empire assembled 10 celestial-class battleships, as well as tens of thousands of battleships and countless small battleships such as cruisers. The debris scattered in the void is basically an empire. As far as the eye can see, there are all wreckage. Stretches for millions of kilometers. After those giant beasts were killed, their corpses would turn into countless ashes in the void, not even a single bone remained. Just disappeared into the dark and boundless air. Only the wreckage of the Empire's ships remained here, tossed and rolled by the berserk ether, and some washed into the depths of the warp, where they remained forever. Sanguinius was not much surprised by these eerie scenes. 10,000 years ago, when he, Ryan, and Gillimon learned that the Emperor had not fallen and Terra was still there, they set sail from Makraj, preparing to cross the warp storm and head for the Empire Terra. That trip taught him the horrors of the warp. In order to stop them, the gods of the warp created some unimaginable giant structures along the way. The size of those structures is so amazing. The height and length of a wall need to be measured in light years. Demonic turrets made of brass, flames, and steel are all over it, and the scale is magnificent, comparable to a world. The mere existence of something like that is enough to make one despair. Unless those structures need an anchor point to exist in reality. Impossible things must be attached to real things. Through the anchor point, the materials that gather the subspace are transmitted, and then transformed into real substances that can exist stably. It is always a mistake to define the subspace with the impossible, and the vast ether contains endless possibilities. The information of each team surfaced in front of Sanguinius. The red dots of their avatars manifest in the complex Overseer Fortress, advancing steadily. The radiance reflected on that noble face that inspired countless people of the Empire. Pure white wings spread out behind his back. His existence is hope. Is the salvation that mankind longs for. He is his brother's war angel, the enforcer of the divine emperor's will to destroy. In the name of my brother, this place must belong to the Empire. Sanguinius reached out and pointed at the word fortress. He will bring ruin to those loathsome enemies. The Emperor's vision was shattered once, and now they will never let that happen again. Any enemy who stops humans will be overwhelmed by endless anger. The primordial caste warriors kept coming to that word fortress. In bursts of teleportation flashes, he ran towards death fearlessly. This world is disgusting. Clado, the leader of the Absolution chapter, stepped out of the flash and looked at the strange buildings in the distance. The hazy glow and fog shrouded the majesty, extending to an incredible angle. Building. It's not good to destroy it. Chirac, the think tank of the battle group, shrugged and said, no matter what kind of enemy, we should bestow death on them in the name of the Holy Emperor. The shockwave of time is coming to us. It is estimated that there are still 30 seconds left. We have to enter a defensive posture. The technical sergeant interrupted the conversation between the chapter leader and the think tank, and explained the crisis they were about to encounter in a simple and clear manner. Clado looked in the direction pointed by the technical sergeant. A strange wave hit like a sea wave. It was as if they were standing in the ocean. Time shockwave is a unique defense method of the Monitor Army. Released every once in a while. The first Imperial troops to try to land did not know the enemy's means of attack. They were hit by the time wave unsuspectingly, and turned into dust in less than 1/10,000th of a second. Their armor is mottled and rusted, as if it has been ravaged by thousands of years. Defensive stance. Cleto called his warriors together and activated the time field protection. A translucent cover covers them. Time shock waves are sweeping past their positions. Time flows in a dislocation way. Colette and others found it difficult to adapt. Humans are not pure time creatures, such an attack will cause them discomfort. It's making me sick more and more. Cleto didn't hide his inner disgust. After the first wave of attacks, he issued a new order, go forward and let our swords be stained with blood. They had to run some distance to get into the fort. The Empire's teleportation device has no way to completely send such a huge army to a fortress protected by a time force field. If you do that forcibly, it will only turn the soldiers of the Empire into corpses or dust. More and more teleportation flashes lit up beside Cleto and the others. More original caste warriors came out of it. They gathered in a wave of destruction and rushed towards the enemy's stronghold. There are psychic behemoths that suddenly appear from cracks in the sky. They have weird limbs and abilities. The sharp claws can tear apart the armor and body of Primaris warriors. Warriors will rush forward, shouting the cry of the Holy Emperor, and hack them to pieces. Cleto and his comrades are one of them. They rushed across the battlefield full of blood, screams and death. The monitors are very powerful, but they are not as powerful as Cleto. They have weapons that can release all kinds of powerful power. Black holes, time, space, etc., everything is made into a weapon by them. But those things can't kill the Primaris warriors. As long as they are careful enough, Primaris warriors can avoid those injuries. When the technological level of both parties reaches a certain level, long-range attacks are ineffective. The sea can submerge the land, but it cannot crush a smooth pebble. Massive weapons have a really large attack range. But their lethality against individuals is very poor. The means of war have been evolving. From the stone tools of the primitive age, to the firearms of the industrial age, to the light spears of the space age, to the regular weapons of today. The weapons mastered by the creatures are becoming more and more powerful, destroying the stars and the universe is no longer a delusion. It stands to reason that wars should become more and more sophisticated, requiring fewer and fewer people to participate. Unfortunately, as the offensive methods are strengthened, the defensive methods are also constantly changing. After entering the industrial age, human beings have mastered the means of ultra-long-range strikes regardless of line of sight, using various missiles to destroy the enemy remotely. Large-scale battles become impractical. One side has assembled hundreds of thousands of tanks, while the other side is remotely controlling the missile bombing, directly overturning the tank group from a long distance. Until the appearance of the Void Shield, all human beyond visual range long-range weapons were ineffective in front of the Void Shield. The Void Shield can transfer all objects and energy exceeding a certain speed to subspace. Human missiles and nuclear bombs are no longer a deadly threat. The enhancement of interference means has also made ultra-long-range missiles lose their original power. It is useless to play inaccurately, no matter how hard you blow. The advancement of technology has brought the war back to large-scale battles and close combat. If there is no systematic superhero, the Empire can be wiped out with a single fire. The more advanced technology is, the lesser the role of stragglers will be. Wars value the productivity and scientific research capabilities behind both sides. If you want to win the final victory, you must compete remotely and consume it. But as long as they can go to the starry sky, everyone has almost unlimited energy, nuclear fusion, plasma fusion, and various geothermal heat and so on. Fix the generator, open a shield, and the two sides will throw missiles from a long distance. Throw more powerful black holes, stars, or halos, etc. As long as the technology of both parties is on the same level. This kind of war will last for tens of thousands of years, and neither side will suffer any actual losses. Or you can only use the most primitive method, which is close combat. Depleting the enemy's vital strength is considered a victory in the war. Crito rushed into the enemy, his sword drew a bright arc shining with metallic luster in the air. The sharp blade pierced the body as smooth as glass, smashing it effortlessly. Fragments emitting glow scattered in all directions amidst the screams of the soldiers of the Monitor Legion. The fragments hit his armor, making a slight impact sound, and were bounced away again. The blade continued to slide in, and the subatomic blade cut through the glass-like body and silicon-based bones, disemboweling the enemy. With a desperate wail before death, a watcher was split in two and fell to the ground. Cleito shook off the silver metallic blood on the sword, and rushed to the next enemy. He was running, charging at the forefront, rushing into the Monitor's line of defense like a hurricane. The heavily armored body soared into the air with unimaginable dexterity and agility, killing time after time. His librarian roared, bolter in one hand, mace in the other. The bullets of the bolter are loaded with an annihilation substance specially used to restrain the Monitors, which can bring them fatal damage. The scepter shines with the brilliance of the subspace, and in this field where illusion and reality combine, spiritual power has been greatly increased. Blasts of violent thunder burst out from the void, hitting those screaming enemies, causing their bodies to ignite strange flames. Primaris warriors who fight in the name of the Holy Emperor are so fierce. They were overwhelming, tearing apart the enemy's defenses with savagery and brutality. Some soldiers fell down. They were hit by the enemy's weapons and turned into grains of sand within a few breaths. No one is saddened by this, but cheered up. Death is the most wonderful reward for the loyal. Means they enter the arms of the Holy Emperor with honor and praise. The kingdom of death established by the Holy Emperor has been confirmed and officially recognized by the think tanks of countless chapters. Every dead warrior is led to the kingdom of the Holy Emperor. People no longer need to fear the nothingness brought about by death. For human beings, this is a just war. The victory of the Empire is as unstoppable as the rising sun of Cleito's home world. One day, they will lift the throne of the Holy Emperor to the star that all living beings will look up to, and make him the true lord of the heavens. When the war to capture the fort entered its most tragic climax, Sanguinius waved his white and flawless wings. Leading his glorious bodyguards down from the sky, he threw himself into the fiercest battlefield. The appearance of Sanguinius made the soldiers cheer even more frantically. He descended from heaven like a war angel, and fell with fury and thunder of unspeakable terror. The huge impact even set off an explosion, causing countless cracks to appear on the silicon crystallized ground. He holds a spear, like an ancient of war who is invincible. In the name of the Holy Emperor, kill. His voice resounded throughout the fortress battlefield. Today is 10,000 words. The question of combat power in this book is reiterated again. The competition is knowledge, understanding and productivity. Normally, the higher the level of war, the greater the damage caused, and close combat does not exist. However, the Warhammer world has defense technology, a hive world with shields, and can easily resist decades of orbital bombing. Melee is just and reasonable. All wars turn to jump gang. The explosive bomb is filled with gunpowder and plugged into a black hole. Don't force it, asking is because the author is not imaginative enough. 439, Supreme God 1/3. What sacrifices do we need to make for humanity? In a private conversation that has never been made public and will not be recorded by historians, Sanguinius asked his brother just such a question. Everything. Hearing this question, Guillemon did not look back. He was standing by the porthole of the Emperor Supreme. Staring at the vast void, he said in a tone that was so calm that it was terrifying. Sanguinius did not continue to ask what Guillemon said was contained. Because there is no need to ask, he also knows the final answer. In a universe full of false gods and without redemption, how can we obtain the ultimate redemption of mankind? What price would they have to pay in order to gain a chance of life in a death situation? Despair. There is no redemption in the dark and cruel universe. But they can create a salvation that belongs to mankind. Use your own life and courage to create a road to the future. Rage and thirst are no longer curses from the blood angels, nor are they from Sanguinius. With the help of Guillemon, they became a blessing, one of the essence of Sanguinius. Each Primarch is a child conceived from the two worlds of subspace and reality. They have endless potential. Is the youngest son of God and the one who kills God. Born to be extraordinary. Sanguinius let out an extremely furious roar. The rage contained within it is pure and unblemished, making Alcorn demons and world eaters jealous. The blood angels are not world eaters. Those idiots are enslaved by the neural equipment of the Dark Ages, dominated by man-made rage, like a pathetic slave. The anger of the blood angels is innate, and it comes from the anger that was born when everything good was betrayed and destroyed. Is a pure rage that comes from the heart. It does not come from impotent rage against one's own fate, nor from hatred and enmity. It comes from protection, from the light that is longed for. The blood angels' wrath stems from Sanguinius' wrath, which they draw from the noble soul of their gene father. When I witnessed the Horus rebellion, I witnessed the evil deeds of the subspace. The anger of Sanguinius has never been extinguished, just like an eternal volcano, it has been burning, eager to devour all the enemies of mankind. His wrath affects his children for 10,000 years. It was once considered a curse on the blood angels. But it is not, their anger is pure, and it appears for protection, not destruction. After being resurrected by Guillemon with the most cutting-edge technology, Sanguinius remained angry as always. On weekdays, what he showed was just a disguise for that incomparable anger. Benevolent nature made him unable to bear to unleash his wrath on those poor weaklings. He could only carefully control those rages so that they would not harm innocent people. His anger was so pure and blazing. It is for this reason that the Chaos God Gurn would stop at nothing to claim the Blood Angels in their Primarch. It's a pity that it didn't get what it wanted in the end. The wrath of Sanguinius is not for that dirty god. It is destined not to be the same as him. The purity of Sanguinius is the envy of countless demons of Gurn, and it also makes them worry and fear. The Primarch has the characteristic of immortality, and the title of the young son of God is enough to show how terrible they are. Even more frightening to the demons is the potential of the Primarch to grow. No one knows whether the high gods will be replaced one day. Even if it is an immortal, it is difficult to control all the variables in the vast and endless universe of the heavens. Sanguinius fell into a state of rage. He incarnated as the of war in the enemy's formation, wantonly harvesting those alien lives. He is angry at what he saw in Universe 02. Those superior guys keep humans in captivity like livestock. Those foolish heroes allow themselves to be blinded by false truths, deceived by false freedom and beauty. He feels pity for those guys and infinite anger at the so-called high god. And now, this anger has been unleashed to its fullest. On the noble face, those eyes have turned into pure black stones. It's like too smooth obsidian inlaid on a perfect statue. The spear in the hand of Sanguinius pierced every enemy who dared to approach him. The glazed, silicon-based bodies of the soldiers of the Overwatch Legion were smashed to pieces by him. He shook the sky with a dragon-like roar, and the unparalleled fury burned on him, turning into visible brilliance. Nothing can stop a Primarch. They were born to destroy, to slay the filthy above. Sanguinius is one of the best. The Watchers let out screams of terror. They felt the same breath as their master on that human. Although weak, they are far stronger than them and have endless potential. Any companion who rushes forward will be destroyed by the human with wings. The opponent is like a cruel and cold war machine, every attack will take the life of their companions. No matter how strong those companions are, they all look weak in front of that human being. The opponent slaughtered every watcher in sight. The glazed body turned into shards of residual crystals, and the blood stained the opponent's spear, reflecting the brilliance of the metal. The remaining companions fled screaming. Even if they grasped the truth of the universe, there is no way to fight against such a terrifying monster. That guy shouldn't be a real thing. Sanguinius passed over the heads of the Imperial army chanting his name, and rushed to the last remaining fortress of the enemy. His wings are so powerful, the radiance that escapes can fight against the time-space turbulence and exterminating weapons raging on the battlefield. The wings allow him to easily control the ether, as if he was born with instinct. Warp space is not exclusive to the gods. It is the mother of all things, and everything that exists is born from its embrace. The gods are but vile stealers. They took away the dominance of the subspace, and shamelessly declared that it is their exclusive. It's like a cruel tyrant has set aside a piece of land and wants people who have lived on that land for generations to admit that it is his private property. Gold ornaments, precious rubies, and teardrop gemstones hang from Sanguinius armor. The armor made of special high-density alloy is so brilliant and gorgeous. Its artistry seems more suitable to be placed in the highest-level art gallery. Such a noble and gorgeous armor makes Sanguinius look more noble and cannot be offended. He soars in the sky. Hold a golden spear in a strong, powerful hand. Countless and complicated mysterious runes are covered on it. The power of technology and magic flows on it. Between swinging, the spear will exude breaths that make the gods frightened. In the other hand, he held a blade made of blood-colored metal, bearing the name of his Primarch brother, Fukin, on it. Fukin presented his brother with a scarlet sword, wishing him success on the battlefield. In order to revive him, Guilliman exhausted all the resources he could get at that time, and forged him with the most powerful holy body. Even if Sanguinius is blown into atoms and thrown into a different universe, he can return someday in the future and bring revenge to his enemies. The powerful divine body gives him the ability to ignore enemy attacks. All attacks against him will be dispelled in front of that thin, invisible special barrier. He is like a rock in a raging ocean. The terrible ocean can drown everything, but it cannot crush a small stubborn stone. He easily slipped past defenses capable of pulverizing a galaxy and blasting stars into atomic shards. Rushed into the enemy's formation. The high-speed flight brought an impact that was thousands of times greater than the shells fired by the macro guns of battleships. The Primarch landed, his boots leaving a huge circular ripple on the crystal surface. A weird, special war machine made of silicon-based crystals became the first victory for Sanguinius to rush into the enemy's line. That war machine has extremely weird abilities. Its weapon is capable of distorting the space-time fabric of the hit area. The misplaced space-time structure will tear apart all the so-called hard things. Some original caste warriors were slaughtered by it, and the dislocation of time and space tore apart the bodies of those warriors, leaving their broken limbs and flesh scattered everywhere, falling from the air to the ground like rain. Sanguinius destroyed it when it tried to lock itself. The spear containing the most advanced technology of the Empire pierced the vehicle with ease and tore it apart. The Watcher's screams echoed in the air, and Sanguinius showed no mercy. Another Watcher with a brilliant rainbow light rushed towards him. The opponent's body is surging with time flow fluctuations that can instantly corrode steel into rust. Those primordial warriors who were too close could hardly resist the terrifying time flow, and they became too old to move in just a few seconds, and were finally killed by the Watchers. The Monitor's arm was shining with the brilliance of glass, and its screams were filled with unparalleled hatred. And Sanguinius responded in the same way, piercing the opponent's body with his spear in an instant, and cutting it in two with his sharp sword. He was like a thunderbolt, swiping his sword and spear, slaughtering those aliens like mowing grass, leaving stumps and broken arms lying around. The aliens unleashed desperate cries and screams. They tried to kill Sanguinius and change the final battle situation. But such a thing is doomed to be futile. They are doomed. Behind Sanguinius, tens of thousands of primordial warriors were rushing towards the Watcher's last position like a tide. Their space-time defenses were torn apart, and the launch pad soon fell. The crystal tower shining with strange brilliance flickered a few times and then went out. The Empire's destructive attacks focused on their high crystal walls and weird geometric buildings, destroying all buildings that might pose a threat. The Watchers lost their last firepower and were reduced to fish on the chopping block. They lost their perimeter defenses, they lost those small forts. Even the last line of defense was lost. Titus launched an attack from another direction, blocking any possibility of the enemy's escape. The area where those glazed creatures shining with special radiance can move is getting smaller and smaller. Like a herd of deer being hunted. The space-time imprisonment device completely locks the space-time structure near the battlefield. The aliens cannot escape through their superb teleportation skills. What remains is the capture of building after building. Cruel fighting broke out in narrow corridors and spaces. The Empire won the final victory, advancing the vision of the Holy Emperor just as it has done in other worlds and battlegrounds. When the last overseer was slain in their grand halls, the Primaris warriors cheered, savoring victory as mellow and sweet as fine wine. The price paid for the victory was painful, and countless people of the Empire were buried here. The space-time structure near the battlefield has been completely destroyed. The turbulent etheric ocean poured out to corrupt the entire universe. Repair work is not only to repair the damaged warships of the Empire, but also to repair the defective space-time cracks. This is a long job. Of course, to conquer a universe is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. High levels such as Sanguinius and Titus entered the depths of the enemy's fortress after the battle. The fighters have carried out the final cleansing on it. Make sure all overseers are executed or captured. The entire majestic city that exudes a strange glow is firmly controlled by the Empire. The scene deep in the fort made Sanguinius and Titus and other high-ranking Empire leaders palpitate. The abilities and skills of the monitors are extremely superb. Be able to observe the destiny, the truth, that constitutes the universe. You can also see multiple directions of the time flow, and use mysterious devices to predict the possible future development route of a parallel universe and make interventions. It's like a farmer sitting in a monitoring room and looking at the farmland. Based on various data fed back by sensors, he decides when to increase light, when to sprinkle water, release pesticides, and send out machines to prune overgrown seedlings. The nature of the watcher and the farmer are the same. The only difference is that their tools are more high-end. Intervene in the direction of the parallel universe through fate, truth, and other means. Each race has its own pantheon. But those pantheons will not obey the Watchers. The Watchers created new gods and endless families. Use them to control the direction of the parallel universe. Fate, death, Sandman, destruction, desire, despair, and frenzy. The monitors don't need coercive means, they just need to lure or force those superheroes to act according to their plans through dreams, death, etc. It's like scripts one by one, they arrange every show that looks exciting, happy, disappointed, desperate, and sad. Perhaps even the endless family and the new gods didn't realize that they were being manipulated. Such plundering methods are extremely clever and covert. It's hard for mere mortals to realize what the Watchers have taken from them. Many superheroes stubbornly believe that they are justice and freedom, and the human empire is a lie. But if they understand the operation of this universe enough, they will understand how sad their so-called freedom is. War is evolving, and the way of plundering is also evolving. If the Emperor hadn't forced the four gods to break the rules and go off in person, the countless people of the Empire would not have realized the plunder and oppression of the gods of chaos. They never make an official appearance, but lure people through spokespersons. After blocking all the roads, they hypocritically give people the right to choose, which is their forte. A businessman pollutes all the air by releasing toxic substances, and then launches his own high-priced artificial air. This businessman will definitely claim that people have choices and are free. They can choose to poison him, or buy his artificial air at a high price. If people resist too fiercely, the businessman will introduce another method. He promises that the first person to buy will enjoy a 0.1% discount, and the second person will enjoy a 0.2% discount. The earlier the purchase, the greater the discount you will enjoy, and you can resell it to earn money from the people behind you. People will give up resisting businessmen, and instead scramble for places. Those who can make money in front will support the merchants, and they don't care that if they resist, everyone can get 0.1% discount, or even free air use. Over time, people got used to the squeeze of the businessman, and even thanked the businessman, thinking that he brought fresh air so that they could live. If someone wants to turn over the past, see who polluted the air, and propose to bring the businessman to justice. The docile people were all angry, accusing him of malicious intentions, and wanted to catch him to the merchant to receive the reward. If someone yells that it is unfair, and feels that the businessman is squeezing himself and wants to stand up to resist, those people will stare at him angrily, wishing to bite the other party. At that time, the businessman's sweat will be considered sweet by those fools. They'll sniff like hell, and exclaim to the others triumphantly, "Ah, what a sweet smell." The Supreme God is the same way, using the Wall of Origin to build different parallel universes, just like a piece of farmland, breeding those creatures, giving those idiots the freedom of choice. Through major events one after another, we can create enough nutrients to feed ourselves. Through various means, Two camps of justice and evil are created to keep them fighting and fighting with each other. Superheroes are powerful enough to change matter, change time, change fate, travel through time and space, and reverse the future. They can do anything except build a world where energy is cheap and healthcare and education are available to everyone. Superman can destroy those terrible demon gods and blow up the sun with one punch, but he can't destroy the poor people in the metropolis. Batman can put on the battle armor, kill people when he sees people, and kill gods when he sees gods, but he can't destroy the slums of Gotham. This is the truth. The Watchers never had the idea of allowing those civilized races to develop. Because they are crops and food. The task of food is high yield, not invention, let alone enjoyment of life. Those people are born for pain, and the short-term happiness is for them to fall into a deeper abyss. A highly developed world where people have no worries about food, drink, and clothing, how can it produce high-quality emotions such as despair and pain, and how can it satisfy those hungry monsters? Sanguinius looked at those crystal devices, which showed everything from birth to destruction of a parallel universe. This is the future of superhero propaganda. Freedom controlled by invisible threads. When a parallel universe is mature enough, the Supreme God will let the Destroyer Legion harvest all life, and restart the parallel universe for a new reincarnation. Take all these things away. Sanguinius said to the guards, we need to learn more about them in order to win this battle. One day, we will take that Supreme God from it dragged out of the realm of the world, and slaughtered like a wild dog. 440, Laughing Bat 2/3. If Sanguinius' words are heard by those Watchers, they will definitely be angered by his arrogance. To drag out the Supreme God and kill him like a wild dog. How arrogant, how arrogant. In this case, the dog can bear it, but the Watcher cannot bear it. They have controlled this universe for countless ages. A group of human beings who didn't even have a fraction of their history came here. It is necessary to kill their master, the Supreme God, like wild dogs. Look down on an omniscient and omnipotent Supreme Power, and also look down on these minions who work for the Supreme God. Too bad none of the Watchers are here, they're all dead. Primaris warriors slew every xenomorph, smashing their heads and bodies to pieces, leaving them among the remains of the Empire's conquest. Everything inside the fort was taken away, even those special crystals were cut away. Humanity's technology is not the same as that of the Overseer. But the resources they left can still be used by the Empire. Those crystals with special powers and those psionic materials extracted from the warp by machines are extremely precious. The Watchers have their own methods. The echoes of those beings due to grief and despair will be collected by them in a special way when they appear in the subspace. Those echoes can create demons. Now all of them are collected by the monitors with special means. Sanguinius ordered people to take all the things away to see if humans could master the same means through research. In that case, human beings will have one more way to save their lives in the face of demons. After demolishing the buildings left by the enemy, the engineering troops of the Empire will build human buildings in their original positions. The Watcher's Bastion is at an important time-space node. This node allows users to travel to different universe regions faster. It can also adjust the flow direction of the etheric ocean current to ensure the harvest of parallel universes. If the Empire can build a webway in this universe, build a fortress to interfere with the warp space storm, it can effectively prevent the Supreme God from invading the territory controlled by the Empire. The more powerful subspace beings are, the greater the price they will have to pay if they want to operate in the real universe. Although the Supreme God is powerful, the means it can deal with the Empire are actually extremely limited. Or let its agents wage war on the Empire. Either go into battle in person and stir up the subspace storm to make humans look good. No matter which method is used, it cannot be separated from subspace. As long as the Empire controls the nodes, it can weaken the Supreme God's offensive against the Empire. The situation in the subspace is complex and changeable. Some safe shipping lanes and space-time nodes are particularly critical. Building a fortress there can get twice the result with half the effort. With a very small force, a large starry sky can be defended. Sanguinius should not worry about these things. The rest of the work will be handed over to professionals. They will evaluate the gains from this victory and make adjustments. At the same time, allocate resources and build a giant fortress belonging to the Empire. When the fortress is actually completed, this starry sky territory will completely belong to humans. If you want to take it back, the Supreme God can only send a spokesperson to launch a war and repel the Empire. The fall of the Overseer's fort gave Sanguinius a short break. He was able to return to his exclusive domain for rest. Because of the noble status of Sanguinius, the captain of the expedition specially built a living area for the Primarch. Sanguinius has always hated such privileged behavior, he insisted on only having a garden, a study, and a lounge. The blood-stained armor was taken off and handed over to a dedicated maintenance slave. Sanguinius, who returned to the rest area, only wore a loose white robe to cover his strong, sculpted muscles and perfect body contours. He always liked to stay in the study, enriching himself as much as possible within the limited time. As a Primarch, his study is huge. It has a better collection than most libraries. There are human beings, and there are also those belonging to other races. Under the high dome of the study room, the bookshelves stick to the wall and extend upward from the ground to a height of 70 meters. The servo skull hovers in it, maintaining the books, sending the books he needs according to Sanguinius' instructions, or returning the read books to their original positions. At a table surrounded by a high wall of bookshelves, Sanguinius squandered his scarce discretionary time. Beside him are a delicately crafted harp and an unfinished delicate blanket. The material of the blanket is very particular, and the loyal Primarch and the Emperor are also tattooed on it. They circled around their father and most eminent brother. It would be surprising if any mortals were here. How can a primarch born for war have these around him? Few people know that Sanguinius, who is good at war, is equally superb in art. He can play most of the imperial music, and he can also tattoo works of art that can last through the ages like the most powerful female worker in the empire. That blanket is his masterpiece. He took time out to embroider during his busy schedule. Ready to give to his brothers at just the right time. He will not favor one over another, and each brother will get a blanket embroidered by himself. The whole process will never be in the hands of others. At this moment, Sanguinius is reading a book written by a thinker, To the Dream of the Empire. There is no lack of extremes in the speech, and the author does not hide his respect for the Primarch and the worship of the Holy Emperor. Sanguinius is a little impatient with the lame opinions and fanaticism in the book. But he still had patience and read on slowly. Humans have their own flaws, but also their own virtues. The task of the Primarches is to deeply understand their thoughts and make appropriate guidance to ensure that they do not go in the wrong direction. Reading books is the best way to understand those mortals. Mouth can lie, but words can't. The data crystals placed on the table flickered, releasing holographic projections one by one. There are military chiefs' introductions to the battle situation, and some speakers encourage the wounded. Sanguinius has extraordinary wisdom, he can receive these information at the same time, and draw his own judgment. After reading the book in his hand, Sanguinius stood up and moved his body. He opened the information crystal pillar placed on the desktop and activated the main military interface. In the shortest possible time, he browsed through the messages sent to him by those officials and the commander. After confirming that there was nothing important, Sanguinius decided to take a break. Going out along the study room is a viewing platform where you can gaze into the void. The remains of the battlefield are still there. Those weird cracks are full of terrifying aura, twisted tentacles, and hateful eyeballs are floating in the etheric ocean. The people of the Empire have all been taught about the subspace, letting them know that those taboos cannot be touched. That knowledge was taboo in the past, because of the particularity of subspace creatures, the more they are believed to exist, the stronger they will be. It is in your best interest to ignore them. The Inquisition has spent the past 10,000 years doing everything it can to prevent that knowledge from being obtained by ordinary people. Many innocent people paid with their lives for learning the truth by accident. Behavior like that is brutal and rough. But the Inquisition had no choice, and the knowledge of those terrible truths was enough to poison the souls of men. All of this was not lifted until the Holy Emperor established a firewall. Relying on their belief in the Holy Emperor and their loyalty to the Empire, people were able to enjoy the protection of the firewall, and the knowledge of the subspace was lifted, allowing ordinary people to understand what a terrifying world they live in. The huge mechanical ark is docked at a carefully calculated position. Countless rescue ships came and went, sailing from the port of the ark. Use their robotic arms to retrieve the wreckage and corpses, rescuing those not yet slain by the void and the leaked ether. Swarms of unmaintained machines are working like insects under the control of the divine thinker. A massive imperial double-headed eagle building is being erected under the guidance of the mechanical sages. That is a device specially used to repair the cracks in time and space. Several completely pitch-black giant warships cruised back and forth, deterring those subspace creatures and guarding against possible corruption events. Those black ships are controlled by soulless people, and there are an astonishing number of soul-killing weapons on them. The Silent Sisters formed teams to hunt down those demons who dared to enter the real universe, making them feel what absolute death is. Sanguinius gazed upon the scenes, gazing fearlessly into those ghastly chasms. Those horrible things screech. Trying to bewitch and corrupt Sanguinius' mind. Sanguinius didn't care. He had been fighting in the subspace for so long, and he had already seen the true colors of those indescribable things. What he saw in those indescribable things was tragedy. A tragedy that lasted for an unknown number of billions of years. Everything humans do is insignificant. For the duration of this war, not even a moment of heartbeat can be counted. His face showed a touch of melancholy and grief. At this time, he is not like the terrifying god of war on the battlefield, but more like an old man who is compassionate for the world. How much more do we have to give to get what we want, Sanguinius thought. We are suffering for things that have long since been abandoned. A mechanical sound interrupted Sanguinius's contemplation. The two chapter masters Titus and Clado begged to see him. Sanguinius had no reason to refuse to see the two. Under his order, the personal guards of glory brought two people in from the outside. They bowed to Sanguinius without kneeling. This etiquette is out of respect for Sanguinius. The positions between them are similar. Chapters formed by Primaris warriors serve the Holy Emperor and then the chapter master. Sanguinius is the commander-in-chief of this expeditionary force, but he is not the only one. It's just more talkative, plus prestige or something. He understood Gilliman's concern. The Horus Rebellion will come again, and it will not be the Milky Way that is burning. There is really no hope for the future of mankind. Titus and Clado were wearing armor, and they still had a faint smell of blood on their bodies. They, like those descendants 10,000 years ago, longed for glory and victory. Consider wearing armor as an honor and a symbol. Sanguinius didn't comment too much on this, he just smiled, greeted the two commanders, and motioned for them to sit at the table in his study. We have gained the right to rule 1,365 parallel universes. Titus considered his words for a while. The problem is that they add up to a range slightly larger than the galaxy. Those enemies exist to protect the output of these parallel universes. They have to offer enough harvests for their masters. That is to say, what we are facing is not the opponent's regular army, but just a group of people with the ability to protect themselves. Farmer. This metaphor is very appropriate. Sanguinius nodded. Their victory was not so brilliant and worth showing off. Our expedition is too slow, Lord Sanguinius. Titus pointed out bluntly, we cannot be happy with this small land. Such words made Sanguinius sigh slightly. At the beginning, the Emperor brought 19 primarches, but he failed to get a complete galaxy. Now 2 chapter masters told him that a galaxy is just a tiny place. What an exaggerated description. If Zafeng, Amit, and Rajulan could live to this day, they would definitely be frightened by the tone of these juniors. Thinking of his former heir, Sanguinius' melancholy became even more intense. When he woke up, he deliberately went to understand the fate of those children. Zafeng was finally troubled by black anger and entered the Death Company. Amit became the first chapter master of the Flesh Tirers. Radulan became the chapter master of the Blood Angels after his own death. Suppressing the grief in his heart, Sanguinius listened to the words of Titus and Cleto. They came looking for Sanguinius to break Primaris into pieces and attack the Watcher's lair, paralyzing and killing them as best they could. Sanguinius fell silent. But he finally allowed the two to carry out such a risky plan. It is indeed a bit too wasteful for Primaris warriors to deal with those ignorant natives. The current approach of the expeditionary force is still steady and steady, trying to make the Empire take root in Universe 02 and gain a foothold. In order to prevent the enemy from making a comeback and shake the rule of the Empire. Empire imperializes every parallel universe. Such an approach naturally minimized the rebellion. But it also slowed down the pace of the Empire's expedition. Their main enemies are the minions of the Supreme God, not those superheroes who have been fooled, and they should not waste too much time on those idiots. The Empire can break the Supreme God's control of Universe 02 by hunting the Watchers. Beings like that are overly dependent on the feeding of biological emotions. Just as Kern needs war and Slaanesh needs pleasure. Destroying the Watcher's fortress is almost like cutting off the opponent's food and grass. When there are fewer creatures they can harvest, they will inevitably increase the harvest of the controlled area. They won't even use such gentle methods to keep them in captivity, but like the four gods, they don't hesitate to use up their resources to catch fish. Such behavior will inevitably arouse the resistance of those so-called heroes, and by then, it may still have a miraculous effect. Then do as you imagined. Sanguinius said to Titus and Cleto, your plan is very good, I will stay and sit here. Preventing the enemy's counterattack is also for you provide some of the necessary logistics. Cleto and Titus' guerrilla plans must be based on a well-founded situation. Without logistical supplies, it is easy to fall into the plight of lack of supplies, and may be besieged by the opponent and lose the entrance to this universe. The Primarch and the 2 chapter leaders carefully discussed some problems and solutions of the guerrilla plan. Sanguinius sits in the territory that has been controlled by the Empire, while Titus and others break up into pieces and enter the enemy's rear to wreak havoc. For example, destroying the origin wall separating different parallel universes, sending Empire traversers to different parallel universes, allowing them to develop religion, instigating local creatures to rise up to resist, or directly switching to the Empire. If conditions permit, let them build a shielding tower directly to ensure that the Supreme God can no longer get a grain of grain from his farmland. After confirming the relevant plan details, the 2 chapter leaders went to prepare. This is the result of a preliminary discussion and cannot be implemented immediately. Proposed by Titus and Cleto, and improved by Sanguinius. If it goes ahead, an expedition meeting will have to be held. Because of Sanguinius' unique identity, if he convinced him, he also convinced other people. As long as Sanguinius supports it, unless the Holy Emperor or other Primarches suddenly object, it can pass. Now that the Holy Emperor is in the local universe, the other Primarches are also busy with their own affairs. This proposal can be said to be passed inevitably. Just after meeting with the 2 chapter masters, Sanguinius just wanted to do something when he got a new report. Several captains wanted to find him. He felt a little helpless. But think of Gilliman, as the Emperor of the Empire, the other party is probably much busier than him. A moment of peace is a luxury. Let them come over. Sanguinius said, if you have any suggestions, please let them come with the data pad. Parallel Universe number 03512. This is a special parallel universe. The history of this universe is somewhat different from what Bruce Wayne who fled here knows. This world has Batman, Justice League, Superman. The only difference is that the Batman of this world did not inherit the so-called Wayne Group. There are no multinational groups in this world. Instead, there are families with strong political influence. It is the Bruce family that controls Gotham City. The helm of the Bruce family, Batman controls everything in Gotham. He is the uncrowned king of the city. The clown is there too. Characters who have appeared in other parallel universes can be found here. It just looks different. Bruce Wayne relied on his ability to easily sneak into this world and into Gotham. He travels through multiple parallel universes and has collected many powerful artifacts. Every time he goes to a parallel universe, he will complete the task given to him by Barbados to lift the seal that imprisoned the demon. 441. Confrontation between Batman 3/3. Barbados and Bruce Wayne have merged into one, regardless of each other. To release Barbados, that is, to strengthen oneself. This is also the motivation for Bruce Wayne to do this. Barbados was defeated long ago, smashed to pieces. Those fragments were sealed in different parallel universes to prevent its resurrection. Bruce Wayne travels through parallel universes, and hasn't appeared in front of the Empire for such a long time. Is to lift the seal of Barbados and gain the opponent's power. With the lifting of the seal of Barbados, Bruce Wayne's strength has also become stronger and stronger. At this time, he is completely different from before. You can tell a thing or two from the external decoration alone. His helmet is decorated with sharp knives as bat ears. Under the influence of Barbados, his eyes have been fused with a ring goggle with iron spikes. His face was as pale as a ghost. The teeth are long and sharp like a vampire. Wearing a black dress. Mouth ripped open like a clown. The blood-colored lips are extremely coquettish. There is also a red tie knot on the chest. When he laughed, that gloomy voice seemed to come from hell, and it was definitely not something a normal person could make. If someone looks directly into his eyes for too long, they will see a twisted black monster in it. During this time, Bruce Wayne traveled through different parallel universes. Work hard to implement your own plan. He was careful to avoid the minions sent by the Empire. Constantine is an out-and-out traitor. This guy has been hunting himself, thinking of catching himself in exchange for the reward of the Empire. At the beginning, Constantine was not his opponent, and was almost killed by him several times, but as the number of fights increased, Constantine had more and more people. This guy also recruited a group of Constantine from other parallel universes who were as despicable as him. Even with the blessing of Barbados, Batman is outnumbered. Was hunted several times by Constantine. Bruce Wayne couldn't figure out why someone like Constantine would choose to hang out with the Empire. That looked obviously heartless. He invited the other party to join the Justice League before, but the other party dismissed it. Now he is running around like a licking dog, helping the Empire hunt down those rebels. Of course, Bruce Wayne has never forgotten his original intention to fight against the Empire. The Empire took everything from him, and he will take everything from the Empire. Let those guys taste the pain they once felt. Bruce Wayne was also looking for those superheroes who were willing to fight side by side with him when he lifted the seal of Barbados. His harvest is not small. Some twisted heroes joined his side. They formed a dark version of the multivariate Justice League. In addition, he also established the Dark Knights, which is composed of 7 Batmen, including him. The highest mission of this Knight Order is to destroy all creatures who dare to stop Batman. Batman will definitely win the final victory. This is the law. Anyone who violates this law will be wiped out by the Dark Knights. During this time, with the help of Barbados, Bruce Wayne traveled through multiple dark parallel universes and learned the truth of many universes. Several single monitors were tortured to death by him, and a lot of information about the Monitor family was obtained from those guys, and it became clear that this universe is the captive field of the Supreme God. Even if he knew the truth, Bruce Wayne didn't think that what the Empire did was right. To him, the Empire is as much an obstacle to Batman as the Supreme God, the one who takes everything from him. They took his Gotham, pulled down and destroyed his statue and sign, and killed Catwoman, Robin Hood, etc. Propagate to everyone that the existence of the Wayne Group and the Justice League is the reason why the bottom people are tortured. The Empire just denied all the merits of Batman and regarded him as another clown. Whenever thinking of these, Bruce Wayne's heart is filled with hatred. One day, he will tear apart the creator of the Empire. Hang the head of that emperor on his statue. Tell all the Imperials that this is what happens when you mess with Batman. Even would have to pay the price for provoking Batman. Before that, he will endure and continue to accumulate strength. When the time is right, he will choose the opportunity to launch revenge, let the entire Empire burn in despair and flames, and hang the Emperor's head on his palace. Bruce Wayne sneaked into Gotham City in the parallel universe No. 03512. The Gotham City here is very different from the Gotham City in his memory, and it can even be said to be completely different. After all, Gotham City, where he grew up, did not have red and black flags hanging in every household, nor did there have such a large number of statues of heads of state. Fortunately, the fragment of Barbados is still sealed there. The pore of darkness was smashed to pieces by the creator of the world and used as fertilizer. Its evil will sneak in from the cracks in the hearts of those creatures, using words and illusions to lure them into the abyss. Barbados exists like fertilizer. Create more chaos, more bloodshed, and more pain. The more pieces of Barbados are absorbed, the more Bruce Wayne hates the so-called Supreme God. Secretly vowed to take the cruelest revenge on him. Empire 2. None of those guys are going to end up well. They off Batman. This will be the most regrettable thing in their lives. Barbados gave Bruce Wayne the ability to change reality, and he used this ability to enter Gotham City with another identity. Avoid conflicts with heroes who are hopelessly stupid. His mission is to sneak into Gotham, take the pieces of Barbados, and then go to the next parallel universe. If there is a suitable person, he will consider letting him join his Dark Justice League. This organization is still growing. They are all trying their best to travel through different parallel universes and win over reliable people. Bruce Wayne used the Superboy Superman to take away the emotional spectrum and lantern technology of the OUA stars, the creator of the Green Lantern Corps and the self-proclaimed guardian of the universe. The Empire's massacre of those superheroes caused fluctuations in the antimatter universe. The emotional spectrum and the power of the lantern are stronger than ever. With the help of Superboy Supreme, they plundered the emotional spectrum, life equation, and other artifacts of those parallel universes. To be honest, the Dark Justice League established by Bruce Wayne this time should be the strongest superhero organization ever. The artifacts they possess can easily destroy any superhero. He has been planning to find an opportunity to attack the dimensional space where the Watchers live. Take some special tech from their hands. The Watchers have weapons that can fight against the Empire. This is critical. Bruce himself is very clear that no matter how strong his Dark Justice League is, it will be a chicken and a dog in front of the Empire. Only with the power of the Watchers, or even the creators of the Watchers, is it possible to win the Empire. The Watchers are the shepherds of the Most High God. They will not make deals with their own lambs. Grab is the fastest way. Gotham City is as chaotic as ever. Bruce Wayne witnessed 3 robberies, 1 shooting, and several violations of law enforcement and acceptance of bribes within an hour of entering Gotham City. This city is beyond repair. Before sneaking into Gotham City, Bruce Wayne investigated some history about this world. Historical development deviated after World War II. Superman became the son of the Red Empire. The Batman in this world controls unimaginable resources because of the power of his family. The origins of other heroes are also more or less different. Parallel Universe No. 03512 is a parallel universe where capitalism is almost dead, and power and dictators control it. But the world is not much better for it. Gotham City is also rampant with corruption, and the unemployment rate at the bottom has skyrocketed every year. Each parallel universe is under the control of the Monitor, and their purpose is to make people suffer, not to create some beautiful utopia. Gotham City can see those unemployed people everywhere. They formed the ecology of the dark world, and established gangs of evil forces that would be severely cracked down upon exposure. Those guys have dark eyes. When they saw the unfamiliar face of Bruce, they all grinned and showed terrifying smiles. Bruce Wayne lived a good life before the Empire came, and belonged to the upper class. He will naturally exude that kind of rich man's qualities. Even if his clothes are ordinary, people will subconsciously think that he is a rich man. A rich man, in Gotham City in the early morning, isn't that a big fat sheep moving? When Bruce Wayne walked into a dark alley, members of several gangs looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention to them, and then walked in. But with a few screams, the gang members who walked in never came out again. When the troublemaker walked into the darkness, he couldn't help but screamed. What happened in the alley was too scary. Those gang members have been mutilated. Like a pig entering a slaughterhouse, it was neatly divided into dozens of pieces. What's even more frightening is that those fragments were artificially placed together to form a bat mark. The incident in the alley caused a sensation. The instigator of everything has already left, heading for the Seal of Barbados in this parallel universe. The homicide quickly attracted the attention of Batman from the parallel universe No. 03512. The opponent was so arrogant, not only tore the corpse into pieces, but also put it in the shape of a bat symbol. Such behavior is simply unforgivable. 03512 Batman's parents also died when he was young. Was shot dead by a hired killer. Batman No. 03512 grew up under the tutelage of his butler. He is outstanding. At a young age, he has used the inheritance left by his parents to obtain an unimaginable status and avenged his parents. In this world, power is the most important thing. As long as there is power, money is a string of random numbers. Law is useless to him. The mature Bruce Wayne 03512 realized how to save Gotham, so he turned into Batman and walked in the dark. Tell them, don't report any negative news about this matter. No 03512 Bruce Wayne said to his butler. Understood, young master. The housekeeper said. 03512 Bruce Wayne's words made the news media in Gotham City choose to turn a blind eye to this horrific massacre. No discussion of this horrific massacre is allowed. As long as you dare to mention relevant words, you will be immediately warned by relevant agencies and banned. One sentence solves the problem of those people talking casually and causing damage to Batman's image. 03512 Bruce Wayne decided to investigate this matter himself. If they waited for the bloated and inefficient police station to investigate, I am afraid that the other party would have fled long ago. Dare to do such a thing, is it when the uncrowned king of Gotham does not exist? I was banned for one piece, and after I changed it, it was broken. In order to get back, I changed a lot. Chapter 442 Constantine, we are a serious team. Chester is an ancient family of witchers. I don't know from which generation, they have embarked on the road to fight against the devil in the name of God. They live in a desolate manor on the edge of Gotham City. The manor is very dark, shrouded in haze all day long. It was too lonely, and the air was filled with disturbing breath. People don't like dealing with them. I'm afraid that this ancient and weird family will bring them a curse. People in the Chester family also don't like wasting time in the mundane world. They have more important things to do. That is to fulfill the mission of the generations, to hunt those devils and evil spirits who dare to enter the world, and to complete the tasks assigned to them by God. At the same time, they have to guard the seal according to the legacy of their ancestors. The ancestors did not bluntly say what was sealed. It just said that a terrible devil was sealed under the Chester family mansion. The peaceful life continued like this for generations. Until tonight is completely broken. Bruce Wayne attacked here and used their blood to open the seal. When the last light of the sky disappears into the sky, darkness that even light could not penetrate shrouded the ancient mansion. The members of the Chester family felt an unparalleled evil attack. They have faced many terrifying monsters, but they have never felt such evil. A member of the Chester family shouted the name of God and wanted to exorcise the demon, but Bruce Wayne cut off his limbs. He was like a monster in the shadows, a cursed ghost. Cruel, bloodthirsty. Like a frightening nightmare entity of a madman, he came to this world with the help of a body named Bruce Wayne. Desperate screams resounded through every ancient room of this ancient mansion. The desolate cry wafts through the gloomy manor. But no outsider could hear the Chester family's cries for help. The dark night of yesteryear has twisted into a horror. Turned the manor into his own killing field. Some of his equally dark and evil companions call him the Laughing Bat. Because he has the cunning of Batman and the madness and terror of the Joker. There is no moral bottom line, the level of evil is far beyond that of the clown, and even the devil will be frightened by his evil. Bruce Wayne gave up his last conscience after getting the truth of the universe from the mouth of the tortured Monitor. The horrible truth makes everything lose its original color. He is just one of the pathetic poultry for whom morality means nothing. Everything in the world is manipulated. Fate and truth are but tools in the hands of the shepherd. In this evil and crazy world, all morality, all good qualities are deceitful. The truth is scarier than the laughing virus created by a clown. Bruce Wayne allowed his mind to be distorted by the truth, allowing himself to fall into the endless abyss. He strolled through the old mansion of the Chester family. Listening to the screams of this demon-hunting family, showed a smile crazier than a clown. Killing made him feel excited and joyful. After his Catwoman and Robin died, it was the only way he could feel alive. Crimson blood flowed on the ancient stone slabs, and a fishy and sweet smell filled the entire mansion. The last Chester was slowly cut open by Bruce Wayne under the watchful eyes of many portraits of his ancestors, and died in despair. Before that, he killed the poor father's child and wife in front of him. Let the other party watch his wife and children, their throats slit like chickens and ducks, lying on the ground twitching. Let the husband look at his wife's helpless eyes a little bit lax. Let this father look at his child crying for his father while covering the blood gushing from his throat. What a wonderful death that was. The stronger the bond between them, the more terrible the pain of death will be for them. The excitement brought to Bruce Wayne became stronger. Bruce Wayne tasted his despair from the impotent rage of the last Chester. Sweet and haunting. He couldn't help but want to resurrect these guys, and have another massacre. After solving the Chester family who guarded the seal, Bruce Wayne entered the ground along the secret passage that had never been opened before. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and silent corridor. The underground temple where Barbados fragments are sealed is dark and humid, and the air is dull. Every time you take a step, you can clearly hear the echo. Enhanced eyesight can see that the walls of the corridor are covered with green slimy moss, and there is a faint dampness. Ancient statues stand at the corners of corridors or are placed in excavated niches. They are like monsters in the abyss, standing with hands down or holding weapons. The existence of these sculptures adds a touch of gloom and loneliness to this gloomy underground temple. They have been neglected for hundreds of years. There is no light source in the underground passage, and the darkness swallows everything. No sound. Not even the whispers of ghosts exist. Bruce Wayne enjoyed this environment very much. The closer he bonded with Barbados, the more he liked the darkness. Following the guidance in his heart, he went deep all the way, easily got rid of the influence of the runes set by the mages to confuse intruders, and stood in front of a huge iron gate. The iron gate stands in the darkness, and the weight of the iron gate can be felt from the huge rivets. Runes exuding magic power are engraved on the surface of the iron gate. There is a special arrangement between those runes, which are composed of lines and shapes with symbolic meanings by strict mages. As Bruce Wayne approached, it shimmered slightly, surging with mysterious power, exuding a palpitating aura. It sensed the evilness of Bruce Wayne, and resisted his approach. However, it is only a seal after all, not a powerful treasure. Having obtained the power of Barbados and Bruce, who possessed many powerful artifacts, easily destroyed those ancient runes. The iron door was opened, and Bruce Wayne felt that his strength was instantly enhanced. One step closer to his ultimate goal. One day, he will have the power to crush the Empire. Bruce Wayne turned and left. The matter of this parallel universe has been completed again. It's so easy and simple. The rest of the work is to see if there is any suitable person, and have some fun, and the journey of the parallel universe of 03512 is over. It doesn't make any sense to stay here. Empire will be here soon. They won't have any new routines. Kill those who dare to resist, promise a future to those who are docile, and then reform, let those who remain accept the rule of the dictator. Nothing new at all. Bruce Wayne is leaving before they arrive. Otherwise, Constantine's team is like a dogskin plaster, which cannot be shaken off. Just after he came out of the ground, Bruce Wayne met an interesting person. That is Bruce Wayne from the parallel universe No. 03512. A hollowed-out car body like a ribbed body, equipped with huge wings and tail fins, the bat flying machine is skimming the clouds. The Batman of Universe 03512 sits firmly in the cockpit as if sitting on a throne. The tall body is covered by a black cloak, and the mouth exposed under the bat mask on the head also outlines a serious expression. When passing by the mansion of the Chester family, the Batman of Universe 03512 jumped from the air and landed on the battlefield full of stumps and broken arms. Is it you who created such a sensational case of dismemberment? Bruce Wayne stared at the other party, the familiar outfit stunned him for a moment, and then he felt disgusted with himself in the past. How stupid. Wearing a half-covered face mask and a set of high-tech equipment, he thought he could become a messenger of justice. This world is all garbage. Justice is the garbage of garbage. Justice for a herd of domestic animals. Ha ha ha, justice to livestock. Bruce Wayne laughed. That weird laugh was like a demented lunatic. Batman in the parallel universe No. 03512 looked at this weird enemy, and he couldn't help becoming vigilant in his heart. The appearance of the other party reminded him of that crazy clown. Put down your arms, you will accept the judgment and sanctions of the law. Batman No. 03512 said. It's all nonsense. After Bruce Wayne said this sentence coldly, he fell into a state of crying and laughing again. He threw himself on this alternate universe Bruce like a madman. He is full of madness and malice. The existence of the other party is a kind of humiliation and mockery to him. He couldn't accept how ignorant and stupid he was before. In the detector of Batman helmet No. 03512, the speed of that weird enemy is so fast. He just raised his fist when the opponent was already in front of him. That pale face is like a skeleton, terrifying and frightening. The opponent grabbed his fist immediately. With his specially trained strong body and the addition of the bat armor, he couldn't break free from the opponent's control. You are really ridiculous, Bruce Wayne. Crazy voice full of self-deprecation and resentment. With hate and unease. Should all die. This sad world. How did you know my identity? No 03512 Batman's tone was terrified. He had always hidden it very well. He didn't know how the other party knew his identity. Do you think I'm just talking about you? Idiot. Bruce Wayne laughed maniacally. It's meaningless, you poor Gotham King, an ant, a trash being fooled by people. You are so stupid, Batman, Bruce Wayne. While crying and laughing, he yelled, like a madman, while twisting the arm of Batman No 03512, and the crisp sound of bone cracking came from the opponent's body. 03512 Batman swung his other hand, which was also firmly blocked by the opponent. The opponent's arm was like cast from molten iron, no matter how hard he tried, it would not move. Bruce Wayne's smile became more ferocious. He twisted off the hands of Batman No 03512 alive, and twisted the Batman's armor together into twists. Armor fragments pierced the opponent's flesh and blood. Dark red blood spurted out. 03512 Batman let out a painful scream. He has no power to fight back in the opponent's hands. In a daze, he saw a very familiar face. The other party's weird outfit carried his own shadow, as if he was completely reproduced by a weird mirror. Remember, you're just a pathetic poultry. Bruce Wayne lifted it up, as if lifting his own past, and then slammed it down. 03512 The sound of Batman's spine and armor breaking, as if the memories of the past were shattered. Bruce Wayne's face showed pain and despair, as well as a perverted joyful smile. What a feeling it is to have your past shattered. Embrace the abyss of darkness, corruption, and evil with all your heart. Bruce Wayne lifted the Batman in parallel universe No 03512 again, and then fell down again, until the other party was lying on the ground waiting to die like a dead dog, before he finally stopped. He did not kill the other party, but let the other party linger, recalling his own sad life. Who the are you? Batman 03512 asked with the last of his strength. Bruce Wayne showed a cruel smile. He turned around and walked away from the other party's gradually lax eyes, leaving only one sentence. I am also Bruce Wayne, a pathetic poultry. 03512 Batman was left on the spot to die. When he just fell into a disadvantage, his butler called the Justice League of the Parallel Universe No 03512, hoping that they could rush to the rescue. Superman in red armor arrived the fastest. In this parallel universe, he is called the Son of the People. As long as people ask for something, he will appear, work hard and never complain. When he landed, he saw a scene of heartbreak. My best friend was lying on the ground, his battle armor was broken, his eyes were blurred, and he was in his final dying moment. No Superman rushed over, holding his best friend in his arms. Bruce Wayne, who hurt you like this? 03512 Batman coughs, blood clogging his windpipe. Bruce Wayne. He said word by word. Who hurt you like this? Superman asked again, cheer up, I'll take you back to the headquarters for treatment immediately. Bruce Wayne. No 03512 Batman hadn't spoken yet, he was already not breathing. No. Superman yelled in grief, trying to save his friend's life. In the first few hours, they also sent messages to each other, asking about each other's recent situation. Now Bruce Wayne died in his arms. He has no way to accept such a sudden thing, nor is he willing to accept it. 03512 Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and others from the parallel universe also came one by one. They are different from other parallel universes. In this parallel universe, they all wear red armor. Immediately call out all the surveillance cameras and find the brother as quickly as possible. We want to avenge Batman. Aquaman said to Cyborg. Cyborg nodded. He used his special ability to connect to the internet and retrieve nearby cameras. The murderer didn't have the slightest intention to hide. Just exposed in front of the camera. Through the video captured by the surveillance camera, everyone in the Justice League saw with their own eyes how the other party broke Batman's hands, and how they threw Batman to the ground again and again until Batman couldn't get up. The method is so cruel, we can't let him go. Wonder Woman stood up and said, for the people, for Bruce, we must eliminate him. Where is he? Superman said, holding back his anger. Still in Gotham, heading towards Arkham Asylum. Steelbone said. Superman took a deep breath, suppressing his terrible anger. He flew high into the sky, heading towards downtown Gotham City, preparing to catch the damned murderer himself. A sphere with a diameter of 5 meters, mixed with blue light and electric arc, appeared. A group of guys mixed with men, women, and children appeared in Gotham City in the 03512 parallel universe. If Bruce Wayne was here, he would definitely grit his teeth. Because it was Constantine's team that came. They are following the Empire's parallel travel plan and are performing special tasks. Let me reiterate that we are a formal organization and abide by the laws and regulations of the Empire. Remember not to bully men and women, not to take other people's stitches, and not to blackmail ancient gods and superpowers. Let me tell you, what is our slogan? Constantine stood on a high place, shouting. Do your duty for the Empire. Do your duty for the Empire. Many Constantine yelled sporadically, and the most active one was Laurie Constantine. Constantine nodded in satisfaction. Then let's get started. 443, do you want to hear her scream? Penguin is leaning on a cane, sitting in a remote box of the Iceberg restaurant, which is loved by people in Gotham City. His real name is Oswald Chesterfield Copperpot. Is a descendant of the Copperpot family, one of the 4 major families in Gotham City. Known for birds and umbrellas as symbols of his underworld dealings. Penguin is short in stature, but scheming and very good at taming birds. Any bird can be easily tamed by him. These birds are distributed in every corner of Gotham City, and even all over the world, becoming his eyes and ears for transmitting information and collecting intelligence. Because his father died of pneumonia due to rain when he was a child, he never left his umbrella. And the umbrella he uses hides a variety of deadly weapons and equipment. Make opponents hard to guard against. He also trained in martial arts and excelled in judo techniques. Anyone who's been into Gotham's mobsters on their first day will know that Penguin is one of the most ruthless gangsters in Gotham City. Penguin usually pretends to be a gentleman. Always used to wearing a tuxedo, a top hat, and a pair of monocular gentleman glasses from the 1980s. Always have an umbrella in hand. Umbrellas hide a variety of terrifying deadly weapons and equipment. Many enemies were defeated by his umbrella because they didn't know enough about it. There are not many customers in the Bing Shan restaurant. This is a high-end restaurant, and there are very few people who can come here to eat. Plus, it is the afternoon time. There are even fewer people. Penguin doesn't care about the traffic in the restaurant, because he doesn't rely on the restaurant to make money, but uses the restaurant as a cover to help the underground world launder money. A cute loli wearing a cloak and a muscular giant came in from outside. There is an inexplicable same temperament between the two. It was as if the same soul had been put into different bodies. The contrasting combination of the two caused many people to whisper. Some gangsters looked at the cute loli, wondering how many twisted bigwigs or powerful people would bid. Lu Li looked around and pinched her waist with her hands, showing an arrogant and rampant look. Let your managers come out for a while. Lu Li's voice is not small. Enough for everyone at Iceberg Restaurant to hear clearly. What an arrogant look. Some guests with underworld background whispered. Dare to make trouble in the Penguin's territory, this loli is going crazy. Aren't you afraid to be the protagonist of the story who is dragged into a small dark room by big guys for 3 days and 2 nights? Penguin's face was slightly gloomy. It seems that some people's tutors are not very good. They need to let Penguin teach them how to make their children obedient. A waiter walked up with a smile on his face. May I ask if the 2 guests have any needs? Lu Li watched the waiter approach, grabbed the other's wrist as soon as she stretched out her hand, and then broke it violently, causing the other party to scream in pain. I told the supervisor to come over, are you deaf? This action made the eyelids of many guests twitch. My heart skipped a beat. It's crazy. Hands on at Penguin's restaurant. It's been a long time since I've seen such a reckless person. Although she is a cute, beautiful loli in a fluffy princess dress, the guests don't think she will end well. It seems that those rich and powerful will have an extra cute toy. A man in the uniform of a supervisor came quickly and shouted loudly. Please stop immediately, do you know whose property this is? Who instructed you to come here? Damn. Everyone is deaf, right? The loli raised her foot abruptly. Wearing white stockings, the slender feet of the flat shoes kicked out. The little feet are full and can be grasped, looking weak and boneless, with no strength. The supervisor who was kicked had a liver color on his face, and then he flew out, knocking over many seats. The crisp bone cracking sound was clearly visible and rang in the ears of every guest. The strong-bodied supervisor lay there directly, unable to stand up. This move completely dumbfounded all the guests who wanted to watch the fun just now. This loli is so violent. With one kick, a 1.8-meter giant was sent flying. You know, do you know whose restaurant this is? A waiter's voice trembled. The loli stepped on the back of the first waiter, and said with an old-fashioned look. I don't care who he is, anyway, there is no boss behind me. Did you see this? The loli revealed a golden double-headed eagle emblem. Sensible, tell your boss to get out. If you have a better attitude, we won't touch him. 2 friends. Penguin's subordinates opened a way for their boss in the crowd. Penguin walked over step by step, holding back his anger, and was about to find out where these 2 guys came from. He has never seen the emblem of the golden double-headed eagle. Could it be that forces from other places are preparing to invade Gotham City? Lu Li looked Penguin up and down. It's like this, even if it's another parallel universe, it's still so familiar. After saying such an inexplicable sentence, the loli jumped up, pushed her knees forward, and performed a head-hugging and knee-kicking with a standard action. Then he fell over his shoulder and smashed the opponent to the ground. The whole process is smooth and smooth. It's as if it's been rehearsed many times. Penguin was subdued by loli before he had time to defend himself, and he was pushed to the ground in front of the public. His men rushed up after seeing this scene. A brilliant whip in the hand of the giant man who had been silent just now danced in the air, sending all those guys flying back at a faster speed than rushing up, hitting the tables, chairs, and benches superior. Who the are you guys? Penguin's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he had broken at least 7 or 8 ribs just now. Now it hurts like to catch my breath. Don't worry, my boss is going to ask you to do something now. Lori said, my name is Constantine. Now, just listen to me, is there any problem? The rules on this road are not like this. Ah. Before the Penguin could speak, he screamed in pain. Lolita Constantine's sudden force nearly broke his bones. I listen. Penguin was in so much pain that he couldn't get angry at all. Lolita Constantine let go of Penguin's hand. Then the next thing will be easy. Unexpectedly, the Penguin stood up and opened the umbrella, cursing viciously. Go to hell, bastard! Gunshots rang out, followed by screams of pain. Penguin knelt on the ground in pain. He was shot in the shoulder, but the two men remained unscathed. The bullet built into the barrel of the umbrella frame flew out, circled around and hit his shoulder again. I really don't know how to live or die. Laurie Constantine walked in front of Penguin, and slapped her white and slender hand. Penguin's head was sideways from that slap, and a few teeth flew out mixed with blood. Next time, screw your head off. Penguin doesn't know the background of this giant man and Lily. But after going through those few times just now, he knew that the other party was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Isn't it good for us to do this? The giant Constantine looked at the lowly Constantine sitting on the huge, soft, and luxurious sofa of the Penguin. The small body completely sank into the sofa. The whole person is about to be wrapped. In front of him are Penguin's savings over the years, a large amount of US dollar bills and gold, as well as various jewelry and treasures, which are properly rich. What's wrong? Laurie Constance looked at the giant Constance in confusion. They only said they don't want other people's stitches, but they didn't say that they are not allowed to take other people's gold and silver treasures. After talking to the giant Constantine, Lolita Constantine turned her head to look at the Penguin standing beside him bleeding from distress. Did I give you a stitch? Penguin? Is this sentence understood in this way? Although I'm a gangster, you can't fool me like this. Looking at the other person's eyes, the Penguin had tears in his eyes, and shook his head. You didn't take a needle from me. Isn't that right? Laurie Constantine smiled excitedly, and put her little feet on the table, showing a domineering and old-fashioned look. That's it. We are law-abiding and beloved imperial envoys. Penguin complained for a while. The giant Constance patted his forehead, showing a helpless expression. Let's get down to business first. Yes, I still have to work. Otherwise, when the time comes, I will be punished when I go back. Laurie Constantine sat up straight. Just follow the previous method, divide the Justice League, catch those gods, and then promote the truth teach. The giant Constantine nodded. Let's do it that way, follow the procedures we are familiar with. Others have already gone to other cities. In Gotham City in the parallel universe No 03512, the most important thing is Batman and those gangsters, and the Barbados shard sealed beneath Gotham City. Laurie Constantine turned her head to look at the Penguin. Little Penguin, your job is coming. Now find a way to spread the news that Batman is Bruce Wayne, saying that Bruce Wayne deliberately created suffering, and let the secretly become a superhero yourself. Penguin froze for a moment. How do they know who Batman really is? And these two guys are suspicious too. What a parallel universe, what a process. It feels like they are not doing this kind of thing for the first time. What are you doing in a daze? Go to work. Lolly Constantine's tone turned cold. Penguin didn't dare to waste any more time thinking, so he said yes again and again, then turned and walked out. Now the strength of these two people is too terrifying and weird. They can't fight melee, but if they hold guns, the two have strange abilities. Shoot, only hurt yourself. Be patient for the time being, wait until the opportunity arises, and then rise up, regain your power and wealth, and trample these two idiots under your feet. Penguin endured being humiliated by the other party, filling his heart with more motivation for revenge. Prepare to follow the other party's orders to engage Batman first, and then secretly reveal clues for Batman to deal with these two guys. Coppert, you're a genius, Penguin smiled cruelly at the thought. In this dark city, Penguin was able to stand in this position after defeating countless powerful enemies. He is not a dead man. Intelligence, viciousness, meanness, he has everything. As soon as he reached the door, a younger brother ran over in a panic. While running, but also shouting. Something has happened. Penguin showed a trace of dissatisfaction, and he couldn't even bear his emotions. He is really a waste, unlike himself who has experienced so many storms. He has already been able to achieve the state of putting a gun to his forehead without changing his face. What is it? Such a surprise. The Penguin looked at his little brother. Dead, dead. The little brother shouted. Who is dead? Penguin looked at the little brother. Batman is dead. The kid yelled. He's dead. A monster came into Gotham and killed Batman. He also killed Wonder Woman and Cyborg. Aquaman was nailed to the ground with his own trident. Wayne Tower. Everyone in the Justice League is dead except Superman. These words made Penguin's expression change drastically. The power of the Justice League is terrifying. How could they be killed by monsters? How strong must that monster be? Is this true? The Penguin looked at the little brother with viciousness in his eyes. If he dared to play tricks on him, he would throw the idiot into the sea to feed the fish. Really, there will be news coming out soon, and this is a first-hand photo. The younger brother took out a few photos. Penguin snatched it away. Batman's head drooped to the side, the entire head and armor were shattered, and the bones of the back spine were misaligned, protruding, and piercing into the flesh and blood. Wonder Woman was stabbed in the chest by her Excalibur, and half of her body was cut open. The scene was extremely terrifying. People who love Wonder Woman are even more sad. Wonder Woman's appearance is very popular with people, but now she is directly dismembered. It was as if a rare work of art had been smashed to pieces. All the cables on Steel Bone's body were ripped out and wrapped around his neck. The whole body was torn apart, and engine oil and blood flowed out together. Lying on the ground like that, there was still a lingering despair in those slack eyes. The last photo is Aquaman being crucified with his own trident in the Wayne building. These things are so horrifying that the news media dare not report it at will. The Justice League is an organization recognized by official institutions. Those who can go inside are all superheroes with abilities and backgrounds behind them. Now, the big four of the Justice League are dead like this. Gotham City? No, the whole world is about to experience its tsunami. The monster that can kill the four giants is definitely an unbelievable horror. Maybe no one in Gotham can escape. It's not good, something serious happened. Penguin staggered back. That lowly looks awesome, such a thing should be handed over to the other party. There is no boss behind her, now is the time to test her status as a boss. Penguin felt that if the other party's boss could, he could consider becoming a younger brother again. Eerie laughter echoed in the air. No. Gotham's Dark Lord Joker made a desperate voice, please, don't do that. His crying did not get any mercy from the other party. Just because the guy standing in front of him is a monster with a completely dark heart, no redemption at all, and a monster that is 1,000 times more terrifying than a demon. Joker's most loyal fangirl, Harley, was nailed to the wall. Her figure is excellent, with the protruding front and back, and round buttocks. I don't know how many gangsters drool. Now, she is tied up, that beautiful face with exquisite facial features, her complexion is as white as snow, and half of the skin on her gentle and jade-like face has been peeled off, drooping on her face. In the chest, which was once the position of the Xiangao mountain, a big mouth was opened, and a beating heart could be seen. The entire skull was cut open with surgical precision and lifted up. She was dying, but not completely dead. The torturer didn't mean to let her die, but let her suffer while alive. Hallie isn't the only one. On the wall, there are more people. They were all tortured so badly that the other party tried every means to make them suffer between life and death. Restrained by kryptonite, Superman, who has no power at all, has to suffer for their tragic experience even if he hates those people's evil deeds in the past. His eyes were full of hatred when he looked at the torturer. The other party killed his companion and tortured those poor people in front of him. The crazy clown in the past is now crying into tears. All he wants to challenge is the darkness of human nature, exposing the hypocrisy of those so-called heroes. I want to tell the world that everyone is the same bad embryo, just need a little right opportunity, and people will reveal their true nature. Even if he is evil, he is still within the scope of human beings. But the evil of the other party is completely inhuman. Even from hell, such a twisted and terrifying existence cannot be found. Exists only to cause pain, despair, and crying. Why are you crying? Isn't this exactly what you want to be? Bruce Wayne's tone was full of madness and laughter, and there were two strange things of crying and smiling on that distorted, pale face at the same time. Emotions. Everything in this world is meaningless. I understand this, and understand it more deeply than you. Your emotions and persistence are meaningless, you know. This is the truth, this is the eternal truth. Shouting frantically a few times, Bruce Wayne looked at Superman, who hated him. Even if he is wearing a red battle armor, with the unspeakable mark on his chest, Superman is as kind as ever. Superman in this parallel world is no longer a reporter, but guardians of a great kingdom, sons of the people. Assisting humans to make breakthroughs in aerospace technology, biology, and other fields. The speed of human development in this parallel world is much faster than that of Bruce Wayne. After the arrival of Superman, the son of the people, human beings began to stride into the universe. Bruce Wayne showed a cruel smile. If people see Superman killing people, how devastated their beliefs will be. Kill the clown and I'll let those guys go. Bruce Wayne said as he used his sharp, pitch-black nails to peel off a piece of skin from Harry's body. This action made Harry extremely painful, twitching and screaming. His nails bear the evil power of Barbados, which magnifies the suffering of those who suffer. Kill me. The clown's psychological defenses also collapsed. The horrible deaths experienced by those little brothers, Harley's screams, and the madness of this freak in front of him completely crushed his mind. The clown burst into tears in despair. Pain made him twitch involuntarily, triggering his gag, making him laugh uncontrollably. The tears that can flow from his eyes can make people feel his despair and pain. Yes, that's what it looks like. Bruce Wayne said when he saw the clown crying and laughing. You lunatic! Superman yelled with all his strength. If the kryptonite hadn't suppressed his power, he would have beaten him up severely. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he would have killed the lunatic in front of him. This out-and-out lunatic. Bruce Wayne didn't care about Superman's screams. He stuffed a bat dart into Superman's hand, slit the clown's throat, and you can save these poor, tortured people. Kill me. The clown jumped at Superman, reached out and grabbed Superman's hand, letting him cut his throat. No. Superman tried his best to break free from the clown's hand. I will not kill you, you will be judged by the people, not punished by me. Bruce Wayne looked at Superman's persistence, and felt a little angry in his heart. In this dark, cruel universe, why do you stay kind? You should be as geek as I am. Everyone is just domestic animals, why are you still kind? Bruce Wayne clapped his hands, and not long after, 5 or 6 gangsters whose bodies were trembling came over. They control a young couple and a little girl who already looks terrified. Brought this unlucky family to Bruce Wayne. If you peel her skin off, it must be very pleasing to the eye. You want to hear her scream, my beloved Superman. Bruce Wayne walked to the side of the little girl, and with his sharp fingertips, left a faint bloodstain on the little girl's delicate face. Chapter 444 Gavel Loken's Memory. The parents cried. Father's body was trembling. Mother was so frightened that her whole body went limp. Stop it. Superman yelled, please, don't do that. Of course, as long as you kill him, I will stop. Bruce Wayne smiled, pointing at the howling clown, his grinning mouth showed teeth full of saliva. Superman looked at the clown, the other's eyes were eager. He wants Superman to kill him. Death is at least a relief. The lunatic didn't torture him physically, he just kept stimulating him with his men and Harry. Again and again. The clown was not once a desperate man. He lives in an ordinary family and has a humble job. A clown who performs in a circus and entertains people. And his mother was a woman driven mad by those dark days. In those days, men betrayed women, old men betrayed children, wives betrayed husbands, and sons betrayed fathers. Everyone lived in anxiety and despair. His mother had been the lover of a big shot in Gotham City. In order to protect himself, the other party tricked his mother into signing a plea. Put everything on his mother, accusing her of deliberately seducing him. That poor woman was almost beaten to death for being immoral. Fortunately, she survived with a little sympathy after having a child. The clown grew up in such an environment. He was born with uncontrollable gags and has been discriminated against. The crazy mother is also a heavy burden for him. But the clown is still alive, trying to make his life better. Until this society drove him into a lunatic. He tried everything he could to make a home in Gotham City, but the builder absconded with money, and the house he bought was never completed. Not only did they lose all their money, but they were also forced to assume high debts. The bank threatened him by calling and suing him. His house should go to the builder, but the money he owed had to be paid back. The boss asked for an all-round position, to increase efficiency and reduce costs, so he decided to lay off staff, and the clown who never knew how to flatter was laid off. The other party did not make any compensation to him, and bluntly let the clown sue. The clown was forced to take to the streets to see if he could perform, but Gotham law enforcement officers confiscated everything. The reason is that it affects the image of Gotham City. From the letter left by his mother, he accidentally learned that he might be the son of a big man in Gotham City. He went to recognize his relative with the last hope, but the other party mercilessly pointed out that he was just an adopted child. His mother was a delusional woman. However, he found the love letter from the big man to his mother in his mother, explaining that it was the young and ignorant mother who took the initiative to hook up. Seeing gangsters bullying girls, he acted bravely, but was sent to the police station and imprisoned. The clown who was released from prison completely collapsed while taking the subway. 3 young men, furious because of his uncontrollable gags, hit him and yelled that my dad is the chief of the Gotham Police Department, how dare you laugh at me. The clown who broke out completely, shot and killed 3 people directly, and embarked on a road of no return. Since then, Gotham City has lost a kind and cowardly good man, and has one more Gotham Dark Lord who is eager to prove that everyone is a devil. But the clown is only disappointed with human nature after all, eager to promote social change through violent means, telling everyone that there is no so-called hope in this world, and all superheroes are just liars. He still has humanity, with his own logic and bottom line. The other party's cruelty has exceeded his imagination of human beings. The parents were also looking at Superman beggingly. Save her, please. The mother said tremblingly, we spent all the money to fix her eyes. She is 10 years old, but she has only seen the world for 3 days. She called out the first it's only been 3 days since I said mom. The father knelt down. He looks handsome, but he has a surprising amount of grey hair. Deaf-mute-blind daughter by birth exhausted him. In order to treat his daughter, he spent all his life savings and incurred heavy debts. 3 days. The days when she can see the light, and be able to call her father and mother are only 3 days. 10 years. They persisted and worked hard for 10 years, just to give their daughter a healthy life. Let her see the mountains and rivers of this world, the scenery of this world, and everything in this world to her heart's content. Bruce Wayne laughed loudly, and stretched out his hand to the little girl. This time, with a slight force, his sharp nails scratched the girl's face, creating a horrible wound. Bright red blood spurted out. Made her cry. Shouting, Dad, Mom hurts. Superman looked at the desperate look of the family and said tremblingly. I agreed. He picked up the iconic batarang. The clown closed his eyes. Bruce Wayne had a weird smile on his face. You're going to let them go? Superman looked at the guy with a pale face like a ghost. Bruce Wayne nodded. I will never break my promise. Amidst screams of pain, Superman swiped the clown's throat with a bat dart. Bright red blood spurted out. Bruce Wayne let out a maniacal laugh. The next second, Harley, who was nailed to the wall, was entangled in a cloud of black mist, and roughly tore it off, like a doll was torn into pieces. The clown, who still had the last trace of breath, looked at Harley who was scattered on the ground, his eyes widened, and then he fell down. Why? Superman yelled in despair. He looked at the lunatic. I have already done what you asked. I said I would let them go, but I didn't say how. Bruce Wayne said cruelly, didn't I let her out of the wall? Asshole. The kind-hearted Superman had never had such a strong killing intent, and he looked at the other party with teary eyes. Superman's hatred made Bruce Wayne even more excited. He grabbed the poor woman and tore her into pieces amid the screams of her husband and daughter. The bright red blood splashed in the dim light and landed on Superman's resolute face. His lips were trembling. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. When Bruce Wayne was trying to kill the man, there was a booming sound. The beast is inside, block him. Old Constantine, you go over there and guard the other exit. You also go there, and this time we must catch him. The sound came from outside. A trace of fear appeared on Bruce Wayne's distorted face, and he recognized the voices of those people from the familiar words. Here come the mean and shameless bastards. Bruce Wayne didn't dare to waste time, but he still waved his claws to cut the little girl into pieces, so that the poor man could feel the despair of losing his wife and daughter. The man slammed into him and blocked the claw for his daughter. Bruce Wayne cut open the man's back and spine with one paw, and 5 shocking wounds appeared on the poor man's back, and the intestines and heart inside could be clearly seen. Bruce Wayne gave a cruel smile, and looked at the little girl who was dazed and suffering so much pain that she could no longer speak with vicious eyes, and fled in black mist. The little girl knelt among the corpses of her parents scattered all over the ground, and the bright red blood stained that beautiful princess dress. The great pain caused her brain to shut down. A moment later, she let out a scream of pain and despair. Superman endured the pain, forcibly pulled out the kryptonite nails nailed into his body, tried to crawl over, and held the little girl in his arms, preventing her from seeing the scene of despair. Looking at the messy killing field, the tragic death of the clown, Harley, and the poor people who were abused, and the couple who did nothing wrong and tried their best to survive. For the first time, Superman let out a pained scream of agony at his own impotence. He was called his own child. Think that this man in red armor will lead them to build a beautiful utopia. Establish a new world where everyone is equal and technology is advanced. Son of the people. What a beautiful title. And now, he watched the other party slaughter with his own eyes and was powerless to stop it. Watching a child's parents being torn to pieces with nothing to do. The sound of fierce fighting came from outside, as well as angry shouts, and Bruce Wayne cursed in frustration. After a while, several people ran in, some men and some women. That killed again. This is not bad. Last time, this guy roasted those people alive and forced others to eat them. It's getting crazy, but this guy is too cunning. Stop talking about this, take them out first, let someone deal with the corpses and survivors here. Constantine stopped the conversation of the rest of the team and asked them to do things. Superman, the little girl, and a few gang members who survived were taken out. Superman, who was always smiling and puffed out his chest, was excitedly called the son of the people, seems to have passed through adolescence and entered middle age, aging a lot at once. That handsome face didn't have any smiles anymore, it had gone through a lot of vicissitudes, and became taciturn. The little girl was also in a daze, her eyes no longer had the brilliance they had before. What's your name? Old Constantine asked with concern. The little girl raised her head and looked blankly at old Constantine with eyes red from crying. She has only just seen what the world is like. Only then did I learn how to say the words father and mother. Old Constantine repeated several times. She stumbled and said her name. Jennifer. Superman picked up the little girl. I'll take her to the hospital for a checkup, and bandage the wound on her face by the way. Leaving this sentence, he flew directly into the sky. Constantine watched him leave without any thought of stopping him. That good-natured Superman is dead. That lunatic left him with indelible psychological trauma, allowing him to watch those people die when he was helpless. Continue to look for that guy. This time, we must try to kill him. Constantine withdrew his eyes and looked at the members of the team. There are also some changes in the infiltration work against the parallel universe No 03512, just as the League is gone, and the remaining Supermen probably won't be a hindrance to us anymore. We need to move faster. The other Constantine nodded, expressing his understanding. They turned and left to hunt down the crazy Bruce Wayne, or to continue their previous infiltration plan. Consciousness comes too quickly and intensely. Opening his eyes suddenly, a stinging light flooded his vision. When you breathe in, you can feel the smell of rust. He coughed, curled up like a baby, desperately grabbing every breath of air like a drowning man. After a while, everything in the eyes became clear. His senses, sight, hearing, smell, and touch also slowly came back under his control. The cold touch came from under his body, and he waited for a while before standing up, looking around blankly. This is a desolate plain. The grey sky rolled with all kinds of weird and ominous lights. Horrible scenes emerged in the sky. The sky turned into a terrible sea. Occasionally there will be some terrible, unimaginably huge giants showing their limbs. Eyeballs as huge as the moon, tentacles bigger than mountains. They floated and floated in a sea of grey, ominous light beyond the sky. Grey clouds and blood-colored mist occasionally form a terrifying, malicious face. A gust of wind blows the wasteland. There is a gentle voice in the wind. Return. Return. That voice kept echoing. Repeatedly. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? The man looked at his strong hands, silently confused. Why is he here? There is no memory that belongs to him, and his mind is all empty. With no direction, no clues, he was just thrown here. Should I be a fighter? The man looked at his strong hands. These hands are full of strength. The strong body is also full of strength. It seems to have infinite power. But he still doesn't know his identity. The only thing that is certain is that he has no clue. There is nothing on his body that can indicate his identity. No armor and weapons to protect yourself. No food, no water, no supplies of any kind could help her survive. Whispers still echoed in the air. Return. Return. The man gets a little enlightenment from the voice in the air. He found a way forward. The man didn't know how long he walked, and he didn't see anything useful. On the way, there are only those weird bones. In addition, there is only an endless grassland left. The wilderness is endless, with no end in sight. Desolate, lonely. After an unknown amount of time passed, he entered a desolate ruin. walk among piles of stone statues and bones. Here, he saw a weird 8-pointed star pattern that made him extremely disgusted. When he was puzzled by the undisguised hatred that surfaced in his heart, he spat it out subconsciously. As if that word was poison. Chaos. Some memories came to his mind. A mouth full of fangs, a traitor with red eyes, a burning sky and earth, and endless piles of dead people. Unaware that he has become a pagan to those strange things in the warp. Men hate so much. Somehow, a sword appeared in his hand. The hilt of the sword was shaped like a golden skull, and a red gemstone was embedded in the gauntlet. When he got the sword, a name also appeared in his mind. Gavier Loken. The man is incomparably certain that this is his name. Clenching the long sword in his hand, countless fighting skills emerged from his mind. He became stronger. Gavier Loken swung his sword and chopped into pieces the boulders carved with 8-pointed stars. Filth, he growled at the ruins. Maybe his actions offended something. Some scary monsters are sneaking in the ruins, and occasionally you can see their flashing appearance and scarlet eyes. Men are fearless. Holding a sword to watch out for monsters in the ruins. I should be wearing a suit of armor. Gavier Loken thought in his heart. He thinks he is armored. A suit of armor with a golden double-headed eagle on the chest quietly appeared on his body. A monster rushed over. It has 3 human heads, a wolf's body, and those sharp claws that seem to be cast from molten iron, exuding a palpitating and terrifying aura. Gavier Loken relied on his instinct to brandish his sword and strike swiftly. I saw that monster's head was cut off in an instant, leaving a blurred trail made of dirt in the air. The demon's body turned into black ashes in the air and dissipated with the wind. The other demons are the same fate. They are not Gavier Loken's opponents. Yet those monsters seem to have no end. Killed one, and a second, and a third, and a fourth. The fiery anger brought about by the battle burned in Gavier Loken's chest. Those memories kept appearing in his mind. Welcome to the Luna Wolf, Loken. For the Emperor, for the Wolf God. You have a story, and I want to help you tell it to the world. Loken, we cannot betray what we have fought for. Abaddon, why are you doing this? You are the Luna Wolf, wake up, Loken. The galaxy is already on fire, what else can we lose? Loken, the peace the Emperor once created is gone. We are friends, Loken. Memories keep coming. The dream of greatness is broken. Humanity has been kicked into the abyss by Horus. Despair enveloped the whole world. Gavier Loken's tears flowed down his face. Why is he still here? Is the Horus rebellion still going on? Gavier Loken desperately slashed and killed those demons, trying to get more memories. Even though those memories are full of bittersweetness and sorrowful pain, Gavier Loken is still eager to know the truth of all these. But those demons are endless, killing more and more. But the recovery of memory slowed down, staying at the moment when Horus invaded Terra. Realized that even if he fought to the death, he would not be able to get the rest of the memory. He can be here. Never intended for him to die here. He has a greater mission to accomplish. The premise is that he must survive. Gavier Loken made a wise choice. After killing a demon, with the help of the armor servo system, he turned and ran to the wasteland. He is going to find all the memories back. Belongs to Gavier Loken's memory. Chapter 445 Resurrection of Heroic Spirits. Gavier Loken escaped from the ruins carved with chaotic patterns. Those monsters are chasing after him. The mournful voice echoed in his ears. The distance between the two was so close that he could smell the stench from the monsters' mouths and noses. Occasionally, he stops to fight. After killing the first few monsters, he turned and fled. Fight and run away. The two sides competed on the boundless wasteland. Is there no end to this wasteland? Gavier Loken looked at the borderless wasteland, and was a little worried that he would be chased by these monsters until he was exhausted, and then fell down and died just like that. There is no dignity in such a death, let alone any contribution to one's mission. But he won't give up. As long as he is not dead, he will persist. As his idea emerged, the wasteland shattered like a mirror. A wonderful unobstructed landscape spread out in front of him. The towering snow-covered mountains are covered with a cape of pine and fir trees. A magnificent forest as green as emerald, boundless. Interspersed with a large cold river of foam splashing. Shaggy herbivores roam the plains. The warm sun bathed his face, and the soft grass under his feet made him feel extra comfortable. He went from to heaven in one fell swoop. Even those monsters have disappeared. Gavier Loken fell into a daze and stood where he was. The transition of scenes is so sudden. Also further explained that this is by no means the real world. He may be trapped in the kingdom of some terrible and become the plaything of the other party. Thinking of this, Gavier Loken roared angrily. Don't think that I will submit to you, Chaos, even if it is 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, I will not submit. No response. Only the whispers still echoed in the wind. Return. Return. It's like a mother calling her child away from home. Gavier Loken scanned his surroundings, but there were no enemies. He is in a paradise. Take a deep breath, and you can clearly smell the pure air. The coldness and sweetness injected into the lungs is like a sweet wine. How wonderful this place is. As long as he stays, he can stay away from that terrible world. You can see fruit trees with heavy red fruits hanging on their branches everywhere. Continue to move forward, the ground slowly lifts up, forming a steep cliff. The soothing sound of the waves heralds a beautiful beach behind the cliffs. Gavier Loken walked over, and the scene where water and sky connected gave his suffering heart a little comfort. The waves keep crashing onto the beach. Again and again. Never stops. Smooth the traces of the power boots on the sand. Shells are scattered on the sand. Gavier Loken bent down and picked up one. He had forgotten how long it had been since he'd walked the sand like this, picking up a shell with his uncovered hand. Only in his childhood in Corsonia, he had such enjoyment. A somewhat shameless thought emerged in his heart. Stay. He has given his life to that war. Fighting all my life for those poor people. He should have a little time to himself. Live for yourself. But this kind of thought was quickly left behind by him. I will never surrender. Gavier Loken whispered, I am loyal to the Empire, I am loyal to the Emperor, and I fight for mankind. He stepped forward, resisting the tranquility brought to him by this paradise. Responsibilities never end. Any enjoyment is a sin, any indulgence is a betrayal of the mission. Gavier Loken walked forward firmly. He doesn't have any nostalgia. There is only mission in my heart. If Horus had taken Terra, he would avenge the Emperor, and those who died at Horus' hands. If the Emperor wins, he will remain loyal. Those abominable things should never come to the human world. Those traitors should never be forgiven. They all deserve to die. Abaddon, Horus Jr., Erebus, Karn, Lucius, Eidolon, those should all die. If they died, Gavier Loken would spit on the graves of those beasts. If they didn't die, Gavier Loken would find a way to kill those guys, and then spit. There is no peace, only duty. Gavier Loken walked forward step by step, extremely determined, and had no idea about this paradise. As he advances, the paradise that is not to be missed is also shattered. A destroyed world appeared in front of Gavier Loken. The ground was scorched black, and there were bomb craters and various potholes left by the high temperature of energy weapons everywhere. Those magnificent buildings have collapsed, full of bullet marks and traces left by the explosion. Looking around, there are human corpses, they have been torn to pieces. The golden double-headed eagle flag was broken on the battlefield, the wreckage of the vehicle was burning, and the black smoke of the new city was billowing. Those corpses and burning vehicles are decorated with eagles and lightning bolts, as well as the most familiar imperial double-headed eagle emblem. This is a miserable battlefield. Gavier Loken shouted, wanting to see if there were any survivors. Yet there are no survivors, only the dead. The sky is burning too. Huge battleships comparable to mountains are burning in the sky. The huge hull tilted slowly, fell to the ground, and disintegrated under the pull of the planet's gravity. The wreckage hits the surface like a bolide in the atmosphere. The air is full of radiation and corrosive chemicals. The scorched black earth is full of scorched steel and abandoned buildings stained red with blood. Death is everywhere. The world has been destroyed. Only the dead. The roar of the monster resounded in the ruins. Occasionally, you can see buildings covered in flesh and blood, moving rhythmically as if given life. Some of the dead are slowly being swallowed. The whole world has been polluted. Twisted monsters hide in dark corners. I will never surrender, I am loyal to the Empire, I am loyal to the Emperor, and I fight for humanity. There is no peace, only duty. Gavier Loken roared angrily. Even if mankind is destroyed, even if the Empire is overthrown, even if everything is irreversible, he will never compromise, let alone give in. He will be the eternal enemy of chaos. Until you can no longer fight, and no longer exist in this world. Gavier Loken strode forward firmly. Holding a sharp sword tightly in his hand, his eyes are firm. He walked through the ruins covered with twisted flesh, the flame in his heart burning. Even if the world is destroyed, he is the only human left. He will continue to fight. No matter what happens, there is only fighting. The monsters screamed, they were angry for this unyielding soul. In this dark universe, only chaos is eternal. All life should succumb to chaos, mad and disordered chaos, until the end of time. They rushed out of the rubble. Those monsters have weird limbs and uncoordinated senses. A monster with a giant battle axe rushing to the front. Its eyes are scarlet, containing tyranny and cruelty. The legs covered with carapace are extremely strong. The skinless arm can clearly see the scarlet muscles. Dark red, bony spur-covered plate armor covers half of its body, and the chains used to fix the plate armor can be seen on the exposed skin. The red-horned helmet covered its face. There is no observation hole for the eyes on the helmet visor, but a huge, brutal skull totem instead. The skin is covered with scars and skull-shaped tattoos, and he holds a giant axe for execution in his hand. Gavier Loken let out an angry roar. He rushed to the demon tied alone. Do you think I'll give in? Just dream. The sharp sword in his hand collided with the giant axe of the monster, and sparks flew everywhere. The huge impact set off a wave of air, which slowly spread in the air. The monster roared, its figure blurred by the mask. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The sword blade and the battle axe collided hundreds of times in just a few seconds, and every time they collided, there would be a sound of gold and iron striking each other. Gavier Loken found an opportunity. He pierced the monster's heart with the sword in his hand. The monster wailed in pain, trembling as if electrified. The sword edge pierced from its chest, blood splashing everywhere. The monster swung the giant axe, still thinking about using the giant axe in his hand to chop off Gavier Loken's head at the last moment. He lowered his head to avoid the monster's attack, rolled away from the falling giant axe, and slashed at the opponent's leg from behind. The sharp blade cut off the opponent's right leg cleanly, making it unable to support its huge body and crashing to the ground. The monster roared. Gavier Loken swung his sword and chopped off the opponent's head, and trampled it to pieces. More monsters rushed out of the ruins. They are all different. Some were hunched over, skinny, with tattered bat wings on their shoulders. Some of them had ferocious faces, and their mouths full of fangs seemed to swallow everything. There are also some slender limbs made of metal crawling, with claws like butcher hooks at the end of the limbs. Gavier Loken looked at their blood-red eyes and flashing claws. They rushed forward one after another, and the air current they brought up was hunting in the air. Gavier Loken swung his long sword and continued to fight while roaring. Everywhere you look is full of demons. Twisted limbs, trembling limbs, flapping wings, wide open mouth. Sharp fangs and claws huddled together. Demons are endless. Gavier Loken has no fear, he only feels the burning anger and fighting spirit in his heart. As long as there is a breath left, he will fight to the last moment. Slash, punch, pierce, parry. He trampled on the limbs of the demons, crushed the teeth of the demons with the hilt of his sword, and cut off the claws of the demons with the blade. The demons hit his defense wave after wave like waves. After a while, a large number of twisted demon limbs were scattered on the ground. Claws scratched at his armor, scratched the skin on his cheek. The demon is coming in menacingly, trying to use the sheer numbers to overwhelm him. Even if you die, you will never compromise. Gavier Loken roared angrily. The terrain behind it rose sharply, and a staircase made of black stone appeared unexpectedly, leading to the magnificent giant city built on the high mountain. Countless sacred singing came from that magnificent giant city. Like hundreds of millions of pious saints singing. The sounds of war drums and horns were mixed together, as if millions of soldiers were beating at the same time, conveying the unyielding fighting spirit to the enemy. Gavier Loken took a step back, stepping onto the steps made of solid black rock. The steps go up all the way to the magnificent giant city. Gavier Loken swung his long sword, killing those monsters that were chasing too close, while retreating towards the giant city on the high mountain. He fled to the mountains while slashing and killing demons. And the demons screamed, trying to prevent him from entering the great city. Time is meaningless in this moment. The mountains are endless, and the magnificent holy city is always at a distance that seems to be close, but can't be reached no matter what. Gavier Loken turned a blind eye to it, devoting all his heart and mind to the battle. Those memories keep coming back, too. That desperate rebellion, that war that ruined everything. Horus, my genetic father, you never deserve to be forgiven. Gavier Loken's eyes were filled with painful tears. Everything in the past tormented him. Those beautiful things that have been destroyed. Gavier Loken will never forget the scene when he saw Horus for the first time. He stood by the Emperor's side, the divine radiance reflected on that handsome, resolute face, with infinite wisdom in his eyes. He looked at the Emperor with infinite devotion in his eyes, and the love and trust of a child for his father. What a wonderful time it was. Together they fought to bring the Emperor's redemption to the lost worlds of man. The Great Crusade, the great cause of mankind that has never happened in the entire galaxy. That's how it ended. I remember your name, Gavier Loken, your performance is outstanding. The 10th Company is in your hands. One day, we will end this war. At that time, we will return to Corsonia and enjoy the beautiful world we created. You will die amidst the crying of countless people. Rejoin the sons of Horus. You have other options. The words Horus once said kept reappearing in his heart. The old trust turned into the pain of betrayal. Brothers hold swords, father and son are enemies. Everything is ashes. Everything is ashes. Gavier Loken let out a desperate roar. His body burst into light. The never-ending ladder has come to an end. The glorious and magnificent city erupted with bursts of dazzling glare. Mixed with gold, blue and green radiance converged into a beam of light, piercing the tumbling sky and ocean. Rays of light surged. The demon chasing Gavier Loken roared in pain, shattered like a wind-blown cloud. A terrifying flame swept over, burning them to white ashes. The gushing energy stirred up the vast and strange world, knocking all the remains of the demons into the air, and driving them out forever. Return. 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 The voice lingering in his ears became more and more intense, as if many people were calling him. Gavier Loken looked at the magnificent city. The walls that protect it stretched to the far end of the horizon. On the ancient and heavy walls, there are engraved double-headed eagle emblems. He walked towards the city. The brilliance of killing demons did not hurt him, but healed his wounds. In front of Gavier Loken, a majestic gate suddenly appeared on the tall and majestic city wall. It was as if it was specially prepared for him. Guards in golden armor stood in front of the gate, smiling on their faces. Pay tribute to Gavier Loken who has gone through a difficult journey. The city is shrouded in brilliance, beautiful and magnificent. Marble with distinct texture constitutes buildings full of artistic atmosphere. Gothic, Baroque, Romanesque, Oriental classical. Walls, temples, colonnades, arch bridges. All architectural styles that have appeared in human history can be seen in this giant city. They are distributed in the city in perfect harmony. In the center of that giant city is a magnificent palace. A giant of dazzling light sits on a giant throne. The voice next to Gavier Loken's ear kept echoing. Let him know that his final destination is there. Target, Gavier Loken, a loyal member of the Luna Wolf. The completion rate of the trial is 95.2%, and the recovery progress has reached 98%. The integrity of the soul is 93%, and 80% of the memory has been obtained. This target already complies with the resurrection procedure. Is it resurrected? A piece of information jumped out and appeared in front of a technology sage. After the other party files their relevant information, they pick up the data pad and walk to the other side. In a huge hall, the Holy Emperor was wearing a set of complex protective equipment, instructing other technicians to adjust the biological machines, preparing to clone the bodies of those heroic spirits. The Emperor brought all the souls of the dead back to his own country like swallowing a jujube whole. These souls have been fused together over the long years, providing the Emperor with enormous power and becoming the soil for the birth of the Emperor. To revive those ancient heroic spirits, they must be separated first. The sacred objects collected by the Forbidden Army and the Silent Sister before played a role, using it as an anchor, allowing the other party to recall the past and complete the soul. And then hone to make it strong enough to face those hateful enemies. The last thing is to give the body, let it return to the real universe, or become a member of the heroic legion. The whole process is comparable to forging iron. It needs to smelt iron ore, collect iron, and then forge and quench it to make it a terrifying sharp weapon. Guilliman glanced at the tech sage's report, and then stamped his biological seal, indicating that he could enter the resurrection procedure. Now that the expedition of the heavens has been launched, it is time to employ people, and if you can pull one first. Tech sage retrieves the stamped data pad. Hand it over to a flying servo skull. Let the servo skull hand over the authorization command to the corresponding department for the next step of work and enter it into the work report. Chapter 446. You have to tell them that Guilliman is a liar. Gavier Loken only remembered that he rushed towards that dazzling light in the end. Countless voices sang in his ears, and his soul rejoiced. He is firm, that should be the light of salvation. That light was so intense and dazzling. His body couldn't help but almost melted. Finally, his body and light merged into one. He rushed to the raging warp ocean with the light, walking through the wind of the ether. The curtain of reality and illusion unraveled in front of him. The eternal wind sent him to the cradle of rebirth to fulfill his unfinished mission. He is Garviel Loken, the Shadow Moon Wolf. I have returned. His voice echoed through nothingness before falling into absolute darkness. The terrifying roars of the Chaos Gods followed closely behind, furious for the opponent's return. But they can't do anything. Without a spokesperson, if you want to interfere with reality, you have to pay a huge price. It takes a long time to prepare. They swore to make that fool Guilliman pay. But now, they can only be furious against the solid curtain. When Gavel Loken opened his eyes, what came into view was a white scene. He was placed on a soft white hospital bed, and the medical equipment beside him was humming. The jumping data is jumping on the projection screen. A doctor walked up to him, asked him some questions, and then wrote and drew on the data pad in his hand. Gavier Loken wanted to stand up, but found that he couldn't even lift a finger. All over his body, he couldn't do anything except his mind was free to think. It is difficult to move the eyeballs. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but found that no matter how anxious he was, he just didn't have the strength to open his mouth. Your body has just been manufactured, and it uses the most advanced combat body newly developed by Sage Kar, which can allow you to easily possess godlike power. In order to protect you, a 3-day period of weakness has been set, to prevent you who are confused about the situation from causing havoc. Gavier Loken is still in the dull state of awakening. He tried hard to understand the doctor's words and extract the information he wanted from it. Where is this place? Why is he here? But he couldn't ask, even if he tried his best, he couldn't speak. The doctor spoke for a while, then stopped. 2 men wearing nurse clothes came in and removed all the medical pipes connected to Gavel Loken. Gavier Loken's body is very huge, with twisted muscles, winding around his body like snakes and pythons. He is the product of the combination of technology and arcane. Returned to the present world with the help of the Holy Emperor. He can be transferred to the general ward for care, and all the physical signs and data are normal. Praise the Holy Emperor, we have brought back a hero from the other side. The nurses pushed Gavel Loken's hospital bed out. It is reasonable for them to be unable to push such a heavy hospital bed. Fortunately, the hospital bed is equipped with industrial training wheels, which can help them push things that are many times heavier. When he was about to move out of the ward, the doctor yelled for the next one. Gavier Loken turned his head with difficulty, and saw another bed being sent in. The wet giant seems to have just been pulled out of the womb. The skin all over the body is wrinkled, and the hair sticks to the body. Gavier Loken tried his best to see the person on the hospital bed clearly. If it wasn't for his mouth being speechless, he might have screamed in panic immediately. Because he saw Torgadon's face. This is impossible. Torgadon was killed by Horus the Younger, who was also a member of the Council of Four Kings, that is, a Simender, in the Somme city on planet Istvan III. He watched the opponent's head be chopped off with his own eyes. This is impossible. Gavier Loken tried his best to call Torgadon. That's his brother. They once fought together and persisted together for the Emperor's dream. But he couldn't shout out. The nurse pushed him away. The corridor is very bright, with soft light coming from the lumen lamps embedded in the walls. The air was filled with the smell of incense, and the priest's prayers came from sounders installed everywhere. The voices of people's conversation entered Gavel Loken's mind. Praise the Holy Emperor, another hero has returned. Is he that Garviel Loken? That legendary Luna Wolf, a friend of the founder of the Inquisition Chamber. He's so strong. Look at the body, it's shocking. Gavier Loken's eyes showed confusion. They all seemed to know him. What time is it now? No one answered his confusion. He couldn't ask, his body still couldn't move. Can only passively accept outside information. His heart is full of confusion and urgently needs to be answered. The nurse sent him to a clean ward, then turned and left. Gavier Loken was lying on the hospital bed alone, staring at the white ceiling, trying his best to suppress his inner impulse. If he could move, he must have rushed to the place where the Torgadun he saw just now was, to ask the other party's true identity. At this moment, his mood is very complicated. Fear it was a dream, fear it was just another game of the hideous gods. Torgadun is dead. He witnessed it. It can't be Torgadun. But what is going on here? He also seems to have died long ago. Died after the siege of Terra, at the hands of the devil. He has dedicated his life to protecting humanity. Various chaotic thoughts appeared in Gavier Loken's mind, and then disappeared, just like bubbles appearing in water, then burst and disappeared without a trace. He let those thoughts run through his head. Let your mind wander freely to pass the time. His body recovered very slowly, and after a long time, he was able to move a few fingers. After an unknown amount of time, his mouth could move. Although he still couldn't say a complete sentence, he was able to eat something. Empire Heart Basic System implantation completed. Empire Citizen Basic System has been activated. Hosts, Garviel Loken, Shadow Moon Wolf, Ranger Knight, Returner. The corresponding function has been activated online. Emperor Angel template is loading, please wait patiently. A weird voice sounded in Gaviel Loken's mind. At the same time, an interface appeared in his mind. Personal data. Skill template. Weapon authority. Task. Personal dimension space storage, not activated. Gavier Loken had countless perplexities in his heart. What system? What Emperor's Angel template? What are these? Haven't waited for him to find the answer. Footsteps came, interrupting his confusion about the voice that inexplicably appeared in his head. A nurse walks in. In his hand, he was holding a liquid food. He brought in the liquid food and placed it next to Garviel Loken's bed, and at the same time handed him a straw for him to with his mouth. After finishing all this, the nurse went out again. Gavier Loken had a lot of confusion in his heart, but he couldn't ask, so he could only endure it. The taste of liquid food is still good. The nutritional value is also very high, and the body feels warm after eating it. The recovery speed is significantly faster. After eating, Gaviel Loken was able to move his arms. Less than an hour after eating, he was able to walk normally. While he was practicing walking, a woman walked in, accompanied by several doctors and nurses. The woman has short light blonde hair, and her fair skin is dotted with faint freckles. Those big, bright eyes are as charming as jewels. Looking at this woman, he fell into a brief trance. Captain Loken, I heard that you have a very attractive story, and I hope to record it for future generations. What story? Horus slew the Emperor. Mesati Oriton. Gaviel Loken blurted out a name that should have been forgotten. But soon, he realized that the other party was not Mesati Oriton. She is dead. Volunteered to fall into a power reactor in order to stop Samus. He watched with his own eyes the death of the woman who accompanied him and witnessed the rise of Horus and the rebellion. Gavier Loken thought that a person like himself would never feel sad because of a woman. But when Mesati Oriton died, he felt as painful as if his heart had been crushed. Gavier Loken, the hero of the Empire. Feeling the emotional ups and downs of Gavier Loken, the woman said with some concern, "Are you okay? Who are you?" Gaviel Loken lowered his head, not looking at the other person's face. "I am the reporter of the Empire, Trieste. According to the Imperial Press and Propaganda Law, I was ordered to interview you and make the interview content public. Let them know that your return will be a sharp sword stabbed by humans against the gods, is another great decision of the Holy Emperor." Trieste's words carried the unique fanaticism of this era. When talking about the Holy Emperor, Gaviel Loken could clearly feel the excitement and awe of the other party. This is a crazy time. It was even worse than during the Emperor's Great Crusade. Gavier Loken finally accepted Trieste, and he also needs someone to tell him what's going on. In order to have a better conversation, Trieste applied to the hospital to take Gavier Loken, who has recovered his ability to move, out. This application was finally approved. When he walked out of the hospital, Gaviel Loken's eyes widened immediately. Because he saw the palace. Terra. This is Terra. Are you surprised? Trieste turned on the recorder and began to record her conversation with the Imperial hero. These materials are crucial to convincing those who oppose it. The Emperor of the Empire broke the rules between life and death without authorization, and challenged the natural order of life and death with human power, which worried many people. Many people even call on people to reflect on whether human beings are too crazy. If you can make good use of the dialogue with Gavier Loken to prove that these returning Imperial heroes will, as always, give everything for mankind, you will be able to make the opposition have nothing to say. I'm in Terra. Gaviel Loken showed a confused look, and all this made him more and more confused. Yes, Terra, Terra of the Holy Age. The Holy Era. Gaviel Loken asked in confusion. Imperial historians refer to the year when the Holy Emperor ascended the throne as the first year of the Holy Age, the end of the Emperor's era, and the day when Primarch Guilliman became the Emperor of the Empire. Javier Loken staggered a few steps at this sentence, his eyes widened. The Primarch of the 13th Legion became the Emperor of the Empire. What happened here? Is Luo Baod a major rebellion? Guilliman did what Horus failed to do? You said that Guilliman is the Holy Emperor, the supreme ruler of the Empire at present. Gavier Loken repeated, he wondered if he had a hallucination just now. Seeing Gavier Loken's surprised look, Trieste showed a little puzzlement. Isn't this normal? After the Horus rebellion, the Holy Emperor was the regent of the Empire. In ancient times, this would have been considered the position of the Crown Prince. It is reasonable and legal to be able to inherit the throne. Besides, the great Emperor personally recognized it, and many the return of the Primarch to participate in the enthronement ceremony is enough to show that the Holy Emperor is what everyone expects. Combined with the fact that the Holy Emperor conquered the East and West, captured the traitor Primarch, put down the turmoil in the galaxy, and organized mankind to launch a new round of expeditions, these feats are also timeless, and it is only natural to become the Emperor of mankind. Wake up, the whole world has changed drastically. The age of emperors is over, and the age of sacredness has been created for more than 1,000 years. Guilliman became the master of the new generation of humans. Ferrus and Sanguinius, who had died tragically in the Horus Rebellion, were also summoned back. Humanity has defeated all enemies and become the only master of the galaxy. At present, it has marched to other galaxies, and began to go to other universes, and is committed to building the empire into a great empire of the heavens. That is a road that even the great emperor never imagined. And all of this was created by Guilliman. Gavier Loken couldn't hide the shock and disbelief in his heart. He really couldn't believe that human beings could achieve such an achievement. Trieste recorded Gavel Loken's surprise and shock. This is good material that can make the people of the empire proud. They have created a great future that can stun their ancestors. Terra's prosperity is beyond Garver Loken's imagination. Those anti-gravity flying vehicles shuttle through the designated empty lane like a school of fish. Those giant buildings have carved out a certain area for greening and planting precious trees, flowers, and plants. Steel, cement and natural life form a harmony. People on the road have confidence and smiles, even melancholy people have a kind of wonderful happiness. There is no trace of war on their faces. The Empire will adhere to the Emperor's thinking and the theoretical guidance of the Holy Emperor, continue to develop extragalactic galaxies, expand its influence to the universe at the same time, and firmly walk on the correct path of human rise. The pace of the rise of mankind is unstoppable, and the progress of human civilization is moving forward. Under the guidance and leadership of the Holy Emperor, the Empire will comprehensively promote the rise of the great race of mankind. Human beings will create immortal achievements, surpassing gods and surpassing destiny. Promoting the rise of human civilization and fighting against chaos will be the central task of the Terra Council from beginning to end. Adhering to the Emperor's thinking and the theory of the Holy Emperor, and cooperating with the practice of the Primarch, is the only correct way to strengthen civilization and promote the rise of mankind. History and reality will eventually prove that the way of the Empire is the only correct way for mankind. Supporting the Emperor, supporting the Holy Emperor, and supporting the Primarch is the correct choice for mankind. The Prime Minister of the Terra Council delivered a speech. Human society is determined to have zero tolerance for behaviors involving chaos and betrayal, and if we find one, we will strike together. There will be no tolerance for behaviors that harm the collective interests of human civilization. No matter how high your position is or how much you contribute, as long as you find yourself daring to collude with chaos or betray the interests of human beings, you will never tolerate it. The tall holographic projections all over the city are broadcasting reports from the imperial media. At the same time, there are also some religious projections. The projections of the Holy Emperor Guilliman, the Emperor, the Primarch, and many imperial heroes often appear. On both sides of the road, there are a large number of statues erected. All are heroes who have made outstanding contributions to the Empire. On the wide street, there are a variety of goods and bustling passers-by, and there are noisy voices. Seeing this scene, no one would have thought of the tragic war that took place in this land. Gavier Loken wept involuntarily. Too many people died for this day. Those desperate people stick to the last line of defense on Terra, swallowed by those horrible monsters. Crazy world eaters, Emperor's sons, Horus sons, Death Guard, and countless other demons. What a desperate moment it was. The siege of Terra was the cruelest battlefield Gavier Loken had ever seen in his life. Enemies cross the first wall, cross the outer court area, pass Hellas Gate, Lion Gate, Aaron Icon, and the gates of the inner wall. Those heroic men and women used their humble bodies to fight against the gods in defense of this race. Their fate was ended like dust. Their names are not even sung and known. At the end of the siege of Terra, the enemy attacked the last sanctuary. In order to protect the last hope, the survivors were forced to abandon outside the sanctuary, and became the target of massacre in order to delay the footsteps of those enemies. Gavier Loken once believed that the story of mankind would end after the Battle of Terra. Until Sanguinius died, the Emperor solved the anchor point of the gods in the real world at the cost of serious injuries, drove many demons back to the warp, broke the time blockade, and allowed reinforcements to enter the solar system. Every warrior who survived the Battle of Terra felt hopeless, guilty for living, guilty for not being able to die and take revenge. Countless heroes have left, and the Emperor is almost dead, no longer leading his subjects. The salvation of mankind has come to an end, and the only thing left in the future is war. But now, Terra is so prosperous. The people living in this land are all happy. Trieste did not make any comments on Gavel Loken. Anyone who has lived through times of misery, and sees the pomp and prosperity of today, will. In order to give this poor man some comfort, Trieste felt that he should be allowed to visit the Apostle of Atonement first, and let him have a little shock of the Empire. Look at those disgraceful traitors now reduced to spectacles for 150 Empire credits. When every Primarch returns to Terra, they will gladly go there. He even refused to use his own privilege, and insisted on spending 150 credit points to enjoy the joy of humiliating those betrayed brothers. The Atonement astronomical spot, as always, is crowded with people. Trieste did not apply for cleaning the hall, but wanted to let Gavier Loken experience the thrill of the former traitor being reduced to a pitiful joke, and heal the scars in his heart. After the establishment of the firewall, people no longer have to worry about and be afraid of corruption. Those distorted monsters, in their view, are just ugly and ugly, and will not have any impact on the mind. Gavier Loken was appalled at the number of visitors to the astronomical torch of atonement. According to Trieste, the ticket income from the astronomical astronomy of atonement is an important pillar of Terra's tourism industry. Trieste originally planned to keep a low profile, but he underestimated the importance of Gavier Loken in the Great Crusade and the Siege of Terra. When he showed up in the first pavilion of the Apostle of Atonement, the always screaming and roaring Lorgar looked like he saw a savior. Luna Wolf, son of Horus, Gavier Loken, captain of the 10th Company. Tell them, Guillemon is a liar. I wrote the holy word, yes. Tell them, Loken, please, tell them the truth. I know you, people who have met you during the Great Crusade say you are a noble man, and you never lie. Tell them the truth, Loken Ken. Be true to what your heart insists on. Tell them that Guillemon burned the perfect city of the faithful emperor, that I wrote the holy word, and that he is just a shameful liar. Tell them, Loken. It is estimated that there are only 3 chapters, and the 2 chapters still have to be owed. Chapter 447 The Reunion of Abaddon and Loken after thousands of years. Gavier Loken looked at Lorgar who was beating the light barrier. Even if another 10,000 years pass, he will never admit the wrong person. Each Primarch's face is unique, and the Emperor endows them with unimaginable charm. Lorgar's head is engraved with many scriptures, and his strong body is like a Hercules in the dark age of mythology. In the early days of the Great Crusade, Lorgar's loyalty to the Emperor was once admired by the other Primarchs. Even though this kind of loyalty is extremely perverted, it still gained a lot of recognition. His gift for speech is the most powerful of all Primarchs. Being able to incite a world to lay down arms, join the Great Crusade, become a part of the Empire with words. Lorgar's fighting power is equally astonishing. When a world decides it cannot be brought to its knees with words and needs to fight, the Word-Bearer's Legion will also show unattainable heroism under his leadership. But now, this once noble Primarch who claimed to have obtained the truth is like a crazy wild dog, imprisoned in a prison made of special materials. His strong limbs are bound by chains that can absorb the power of the soul. Every minute and every second made him suffer unprecedented pain. In addition to the suffering of the soul, he also suffered from spiritual torment. Guillemon became an existence capable of confronting the Chaos Gods. This makes the theory he once preached a joke. Humans have the potential not to be inferior to the gods. Even if they are so-called omnipotent beings, human beings don't need to have any worries and fears, because they also have the same potential. The so-called great power of the gods is meaningless and unattractive to humans. The powers possessed by the gods are powerful, but they are not special. Humans are the bottom of the poor, and the gods are nothing but wealthy capitalists. Between the two is not impossible to cross. Guillemon is on this road. The stronger the human civilization, the more laughing stock Lorgar, who used to be for the evil gods like capitalists, became a laughing stock. He clings to the holy word and the state religion because he has nothing to attack Guillemon. The former Primarch of the Word-Bearers, one of the founders of the Empire, has become the biggest joke of the Empire. Countless people are thankful that the Emperor and the loyal Primarch insisted that human beings were not sold to the gods by this fool. Otherwise, they become captive animals for the devil to enjoy life. Especially after seeing the tragic situation in other universes, more and more people with lofty ideals understand that once human beings fail, they will end up like that. Was raised in captivity, and became the nourishment for feeding those monsters, and became a toy for them to play. Fate, truth means nothing to those in captivity. Because those things are controlled in the hands of those behind the scenes. They have no choice but to accept their fate. Lorgar screamed in pain, beating the floodlight barrier like crazy. I want Gavier Loken to prove that his words are true. What's going on here? Gavier Loken looked at Trieste, who was beside him, puzzled. He's a lunatic. Trieste showed a disgusted expression. The holy word is written by the holy emperor and used to praise the emperor. This traitor always wants to confuse people with false truths. Don't pay attention to these traitors, anything they say is a lie. The state religion was also founded by Guillemon to strengthen the faith and protect mankind from the warp. It was his many thoughts on the Great Crusade that could be so fast after he woke up take steps to build a firewall and reform the state religion. Gavier Loken was stunned for a moment. The holy word was written by Lorgar. This is beyond doubt. At the beginning, many descriptions in the holy word conflicted with the truth of the empire, and the major legions took measures to limit the spread of this book. But the emperor's achievements are so outstanding that many people can't help but believe in the emperor. In the spirit of vengeance at that time, there were often small gatherings of believers. Speaking of which, Gavier Loken and the first living saint, who was also the official narrator and photographer at the time, Euphrates Keeler were friends. In the 203rd year of the Great Crusade, that is, after the victory in Ulano, Horus became the War Master a year later. The number 63 expedition fleet he was in was forced to change direction because of the ether storm. For a long time, Gavier Loken suspected that this was actually one of the plans of the gods. Because that was simply a preview of the siege of Terra in the future. That storm sent Expedition Fleet 63 into a strange galaxy with 9 worlds surrounding a yellow star. The ruler of this system also calls himself the Emperor. According to his explanation, he perseveredly led his people through the suffering period of subspace storms, withstood the cruel test of the conflict era, and consistently defended the stable rule and strict laws of human civilization. In the ancient night of isolation and helplessness, the fire to protect human civilization will never end. Let this extremely precious and vital fragment of civilization survive intact to this day, waiting for the future to re-establish contact with many of our fellow human beings scattered across the galaxy. Their arrival is the beginning of the great moment when mankind reconquered the galaxy. The negotiation between this fragment of ancient human civilization and civilization number 64 turned into a war. Sigenus, one of the Council of Four Kings, was killed. The Emperor declared that the 64th Fleet brought heresy, and was determined not to resolve the matter by peaceful means. The Emperor's residence, the High City, finally fell under the attack of the sons of Horus. And that Emperor was also killed by Horus himself. If the story ends here, it must be a slightly bitter story, but the result is acceptable. That world is in turmoil. In order to completely resolve the rebellion, Gavril Loken led the 10th Company to personally deal with those rebels. There, he witnessed the evil power of the warp for the first time. His subordinate Zubbo was polluted by the evil power of the subspace, and his body was occupied by the demon Samus, who distorted his soul and caused the casualties of 2 teams. Even if the body is pierced, it can move again. It was not until he was completely burned to ashes that Zubbo was prevented from further insurrection. Lady Keeler witnessed Zubbo killing her fellow travelers, and was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Gavril Loken arrived in time and rescued her. This incident made Lady Keeler panicked, and he didn't come out of that terrible nightmare until he strengthened his faith with the holy word. Wait until Horus is wounded on planet Devon and sent to the local temple. She summoned the power of the Emperor on the vengeful spirit, drove back the demons, and became the first living saint. At that time, including Guilliman, many Primarchs maintained a state of distrust of the warp. The holy word cannot be written by them. Tell them, Loken, tell them the truth. Lorgar screamed in pain. His voice attracted a lot of attention. Those people all looked at Gavril Loken. Can be recognized by a traitor Primarch. They guessed that he should also be a heavyweight imperial hero. Some tourists who are knowledgeable and have in-depth research on the history of the Empire deduced the identity of Gavril Loken from the few words Lorgar said. More and more people are looking at Gavril Loken, wanting to see what he will say. I am indeed an upright person, and I don't like to lie. Gavril Loken said loudly, I don't like to lie either. These words made the painful Lorgar show a little excitement. The holy word is indeed written by the Holy Emperor, Primarch of the Ultramarines of the 13th Legion, Rabut Guilliman. I was in the Great Crusade at the time, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Gavril Loken shouted, I never lie, this is the truth. His words elicited cheers from the crowd. They called out Loken's name and many titles. The Great Gavril Loken. The Great Knight Errant. The Great Luna Wolf. No. Lorgar howled like a fart with a broken leg, you are also a liar, Loken, you are a liar. Word of mouth spread among the cheering people, and the incident would be reported by the media as yet another example of the greatness of the Holy Emperor. As for the howling word bearer's Primarch, the poor fellow has nothing but lies. People didn't bother Gavril Loken too much. Trieste asked people to tell those people that the Imperial hero had just woken up, so he couldn't get too excited, and needed to give him some space. Those people gave way to Gavril Loken with respectful eyes. Some children were held up by their parents to remind them of this great hero who sacrificed his life for mankind. Gavril Loken walked to Lorgar's prison, with a playful smile on his resolute face. Why did you tell such a lie? The painful Lorgar stared at Javier Loken, eyes showing endless hatred. This is not a lie, this is the truth. Gavril Loken said word by word, it's just like the truth you once told us. Push mankind into the dark abyss and describe it as a salvation. Making human beings suffer forever is the truth in their mouths, the truth in their mouths. Gavril Loken has countless good qualities. But those qualities will only be shown to good people, to the weak who need help, not like a group of ungrateful, betrayal of brothers, betrayal of everything. Lorgar roared angrily. He tried to rush towards Gavril Loken, but was blocked by the barrier. Those chains also tightened suddenly, the sound of mechanical buzzing sounded, and the power of the soul siphon increased, causing Lorgar to let out a scream and collapse to the ground. It was as if rushing over, and then suddenly kneeling in front of Gavril Loken. Scenes like this are full of drama. It seems that the return of an imperial hero can make these guys kneel in fear. Trieste recorded this precious scene. Some things don't really matter. It is enough to have some good publicity. Gavril Loken turned and left. Only a snarling Lorgar was left screaming in his prison. Gavril Loken was amazed by the things exhibited by the Apostle of Atonement. He saw that rotten brute of Erebus. It was this beast who stole the blade of his old enemy, secretly organized the Shadow Moon Wolf to form an association, and corrupted this noble legion. It was his series of schemes that caused Horus to finally fall into the abyss. If it weren't for the old enemy blade, Horus would not be overwhelmed by the suspicion and fear in his heart. Not to mention betraying the Emperor who has fought side by side for more than 200 years. The Luna Wolves were the first legion to welcome back the Primarch. The Emperor taught Horus tactics and fighting skills, allowing him to learn how to be a qualified commander. Horus was able to become the War Master, not only because of Horus' tactics, strategy, and force, but more importantly, because the Emperor trusted him. Otherwise the army of the entire galaxy would not be given to him. I will kill you, Erebus. Gavril Loken stood in front of Erebus prison and said in a cold and cruel tone, I will tear your bones out one by one. Loken. Erebus' face was full of horror, how can you still be alive? This is impossible. This is impossible. Yes, I am still alive. I have crawled out of hell, and now it is your turn, Erebus. Pray to your gods, your good days have just begun. If this body was not still in the adaptation period, Gavril Loken would have applied for an honor duel. Press the idiot Erebus and beat him violently. Let him feel the power of truth. If he didn't make him cry and beg for mercy, it would be considered that he was negligent in exercising. Guilliman's way is wrong, he will only kill you. Erebus said tremblingly, you don't know how many terrible enemies he has provoked, those powerful beings can easily destroy a universe. You still have a choice, Loken. Go eat shit, traitor. Gavel Loken spat at the other party. The anger in his eyes was hard to hide. No matter what, when I leave Terra, I will apply for an honor challenge. Erebus, I will beat you until the comes out. These words made Erebus turn pale. He knew the Empire would hype such a thing. At that time, he may become an even bigger laughing stock. There is more shame in this world than this kind of thing. Gavel Loken walked towards the next prison. That is Primarch of the Emperor's Children Legion, Purple Wind, Fulgrim's cage. The opponent is also controlled by those special chains and soul siphons. The brilliance of the entire astronomical torch is formed by using their pain. Fulgrim's face twisted in pain. Gavier Loken has seen the former Fulgrim, the demigod Primarch who pursued perfection. His was so noble back then. The Emperor's son's pursuit of perfect character is not only a requirement for tactics and strategy, but also strict requirements for his own thinking. They received the most favor from the Emperor, and they were given the special title of the Emperor's sons. This is an honor that no other legion has ever received. The evil deeds committed by the Emperor's children during the Siege of Terra were the most terrifying. The massacres in the Siege of Terra were basically carried out by the Emperor's children. They enjoy all kinds of twisted and terrifying acts of massacre. Its brutal atrocities are difficult to describe in words. During the Siege of Terra, the rebels lost all their logistics. The Emperor's children roasted and ate the corpses. Puncture a large number of Imperial loyalists who failed to escape on the sharp barbed wire. On the battlefield at that time, countless corpses and living people were impaled just like that, on every fallen front. The most cruel and tyrannical method is the Emperor's children. At that time, death was the best choice after being in a desperate situation, even a gift. Better to shoot yourself in the head than fall into the hands of the Emperor's children. Gavier Loken stared at the twisted and mutated Fulgrim. His face has been elongated, with a long and narrow profile. There are a pair of curved demon horns on the head, like a crimson crown. A pair of arms appeared on the upper body, and the lower body turned into a snake tail covered with scales. A pathetic monster. Gavel Loken commented mercilessly, ugly to the extreme. Loken. Fulgrim naturally would not forget Loken. After all, he dared to refuse on the spirit of vengeance, the shadow moon wolf of Horus who had already obtained the power of the gods at that time. Fulgrim's narrow eyes revealed endless hatred. If he had the chance, he would definitely tear Loken to pieces. No one can humiliate Fulgrim. Don't call me by my first name, monster. Javier Loken said disgustedly. Don't be complacent. Fulgrim showed a cruel smile. Guilliman used his tricks to bring you back to the present world, but he won't always succeed, and when he fails, I promise, you will be extremely miserable. Think about yourself first, monster. After finishing speaking, Trieste looked in another direction. Increase the power of this idiot. The buzzing sound of the machinery was instantly enhanced and became denser. Fulgrim, who was still smiling, screamed, trembling in the prison, his writhing limbs pulled the thick chains tight. He felt the pain of the Emperor's past. The pain that drained his soul made him unable to think. It's really sad, you have to live to that time first. Gavier Loken said mockingly, look at you now, Fulgrim, what about your arrogance when you were besieging Terra? What about arrogance? Why have they all disappeared? Why curl up like a wretch? What about the great power you have gained? Why don't you show us mortals a bit? Fulgrim was screaming and angry, his eyes widened, the hatred in them seemed to be real, and he just stared at those who dared to laugh at him. Besides being incompetent and furious, causing Gavier Loken to ridicule him, he couldn't do anything. It's really a pleasant sight seeing. Gavier Loken's tone became more cheerful, seeing how these once arrogant guys who committed boundless crimes against human beings ended up like this, it's a pleasure. Trieste recorded every word and deed of Javier Loken, and his smile was also recorded. These are propaganda materials that the Empire will use in the future. After watching Fulgrim's impotent rage for a while, Javier Loken turned to Trieste and asked. Who's next? I suggest seeing a guy you know well. The guy I know? Is it another Primarch? I am familiar with all Primarches, and I have basically been with them. Not the Primarch, but the former chief of the Council of Four Kings, the captain of the First Company of Horus, and the War Master of Darkness, Abaddon. This guy took over Horus' position after the rebellion and became the Chaos Gods. The number 1 minion of China launched 13 dark expeditions against the Empire, creating a terrifying rift, and it was only a short distance before mankind fell into the dark night again. Chapter 448 Those who have passed away will return. Hearing Abaddon's name, Gavier Loken fell into a brief silence. The look of horror on his face couldn't be concealed no matter what. The shock that this name brings to his heart is like the stormy waves of the ocean when it encounters a storm. To tell the truth, knowing that Abaddon was held here was even more shocking to him than seeing the two Primarches. Abaddon, the first company commander of the son of Horus, the head of the Council of Four Kings. Horus' most valued son. During the Great Expedition, he became a company commander early on with his military exploits. Is the first person under the Primarch of the Sons of Horus Legion. During the Horus Rebellion, he participated in the battles of Istvan III and V and slaughtered a large number of loyalists. He's here too. Gavier Loken said with a slight frown. Yes, he is here too. He was captured by the legendary general of the Holy Emperor, Lord Kalga, and sent to Terra. This is his prison and will also be his tomb. Trieste nodded and said. Let's go, take me to see him. Gavier Loken said. He and Abaddon had several confrontations. The first time was in the Somme city on the third planet of Istvan. The Council of Four Kings was completely broken. He and Torgadon against Horus the Younger and Abaddon. Torgadon also died in that battle. The second time was the Wall of Saturn during the Siege of Terra. Abaddon wanted to lead people to break through the palace from under the Wall of Saturn, but Dun used quick-drying cement to seal everything underneath, smothering all the traitors involved in this operation. Many loyalists died at the hands of Abaddon. Abaddon was finally besieged, and when he was only one step away from being killed by the loyalists, he was taken away by the rebels' teleportation device. After that, there was no intersection between them. The Atonement astronomical torch is beyond imagination. The giant pillars support the huge dome, which is as magnificent as a miracle building. Jean Gavel Loken suspected that such a building was not built by humans. A giant arch hundreds of meters high, with several statues parallel to the arch standing on both sides. They held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, guarding the Apostle of Atonement like loyal guards. The turbulent crowd walked by the feet of the statue, and their heights only reached the instep of the statue. The glass depicting various legendary achievements is embedded in the height of the wall, and the immortal legends of those heroes are written with colorful paintings. The Imperial army wore golden armor and patrolled inside the astronomical torch, wary of the troubles that the traitors might bring, and also to prevent the rebels from mingling with the tourist crowd from releasing those monsters. Of course, their greater responsibility is to make the sightseeing guests aware of the power of the Empire. They held battle halberds and wore golden armor covering their whole body. Standing on a suspended platform like a god. Flying over people's heads. It is like the jailer who imprisoned the evil in ancient mythology. Those prisoners who are traitors have almost zero chance of escaping. Present-day Terra is the territory of the Holy Emperor, and the entire galaxy is sheltered by his power. The webway also isolates the primordial, chaotic warp. The traitors could not borrow any power from the gods they believed in. Made of special materials, it can suppress their power to the maximum and weaken their power through the soul siphon. Sightseeing guests pour in like a tide, and move forward along the divided corridors. Watch these traitors who have brought countless deaths to the Imperium of Man. These people turned their backs on the light of mankind and pushed mankind into the abyss. Traitors are never forgiven. There will be no forgiveness of any kind. Any pity and sympathy shown to him is a betrayal and injury to those who sacrificed. Gavier Loken walked on the white aisle led by Trieste. Several statues of Imperial heroes can be seen at intervals. They stand here, silent guards over these traitors. Gavier Loken didn't know those people. But he could feel their perseverance and bravery from those people's eyes. They possessed the same courage as their predecessors. Gavier Loken knew that the Empire had gone through a long period of darkness until the Holy Emperor brought them the long-awaited salvation and dawn. During those 10,000 years of hard work, human beings suffered a lot. Blood and dead people fill every moment the time gear turns. Human civilization has entered an unprecedented trough. Productivity is low. Science and rationality are gone. Trieste is very familiar with the Apostle of Atonement. She has received many guests who have come to Terra and introduced those attractions to them. The Apostle of Atonement is a must-see attraction for those guests. Trieste led Javier Loken through the complicated corridors inside the Atonement astronomical torch. The Apostle of Atonement is holding a large number of traitors to the Empire. Use the soul siphon to drain and torture them. To ensure the projection of the Atonement astronomical torch to the subspace. The corridors connecting these cells are intricate, and if you don't know the way, you can easily get lost in it. After all, at first glance, it is full of people, densely packed with human heads. If you go the wrong way together, you will never find the original way. Relying on her knowledge of the Apostle of Atonement, Trieste can always choose the correct corridors leading to Abaddon's prison. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived in front of Abaddon's prison. As the Warlord of Darkness, his status is no less than those of the Primarch of Demons. The Guardians of the Empire gave him a prison of the same size, so that more people could watch at the same time. There are many tourists. They came from all directions, from all the borders of the Empire. Come and see the traitor who brought disaster to the Empire. Abaddon, a name that once terrified countless people. But now, he is imprisoned in an empty, clean prison, with the soul siphon device installed in his brain, and the pulsating brilliance shines with the roaring machinery, bringing this dark soul blessed by the four gods. The human soul is transformed into pure energy and projected into the etheric ocean. The man who brought darkness to the galaxy is now surrounded by people like monkeys. No dignity. When Gavier Loken was standing in front of the prison, Abaddon recognized this former colleague. Loken. Traitor. Gavier Loken looked at Abaddon in the prison, and spat. You are as usual. Abaddon said weakly. Soul siphons and chains are constantly weakening him. Re-engraved all the sufferings the Emperor had suffered on his body. Nobody can take that pain. Fulgrim would scream for it too. The soul siphon device used by the Atonement astronomical torch is designed according to the design of the Golden Throne. That is a torture device that even dark elves fear. Abaddon would rather be blasted to pieces by the Empire on the battlefield than stay here any longer. Unfortunately, he does not have the power to choose. Empire even deprived traitors of the right to commit suicide. Guilliman is really not humane at all. It seems that you have lost. Gavier Loken showed a mocking look. The you preached has not been able to save you. The gods underestimated Guilliman. Abaddon said the name with hatred. Thousands of years of forbearance, painstaking efforts to unite the believers of the gods like a piece of loose sand, and tore apart the galaxy with the help of 13 dark expeditions. I thought that the final victory was only one step away. Who would have thought that it was the beginning of destruction? Guilliman's resurrection changes everything. The original advantages are gone, and they are reduced to prisoners. The forces of the gods have retreated to the subspace, and they need to accumulate strength again before they can launch a counterattack against the real world. This is your doomed end. Gavier Loken said, from the time you decided to betray, your end has been doomed. That was not betrayal. The Empire was created by us, Loken. We fought for it. We built it with blood, sweat, and fury. We poured it out of the worlds we captured. We built the Empire out of the flesh and blood of our brothers. Do you remember Cyanus, Kaluz, and Vipero? They are all our brothers, our family. We used to drink and make a vow that will never be broken. They were in the Great Crusade, died, gave everything to build this empire. But what have we got? Growled Abaddon. The Emperor has turned his back on us, ceding the warrior's power to the bureaucracy, spilling the warrior's blood without consolation. What have we got? Loken, tell us, shall we die when the Emperor turns his back on us? Are you still making excuses for yourself? Gavier Loken said, just like back then, always making excuses for yourself, making excuses. You once swore an oath to be loyal to your monarch, but you are just greedy for power and status, you have no dignity and shame, hypnotized yourself with lame reasons, convinced that you lost your former glory just because of those pure and beautiful ideals. You spent tens of thousands of years urging yourself to repeat this, but I want to tell you, Abaddon, that Horus was caused by you to fall into the abyss. It was you who caused him to bear eternal infamy even if he died. Not us, growled Abaddon. It was you who believed Erebus' stupid words and sent him to Devon's temple. Only that can save him. I would rather die with the honor of a warrior, or lose the title of War Master, and return to the Emperor's side to recuperate, than I would never wish him to be a puppet fooled by the gods. Javier Loken's voice pierced into Abaddon's heart like a sharp sword. Made him howl in pain. If I didn't believe in Erebus, maybe there would be no such things. Even with that kind of injury, he could use the stasis field to send him back to Terra for the Emperor's help. Then Horus is still the Primarch of the Sons of Horus. His statue will stand in Times Square on Terra, and his name will appear in the heroic annals of the Empire, not as a traitor spurned to eternity. Static force fields were not used much at the time, but Horus, as the War Master, possessed the best technical sages. At that time, Horus and Abaddon valued the reputation of the son of Horus too much, and did not want him to suffer any damage. Horus was seriously injured and sent back to Terra, which would inevitably make his War Master status unstable. It is an extremely stupid thing to send to the Temple of Devon to seek healing from the power of the subspace. But at that time, it became a good plan for them to maintain Horus' position as War Master in the honor of Horus' son. In the end, they all paid for their mistakes. Horus was corrupted by chaos when he was wounded. The ambitions of Abaddon and others also intensified, and they finally embarked on the road of abandoning their brothers and colluding with the evil forces of the subspace. Created a tragic massacre, a great rebellion. It's not our fault. Abaddon said in a pained tone. It's your fault, Abaddon. Erebus is the most damned among you, and you are the second most damned. Gavel Loken said every word. I saw you do it with my own eyes. I saw how you sent Horus to hell. I saw with my own eyes how you led the noble Luna Wolf to the abyss. No. Not like that, Abaddon screamed in pain. That's it, Abaddon. Gavier Loken said, you have no right to point out the accusation. I will not let you go, Abaddon, even if you have been imprisoned here as a wild dog, there will be no mercy for you either. This is just the revenge of the new Lord of Humanity against you, and the revenge of those of us who have returned has not yet begun. Abaddon looked up at Garviel Loken, with a trace of fear and anxiety in his eyes. During the Great Crusade, he knew that Loken was a steadfast person. As long as one goal is identified, Loken will not give up. He said he wants to take revenge on himself, so he must take revenge on himself. When you leave Terra, I promise, you will cry with Erebus, and those who have been destroyed by you will avenge you through my hand, and I will break your spine again and interrupt you nerves in your neck that make you lie in it like a paralyzed old man who can't take care of himself, and become the laughing stock of the galaxy. After leaving such a threat behind, Gavel Loken turned around and left. Trieste also left with this legendary Imperial hero. She accompanied the Imperial hero on a tour of the many traitors who were to be imprisoned next. All the traitor primarches are here. In addition to the dead Horus, the others are here. They all knew Loken. During the time of the Great Crusade, Loken was very active. As a member of the Council of Four Kings, Loken often accompanied Horus and his colleagues to meet other primarches. Those who betrayed the primarch have lost their former honor, and all became monsters. The only ones who can remain normal are Perturabo and Kurz. Kurz did not throw himself into chaos. He just participated in the rebellion. Perturabo chose chaos itself, not the gods of chaos. The two still maintain a certain human appearance. Fulgrim, Mortarion, etc., have all been transformed and are extremely ugly. They expressed anger at Loken's arrival. Thought this was Guilliman's new trick to torture them. It wasn't enough for the populace of the Empire to think of them as monkeys. Even at the expense of resurrecting those who have long since died, let them watch their own jokes. During the Great Rebellion, they uttered so many big words. Mocking the folly of the Empire against the gods. Those who died were mocked by them as sacrifices without meaning. They surrendered to the Chaos Gods, gained immortal life, and will indulge in pleasure to the end of the universe. Now, they are imprisoned in cages and exhibited as monkeys. Is there anything more embarrassing than being seen by acquaintances when you are down? It's like when a man relies on crooked ways to prosper, he mocks his law-abiding friends as poor ghosts, and he will never be able to get on the stage for the rest of his life. When he went bankrupt due to suspected crimes and could only beg on the street after he was released, those poor friends made a fortune by relying on law-abiding legitimate businesses. If you are humiliated by people you don't know, no matter how angry you are, it is still within the tolerable range. But if they are humiliated by those acquaintances, they will often lose face, and even become angry and angry. When many traders saw Loken coming, they did show more anger and shame than when other people came to watch. Guilliman revived Loken, making what they had done like a joke, like a clown. They were imprisoned in a cage, but Loken returned again and became a hero, a legend. Things like this broke their hearts and made it hard to accept. Gavier Loken also expressed contempt and humiliation to each of them. Shatter their final illusions with practical actions, and tell those idiots that they are the real Garviel Loken, the commander of the 10th Company of the Luna Wolves. The sightseeing tour of the Apostle of Atonement lasted for a day, and Garviel Loken saw all the traders imprisoned here. Most of the traders by name were brought back here to be humiliated. For those people, Garviel Loken did not show any mercy. Their past choices have produced today's bitter fruit. Those traders deserve it. If it weren't for the fear of too much impact, he would have suggested torture for these idiots. It's all like a dream, Trieste. Garviel Loken whispered to the narrator when he walked out of the Apostle of Atonement, everything we ever dreamed of has come true. Those who fought in despair, the heroic spirits who have reached the last moment will rest in peace. This is not necessarily the case, death is not the end of duty. Trieste said, the Empire has mastered how to use the recorded data hidden in the background of the universe to summon the heroes of the Empire. What do you mean by that? Javier Loken asked puzzledly. Those people you are familiar with may all return. The Holy Emperor needs them to participate in a grander war. Trieste said, that war is bigger than the Great Crusade, mysterious, involving life and death, fate, truth, etc. domains and dimensions. Gavier Loken frowned slightly. He tried to understand the meaning of Trieste's words. Guilliman has a grander ambition than the Emperor. More importantly, the other party is implementing various plans to ensure that what he wants can be realized. Gavier Loken felt a little uneasy. To be honest, his field of vision is still the same as that of the 10th Company commander of the Great Crusade. Even after experiencing the Horus Rebellion, he only realized the existence and danger of the subspace. There are too many things for him to understand in this era. Gavier Loken didn't know whether he should support things like breaking the cycle of life and death. This hesitation continued until he was sent back to the hospital for recuperation and recovery. The reason why he no longer has such hesitation is that when he was sent to the hospital, he saw his former bosom friend. They fought side by side against those evil things. I used to drink and talk happily, and I used to sit together to discuss the desired future. When they looked at each other, they couldn't help calling each other's name. Even if there is a gap of thousands or thousands of years, they can recognize each other immediately. Torgadon. Loken. Chapter 449. Guilliman is a real god. Torgadon was the highest person in the Council of Four Kings in the past. The body is tall and straight, and the appearance has the charm of Horus. The strong and powerful muscles are covered under the white hospital gown. Ordinary medical staff are like children in front of him. Torgadon is a toddler, learning to master his body like a newborn baby. When he saw Loken, his eyes widened, and after calling out his name involuntarily, he stumbled excitedly towards Loken. It always feels a bit strange for two men to have skin-to-skin contact. But they are brothers, and their embrace is sincere and warm. My brother. Torgadon said, have you returned too? I really. Torgadon blushed with excitement. However, his unaccustomed body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, making his words blocked in his throat, making him unable to speak out. Don't be too anxious. Loken said, your body hasn't adjusted well yet. I really want to tell you the story of that bear. Torgadon finished the rest. The smile on Loken's face froze, and his eyes revealed astonishment. That surprised expression seemed to say, are you kidding me? There once was a bear whose size was beyond imagination, and there was also a hunter. He went up the mountain to hunt the big bear, but he couldn't beat it, so he was killed by the bear. Loken pushed Torgadon away. Sorry, friend, we may all have the wrong person. Torgadon was stunned by Loken's actions for a moment, and then burst out laughing. You still haven't changed at all, Loken. Don't tell me that terrible joke. Even after 10,000 years, I can reproduce every word you said. God, when you said it a dozen times a day in vengeful spirit, it's all over the top. Ha ha ha. Torgadon laughed. But soon, the two fell silent. Speaking of vengeful spirit, they brought up some bad memories. Trieste did not disturb the reminiscence between the two, but walked away silently. Let's find a place, we should talk about what happened after the City of Songs. Torgadon said. Loken nodded. The two of them walked down the corridor of the hospital, and finally came to an empty balcony. The hospital serving returnees is located not far from the Terra Palace. When they walked to the balcony, they saw the magnificent Tower of Hegemony and the inner court where the throne hall was located. Terra at night is still shrouded in light. The beam of light from the Atonement astronomical torch is extremely conspicuous, piercing straight into the sky and projecting into the subspace. There are several giant structures suspended in the sky. They are right above the city. Clearly visible those majestic void buildings, and even the huge golden double-headed eagle. What a magnificent scene. Torgadon looked at the bustling city shrouded in brilliance, which seemed hazy. The night air became cool and was blown by a gentle breeze. Terra's giant buildings are basically divided into areas for greening. In the distant past, people abandoned many things in order to survive, wantonly poisoning the world they lived in. Those hive cities are not much different from prisons. Even the air is full of toxins, and the waste discharge turns the land into deserts. Humans can only hide in the hive capital and use filtering devices to survive. Breathing the air that has been cycled thousands of times by the machine, drinking filtered water mixed with urine and sweat. Of course, that filtered water isn't clean either. A lot of water is slightly toxic. The change of the empire also reflects the harmony between human beings and nature. Prosperous nature can also enable human beings to obtain a more comfortable life. Plants absorb or filter out those toxins. It is indeed very magnificent. Loken said, everything we once dreamed has now become a reality. Yes, we fought for it. Torgadden said, tell me, what happened after Canticle City? That's a very long story. Loken put his mind back to the distant past. During the duel at Canticle, he was buried in the fallen ruins, while Torgadden was beheaded. Then, Horus launched an orbital bombardment on Canticle City, completely ruining everything. Tarvitz died in that bombing. The loyal Death Guard, Luna Wolves, World Eaters, and Emperor's children were all wiped out in orbital bombardment. It's okay, we have a lot of time. Torgadden said. On that day, after you fell down. Loken talked about the past 10,000 years. The cleansing of the Legion on Istvan III was only the beginning of the Horus Rebellion. 4 legions of warriors loyal to the Emperor have been purged. With the help of the evil god, the entire galaxy is boiling with a terrifying warp space storm. Star language communication and subspace navigation have become extremely difficult. Many loyal legions knew nothing of Horus Rebellion. They were scattered all over the galaxy by Horus with various orders. The White Scars Legion led by Chagatai, due to its free movement, made the Empire unable to contact. Sanguinius and the Blood Angels he belonged to were transferred to the main star of Sinus by Horus. There, the demons have set traps, waiting for Sanguinius and his heir. The Space Wolves suffered a lot of casualties due to the previous battle between Prospero and the Thousand Suns. They have retreated to the Fenris homeland for rest. The Dark Angel Legion was transferred by Horus to a remote area of the galaxy to fight against the Orcs. On Istvan V, Horus carefully designed the trap again. 7 legions were ordered to suppress Horus. Among them, only the Raven Guard, Salamander, and Iron Hands are loyal. The Word-Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alphas, and Night Lords are all traitors. The 4 traitor legions revealed their true colors when 3 legions parachuted onto the planet's surface. They opened fire on the Imperial loyalists. The original 7 against 4 became 8 against 3, and a brutal massacre broke out. Iron Hand Primarch Ferris was killed, Salamander Primarch Fukin fell into siege, was captured by Kurz, and tortured for a long time. Corax was finally picked up by the troops who had stayed in low Earth orbit before. The landing field battle killed 3 loyal legions. Horus greatly weakened the power of the loyal side, flattened the gap between the rebels and the loyalists, and tore apart the nascent empire. Torgadden showed grief on his face. 3 legions were destroyed in the battle of the landing field. What a brutal battle that must have been. He remembered a stock that was often said in the Legion. The Astartes are invincible. Because only an Astartes can kill an Astartes. And that kind of thing is not going to happen. They are eternal blood brothers, warriors fighting for mankind. It turns out how naive they really were back then. The Chaos Gods regard all creatures as playthings in their hands. Brotherhood, greatness, everything was ruined. Loken continued to talk, from Istvan to the Battle of Kalth, to the Storm of Destruction, and to Alpha's infiltration. The Great Crusade came to an end. Humanity was massacred by the warriors who were supposed to save them. The science and reason that had been established with great difficulty were crumbling in the violence. Torgadden listened to the devastation wrought by the Horus heresy on the nascent empire. The grief on his face became more and more intense. The fierce battle of Terra forced the army to be dismantled after the war, and mankind went to a short-lived glory, and then went to decline. Various terrifying aliens are back, constantly launching an offensive against the empire. The traitors who had been silent for a long time also accumulated strength for a long time, and once again launched a dark expedition against the empire. The more he knew about the past of the empire, Torgadden was amazed by the prosperity he saw. Rebuilding a civilization that has fallen into darkness and despair is no less difficult than building a brand new empire. Loken spoke late into the night, until their medical staff asked to return to the convalescent ward. But they didn't stop there. At Torgadden's strong request, the medical staff put the bed in the same ward as Loken. The two reunited after a long absence seemed to have endless things to talk about. Waiting until the next day, the two of them were still full of energy, chatting about various pasts of the empire. Loken told Torgadden what happened to those rebel primarches, and now they are all being stuffed like monkeys in the torch of atonement for others to see. It can be said that he lost all face. They live. Torgadden said, those guys don't deserve any sympathy. I think so too. Loken said, the crimes they committed cannot be forgiven. Our return heralds the failure of those fools, and the glory of humanity will shine again. Torgadden said. Yes, that's it. Loken said, before that, we have to recover first. There is no way for us to win with this body that can't exert its strength. Speaking of this body, do you feel the wonder in it? Loken said in a low voice, there will be a special voice in your head, making you feel like a sophisticated battle robot. Torgadden nodded. There is a self-proclaimed system or something, and there are templates. Forgive my lack of scientific terminology. I really can't think of any professional words to describe it. I'm really curious how Guilliman did it. Loken said in a low voice, no, it shouldn't be called Guilliman, that is already a title in the past, and now he should be called the Holy Emperor, the Lord of Humanity. I'm curious too, but that's not my forte, so I can't tell you the answer. Torgadon shrugged, if you want to talk about the Holy Emperor, I'm as surprised as you are. I vaguely remember the first time when I met him, I was with Horus who had not rebelled at that time, and I only remembered that the Lord of Limits was very tall, strong, and had a noble and perfect face. He is only one of the Emperor's 18 heirs. No one would have thought that he would succeed his father as the new Lord of Humanity one day. Even Horus at the time would never have imagined that he won the position of War Master, but the Lord of Limits would become the Lord of Humanity in the future. The tone of the two of them was full of embarrassment. No one could have imagined such a development. Elected as the War Master after the victory in Ulano, Horus, known as the first person in the Primarch, became a traitor and was eventually killed by the Emperor. Known as the model of the Lord of Limits, he became the second human emperor of the Empire by virtue of his unparalleled achievements. Fate is always full of such drama. No one can really predict what will happen in the future. Loken and Torgadon were chatting like that. Reminiscing about the past, imagining the future, and even thinking about applying for an honor duel after the body regains its strength. 2 battles against Erebus and Abaddon respectively. Break their spines, connect them again, then exchange the dueling objects, and break their spines again. Use the cruelest method to humiliate them and avenge their betrayal in the past. The Emperor Supreme. Laughing God Selego stands on a magnificent high platform. The vast round bowl cultivation hall is inlaid with radiant ecological cultivation cabins. The training cabin is like a mother's womb, gestating each and every creature. They were wrapped in nutrient solution, and their gene sequences were reproduced through the data read by the cosmic background. The Empire's exploration team has been scattered throughout the universe of the heavens. Except for the universe that is being attacked, there are countless civilizations that have come into contact with. Among them are some powerful spiritual civilizations. In the eyes of mortals, those strong individuals possessed by spiritual civilizations are extraordinarily terrifying. Immortal, even if killed, as long as someone recites his name, he can return. It is actually not much different from those chaotic gods, and can enter the real world by relying on people's thoughts. The rules that can burn out the real universe, which is the so-called Tao. He can also use his ability to transcend time to tamper with the past, present, and future. Those civilizations also gave this kind of individual realm a very powerful name. Burn Road, Mythology to Luo, Transcendence, End of Road, etc. The Empire did not have a direct conflict with these psychic civilizations, but it also conducted research on these powerful psychic individuals. As long as you have established a complete cosmic structure system and mastered enough in-depth knowledge, you will understand that these so-called psychic individuals are not unimaginable existences. The path of truth is endless, the universe itself is also evolving, and it will also store data to ensure that it can develop stronger and more prosperous. Just like the inheritance of life, the next generation of human beings often carries the genes of the previous generation, leaving the inheritance of knowledge for the next generation. The universe itself also stores data. Empire calls it cosmic background data. This kind of data is the genetic information of the universe, which will be related to the birth of the next universe. The sages of the Empire have discovered through research that psychic individuals can modify the background information of the universe to some extent through some special practices. Those psychic individuals are like virus applets, implanted in the genetic information of the universe. As long as the conditions are met, it can be activated. Then frantically re-engraved and reproduced in the real universe. Of course, they will not consider their behavior as a virus, but call it a stigma, or leave their way in the avenue. The brand is immortal, the true spirit is immortal, and all living beings can return if they think about it. To revive those imperial heroic spirits, Guilliman used the souls of the heroic spirits remaining in the Emperor's domain to extract the background data of the universe to shape their bodies, allowing them to be active in reality freely. Gold and silver-plated servo skulls hover in the air. The 2-headed eagle emblem is embedded in their foreheads. Servo skulls house industrial hydraulics. With a rough industrial atmosphere, the hydraulic device can firmly grasp the entire cultivation cabin and send it to the designated area. The high-speed flying servo skull schemes through the air. The empty eye sockets emitted streaks of red scanning light. Whenever there are training cabins whose indicator light turns green, they will fly over, open various cables, and then lift the training cabin away, and then transport it to the ground through the airport, and use the facilities there to allow the returnees to reappear. Eldral came from behind. The Eldar prophet who took off his helmet scanned the cultivation hall with the standard industrial production process with his eyes. The demons are reborn through subspace, and the military personnel of the Empire return through technology and arcane methods. To be honest, I don't even know which side is the demons. There is no difference, why divide it? Selego said with a smile, even if Guilliman denies it 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he can't deny that he is a god. As long as the countless people of the Empire trust him, then he is god, and his denial is pointless. Guilliman is a god, just like the Prince of Joy, the Father of Disease, the Devil of Change, the of Blood. Imagine how many universes the Empire has reached. How many worlds have they colonized? Population factory. How many people are born every day? The beliefs and hopes of these people are gathered together. Even if Guilliman is not a god, the people of the Empire will make him a god. Think about how similar Guilliman is to the gods. Gurn is for war and blood, Nurgle is for spreading plagues, the Lord of Change is for games, and the Prince of Pleasure is for letting all creatures indulge until the end of the universe. Gilliman is to make human beings above the heavens and make themselves the masters of the heavens. They have the same ambition, arrogance, greed, and will do anything for their own goals. Abandon our original position, from the perspective of the whole universe, there is no difference between them, they are all the same paranoia, anyone who tries to stop them will be crushed. If you persuade Gilliman to give up his great cause, it's like going to persuade Kern, drink tea and sit down to talk slowly if you have something to do, don't always be rough. Kern will not listen to any nonsense, he will just kill the chattering guy with a single axe, and sacrifice more blood for himself. Gilliman will also directly kill anyone who dares to stop him from completing the great cause of the Empire of the Heavens. Let them know what the wrath of Gilliman is. What is the difference between those imperial warriors fighting in his name and those demons? Those enemies who dare to block him, aliens different from humans, are demons in their hearts. Is it really different from the Empire? Eldrar whispered, in this way, Gilliman is a real god. It's just that he doesn't want to admit it. Chapter 450 Priesthood, Godhead, Evolution of the Universe. Regarding Eldral's self-answering question, Selego didn't say anything more. The face in the clown mask turned to the other side. The eyes that contain infinite wisdom shine brightly. He looked into the distance. In the bowl-shaped hall, stands a giant metal column. After removing all kinds of complicated runes, there are also various generators and machinery connected. Those machines are humming, resonating with a special pulsation, like a perfect movement, and only musicians with superb artistic talent can play that perfect movement. The obscure runes on the surface of the giant metal pillar flickered continuously, vibrating with the rhythm of resonance. With every shine, a human hero returns. Things like this are inconceivable even at his level. The original rules of the universe have been broken. The barriers of time were also smashed into pieces. Space and time are his ravages. Now, not even life and death can stop him. The military power of mankind is being crazily improved under the control of his will. Is there anything else that can stop him? Under such circumstances, if Gilliman is not a god, then who can be called a god? Aren't the imperial armies that fought in his name a symbol of his destructive power? Can these reincarnated heroes be different from those demons who have been blessed by the gods and resurrected? At most, one side will rely on the special mechanism of the subspace, and the other side will find another way. When will the Holy Emperor go to rescue the goddess of life? Eldrar asked a question that many spiritual prophets were concerned about. Selego surrendered to Gilliman at the beginning and presented the black library that preserved the knowledge of the ancient saints. One of the conditions was that Gilliman could save the goddess of life of the spirit race, etc., and be taken away during the Great Fall, or thrown God in pieces. Selego hasn't spoken yet. Another voice came from behind. When the Empire's army dedicated to fighting subspace creatures takes shape, it will be the best time to save the goddess of life, Isha. According to the current progress, we will be able to do this soon. Selego and Eldrar turned around and followed the sound. A noble face appeared in their eyes. It is the Holy Emperor of the Human Empire, Gilliman. The Nether Dragon was crouching on his broad shoulders. Very lazy, like a pet. It is hard to imagine that the who once claimed to be the of the real universe has now become a pet. Behind him are the captain of the guard who is responsible for his safety, Sicarius, and the leader of the Imperial Army, Valeno. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. No need to be too polite. Gilliman waved his hand, indicating that they don't need too much courtesy. He walked to Selego's side, stood on the railing of the high platform, and looked at the densely packed, like a hive-like training cabin. The number of heroes recalled by the Empire is astonishing. Your Majesty, why are you suddenly free to come here today? Selego said respectfully, could it be that new research results have come out? Gilliman shook his head. There are no new achievements, but the Empire's research on life and death is still being perfected. Subspace is mysterious and unpredictable. It is very difficult to completely grasp life and death and establish a reincarnation or dormant system belonging to the Empire. After a person dies, the soul will return to the subspace. If you have a you believe in, you will go to the realm where the is. If there is no to believe in, you can only wander in the subspace, hunted or torn apart by other demons. Many people will feel that the former is much better than the latter. At least you don't have to face those cruel, bloodthirsty warp creatures alone. But the result is the same. As long as chaos gods are born, those so-called gods will be swallowed up, and even those dead who belong to the realm of gods will become food or slaves. Breaking the boundary between life and death is not so easy. There are too many secrets hidden in the vast universe, and even gods cannot understand them all. Selego said, Your Majesty definitely don't need to worry so much. The mighty power of the Empire is enough to protect thousands of suns. People live in this dark universe. Empires will rise, and then they will fall. Gilliman supported the railing with his hands, and looked at the training cabins. The more I understand the subspace, the more disturbed and uneasy I become. Chaos is the original force of the universe. It may also be the key to the cycle of the universe. Everything about us is meaningless on a long time scale, and the chaos is there. When you rise up, they recede into corners that we can't see. When we decline, they will explode like corruption from the inside out, reducing a prosperous country to miserable ruins. Let those poor people suffer. The only way for an empire to build only a system that can circulate itself can avoid being harmed. Your Majesty will definitely succeed. Said Selego. I'm working on it. Gilliman turned around, speaking of the gods of the Eldar, maybe we should do another thing first. The goddess of life, Isa, is in the domain of the father of the plague, and it is said that she is still locked in his. If you want to save her, you have to face the father of the plague. Can you face a of chaos? Selego shook his head. I can't do it. The father of the plague has a plague that can kill the gods in his eyes. I will die. It's too difficult to save Isa. If we act rashly, we will suffer heavy casualties and even be devastated. Maybe we should call back another Eldar first. Who? The god of death of the spirit race. Guilliman's words made Selego and Eldrar look at each other. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. The matter of resurrecting the of death of the spirit race was once the most important thing for the spirit race. To this end, the Death God army was also prepared to unite the Death God believers in the Dark Eldar, Arc Eldar, Harlequin Eldar, and Wild Eldar. It can be said that the elite gathered, and it was the first union of the spirit race after the catastrophe of the catastrophe. The unborn of death, Jenna is seen as the last hope of the dying Eldar. Death believers believe that when the souls of the entire race are absorbed into the infinite loop, all the arc worlds will unite into a huge infinite loop, thus merging all the souls of the Eldar to form a new force. This force is death. Reaper will drive Slaanesh out, winning. Originally, the prophets of the Eldar tried to carry out a large-scale ceremony to revive the of death in advance. However, in order to avoid the fate of all the destruction of the Eldar, the prophets put part of the sacrifices on humans. Finally thwarted by fighters from the Death Watch chapter. The Empire will not allow the lives of its own people to resurrect a foreign god. Then the Death God army was established, and they proposed the seventh way. That is, a road other than the way of foresight, the way of the warrior, the way of the commander, the way of the craftsman, the way of sailing, and the way of wandering. During their efforts, by sacrificing all the souls in the infinite loop of Arc-world Baedan, Death Incarnate Incan was awakened. Incan is the first step of the seventh way, a way to awaken death without sacrificing all Eldar. All that remains is to collect 5 Crone's swords, and the Reaper Eye can be completely born. They have recovered 4, the Spear of Twilight used by Prince Ural, the Soul Sword of Incan the Incarnation of Death, the Silent Screaming Sword of the Visionary, and the Sorrowful Sword of Evran. The last sword was taken away by Shalaxi, the Keeper of Secrets under Slaanesh, the Champion of the Fighters, and the Disaster of Hell. This demon also placed the last sword in the palace of Slaanesh. Let the Death God army fall into an endless loop. Why did they wake up death? For fear that Slaanesh would eat them all. The last sword needed to awaken Reaper may now be in the palace of Slaanesh. They have to defeat Slaanesh to get the last sword. Defeating Slaanesh requires the help of Reaper. But if you want to get the help of Death God, you must first defeat Slaanesh and get the last sword. This incident successfully made the Death army a joke. They will never get the last sword that awakens death. We have no way to get the last sword. Eldrar said, without the last sword, there is no way for Jenna to be resurrected. Do you want to sacrifice all the Eldar to resurrect the god of death? Selego asked with some vigilance. As soon as these words came out, Eldral also became nervous. It is really too easy for the current empire to destroy the Eldar. The strengths of the two sides are no longer at the same level. Don't think that way. Guilliman said, you are allies of the empire, and I will never make fun of your lives. But before that, we have to explain clearly what it is. The empire's exploration team has already wandering in the universe, they brought back a lot of incredible knowledge and insights, allowing the empire to fully understand the subtle connection between the subspace and the universe. My family's cognition of subspace is even older, Your Majesty, we are very clear about the existence of God. Selego said. No, you don't know. Guilliman said, while reaching out to let the nether dragon stand on his hand, the definition of the gods is not that simple, it involves the cycle of the universe. The gods promote it breaks the cycle of the universe, so that life and death, destruction and birth can be repeated, and the cycle can be endless. The birth and destruction of a universe is doomed, and even the human empire, I don't think it can last forever. Bringing the topic back to the gods, the task of the gods is to sort out the emotions of the creatures of the universe, transform them into fertile soil, and give birth to a new universe from them. Gods will disappear with the decline of their civilizations, and complete a cycle. When the universe is born again, civilization will repeat itself, and the gods will appear again. They will absorb some power and knowledge from the destruction of the previous universe, undergo some changes, and become more suitable for the universe of the heavens, so that the universe of the heavens has become more prosperous. I call that a measurable length of time the early days of the universe. This is a guess made by me and the Dark Watcher combined with the situation of each universe, and even the knowledge left by the old sage. That period of time has passed. It is so long ago that even time is no longer coherent. Everything is still being explored, the rules of each universe are full of mistakes and omissions, and there is not so much filth in the subspace. The rules of the early universe were simple, just like when life was just born, they were just small molecular organic substances such as amino acids and fatty acids. Life can become complex, complete, and even give birth to life after billions of years of evolution. The evolution of the universe it will be even longer, and it is impossible to calculate with a time scale. After all, the lifespan of a universe can be as long as tens of billions of years, or even hundreds of billions of years, trillions of years. Such a long time scale is beyond our imagination. Of course, the early universe may not be able to achieve such a long life cycle. Their structure is not stable enough, and the physical rules are not perfect enough to form a curtain between them and the subspace. Perhaps a subspace storm can destroy them. The universe will die like a biological body, the corpse was digested in the subspace, turned into pure energy, and after an immeasurable time, it was bred again. The new universe inherits a string of data left by the old universe, just like the biological evolution. Generally, the fittest survives again and again, evolving a more complex and stable physical structure with a longer life cycle. The instability of the subspace can destroy the universe and bring it to an end quickly. However, the instability of the subspace can also bring some benefits, that is, it can mobilize more primitive energy in the emotions of living organisms, allowing them to easily possess all kinds of extraordinary God. This concept was born at this time. Faith is like those civilizations spit out glue. The gods rely on faith to take shape in the subspace, helping civilization to continue to exist in the subspace storms that sometimes set off, so that the universe can last much longer. The subspace curtain in the early days of the universe was composed of the gods and the simple laws of the real universe. This combination allowed the universe to get a longer time, and the more data it accumulated, the more complete it evolved. I guess during this period, many civilizations that use psychic energy will definitely be born, and pure technological civilizations do not yet exist. Because technological civilizations require complex social cooperation and maintain a research mentality for the universe. These early civilizations are too easy because subspace leverage. People who have been trained can completely use the subspace to accomplish things that can only be done by groups, and they have no idea of cooperation at all, just like Africa, which is too rich in products. Because there is no shortage of food, they cannot build a more prosperous and advanced civilization. As time goes by, civilization's taming of the power of the subspace has made the universe longer. The universe has evolved for a longer period of time, accumulated more data, and left more legacy to the newborn universe. Those universes have already known how to go in the future since the birth of the singularity. Just like when babies are conceived, they know that they will grow various organs and arms. They will no longer start from a single molecule and go through a series of only after trial and error can a complete body be obtained. This is because they have inherited the evolutionary achievements of their ancestors, and the evolution of the universe is also the same. From the moment they were born, they have evolved according to the path that has been explored countless times, allowing themselves to able to exist independently and stably. The birth of gods has become more and more perfect. They are attached to those civilizations, and become stronger and wiser with the strength of civilizations. In order to exist more stably, the universe has even evolved priesthoods, positions, godheads, etc. Things. Use the priesthood to attract those powerful enough individuals or create gods who live with that priesthood. Let them absorb the beliefs of the entire universe civilization, stabilize the space-time structure, and prevent the universe from being destroyed by the destruction storm. At this stage, the so-called omniscients were also born. The problem is that everything has its own limitations. The feudal imperial power stabilized the political structure, allowing the slave civilization to enter the accumulation stage and gain more productivity. In the later period, feudal imperial power became an obstacle to the progress of civilization and needed to be removed. Capitalism promoted the development of industrialization, but their monopoly also became an obstacle to new technology. The power of the gods makes civilization and the structure of the universe stable, and has enough time to evolve sufficiently complex physical rules to form a barrier between reality and illusion, allowing them to exist stably. The existence of physical barriers makes the role of gods begin to diminish, and even become an obstacle to the advancement of civilization. If the gods want to survive, they must have enough believers. If the creatures forget them, they will perish. Without worship, they will collapse into nothingness, become mindless emotional vortexes, and if they become destabilized, they die. Then they will try their best to do things, and try to make their believers launch various sacrifices or excessive worship. Destroy physical barriers so that they will not be forgotten. There are also differences between civilizations, and some people pay too much attention to it. Psychic power. Without social division of labor and cooperation, a civilization that relies on individuals to rule the roost absolutely cannot accept that they will be eliminated. They will be eliminated by those races that they once looked down upon and have no spiritual talent. With the intensification of various contradictions, the battle of civilizations broke out. Out of fear, the extraordinary civilization on the verge of being eliminated launched a war against the vigorous social cooperation technological civilization. The gods are also unwilling to perish and be swept into the garbage dump, and they are also full of hatred. Such a theory is simply shocking. Solego couldn't hide the shocked look on his face. Humans' research on subspace and gods has surpassed the spirit race itself. They can no longer guide humans. Guillemon did not show any pride. The reverence of awe is no longer something to show off to him. With the improvement of his vision, he no longer has the same awe as before for the existence of gods. He even felt sorry for them. As the support system says, they're just a bunch of wretches trying in vain to defend a past that's already doomed to be abandoned. Are these helpful for resurrecting Jenna? Eldalal asked anxiously. To be honest, he didn't understand. What Guillemon said was too profound, involving the true nature of the gods. Not something he could understand. Of course, this universe is not the first time it was born, nor is it the first time it repeats. The essence of the gods is just belief in the needs of the universe. If you have mastered the principles of creating them, are you worried that you can't reproduce them? Chapter 451 My duty will not rest until death. When Guillemon talked, his tone was very calm. It seems to be talking about an ordinary thing. Not talking about the nature of the gods and the warp. But his words caused endless waves in the hearts of Solego and Eldrar. The shocked look on his face was beyond words. Does it mean that there are other ways to awaken death? Solego couldn't hide the excitement in his heart, and trembled a little when he spoke. Guillemon nodded. Yes, in addition to destroying the Eldar in the seventh way, we can also use other methods to complement the Grim Reaper. It is the incarnation of the concept of death, implying the end of all things, and the Empire has similar methods in other universes. The wandering Imperial army has captured many of the avatars. From a theoretical point of view, the essence of the two should be the same. Apart from other universes, the Empire has gained a lot in the 02 universe alone. Those members of the Endless family made the Empire understand the rules and concepts of the universe more thoroughly. Every parallel universe has endless families. They are tools used by the Supreme God to maintain the operation of the universe. The strength is not strong, but the essence behind it is extremely amazing. To a certain extent, the Endless family is used by the Supreme God to fill the position of the universe. Put them in that position, keep the universe running. It is an alternative application of the essence of the universe. Of course, there are still many imperfections in the puzzle about the truth of the universe. But it has been proved that this path, this direction is correct. If the Empire continues on this path, it will be able to understand the evolution of the universe and the nature of the gods. Then when can the work of awakening Death Genna be carried out? Eldrar asked. This is the most critical. It is also a matter of concern to countless Eldar. If Guilliman's words are revealed, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar in the current Eldar society. Resurrecting the god of death has always been the focus of propaganda for the Death God army. Unfortunately, with the actions of that demon in Jalasi, the plan to resurrect the of death was once bankrupt. Guilliman's words now undoubtedly gave them hope again. The last piece of the puzzle is still missing. Guilliman said, the birth of the Eldar and the old sages are closely related, so we can't simply read the data of the god of death Genna from the background of the universe and simply reproduce it. There may be data differences between the two, and we have to find enough samples to get the most essential appearance that is closest to the of death Genna, and to reproduce it. Where's the last piece of the puzzle? Selego asked. In another universe, the old sage once fled there and created a new spirit race. The spirit race there has its own pantheon. Their power is very weak, but they have it. Guilliman looked at Selego, same essence as you, Selego. If the spirit race in that universe is strong enough, then they will become as powerful as you. The last piece of the puzzle is on them. Maybe you can still use those weak gods in this trip complement some of the Eldar gods that have been devoured. In the universe that Valerian led to explore, there are many products left by the old ones. Orcs, ogres, and of course Eldar. The Eldar and humans there are equally weak. Standing at the level of a heavenly empire, or even an interstellar empire, they are indescribably weak. Just a few ships can turn an entire world into ruins and ashes. But the Eldar there are also sparrows, although they are small, they have all internal organs. The pantheon of things that should be there is none missing. And the Arch-Elders led by Eldral have a lot in common, and the gods created by faith are also the same. Guilliman's words made Selego and Eldrar excited. Being able to wake up the of death Genna, their chances of winning are much higher. The improvement of the strength of the spirit race is also visible to the naked eye. Although Guilliman declared several times that the friendship between the human empire and the Eldar has no limit. The problem is that the alliance between the two is never equal. The Eldar have almost no binding force on the covenant. If the human empire is determined to destroy them, it may just be a breeze. Selego quickly calmed down. Your Majesty told us this, I'm afraid there are other deep meanings. Guilliman nodded. You need to retrieve this piece of the puzzle yourself. The Empire can capture those weak gods by imprisoning or other means, but in that case, it will lead to a problem. The resurrected of death will have a natural malice towards human beings. Imperial Fee, do your best to wake up a who may be malicious to human beings, it is better to annihilate it directly. But your spirit race is different, even if you are separated by two universes, your gene sequence and blood are the same, it's easy to bring back. Especially you, Selego, as a of the spirit race, you naturally have the ability to absorb those gods of the spirit race. You both are the same. It's like an ocean or a pond. Your specifications are very different, but the essence it's the same, it fits together. Does your Majesty mean that we have to go to that universe in person? Eldrar asked, will there be any opposition in that case? Actually, the Eldar are also very envious of humans being able to go to the heavens and the universe. Going to the heavens, even if this universe is destroyed, the spirit race can still have branches to survive. Stay away from this universe, maybe you can get rid of Slaanish's troubles. However, the road is in the hands of the Empire, and they have no right to speak. Recklessly conducting cross-universe exploration may also cause the Empire to resent it. There have always been voices against the alliance in the Empire. Although it is not big, it has always existed. Guilliman and many high-level officials have also been suppressing those voices. Without the permission of their allies, they rashly carried out cross-universe exploration, which will inevitably give the opposition more reasons, and even make the opposition grow stronger. Only a few prophets can accompany the Imperial army to fight in different universes. Large-scale migration is not realistic. But if Guilliman himself allowed it, the situation would be very different. I will discuss this matter in person. Guilliman said, we are allies. If you can't get enough benefits from cooperation, then this relationship will only exist in name only. Human beings are not the kind of creatures who cross rivers and tear down bridges. There are not a few aliens allied with the Empire. Dark Watch at Stonehold, Nether Dragons, Orcs, and Dwarves in the Andromeda Nebula. If the Empire suppresses the Eldar, it will inevitably make other races feel that something is wrong and rebel against the Empire. This universe is just the beginning. With the start of the expedition to the heavens, the number of races that need alliances will also increase. Some races that possess powerful technology and power, and are determined to fight against chaos, naturally focus on wooing. You can't say that you will kill everyone you see, you must distinguish between priorities, willing to become vassals of humans, serve the Empire, and at the same time have enough valuable races. It is more beneficial to stay than to exterminate. Exterminating a race is hard. Taking the great expedition launched by the former emperor as an example, many races were only suppressed and expelled, but not completely wiped out. Wait until human beings weaken, they will return. The interstellar civilization alone is already so difficult to deal with, and it is difficult to completely exterminate it. Not to mention those galaxy-level or even more powerful civilizations. A policy of extermination against all races is a non-starter. If those powerful civilizations are pushed into a hurry, they may go too far and directly destroy the space-time structure, causing large-scale destruction. Some compromises are necessary. Are you willing to go to that universe? Guilliman looked at Eldrar and Selego. There is still a third of the journey to that universe through the inter-universe tunnel, so it is a bit dangerous, but don't worry. There will be an imperial army accompanying you, and your safety can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Of course we would. Selego said, this is our duty. This is not simply your responsibility. You are the allies of the Empire, and this matter is also the responsibility of the Empire. Go, I wish you a smooth completion of this journey, bring back the last piece of the puzzle, and awaken the of death. Guilliman's words are very skillful. He knows how to appease and bring people closer. This is the innate talent of the Primarch. After finishing the conversation, Guilliman left. Let Selego and Eldrar organize the Eldar exploration team, and then set off together with the supporting team. He still has a lot of things to do. All the signs that Sishan was slowly recovering made him quite worried. The Empire's expedition to the heavens must also be accelerated. Every citizen of the Empire is born to dedicate all to their holy Emperor. From the moment of birth, they learn, and the brightest among them are chosen as scholars or commanders. Others who are lesser are soldiers, or become workers in various positions. Everyone is equally important to the holy Emperor. They are the screws and lubricants of the vast Empire, making sure this machine runs smoothly. Natal Galaxy. A new round of soldier recruitment has begun. Asas, who has completed his studies, is also enlisting in the army. At this time, he was an adult and even had a beard. It seems that the face is firm and resolute, and there is already a sense of vicissitudes of time between the brows. Decades are fleeting for a huge empire. Asas spent a lot of time learning various theoretical knowledge and accepting certain mechanized transformations, so as to make his thinking more agile and his physical fitness stronger. His parents left before he learned to say his name. According to some accounts, he was called the Blessed Son. The Holy Emperor kissed him and blessed him when he was just born. Many people have expectations for Asas. Thinks that he will surely bring a glorious victory to the Holy Emperor, and even more brilliant glory to the natal galaxy. Everyone must die for the Holy Emperor. During the long time, Asas only got a word from his father who had never met. The news about the death of the legendary General Hawk has been sent back from Universe 02. He used himself as a bait to severely injure the enemy, and solved a major problem for the Empire in one fell swoop. Asas mourns these. From his father's past, he knew why his father would do anything for the Holy Emperor. Without the Holy Emperor, there would be no legendary General, Hawk. Being able to die for the Holy Emperor was probably the happiest and most satisfying thing in his life. Asas can understand this sentiment. Every citizen of the Empire in this era can understand such sentiments. They are willing to sacrifice everything for the Holy Emperor. Including your own life and soul. The natal galaxy will present the best children to the Empire every 10 years. These kids are gifted and make great technicians and soldiers. Scholars and soldiers are what the Empire needs most, and the expansion of the universe requires an extremely large population. This cause requires every individual sent to a different universe to have a lot of knowledge, be able to operate those complicated equipment, and know how to govern and manage the local indigenous people well. The team gathers at the airport, where they will be sent to low Earth orbit by a transport plane, and then board a warship. Many soldiers hug their families goodbye. May we meet again in the arms of the Holy Emperor. Once they go to the stars, they may never come back. There are so many people who leave every time, but there are only a handful of people who come back. They are going beyond the galaxy, to other universes. The journey in it is extremely long, tens of billions of light years at every turn. A campaign can take years, or even decades. They will fight in battle after battle, raising the double eagle banner of the Empire on world after world. Day after day, year after year, eventually forgetting where I came from. Many people will swear that they will never forget. But in the end it is all a result. Long time and distance have erased everything except mission and responsibility. When they first leave, they may feel homesick. But over time, they stop thinking about it. They may find their love elsewhere and put down roots there. It is also possible to die at the hands of the enemy, and then return to the arms of the Holy Emperor. Death is the best way for them to reunite with their former family members. Nobody cried. Tearing farewell to a warrior about to go to battle, in the service of the Holy Emperor, is the worst form a Nautilian family can employ. A Nautilian was born to die for the Holy Emperor. Leaving home and going to the vast void and the unfathomable universe of the heavens is an inherent duty. Sax sat in his seat, and he looked out the window of the transport plane at those companions who were embracing and saying goodbye to their parents. He doesn't have any friends to send. Because all his friends were drafted. Asas's definition of friends is very strict, only those who are loyal and aggressive enough to the Holy Emperor will be recognized by him. Those who are unwilling to dedicate everything to the Holy Emperor, and who are not good enough, he has always kept a distance from those people. He can't ask others how to do it, but he can ask himself. Faith is pure. He will not allow any form of pollution. The transport plane roared, rushed to the sky under the thrust of the huge anti-gravity engine, and berthed into the designated port. They walked out along the hatch of the transport plane, walked along the magnificent void corridor, and walked towards the giant battleship moored in the port. Atmospheric maintainers are installed on both sides of the void corridor. Are those three-sided crystal pillars emitting a faint glow? Through the maintainer, even if you don't wear any equipment, you don't need to worry about hypothermia and hypoxia. Able to walk in low Earth orbit wearing civilian clothes. The void corridor where Asses is located is only 1,000 meters wide, and there are sculptures standing on both sides, all of which are heroes of Natal. Their heads were slightly lowered, looking at the son of Natal who was about to enter the battlefield. At the end of the void corridor is a giant battleship. The battleship is huge, like a mountain suspended in the void. The towers and hero sculptures that launch energy weapons are located on both sides of the battleship, and the gap between them is the muzzle of a giant macro gun. Any one of those cannon muzzles is the size of a house and is swarthy. Ability to fire various types of shells. Asses has done a lot of research on this. He is familiar with all kinds of advanced military technology and weaponry of the Empire. At least the part of the Empire that is willing to be disclosed to the public is well known. Asses knows that the Empire should still have many weapons and technologies that have not been announced to the public. Those weapons are most likely beyond the imagination of mortals. Just the public photon cannonballs, antimatter cannonballs, black hole cannonballs, etc., already have destructive power. Can easily wipe out a city or a planet. When boarding the battleship, Asses looked back to his homeland. The planet is spinning in the vast void. Maintained a semi-dark posture. Standing on the void, it is difficult to tell whether a new day is coming or an old one is ending. Asses thinks that the two should happen together. Watching Natal turn under his feet, Arthas smiled one last time to his home world. He thought of the girl from the other day. Looking innocent, but actually passionate. They each other countless times until he fell asleep. The two did not know each other. They met at a farewell party for recruits from the Empire. There, everyone is very open. Both men and women return to their original appearance. There is no need for any red tape, just a good impression of each other at first sight, and a night of passion will be spent. For a group of children who are about to leave their hometown, it is difficult to ask them to have a high degree of restraint. A proper indulgence will help relieve the melancholy they are about to leave home. Asses just remembers drinking a lot and then being with that girl. Wait until you wake up, if you can smell the perfume on your body. He will feel that he is dreaming. Anyway, it was a wonderful night and a memory worth remembering. Goodbye, my past, my hometown. Asses said silently in his heart, I will fulfill my mission and duties until death. Chapter 452 Daegyu's Choice. I used to believe that light can drive out all darkness. I used to believe that all problems can be solved with kindness and bravery. I used to believe that everyone could create a better world with kindness. But the rules of the universe are not like this. Objective laws will not be shaken by individual will. I used to think that there is nothing in the world that cannot be achieved after hard work. But when the truth was revealed, I realized that even light has places where it cannot shine. Even Ultraman is beyond the reach of things, let alone small human beings. If this universe requires me to give up the bottom line, to stain my hands with blood, and to become ruthless in order to protect those innocent people, what should I do? The cruelest thing in this world is not facing a terrible enemy, but paying an unimaginable price to protect those poor people. Combat does not make people despair. Select only. In the vast starry sky, only coldness and darkness are eternal. No matter how huge a thing is, it will appear very small in the void. A planet capable of living billions of humans is just dust in the universe. Daegyu, the incarnation of Daegyu, is flying alone in the dark void. The truth revealed to him by Ultraman Tidus is shocking. Evil without end, endless years of war. There is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even Ultraman will become a victim of war. In the endless void, there are countless wrecks floating. There are some powerful Ultramen among them. They have power comparable to gods. But they couldn't escape death in the end, and they couldn't always defend what they wanted to defend. The kingdom of light was destroyed by the traitors, the survivors were scattered everywhere, and the light in the universe was already in jeopardy. Dark frenzy will sweep across the universe. Why should he protect human beings? Even if everyone in the victory team tried their best, how long could they last in that terrifying dark frenzy? 1 second? 1 minute? 1 hour? 1 day? 1 month? Even if he and the winning team can defeat 1 monster, 2 monsters, 3 monsters, or even 100 monsters. But in the darkness, there will be 1,000 monsters, 10,000 monsters running out. In a fight like that, can they still win? Can they stand against countless monsters? What's even more frightening is that besides the monsters, there are also those Ultramen who use the power of darkness to join the traitors from the kingdom of light. Their power is so powerful and terrifying. Also possesses a cunning intellect and a malevolent heart. Daegyu felt confused. Can he really protect humans? Can love and kindness resist those terrible darkness? Can love and kindness make those monsters give up destroying human beings? Can love and kindness keep those who yearn for happiness alive? When he returned to Earth, Daegyu lost his transformation and returned to his normal size. The time to be active in the void is far longer than the surface of the planet. It is possible that the gravitational force of the planet hinders the power of light, making it impossible for Ultraman to be active for a long time. Daegyu's research on this is not deep. He just knows how to use the power of light to transform into Ultraman Tiga to defeat those monsters. Daegyu chose to settle down in a bustling city. He was very depressed. Ultraman Tidus revealed to him a cruel truth of the universe. Also put him in a dilemma. He wanted to seek enlightenment from Captain Jianhui, but if he did that, he might end up on the side of the Empire. In doing so, he betrayed the winning team. They are still waiting for themselves to bring Ultraman Titus back, let the power of the Kingdom of Light intervene, and restore the world to its former peace. Even if Daegu told them that the Kingdom of Light had been destroyed and the Dark Tide was coming, they would not believe it. The current detection instruments in human society can only allow human beings to maintain vision within the light cone. That is to say, only when light enters the observation equipment, can humans know what is happening in the universe. There is a saying in the scientific research community that describes today's human beings very appropriately. Within the cone of light is destiny. The speed of light travels in a cone shape on the time axis, which physicists call light cones. People outside the light cone cannot understand what happens inside the light cone. If a star undergoes a big explosion, the light from this event will spread in all directions. Only when these lights enter the eyes of humans, do humans know that a star has exploded. If the light is not received, humans will not know that the star has exploded, and they will think that the star is still there. There are countless events in the universe that are flying towards human beings at the speed of light. If it is within the range of a planet, then they only need a few seconds to know. But the universe is so big that it takes years or even decades for light to cross the boundless void. Daegu didn't know how to persuade the players of the winning team. I don't know how to explain this to them. Send those dire messages directly to the players on the winning team. Can their fragile minds bear it? Will the terrifying darkness that subverts everything poison their minds? It's not that Daegu deliberately belittled the players of the winning team. Such a long time together day and night, he knows very well that the members of the winning team are just a group of ordinary people. Their field of vision is limited to the solar system, or even Earth. Compared to ordinary people, this height is already very good. There are too many people in this world, they live in their own small world, immersed in the virtual network. This small world may be just a small city, or even a few streets. They may not even know how many small towns there are in the city they live in. Now, mankind is facing an unprecedented dark tide. Human beings are as fragile as boats in a storm, and if they are not careful, they will be directly overturned. Daegu had a sad look on his face. He now has two options. Either betray Lina, Zhongfeng, and Hori, and assist Captain Megami. Either turn a blind eye to the coming disaster and keep your own heart. Daegu wandered aimlessly. The bustling city shrouded in night, with neon lights flickering. People walking on the street are full of joy. There are all kinds of fireworks in the sky. Beautiful fireworks brighten the whole sky. People are celebrating an ancient festival. They laughed and talked excitedly about the activities. Everyone is smiling and having fun with their companions. Uncle, why are you so sad? A 4 or 5-year-old child looked at Daegu. Cute and cute, those eyes are as shiny as black gemstones. The innocent innocence revealed in it. A head of soft, black hair cut short. The chubby little face is so delicate and cute that people can't help but want to pinch it. The child holds a handful of balloons in his hand. Don't be sad, I can give you a balloon. The child clumsily took out one of the balloons in his hand and handed it to Daegu. This is my favorite hair dryer piggy that will brighten your day. Uncle, no need. Daegu smiled at the child, and declined the gift from the other party. Why are you here alone? Go find your parents. I can't find my parents. Grandma said that they have been trampled to death by monsters, and Ayun can't find them anymore. Children's words are so innocent. But Daegu felt an unspeakable grief. He was about to say something when he saw an elderly woman rushing over from a distance. Obviously looking for a troubled child. She saw the child in front of Daegu, and walked over quickly. Sorry to bother you. The woman is very polite. Her hair is mostly grey, with light grey tones. The skin is loose and full of folds. The body looks very thin, and the mental state is not good. Wears a grey sweater and black trousers. The tiredness and grief on his face could not be concealed. Is he your grandson? Daegu asked. The old woman nodded. Yes, it is my grandson. This child always wants to come out to find his parents and grandpa. I have told him many times that he can't find it, but he still doesn't believe it. They all died at the hands of monsters. Daegu asked. The old woman expressed grief. The child's parents were attacked by a monster during a business trip and failed to escape. His grandfather had a heart attack after learning of the situation, and he also left. I'm sorry. Daegu apologized to the old woman. Forgive me for asking such a rash question. It doesn't matter. The old woman said, it will make you feel better when you tell the sad things. After a brief conversation, the old woman took the child away. Those balloons also floated away with the children. Daegu stood where he was and watched the old woman and child leave. Compared with his morality and these innocent people, which one is more important? After a while, he gave up the idea of continuing to wander around the city. He wanted to ask the last answer. If the world needs a ruthless Tiga, then he will do it. Being a kind person is what I want. But protecting those kind people is also what I want. If you can't have both, then you can only choose the latter. The sound of splashing water resounded in the bathroom. The water mist formed by the hot air stained the glass of the bathroom, making everything look so hazy. Zhu Jianhui faded into soft, silky, and delicate pajamas. Through the hazy glass, you can vaguely see that perfect figure. Concave and convex, and slim. The exquisite facial features are delicate and fair, with a mature and charm. It doesn't look like she ever had a baby. Long white legs slid in along the edge of the bathtub, and the just right water temperature gave her a comfortable feeling of being accepted. Zhu Jianhui leaned against the edge of the bathtub, enjoying the comfort brought by the bath. She was also thinking about her next move. After the incident with Director Sawai, the doves were hit so hard that they couldn't lift their heads. The hawks have gained most of the power and will soon be able to promote the establishment of the empire. The glory of the Holy Emperor will soon be able to shelter this world. They will take part in a cause so great that it will change the entire universe. To be honest, Zhu Jianhui also felt a little guilty for doing such a thing to her former friends. But for the sake of all humans, she had to do that. The compromise and kindness of the doves will only lead mankind to death. Humans must realize that coldness and cruelty are the normal state of the universe. Team leader. A sudden voice made Zhu Jianhui look like a frightened rabbit. She clutched her chest violently and looked towards where the voice came from. A figure stands outside the bathroom. Zhu Jianhui frowned slightly, and recognized the other party. Daegu. It's me, Captain. Daegu stepped out of the shadows, and the light shone on the confused face. I have something to ask you. Do you think now is a good time to ask questions? Zhu Jianhui said, it's not your style to barge in when a lady is taking a bath. I'm sorry, but this is the only chance I can sneak in. You usually have too many security guards, and only at this time will you let them stay away. Daegyu's tone contained a trace of helplessness. He didn't want to choose to meet Captain Jianhui at such a time. Although Captain Zhu Jianhui is very beautiful and has a good figure, her lordosis and her back are curled up, her body is fragrant, and her skin is fair and smooth, as lustrous as pearls. But he is a man with professional training and high moral standards. He would never fantasize about doing anything to Captain Zhu Jianhui. He never thought about cultivation, uniforms, whips and the like. Not to mention letting the captain firmly remember his shape. Those who are widows, demented, and sinking are even more sneering. Then what do you want to know? Zhu Jianhui asked. Why are you helping the empire? This question doesn't seem to make sense. You asked it before. Is it because of those unspeakable things? A frenzy that can swallow everything and turn civilization into ruins. Hearing this, Zhu Jianhui looked at Daegyu who was standing outside. It seems that you already know, don't you? Let me think about it, it should be Ultraman Titus who told you something. I received a report before that Tiga went to find Ultraman Titus. Daegyu nodded. Yes, I asked for the answer. I guess this should be the reason why you gave up the victory team and Director Sawai and chose the Empire. You are just looking for a better way out. Turn your head away. Captain Jianhui said. Daegyu obeyed and did as he was told. The sound of splashing water came from behind. Obviously Captain Jianhui came out of the bathtub. Thanks to some blessings from the power of Ultra, his hearing is very keen. Can hear the sound of silk pajamas scratching the delicate skin. After a while, Zhu Jianhui's voice sounded. All right. Daegyu then turned his head away. Captain Jianhui, who had just finished taking a bath, had a blush on his delicate and smooth face. His eyes were covered with mist, and he looked a little blurred. Wet hair hangs in the back. Do you want an answer? Zhu Jianhui walked out of the bathroom, stepping on the soft carpet with her white feet like jade. Daegyu nodded. Yes, I want an answer. Ultraman Titus told me a lot. Those terrible things are coming, the kingdom of light has been destroyed, the universe is swept by the dark tide, and human civilization is in jeopardy. Zhu Jianhui's eyes revealed a trace of unnoticed surprise. She didn't know about the kingdom of light's destruction. This is important information, and it is necessary to tell Sage Sigmar. She hid her emotions well, and as always, played the role of a big sister in front of Daegu. It's hard for you to make a choice, isn't it? Everyone in the victory team trusts you very much. If you also openly stand in the empire, they will definitely be very sad. But the truth cannot be told to them, because they are just ordinary people. How did the war that broke out thousands of light years away affect me? Their understanding of fate and truth is still shallow, or even non-existent. Tell them that human beings living in peace today have reached the edge of the abyss, and they will not believe it. They feel that as long as everyone in the winning team is united and keeps courage and kindness will solve all problems. Seeing Daegyu stunned, Zhu Jianhui smiled. Don't ask me why I can guess your mind, because I have also experienced it. When I was enlightened, I also fell into confusion. I regard you of the victory team as family members, and Director Sawai as a friend. If you take refuge in the Empire, it is tantamount to letting me betray you. But after some careful consideration, I still chose to do that. Even if you don't understand, I have to do that. As I said before, Daegyu, you also have to make a choice and follow your heart's choice. Be a cruel person for the sake of those innocent people, or pretend that nothing happened and continue to maintain yourself that poor kindness. Zhu Jianhui walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. The soft nightgown sets off the graceful figure, and the skirt drags on the ground. The lights of the city outside reflected on that delicate face through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her eyes were filled with a faint melancholy, the sadness of those dark scenes seen during the initiation ceremony. We all need to understand our own insignificance. I know you are Ultraman Tiga. But how much can an Ultraman do? Those terrible things can easily tear the world apart, let alone an Ultraman. Termin. Then I will join you. Daegyu said, no matter what, we must never let those dark and cruel fates fall on human beings. Are you really ready? Daegyu. Zhu Jianhui was not happy because Daegyu said that he would join the Empire, but turned around and asked, the Empire will bring hope to humans in this world, but its essence is cruel. It is not as kind as you imagine, nor will it have any kindness. Its mission is to protect human beings from living. Any creature that dares to destroy this will be ruthlessly killed by them. The cruelty and indifference of the Empire is beyond your imagination. In its eyes, in order to maintain the development of mankind, any price is worth it. If you want to join the Empire, then you have to be prepared to abandon your conscience. Because you are going to be fighting a war, and any cowardice and unrealistic kindness will lead to more deaths. Chapter 453 Daegyu, why did you betray us? Zhu Jianhui's words made Daegyu fall into deep thought. The continuous rhetorical questions made him a little overwhelmed. But when he thought of that child's smile, Daegyu became firm again. If even he is not willing to make sacrifices to help those in need, then who can help them? He couldn't turn a blind eye to those terrible darkness, couldn't turn a blind eye to the impending crisis. I'm ready, Captain. Daegyu said firmly, no matter what the price is, I will protect those kind and innocent people. Zhu Jianhui looked at Daegyu. There was determination on that young face. He was as kind as ever. As always, willing to sacrifice myself for others. You have grown up, Daegyu. After saying this sentence, Zhu Jianhui randomly pressed a button in the room. A light curtain then appeared in the air. Camilla's figure appeared in the light curtain. Come here, Camilla. Zhu Jianhui said in an orderly tone. Camilla held back her anger. But she didn't dare to refute. Intermediate benefits are much more precious in the hearts of the sages of Sigmar than they are. The privileges and status granted are higher than hers. Going to provoke Zhu Jianhui is undoubtedly challenging the authority of Sage Sigmar and the order established by the Holy Emperor. After a while, the doorbell rang. Come in. Zhu Jianhui said. The door opened following her words, and slid open to both sides. Camilla, who was wearing a priestess costume, and her two subordinates walked into the simple and luxurious suite, and saw Daegyu at a glance. Hitra, Durham immediately made a gesture of preparing for battle. Camilla frowned deeply, revealing imperceptible anger. Sneaked into the room of a young and attractive young woman in the middle of the night. Still alone. This kind of plot looks like a cute little brother who strays into the neighbor's sister's room. Camilla couldn't help clenching her fists when she thought of what might have happened between the two of them. Phew. Did ya, you scumbag? The trio just wanted to make a move, but were stopped by Zhu Jianhui. Tiga is willing to stand on the side of the Empire, he is no longer an enemy. I knew it. Camilla showed an unpredictable smile, Daegyu will always be persuaded by Yulian. Zhu Jianhui glanced at Camilla, but ignored the objection in the other party's words. Find him a suitable house, let's liven it for now. This room is very good. Camilla said in a low voice, if he stays here, he can also help you relieve the fatigue of your muscles and bones and the complicated emotions that have been accumulated for a long time, and make you feel smooth and surging. Are you going to disobey my order? Zhu Jianhui looked at Camilla, and she could hear jealousy and dissatisfaction from the other's words. It is said that Tiga and Camilla had a relationship 30 million years ago. It seems that this guy has never come out. Even if the current human body is Daegyu, she is full of jealousy. Love brain, there is really no cure. Zhu Jianhui's words were extremely strong, exuding a personal aura. The trio did not dare to refute directly. In terms of strength, they can easily crush Zhu Jianhui who has not fully awakened. But the identity of the other party is there. Moving Zhu Jianhui, the Empire can beat the three of them to bursting, and then send them back and dismantle them directly. The trio could only bow their heads to accept orders. Took Daegyu and walked out. Zhu Jianhui kept looking at the four people who walked out of the room, and did not look away until the door closed automatically. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring at the bustling city, silent. A barbecue restaurant. As long as Daegyu brings the Kingdom of Light back, we can restore our previous life. Lena encouraged the former members of the victory team. The winning team has been disbanded. The United Nations re-establishes the defense forces. The Ultramen led by Kigo Masaki formed the backbone and became a powerful army against monsters. Currently this legion is expanding, and the number of Ultramen is increasing. Soon to be the defense force protecting the entire solar system. Masaki Kigo no longer concealed his identity as the spokesperson of the Empire. The United Nations has repeatedly called on the United Nations to raise the imperial double-headed eagle flag and join the imperial family in a peaceful manner. Various propositions of the Empire have also been publicized, and soon won a large number of loyal followers with its strong strength. The strength of the Empire has become stronger and stronger. In the foreseeable future, the Empire will become an opportunity for mankind to unify. It's just that human beings have spent so much to enter a relatively beautiful era of democracy. Now, because of the arrival of the Empire, it is facing a crisis of imminent destruction. To stop all this, the only hope now is to get help from the Kingdom of Light. I hope Daegyu can come back as soon as possible. Zhong Fang whispered, we are too passive now, and we don't have much power to stop them. The latest emergency news, the security defense team discovered an incident of alien persecution while patrolling. This lady is named Lucia, and she is an ordinary person living in Seizo. The Mujin people have destroyed their homeland and regard the survivors as prey in the battle royale. On the public screen of the barbecue restaurant, a female journalist appeared, telling an urgent news. This news attracted the attention of Lena and others. Even if they are no longer members of the victory team, they no longer have the equipment and responsibilities to fight against the aliens. They still have a natural sense of mission and pay attention to these events. Another monster is coming. Hori said solemnly. Unfortunately, we no longer have the power to control this matter. Yerui shook his head, TCP has deprived us of all power, and now we are just ordinary people. You can't say that, even if you don't have the status of the winning team. As long as citizens are in danger, we have to stand up. Zhong Fang looked at his teammates and encouraged him, as long as Daegu can use the power of the Kingdom of Light bring it back, there will definitely be a turnaround. The incident was very bad. According to Luo Yuya's description, a large number of people of the same clan have been murdered. The idea of casually invading someone's home and seeing it as prey for a battle royale is sensational. No morals, no bottom line. It is the bullying and harm of a powerful civilization to a weak civilization. Now I invite Mr. Masaki Kigo, the head of the defense force, to comment on this matter and respond to the public. The footage of the news was cut to Kigo Masaki. At this time, he seemed to be in a certain strategic command center, and he could see the projections and holographic maps floating behind him. After seeing the camera being cut, Masaki Kigo showed the quality of a politician. He is truly a genius. Business, scientific research, and politics can all do very well. We are hunting down those Mujin people. They have offended us by entering human territory at will. It is even more intolerable to carry out such cruel killings on this land. At the same time, I also want to say that this is a real event that can show the cruelty of the universe. Strong civilizations have no mercy for weak civilizations, treating them as livestock and prey that can be hunted and killed at will. Human civilization needs to be a warning, only strong strength can defend the dignity and glory of the human race. In order to prevent those innocent people from becoming the playthings and food of other races. The universe is not a fairy tale, and the right to survive is not given by God. If we immerse ourselves in the so-called peace, it will only plant more disasters in the future. Peace is only above the fist, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. We may not use military weapons, but we must never do without them. Human beings must not accept any disarmament theory and trend of thought. Any act of advocating such ideas, or even promoting related bills, is absolutely a shameful betrayal of mankind. Without a strong military force, it is impossible to bring human civilization to glory, and it is impossible for human beings to have a better future. Masaki Kigo spoke impassionedly and righteously. Then how is the current hunt going? Asked the female journalist. Please answer the following questions to the public. Will we go to war with the Mujin people? Will they retaliate against us? Do we have enough power to deal with Jahan people? Can the defense team prevent humans from encountering the same situation and fate as the Zozo people? Masaki Kigo nodded, and he signaled to open several windows in front of the public. The hunting process is played inside. We have sent 3 defense teams, a total of 6 Ultramans participated in this hunt. They are all excellent soldiers. At present, the Mujin people are still fleeing. They have a small disc-shaped spaceship with a diameter of more than 500 meters. But soon, they will be blocked. The defense team has been set up at a rapid pace. We hope that more aspiring young people can sign up and participate in the screening. You must know that this kind of screening requires genetic adaptation. The higher the degree of genetic adaptation, the easier it is to be recognized by the power of Ultra. At the same time, a complex ideological appraisal is required to ensure the candidate's loyalty to the human race. If the defense team can't stop the Mujin people, relying on the previous organizations, I'm afraid it will be even more miserable. Whether the defense team can prevent human beings from being treated as slaves and playthings like the Zozo people is not up to me, nor to everyone in the defense team, but to everyone. If everyone doesn't support the defense team, then what reason do we have to fight? What to use to fight against those terrible enemies? The formation of the defense force encountered great resistance, and some of them betrayed the interests of mankind, and used seemingly beautiful slogans to deceive the people and encourage them to oppose the defense force. The original intention of the defense force was to protect the general public and to defend the survival of mankind. As long as human beings unite to support the defense force and the empire, the defense force will be able to guarantee that the human race will not be reduced to slaves. It started again. Xingken shook his head and said, as long as they seize the opportunity, they will promote the theory of cosmic threat, and try their best to get countries to support them in expanding their military power and integrating into the empire. During this period of time, there were many incidents of monster attacks. But the defense team can always prevent those monsters from entering the city in time, and control the disaster within an acceptable range. Masaki Kigo was no longer satisfied with this. He has repeatedly proposed that human beings should focus on prevention instead of being so passive. It is required to expand the powers of the defense force, to monitor the world, to harmlessly deal with or directly eliminate disasters that may pose a threat to humans. This request was opposed by many pacifists. Every time someone tries to win a war before it starts, innocent people die. For our safety, do we have to destroy those creatures that may become enemies? That's so ironic. If one day, I also become the so-called enemy they say, will I be directly eliminated by them? If ambition is not restrained, is it a disaster for all mankind? Anyone who doesn't oppose Masaki Kigo must be a bad person. How could they say such terrible things? Faced with such great pressure, Masaki Kigo did not compromise. He repeatedly used the gap between fighting monsters to speak, and used monsters to attack humans. Innocent people died tragically in other events to arouse people's sympathy, and turned these sympathies into anger, and gained the support of those people. The hunting behavior of the Mujin people this time has also become a good excuse. It will cause panic among the public, allow Masaki Kigo to gain more political capital, and cause greater psychological pressure on policymakers in various countries. After a period of time, I am afraid that the opposition from the pacifists will no longer be able to suppress him. It will soon become a consensus to strengthen the military power of human beings and keep monsters out of the human world. Many people see this very clearly, but no one dares to publicly and directly oppose Masaki Kigo's words. can only attack the dictatorial crisis that such a bill may bring from the side. No matter how cruel it is, Masaki Kigo takes the human standpoint. Openly opposing him can easily be misinterpreted as not caring about the innocent dead. Use their lives to put on their own peace show. If it is too extreme, it will even evolve into related remarks such as the high level not caring about the life and death of the bottom level. The problems caused by that time will be more serious. Zhongfang and others were very angry that Masaki Kigo threatened those ignorant people like this. But they can't do much. Now, the only hope is to wait for Daegyu to bring back those warriors from the Kingdom of Light. Only in this way can we stop the empire from eroding human society, and let those evil guys who want to be dictatorship get out. What Masaki Kigo said next made these hopeful people fall into the abyss. This time, with the help of this news, I will introduce a new Ultraman. This Ultraman is Tiga Ultraman, who has been working hard to protect human beings. After careful consideration, this Ultraman's human body finally chose to join the defense team. Many people may not be unfamiliar with this human body. He is the Daegyu member of the previously disbanded victory team. After persuasion, Daegyu deeply realized that only joining the defense team is the best choice for human beings. Lina and the others were stunned, watching Daegyu appear in the camera with a look of incredulity. Open your mouth wide enough to fit a balloon. The Daegyu who lived with them day and night turned out to be the human body of Ultraman Tiga. What made them even more unacceptable was that Daegyu also chose to stand on the side of Masaki Kigo, that is, the Empire. How did this happen? Didn't he say he was going to seek help from the Kingdom of Light? Lina was shocked, unable to calm down, her whole mind was in a mess. Zhongfang stood up abruptly. It can't be true. I don't believe in such a thing. But that's Daegyu. Xingken pointed to the picture that appeared on the TV. He and Daegyu are the best partners, and they will never admit it wrong. Let's go to him and ask him. Yerui also stood up. I don't believe Daegyu would do that. How could such a kind person like him join the dictatorial empire? He must have been brainwashed. Lina stared blankly at the TV screen. Daegyu, why did you betray us? Chapter 454 Fallen Angel. A transport plane with the imperial double-headed eagle logo made of gold is flying across the Pacific Ocean at high speed. The vast ocean stretches as far as the eye can see, with no end in sight. The azure sea water is connected with the azure sky. At a glance, it is hard to tell whether it is the sea or the sky. On the transport plane, journalists from the news media are interviewing everyone in the action team. Daiko is also among them, and he acts with another Ultraman named Raso. In addition to this, there is a special weapons team that provides them with fire support and logistics. The task of the team is very simple, that is to try their best to contain the Mujin people. Let them know that there is no good end to offending humans. Different from others, Daegyu didn't look very happy about the media shots that would make him famous. He knew that this report would be seen by the victorious team members soon. Even if he is not by their side, he can still know and guess the grief of his former companions. He once promised to bring back the power of the Kingdom of Light, but now he has become a lackey of the Empire. Such things are absolutely unacceptable to them. How disappointed Lina looked at him. Fortunately, the coverage ended soon. After the camera was switched at the news headquarters, those news media reporters stopped paying attention to it. You don't seem to be in a good condition. Minato Huohei walked over and sat next to Daegyu. Daegyu shook his head. I'm fine. If you have something to say, just say it, don't hold it in your heart. Minato said, I heard that you used to be a member of the victory team, are you thinking about them? They probably won't understand me. Daegyu was a little melancholy. Mao Huohei smiled and said, why do you want people to recognize you? There are many things in this world that people will not recognize. Many self-righteous people are only aware of it later, and they will only look at it from an after-the-fact perspective. Criticize others. When doing anything, you should not seek approval from others, but ask yourself whether it is worth doing that. I understand. Daegyu said. A rapid siren sounded. The transport plane shook. The driver's voice came from the cabin speakers. An enemy spaceship is found, and the opponent is launching an attack on us. The situation is urgent, the situation is urgent. Daegyu and Minato Huohei looked at each other. They each took out their transformation devices. After the two rays of light shone, the two Ultramans had already appeared in the sky. The flying saucers of the Mujin aliens are attacking the human transport planes. Brilliant beams of light shot out, stirring up the shield projected on the surface of the transport plane, causing waves of ripples. The transport plane fired missiles at it and sought opportunities to withdraw to a safe area. The driver's skills are very high. Relying on various difficult maneuvers to avoid being shot down. The two Ultramans sent out light waves at the same time. The light wave was so powerful that it penetrated the shield of the flying saucer, hit its side, tore it apart, and caused an explosion. The flying saucer emitted billowing black smoke, lost its balance, and fell directly to the ground. We have nothing to do with the people on Earth, why attack us? Damn, this is an act of war. Humans, are you going to war with us? We won't let you go. The sounds of panic and anger from the Mujin people came. Do you dare to offend the Empire just because of it? Minato Huohei said, then prepare for extinction. Minato Huohei doesn't know much about the existence of the human empire. I only know that Masaki Kigo, Zhejian Hui, and other high-level officials are loyal to the human empire. It is said that it is a top-level force that respects human beings and has a great influence. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it, and it doesn't prevent him from using it to pretend to scare monsters. The words of joining the living sea obviously offended the Mujin people. A weak civilization that can't even get out of its own galaxy dares to talk to the great Mujin people like this. This is an absolutely unforgivable crime. It is necessary to let these damned humans know that those who violate the planet Mujin will be punished no matter how far away they are. Planet Mujin will surely ruin all stupid races that dare to offend. Two black lights flashed, and two huge mountain-like monsters appeared in the eyes of the world. The monsters have wings on their backs, which are huge and can drive their huge bodies to fly in the air. One of the monsters has two cone-like horns on its head. When roaring, you can see the sharp teeth in the mouth. The ferocious eyes are deep and fierce, revealing tyranny and cruelty. The other monster has a turtle-like ribbed back, and its entire body is covered by a thick layer of carapace. The head is broad and flat, with fangs. Neck is long and powerful, with 4 strong arms. The front end of each arm has hard, sharp claws that look like cast iron. An unusually thick, iron-like tail, which can be used for attack and defense. Those eyes are like copper bells, scarlet and tyrannical. When he looked at the two Ultramans, he was full of hatred. You humans are too much, we Mu Zhenxing have no grievances with you, why do you make things difficult for us? A monster made a mental sound wave and asked angrily. This is a human planet, you broke into here, and dare to ask such a question. Minato Hawokai has been with Masaki Kigo for a while, and subconsciously developed a sense of superiority as a human being. Even if it is 2 countries, trespassing on other people's territory without authorization will still have to pay a price. Not to mention 2 completely different races and civilizations. In the past, human beings were weak and the technology was not developed enough to detect these intruders. They had to wait for them to make trouble before they could passively defend. Many people will preach the beauty of the previous era. But in the eyes of some people, the previous era was simply a shame. Imagine that a group of invaders broke in without warning, using violent means, broke into your territory, and killed your subjects. Being able to repel others is already a blessing worthy of singing and dancing. As for others not respecting your civilized sovereignty and your racial dignity, you have nothing to do. I also need to comfort myself, I love peace and don't care about them. It's like everyone is blocking the door of the house, ready to invade before playing with your husband. You have to comfort your wife by saying that it hasn't started yet, we can't be unreasonable people. A person like that is not rational, but useless. I didn't feel it before. After doing things with Masaki Kigo, his thoughts slowly changed. I think it's really embarrassing for humans to be like that in the past. When someone smashes your door, you should use the troll to give him a shot. Instead of talking about compromise and calmness. Wait for the revenge of the Mujin people, do you think you can get the asylum of the Kingdom of Light? A monster made an angry voice. 2 Ultraman, 2 monsters. The 2 sides chose their opponents in a tacit understanding. Ultraman Tiga, the incarnation of Daegu, stared at the monster with horns on its head. He slashed out with a knife in his hand and hit the opponent's horn, causing a series of big explosions. One of the horns was blown off on the spot, and the monster howled. The huge body staggered for a moment, and then suddenly fell to the sea level, setting off a terrifying wave. But it wasn't defeated for that. A moment later, the huge monster came in and out of the sea like a giant mountain. It spread its 4 limbs and lowered its thick, conical head. Go straight to Ultraman Tiga by riding the wind and waves. The 2 horns are shining brightly. There is a beam of light emitted from it. Ultraman Tiga slightly deflected his body, dodging the terrifying blow. But in the next second, the huge beast rushed up and slammed into him, making him howl uncontrollably. Altman's body was attacked, Daegu would feel the same way. He also felt like he was hit by a giant mountain. The huge body of Otto almost lost his balance and fell down. Manipulating his huge body, he transformed into a red powerful type, and swung his fist to fight back. The monster is knocked back. He got a short respite, but soon, the monster attacked again. Its claws were extremely sharp, and with a random stroke, sparks were blown off Ott's body. Daegu also felt the same way, feeling as if his chest was being torn apart. At that moment, he wondered if his heart would be directly pulled out by the other party. Daegu also knew that Ultraman was not as immortal as people imagined. As long as they are killed, they will die too. And will die very bleakly. The light of the incarnation of the human body will disappear, and you will also die. A body without light is turned into a statue, destroyed or banished to eternal void. Ultraman Tidus revealed the terrible truth for him. Let him witness the death of countless Ultraman. Daegu counterattacked him, and knocked him back with another hand knife. I thought it would be a tough battle. It ended very quickly. The members of the defense team came quickly. 4 human beings capable of transform for the first time. Joined the battle. Despicable and shameless, the more bully the less. The Mujin people shouted angrily, but no one paid attention to them. These aliens obviously have not learned anything from Yi's descendants. Not good at 1v3. Soon fell into a downturn. In the end, several Ultramans set fire to kill them together. With the rumbling explosion, the monster also turned into a pile of flying wreckage. The Mujin planets who invaded the Earth were wiped out. But this is only the beginning. The Mujin people are a huge civilization. Being able to play this kind of hunting game is either rich or expensive, and it must have a very important influence on the Mujin tribe. After humans kill them, they will inevitably attract revenge. It can be predicted that in the future, human beings will face a series of troubles. Daegu could have predicted it, this incident should be just the beginning. In the past, there was the Kingdom of Light, and those cosmic beings haven't gone too far. But now the kingdom of light is gone. The order maintained by Ultraman no longer exists. Those fierce cosmic beings will definitely show their ferocious side. A terrible war is about to break out. After the monsters were dealt with, the human bodies returned to the defense base by plane. As soon as we landed, we saw cheering people. Those people held flowers and shouted Altman's name. One of the most popular is Tiga. Before the defense team was established, Ultraman Tiga was already active in this world. Fans are also the most. Of course there are many other supporters of Ultraman. The airport at the base was crowded with people, all of them came to welcome the return of the human body. This is what Kigo Masaki meant, to make people support Ultraman and the Empire, and create an atmosphere that joining the Empire is the right choice. Daegu, who received such treatment, showed panic and apprehension. Because he saw the winning team crowd that he never wanted to face. Moncada, Shinjo, Hori, Lina, and Ryui are all there, and they are right there in the crowd. Even if they are far away, he can feel the disappointment of the other party. Lina's eyes seem to be talking. Continuously questioning why he betrayed his family and so on. Do you need me to help you? Minyo Hwohei walked over and said, at any rate, we are also friends fighting side by side. Your business is my business, Daegu. We all have to look forward, and the Empire is a better choice. Don't you think so? Look at those monsters, we defeated them without any casualties, this is the benefit of choosing the Empire. Hearing the words of Hwohei, Daegu also had a little confidence in his heart. He walked down with the action team. Little Digia is improving more and more. A gentle, beautiful female voice came from the side, it was Camilla wearing a witch costume. It may be that the super ancient people and modern people have different ideas and concepts. Camilla only wore a loose Maiko costume. There is nothing in it. The proud figure is unobstructed. It made Minato Hwohei and Daegu feel that the already hot weather has become even hotter. Hitler and Durham followed behind Camilla, exuding an old-fashioned look. When you see Tiga, you shout my brother, my friend. Seeing the trio, Daegu subconsciously became vigilant. To be honest, he has some psychological shadows on the trio. I suffered a lot before, and was beaten once. Daegu. Another voice came, and Lina somehow bypassed the guards and ran to the other side of Daegu. Her face was full of grief and anger. That kind of grief and indignation is like a woman who was listening to sweet talk and dedicating herself to love last night, only to find herself kicked out of bed the next day. The grief and indignation of telling another woman I love you. It's like the kind of grief and anger mixed with betrayal, being played with, deceived, and abandoned. Why are you doing this? Lina asked in an angry tone. When Camilla saw Lina running over, she grabbed Daegu's waist and stuck her whole body on it. Brother Daegu, are you tired? Camilla also pretended to help Daegu wipe his sweat or something. While wiping, he also said in a strange way. Who is this woman? Why is she so fierce to Brother Daegu when she comes up? Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Brother Daegu. Seeing that the proud mountain was deformed under the squeeze of Daegu's arm, but Daegu didn't break free in time, Lina only felt that she was even more angry. Are you just for this woman? Did you abandon the principle in your heart? Abandon the persistence in your heart? Daegu, I look down on you. Several guards came to take away the sad and angry Lina, as well as the victory team members who tried to make trouble. Seeing that everyone in the victory team was being taken away, Camilla, who had just yelled Brother Gu, put away the smile on her face. Pushing Daegu away, revealing a trace of disgust and impatience. Now she has found a goal to fight for. That is the Ultraman Legion created by the Empire. Find a way to climb up step by step, and finally sit on an equal footing with the so-called Holy Emperor, and even ride on his head. Let the idiots in the universe know how powerful Queen Camilla is, and tremble under her whip. This time, she will never let her feelings make her mentally handicapped again. A scumbag like Digi, never give him any chance. They should retaliate against him severely, play with him, and then kick him out as a wild dog. Reunited with this kind of scumbag, even if the universe is destroyed, it is impossible. Daegu didn't care about Camilla's vicious behavior. He didn't know how to face Lina, and it was a good thing for her to misunderstand her and stay away from him. With the outbreak of war, Ultraman will definitely be regarded as the main force of the war. At that time, monsters are not as good as dogs, and Otto is gone everywhere. He may have died as soon as he entered the battlefield. It might be a good thing for Zhongfang, Lina, and others to be ordinary people. Empire Quest Arc. Inside a huge biological laboratory. Several Zuozo people looked at the abused Mujin people, and were so frightened that their bodies trembled. The humans here are completely different from the humans they knew before. They all wore uniforms bearing the insignia of the double-headed eagle. Were captured, and the Mujin people who did not become gigantic were sent to the biological laboratory. Humans equipped with mechanical prosthetics directly disemboweled and smashed their heads. Connect the mind controller. Those unlucky ones will end up with the same fate whether they confess or not. Will be directly connected to the mind controller to read everything in the mind, and it is impossible to hide the secret. Lucia is also standing beside. Not far from her, there was a Mujin star who was hung up. The other party has been tortured to the brink of death, the skull has been lifted, and the weird brain dripping with black blood is exposed to the air like that. The scene was brutal, and it was once very terrifying. Some Mujin people were also put into the storage chamber to soak and seal, just like samples one by one. Humans, you won't end well. A Mujin planet yelled in horror, you will definitely welcome the revenge of all Mujin planets. The next second, it let out a scream of panic and despair. Moments later, it was taxidermied, hanging on the wall of the biology laboratory. Those eyes were full of despair that could not dissipate. My name is Zahariel. Born in the hive capital of Terades. Former skeleton army, later member of Dreadwing. We were uncrowned princes, we were the original angels of the Emperor. Before the legions were formed, I had already participated in clearing the Oort Nebula. That is to say, the place that is considered to be a distant starry sky when standing on Terra, is actually just the outermost annular belt of the solar system. My companions and I cleaned dwarf planets and moons of xenomorphs that would never receive a nomenclature. I have fought Randon, beheaded them with bolt pistols and chain swords, and slaughtered them with irradiated missiles and phosphide weapons. The First Legion is the source of all legions. The other legions of the Astartes all took the First Legion as a template, and then gradually became various legions. Some of these legions may gradually become more proficient in certain tactics than us in future battles. Even so, these specialties of theirs are rooted in our talents. White Scars were not pioneers in high-speed combat. Siege tactics did not originate with the Iron Warriors. Raids are not from the World Eaters. Even Luna Wolf was not the originator of beheading tactics. The tactics they are famous for all originated from our secret wars. It is we who have brought the glory of the Empire to the darkest corners of the galaxy, and we who have burned down those horrible aliens that humans should not even know their existence. We are the Emperor's executioners, his destroyers, and the Emperor's final judgment. With the return of the Primarch, those Astartes legions born out of the First Legion became better than the First Legion. It wasn't until the Lion's return that those changed again. I always thought we would once again achieve glory that other legions would envy. But the turning point of fate is always so abrupt that it won't make you ready. That is the Sashro incident. Many details of this incident have been deliberately concealed. Even if it is me, there is no way to know the original appearance of the whole thing. The structure of the First Legion has been adjusted on a large scale by the Lions. No one but the Lion can know the whole thing, what the whole plan is like. I know some secrets that people around me don't know. They also know secrets that I don't. Everyone holds incomplete secrets and truths. From Luther's mouth, I learned that the Sashro people deceived the Lion with their sweet words, and planned to assassinate the Lion with a nuclear bomb, and I also knew that their plan failed in the end. But I don't know why after that day, the Lion sent his former knight partner and second-in-command of the Legion, Luther, back to Caliban to stand by. Which includes me. I am not from Caliban, I am from Terra, and I have no feelings for Caliban. That's just a world that I neither like nor loathe. Will not see the beauty of their hometown like those comrades of Caliban origin. It's also hard to see it as an imperial pearl. Have to admit, we were exiled. The soldiers began to feel suspicious. Such suspicions can quickly turn into seeds of division. The outbreak of the Horus Rebellion gave the seed a chance to take root. Even if we are trapped in Caliban and the news lags behind, we can still get a lot of news from the galaxy. Space Wolves invested in Prospero, Baal was besieged, Perturabo tore apart his home planet, Angron burned his homeland, one after another horrific events came. The Alpha Legion and the Space Wolves go to war, the Ultramarines are backstabbed by the Word Bearers, the Landing Massacre, and more. The great cause of the Emperor is faltering. But there is nothing we can do, we are trapped in Caliban, and we don't even have a ship to travel through the stars. Coswain came back once, and I wanted to go with him to support Terra. I would rather die fighting there than waste my time in Caliban. I want to rush back to the king I swore allegiance to, and face those horrible things with him. Even if you die in battle, you don't want to be a prisoner in Caliban. The rebellion finally ended, and the First Legion led by the Lion reappeared over Caliban. No exchange, no communication. I don't even know who fired the first shot. I watched as our defensive offensive roared and fired, spraying ionized plasma and lasers into the sky. Even though we are a known ruthless legion, the hope in my heart was extinguished that day. Everything was chaotic at that time, and we couldn't even find the commanders who were constantly bickering and often attacking each other on the charge of traitors. Whatever theories and discrepancies I have, I can't understand that Luther and his lieutenants would open fire on the Lion without warning. The Legion was completely torn apart after a day. The planet Caliban was also blown to pieces under the command of the Lion. Those recruits who joined the First Legion with blood in their hearts put on their battle armor and took up weapons for the first time, but what they faced was the genetic father and blood brothers who wanted to kill them. What a sad thing. The Lion comes with pure rage, a rage that only wants to destroy and kill us. He roared Luther's name, killing all the brutes who tried to stand in his way. The duty is not fulfilled, the expedition is not over, but the dream has been broken and the heart has died. We are considered traitors by our own genetic father. In that terrible melee, we were left alone. Was thrown into the abyss of the unknown by the chaotic time flow. When I regain consciousness and return to the real universe, it has become chaotic there. I returned to the real universe more than 300 years before the appearance of the Big Rift. But everything has changed. The Dark Angels chapter see us as traitors and call us the fallen angels. The twists and turns are beyond my knowledge. Just know that they have no mercy, nor any patience to listen to our grievances. They just want us dead. I was forced to fight, trying to find a way to survive between the Empire and chaos. The Empire has become what the Emperor hates the most. If he can wake up from the Golden Throne, then his first target is definitely the corrupt Empire. Chaos is the great enemy that the Emperor has always tried to fight. No matter what, the only way we can choose is resistance. We strive to reverse the decay of the Empire and fight against chaos. Gilliman's return changes everything. He reshaped the old order, brought science and rationality back to mankind, and tried to create a more magnificent cause. We fell into a more confused situation. The entire galaxy will be in the possession of the Empire led by Guilliman. But where can we who are not recognized go? Can only linger in the dark crevice, waiting for one day to be cleaned. Fate is lost, no one can see its light. It wasn't until one person appeared that it brought about a turning point. Lord Cypher pointed out a way, and that is to seek refuge with Little Fulgrim. Little Fulgrim is his name. That guy is a Fulgrim clone, a loyalist. Things like this are hilarious and incredible. If you want your grievances to be cleared, if you want to be able to renew your allegiance to the dream you swore to fulfill, then go there. There will be a secret road to redemption waiting for you. Lord Cypher left after leaving this last sentence. We don't have a choice. Either be swept away as garbage by the increasingly powerful Empire, or they can only do as Lord Cypher said. Zahariel was disturbed by a loud noise and opened his meditative eyes. Come to the bridge, knight. Little Fulgrim's voice came from inside. With the nobility and self-confidence unique to a Primarch. Chapter 455 The Task of the Master. The subspace is constantly roaring, berserk, and chaotic. The furious storm tore apart the ancient and broken veil of fate and lies, peeled off the shell of reality, poured endless waves of ether, and completely destroyed everything. Ethereal and hideous beings send out their wolves into the void, conveying their desires to mortal beings. Through their ever-changing tentacles, they entwine among the stars, dragging those miserable souls into the abyss of eternal light. Under the violence that can shatter time, reality trembles, converging with the highest heaven through unstable rifts. Reason is ignited by the evil fire, and the fire crosses the sea of stars, reaching the end of the doomsday. Here is where reality and fantasy meet. Is a mixture of nightmare and reality. Nothing is impossible here. Those horrible things have even broken people's illusions about routine and rationality. Eye of Terror. A place where the physical universe and the warp meet. From the perspective of ordinary people, the huge vortex of dense stars that the Empire named the Eye of Terror is, as its name suggests, a fierce and glowing eye, shining in the vast galaxy. Like an evil gem set in the northwestern part of the galaxy. This simple cognition is already all for many people. Even in the Empire that is now open, the history and related knowledge of the Eye of Terror are listed as high-level archives. Only those who have completed professional studies and passed the soul certification can browse the content. In many of the universes the Empire has set foot in, few races and civilizations are aware of the reality of another realm, or warp for short. They either see the warp as a chaotic kingdom inhabited by elven monsters and demons, or they see it as something of myth and legend. Some extraordinary civilizations are more rational and regard it as the source of elements, aura, or various supernatural powers. But no matter what, all creatures will not deny the horror of the subspace. It is like the ocean. If you know how to use the climate and ocean currents, it can take you to your destination quickly. But if you know nothing about it, you think you can conquer it. There is only one end game. That is to be directly swallowed by the terrifying storm and smashed to pieces. The subspace and the real universe were originally in peace, each in its own domain. Until the fall of the Eldar led to an unprecedented crisis. Their indulgence, carnival, and other extreme emotions are like blood in the subspace. The hateful evil came after smelling it. The evil tore a wound in reality, causing the turbulent subspace ocean to enter the real universe along the wound, making it fester, and turning it into a paradise for demons and for real creatures. The Eye of Terror, which has existed since the time of the Eldar fall, and the violent storm is terrifying. It has not weakened in the slightest until now. There are countless evil worlds, occupied by chaos demons and traitor legions. Each of them is a sworn enemy of the Empire. What sets the Eye of Terror's tumbling twisted storm apart from other cosmic storms is that it's bigger, much bigger, and capable of tearing everything apart. Navigators must observe the channel 24 hours a day and pay attention to those weird ocean currents. Examines all crises. Avoid the starship being thrown on an unpredictable course by the raging, terrifying warp storm. Many navigator families are secretive about the Eye of Terror, and they will turn their ships hundreds of light years away to avoid falling into that terrible hell. Any arrogant guy who thinks he can pass through the Eye of Fear will end up disappearing. The news that came back at the end was full of despair and fear. The Eye of Terror is a cancer in the real universe. When Abaddon broke through the Cadia fortress world, the cancer spread. Now, the spreading cancer shrinks as Cadia recovers. But it's as dangerous as ever. Will devour those who dare to despise it. At this moment, there is a fleet that looks dilapidated and has the imperial double-headed eagle emblem on the hull sailing in it. The battleship headed by has a large number of turrets, induction towers and laser energy reflection devices on the surface. Looks like a bloated, patched, fat man with all kinds of scars. In the hull covered with heavy armor, Little Fulgrim stared at the hologram. Wearing armor, the soldiers who are willing to return to the embrace of the Empire, eager to wash away their grievances, stand like statues around the hall. They wear full body armor and helmets, and the red light of the eyepiece shines from behind. Only the slight vibrating sound of the servo indicates that they were living creatures, not actual sculptures. A sticker with the oath written on it is stuck on the top of the armor. The road to salvation is long and difficult, with no end in sight. They used the oath to tell themselves over and over again that they needed to persevere until the day when their duties ended. Little Fulgrim remained silent, examining what the detection instruments and the navigator saw. This ship looks shabby, but it has a lot of nice things. Guilliman threw some available equipment to them through some hidden channels or some deliberately designed coincidences. Make sure they are better able to complete the task. Weaken the forces of chaos. The detection devices used by the fleet are far more advanced than those used by the chaos traders. It can clearly use the subspace or some unexplainable principle to observe all the details of tens or hundreds of light years away. On one glowing planet after another, the strangest, most perverted minds manifested themselves under the watchful eye of Little Fulgrim. Little Fulgrim chooses his target. Another world will be redeemed. In the name of Emperor Guilliman, in the name of the Redeemer. Little Fulgrim saw a planet covered in twisting, roaring factories. Those factories are running in a weird manner. It's as if they breathe. Those factories seem to be made of metal and stone, a city-sized monstrosity of brass and steel. Their pipes, towering into the sky, belch thick black smoke and flames into the eternal night that envelopes the whole world. Those factories reshape the bones of the planet. The filth of the warp seeps from every crevice of metal atoms, from every pore of stone. The entire world has been taken over by traitors and demons, reshaped by their will. Need to use holy baptism to clean up those damned enemies and transform the whole world. Heavy footsteps and dull servo sounds came. Zahariel walked over from the gate and stood next to Little Fulgrim. Besides him, there is an Alpha Khazar in black armor, and an Emperor's Son loyalist alum. They scattered around the holographic table. Pale light reflected their helmet visors. From the perspective of the general trend, the eternal war is a war between empire and chaos. If you look at it locally, you will know that this war is actually chaotic. Some people don't want to swear allegiance to a decaying empire, or to the gods. They fight for what they believe in. There are also some who realize the horror of the gods and want to return to the side of the empire, but they are not accepted and can only be reduced to the lost warband. Many warbands fought both against the empire and against chaos over long periods of time. Of course, the fate of many warbands is inevitable corruption, but there are still many people with strong minds who are active between the empire and chaos. Little Fulgrim's subordinates are all these people. He promised these people that when they died in battle, they would be accepted by the Holy Emperor and wash away all past mistakes. Of course, they cannot enjoy the honor during their lifetime. This is just an effort towards salvation after death. Several loyal Thousand Sons wizards used their visions to see those dead warriors being led into the world of light that symbolized Guilliman, and this promise was thoroughly confirmed. Many lost warriors came from all directions to join Little Fulgrim, seeking salvation after death. They once worked with chaos, and saw clearly the nature of chaos gods. Associating with the gods, death is the beginning of despair and torment. Entering the realm of the gods is not a good thing. Of course, in the eyes of some people who cannot see the truth, the realm of the gods is a beautiful, peaceful paradise. However, that is only an illusion. There are countless souls buried in the gardens of Nurgle and the Crystal Labyrinth. They are either food for the devil or slaves. There is no so-called salvation in subspace, and there is no so-called paradise. In the realm of eternity, there is only pain and despair. This is the world where warbands live. Little Fulgrim said, pointing to a light spot in the holographic projection. I recognized the emblems of several warbands from the database of the Empire, Lord of Flawless, Extinct Beast, the Crackers. It was clear that when Abaddon fell and Lion led the Imperial army to sweep across the Eye of Terror, these warbands were forced to unite and seek to survive. These battle gangs are extremely famous. Has launched a series of plunders against the Empire. Produced a large number of killings. Just the act of massacring the entire planet has been carried out more than a dozen times in official records. The official record should only record the recorded report. In the era when Guilliman hadn't recovered, the communication between the galaxies was very slow, and many planets were slaughtered by the enemy, and Terra didn't know it. Then we will exterminate them, Zahariel said. As we have done before. Little Fulgrim nodded. Exactly, exterminating these traitors is the best way for us to seek salvation. I can't help but stain my sword with blood. Khazar's weird voice came from under the helmet's grid. Little Fulgrim was a little uncertain about the members of the Alpha Legion. From some evidence, one of the Gemini Primarchs chose loyalty and the other chose betrayal. Alfarius is a psychopath, and he has always believed in a strong person who deserves to survive and protect the Empire. Thus constantly letting his sons test the loyalists of the Empire. From the blood game that is still prevalent in the Imperial army, to the stealing of Dorn's defense map before the Siege of Terra, when the Siege of Terra was just about to start, he took his own legion to evacuate. These behaviors make the betrayal of the Alpha Legion full of mysteries. They intentionally keep traitors and loyalists in equal numbers. Don't want the Empire to win, and don't want chaos to win either. The Alpha Legion's contribution to the eternal battle that has been stalemate for thousands of years can be said to be indispensable. They can be said to be the least damaged in the Great Rebellion. The game is basically a downwind game. After finishing the fight, he immediately withdrew. Little Fulgrim didn't intend to see whether these alphas were loyal or not. No matter how malicious the opponent is, as long as the opponent's sword swings at the enemy you want to kill. Those factories have built a large number of artillery, which should be used to target other predators, but they will still pose a threat to us. Zahariel looked at the image screen on the holographic podium of the target planet, marked with a lot of red point, all defensive measures. We can no longer drop near those factories, enemy fire will tear our ships apart. Zahariel slid the holographic projection again. Several huge ships appeared on the image screen. Static light beams outline the details of those giant battleships. All are full of traces of corruption, twisted flesh and blood, weird tentacles, eyes full of endless malice embedded in the bow of the ship. They are evil amalgams of metal and warp spirits. Half metal, half demon. Like an ancient monster from a nightmare. The sticky tentacles of the ancient terror giant squid and the primitive savagery of the deep-sea predators, together with the scientific and technological achievements of human beings, are combined together with some incomprehensible inhuman wisdom. Thick and sinuous tentacles stretch out in all directions, each of which can roll up a cruiser. Serrated fangs are so sharp that they can easily bite through anything in the world. They also have void defense power. Zahariel pointed to those weird ships and said, "These are all things we need to pay attention to. We'll crush them." Little Fulgrim said, "Go get your men, get ready." The fleet organized by Little Fulgrim looks tattered, but its maneuverability is not bad. With the intentional help of the Empire, their ships obtained a lot of good things. Even if they look ugly, they can't hide their powerful performance and firepower. When the order to fight is given, all fleets began to rush towards the target in unison. The Chaos ships turned and shot at Little Fulgrim's fleet. The first round of missiles strikes. Small destroyers escorting battleships and strike cruisers launch anti-missile weapons for interception. The void emitting a strange light immediately produced a series of small-scale explosions. Then the sound of explosions became the continuous accompaniment of the fleet's march. Several torpedoes penetrated the fire interception net. The kinetic energy of their high-speed movement is even more dangerous than the ammunition they carry. But the torpedo exploded on the void shield when it was a few hundred meters away from the whole group. Void shields flicker, diverting massive destructive energies into the warp. Like Fulgrim watched the battle, not too worried. Such long-range firefights are never decisive and do not cause particularly large damage. The main tactical orb shows his fleet formation piercing the enemy's defenses. He typed a few commands on the operation interface to adjust the position of the fleet. The raid plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Soon, the distance between the two sides was shortened. It is even possible to see the engine light of the enemy ship through the hanging window, and the ships of the forces of chaos have already launched a battle line to try to intercept Fulgrim's fleet. With the wisdom and strategy of the Primarch level, he observed the enemy's deployment and looked for the weakness of the enemy's defense line. He could see that behind the enemy there should be a warlord conducting overall command. Do your best to organize these rebellious ships. Chaos forces always like to fight independently and resist any unified command. Even under the command of a warlord, they will not be very obedient. Lack of coordination with each other. Little Fulgrim casually used Chagotay's maneuvering strategy. The fleet was divided into two, and the other half of the ships went around from below. This is an ancient cavalry tactic, which was carried forward by Chagatai. By enticing the enemy head-on, outflanking, dividing and annihilating. Dense artillery shells and torpedoes flew out continuously, blocking the maneuvering space of the fleets of both sides. Many times, the torpedoes and shells fired are not intended to kill the enemy. It is to block the enemy's retreat and force the enemy to enter his desired position. Void warfare is more complicated than ground warfare. The multi-dimensional steering makes the starship more flexible. Without certain capabilities, it is difficult to command a large-scale naval battle. Both sides were driving at high speed, and the bow guns were constantly firing. Brilliant spears of light are shooting out. Every launch will make the hull tremble. Soon, they will be able to see each other clearly. Enemy ships grow from tiny blobs to model size. Those ships continued to grow larger and swell as the fleet advanced at high speed. In the void, this perspective creates visual deception. When observing from the viewing port with optical mirrors, those enemy ships seemed to be about to collide directly with their own ship, but the size of the enemy continued to increase. Visually, the angle of impact of the bow changes from a flat and sharp scalpel to a huge and thick cliff. Until the sensor towers and weapon turrets lined up above are clearly visible, they are still tens of kilometers away from each other. They passed each other in a violent but brief cross-bombardment. Both sides unleashed attacks consisting of lasers and live ammunition, forming a storm of destruction. A brighter light is produced, indicating that a ship has been hit, disabled by an explosion in its reactor. When the light faded and the augurs became clear, Fulgrim the Younger's fleet left a flaming cruiser behind and moved on. The call of the ship's personnel kept ringing in the communication channel. They seal the blast deck, stop the air from leaking, and organize relevant personnel to carry out repairs. Some crew members were sucked outside by the leaking air and died within seconds. Little Fulgrim didn't show any mood swings. When they chose this path, they already knew clearly what the ending awaited them. Dying in battle is a reward. Souls will return to the arms of the Holy Emperor, instead of wandering alone in the warp, hunted or held as pathetic demon slaves. Enemy casualties are even more tragic. The core of their combat power is a battleship and 3 strike cruisers. But now the 2 cruisers have been severely damaged. An engine fails, goes off course, and is torn to shreds by another fleet. Another ship ignited a raging fire, and with the silent flames rising, the ship disintegrated silently. The battleship also burst into flames, but it was quickly extinguished and turned around to prepare for a new round of shooting. But the first round of firefight has already decided their outcome. Although the fleet in Little Fulgrim's hands is not as good as the regular fleet of the Empire, it is still slightly better than the ships of the Chaos side. The final fate of the battleship that turned its direction was nothing but being torn apart. The traitors were annihilated, and the cruisers trying to escape were caught up by the faster small destroyers and focused on killing them. Only burning wreckage remained in the void. Little Fulgrim's fleet passed through the debris area and headed for the target world. When Little Fulgrim's fleet turned into planetary orbit, the defensive lasers and orbital missiles fired from the planet's surface continued to explode in the stratosphere. It is time, my companions, to cast down the wrath of punishment. This will be another trophy we offer to the Holy Emperor. Little Fulgrim's voice echoed over the communication channel. Landing shuttles and orbital airborne pods flew out of the battleship one after another, falling towards the target world like meteorites. The imperial double-headed eagle emblem engraved on the cabin announces to the enemy that the punishment has come. Abaddon is a complete idiot. In a hall full of blasphemous marks, sits a throne made of the bones of the victims. On the throne, the huge monster in purple armor covered with bone spurs, with human heads and human skin hanging from it, let out an angry growl. He brought Guilliman back to life and screwed everything up. Made himself a prisoner on Terra. Made the Eye of Terror no longer safe. The angry voice echoed in the hall, and the Chaos Space Marine stood silently, not daring to make any sound, for fear that he would become the target of the opponent's anger. The cultists and mutants stopped whispering. In those hanging iron cages, the captives also lowered their screams and turned them into low howls of pain. Only the painful sound of the dark machinery operating and the broken garbled codes reported by the brainless machine servant. Master Adolin. The bloated body of a priest of dark technology, embedded with many mechanical prosthetic limbs, trembled. The Void Fleet has lost its news, and the enemy has approached low Earth orbit, and an orbital strike will soon be launched. Idolin was one of the earliest warriors of the 3rd Legion, the Emperor's children, and one of the 11 Lord Commanders of the Legion. He was born on Terra and was the most outstanding Lord Commander of the Emperor's Children Legion. Once known as the model of the Emperor's Children Legion. Was the first Space Marine to lead an entire company in the Legion. The Emperor's children suffered some accidents in their early development, making them much smaller than other legions. When Fulgrim was found, the Emperor's Children Legion had only 200 battle brothers. The early Emperor's children were incorporated into the Luna Wolves, learning how to fight, and using various methods to increase their numbers until they could fight independently. Idolin was also the first noise warrior implanted with alien organs. Able to unleash terrifying sound waves that tear enemies apart to their most primitive molecules. This ability first appeared in Istvan III world, and was questioned by loyalist Tavies. Tavies refused to carry out similar transformations on his body, and was regarded as a target that needed to be eliminated, and was thrown into the Battle of Canticle City. Idolin committed a terrible crime on the planet Istvan III. When he broke through the line of loyalists, he massacred the wounded. Especially those sons of the Emperor who were loyal factions were tortured and killed by him. He also played a major role in the Landing Massacre, producing a string of horrific, bloody, and horrific killings. After that, he also appeared in the Siege of Terra, and caused a series of carnage. After the Horus Rebellion, he and many traitors fled into the Eye of Terror and launched the Eternal War. Idolin's crimes are too numerous to list. He once thought that he would win with the victory of the gods, but now, the punishment of the Empire has come. The other party has absolutely no possibility of letting him go. They want to kill us, but it won't be that simple. Adolin said, let Queen Sylar be the first to attack, and let those idiots know that this world is not something they can invade at will. Queen Sylar is a succubus, masquerade dancer. Was once the most favored dancer and chief maid, and also a succubus with multiple genders. Succubus seduce not only men, but also women, so they have all the characteristics that are perfect and meet the desires of men and women. In the eternal great game, Tsianj tricked Slaanesh into war with Kern. And Slaanesh has no chance of winning the war. Was finally defeated and lost face. Sylar, seeing the gloomy mood of his master, entertained him with the most vigorous and radiant dances. Slaanesh was not a little happy, but thought it was a mockery of him. Denounced Sylar as a traitor. Slaanesh cursed the masquerade dancer and drove her from her realm. Sylar is forced to dance in eternity and finds a way to seek forgiveness from her master. Idolin formed an alliance with the other party in a world, became the other party's concubine, and got the support of the masquerade dancers, and became a famous force in the Eye of Terror. Unfortunately, under the attack of the human empire, the current Adolin has lost its former glory. You can only huddle on such a planet, recuperate, and pray that the empire will not solve the Eye of Terror so quickly. Unfortunately, the gods he believed in did not favor him. Fate brought little Fulgrim here to be his punisher. This is undoubtedly an extremely ironic joke. A clone of his genetic father became his executioner. The hatch of the airborne cabin was blown open, and it hit the ground heavily. Kezar and other team members rushed out of the cabin together, and rushed towards the enemy with little Fulgrim as the center. Above them, Thunderhawk and other old Imperial fighter planes were flying across the sky, leaving behind white air waves. Various titans eliminated by the Empire were also thrown onto the battlefield. It is controlled by those knight families who have fallen into darkness and are willing to follow little Fulgrim to seek redemption. Some dark priests who were captured or sincerely surrendered are responsible for the maintenance of these titans. Heavy tanks and vehicles were also airdropped. All from obsolete armaments of the Empire. Guilliman handed it over to little Fulgrim through some secret means, ensuring his military strength. Under the command of little Fulgrim, a large army launched an attack on the target. Huge fortress in front of them. Armored troops roared across the eerie, writhing plains of flesh. The air is filled with suffocating exhaust fumes. In the middle of the battle formation, little Fulgrim was sitting on a land raider, directing the direction forward. Zahariel is also in battle. Even if the gas emitted by the engine passes through the helmet rebreather, it is difficult to completely eliminate the smell. But he didn't feel sick, but excited. This gave him a feeling of returning to the Great Crusade. Before, this is how they charged at the enemy. The earth shook. Countless demons flapped their wings and rushed towards them. Kill them all. Young Fulgrim roared, for our lost salvation, for the honor we once craved. Zahariel kept pulling the trigger, the bolt gun continued to roar, and the spewing bullets hit the waves of demons, making them scream. Other fighters also opened fire after the enemy entered the optimal range. Tanks, gunboats, etc. all roared. Beams and cannonballs trailing flames fell in the endless waves. Bombs explode the flesh shaped by the warp. Lasers burn the wreckage to ashes. The demon did not retreat like a living creature. They came like a tidal wave, and then turned into broken corpses. Zahariel slammed through a thing that was 28 centimeters long for a man and had a pair of proud twin peaks for a woman. Then a bomb blast reduced it to shattered wreckage. Kasser is also fighting hard, the bolt gun in his hand is constantly being pulled. Among the sound of explosive bombs, his battle cry was also clearly visible. Mankind will last forever. His battle brother roared as well. The sound of fighting resounded everywhere. Little Fulgrim is unstoppable, and the long sword forged with arcane secrets in his hand cuts the enemy in two with unimaginable silkiness. Stop those demons who were rushing, and the blade split the monster's skull in half. A terrible demon is eyeing him. It was clad in scarlet hides and armor, and a sharp horn grew from its forehead. The jaw opened in fury, revealing the terrifying fangs. A warrior longing for redemption was pierced by its sword burning with black flames, and a warrior with a broken skull and flattened helmet was trampled under his feet. A vile replica. The demon mocked. Little Fulgrim was silent, but charged at him. The demon rushed over after howling. The opponent's body was extremely huge, and when the huge hoof hit the ground trembled slightly. After reaching a certain distance, Little Fulgrim jumped forward. After avoiding the opponent's sharp sword burning with black flames, he stabbed the sword in his hand into the enemy's body. The demon's body dissolves in its cries of pain. Little Fulgrim spat at the other party before he died completely, which was regarded as a response to the humiliation just now. Tear them apart, cried Little Fulgrim. This world will be our conquest to the Holy Emperor, a sacrifice to our redemption. All heavy tanks and vehicles obeyed his orders. The sudden salvo broke through the demon's line of defense. Opens the way to the Bastion factory. Little Fulgrim took the lead and rushed to the front. For the lost honor, for the redemption after death. His sword carries the willpower of a lost man longing for redemption, bringing punishment to all demons and traitors who dare to stand in his way. His sword was as fast as a ray of light. In an instant, the abominations of various shapes, with twisted, hoofed feet, and long necks were cut open, and all of them were reduced to ashes. At the entrance of the fortress, the demon leader, Queen Sylar sits here. It has a face that charms all living beings. The naked upper body, only has a pitiful amount of fabric, covering the three proud, snow-white peaks. The proud mountain shakes with its movements. The strong body has a pair of arms and a pair of tentacles. There are a pair of white horns on the head covered with purple hair, which is worn on its head like a crown. The pair of slender beautiful legs showed a gradual light purple color, which was very gorgeous. Bare skin shines with the brilliance of gemstones. Exudes a greasy fragrance. The demon is a distorted interpretation of the word beauty, so beautiful that it makes people sick. It will kill all humans who dare to approach. The movement of beheading human beings is so graceful that even the Eldar are ashamed. A warrior who rushed forward was cut through the defense by its sword, and then cut off his limbs with extremely fast and precise movements. Yin Hong's body just fell in front of that demon. The other party even licked the blood on the sword, and a perverted smile appeared on that terrifyingly handsome face. Little Fulgrim walked towards him. The hideous scar was like a centipede lying on his angry face. Replica, what a pity, if it wasn't for the task of the master, I wouldn't even want to kill you. Queen Sylar watched the other party approaching, showing a mocking look. Go to hell. Little Fulgrim roared angrily. Queen Sylar launched an attack as swiftly as a poisonous snake. The blade with a vicious curse stabbed towards the body of Little Fulgrim. Its movements are very graceful, as if it is dancing. Little Fulgrim blocked the opponent's blow with the sword in his hand. The brutal force made the force field device attached to the long sword groan. After forcing the opponent back with a sword, Little Fulgrim took out his bolt gun, fired 50 of the bolts, and then charged forward again. This action exposed the opponent's flaws. The long sword in his hand pierced the filthy flesh and blood of the opponent, making him make a joyful sound, and even trembled, as if this behavior brought him indescribable joy. Master's task, so exciting, so happy. Disgusting. Little Fulgrim made a comment, and punched the opponent violently, knocking his disgusting body back. He waved his long sword and continued to charge up. The long sword pierced into the butter like a hot iron rod, and the sizzling sound echoed in my ears. Little Fulgrim violently split the opponent's body in two. Queen Sylar collapsed in a scream of excitement, a convulsed corpse. Under the leadership of Little Fulgrim, Zahariel and others rushed inside. Kassar cheered slogans, celebrating that they would present another spoil to the Holy Emperor. May he forgive our ignorance and folly. May he guide the souls of the dead into his kingdom. May he shield us from those horrors. The death of the demon leader is not the end of the battle. They won enough, but not nearly enough. The signs of desecration deep within the fortress are terrifying. Skulls and rotting corpses can be seen everywhere. Floods and walls blackened and stinking with blood. The walls are full of paintings of various unknown liquids. Biological tissues can be seen everywhere, wriggling, as if alive. Strange ghosts are floating around, making painful sounds. Many bodies were hung from hooks and chains, writhing in agony, crying to them for salvation. They have to finish those guys with bombs. Just because those crying things are no longer alive. It's just that the soul is imprisoned in a body that has long been corrupted, and is tortured day and night. Killing them is a kind of redemption. The messengers of the Holy Emperor will bring the souls of those who have suffered so much back to the Holy Kingdom of the Dead, so that they can rest in peace. The resistance inside the fort was equally fierce. The mutants and monsters rushed out of the corridor and were smashed to pieces. Killing broke out at every corner. Until they killed every enemy alive. Little Fulgrim went all the way, and finally arrived in front of a huge gate. The door is carved with profanity. Dark red blood slowly flowed down from the pattern on the gate, as if it was oozing blood. A warrior finds the controller of the gate and pulls it down. With the unbearable creaking sound, the heavy door slowly opened. Compared with the complaints of machine components being in disrepair, the sound was more like a painful cry from afar. Behind the gate hung more corpses, and even behind the gate were pinned headless bodies writhing and still suffering. That blood oozed from them. A gilded hall appeared before little Fulgrim. Huge enough to hold a company of space marines. The profanity scenes in it are even more astonishing. A group of naked mortals who have lost their minds are having frantically in various indescribable ways, making all kinds of filthy sounds. There are some whips with iron thorns, whipping while mating, squirming in the blood, making all kinds of joyful sounds that make the scalp tingle. Some are wriggling on the sharp bed of nails, letting the sharp nails scratch their own flesh and blood, and seeing the white bones. Some people were put on a dirty operating table, dismembered a little bit and then stitched together. No one is in pain, everyone is so happy and excited. Through this act of indulgence, sacrifice to the of darkness and obtain the blessing of Slaanesh. Little Fulgrim instinctively felt disgusted. What a terrifying and horrifying scene. Even the most insane lunatic would not imagine such a horrible scene. On the high platform surrounded by the sacrificed crowd, the Emperor's children with their swollen bodies, tentacles, and twisted horns looked at them with hatred. Egelin on the throne looked at the face that was exactly the same as his genetic father, and involuntarily let out a painful questioning sound. Why? Why did you kill us like this? Father. I am not your father, but I can send you to meet him. Little Fulgrim said.